Ye Ming hunched his back using a rag to wipe over the keyboard one last time. The slanting rays of the setting sun pierced through the glass curtain wall of the office building, casting long shadows over the polished plastic keys and making the empty office feel even more desolate. His fingertip brushed over the enter key where a shallow hollow had been worn down over 35 years, from the time he entered the factory as a brash young worker to now with graying temples. His days were like this keyboard striking the same fixed notes over and over. "Engineer, you please sign." Xiao Lin from Human Resources handed him the retirement certificate, her fingernails painted with glittering polish. "You can finally rest now and enjoy your later years." Ye Ming tugged at the corner of his mouth without answering. Enjoy later years. In his whole life, aside from blueprints and reports, he had never really come close to the word blessing. His parents had passed away early. When he was young, he always said he would focus on projects first and not rush marriage. One project after another came, and when his colleagues had all become grandparents, yet he remained alone. He did think of looking for someone, but after repeated disappointments, now he felt there was no need to try anymore. The elevator chimed open, crammed with young people getting off work, chattering and laughing about going out for skewers that night. Ye Ming hunched his shoulders and waited for them to leave before stepping in. As the elevator descended, he heard his own footsteps echoing through the empty floor, thud thud, like a blunt object striking an empty tin can. On his first morning of retirement, Ye Ming opened his eyes at 7 o'clock sharp. The sky outside was just beginning to lighten. He reached for the phone by his pillow, its screen completely dark. Oh, he did not need to clock in today. Sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains, drawing a thin shaft of light across the floor, where countless tiny dust motes tumbled and spun just like his own heart, hollow and drifting with nowhere to land. He sat on the edge of the bed in a daze for half an hour, only getting up when his stomach grumbled. When he opened the kitchen cabinet, instant noodles and jars of pickled vegetables were stacked neatly, as orderly as his engineering drawings, rigidly horizontal and vertical. When the kettle began to whistle, he leaned against the window and looked outside. The breakfast stall downstairs steamed. White school children in uniforms ran by holding fried dough sticks. Colorful clothes hung on the neighbor's balcony, and an old woman teased her grandson. The child's laughter was bright and crisp like glass marbles dropping onto the floor. Ye Ming found some tasks for himself. He spread old newspapers on the table, folding them one by one into rectangles, aligning every edge precisely. The pot hose on the windowsill drooped its leaves, so he dampened a cloth and wiped them leaf by leaf. At night, he followed a video on his phone to learn how to make braised pork. When the oil crackled and spat, he panicked and jumped back. The sugar burned, and the kitchen filled with a scorched smell, just like his life, muddled and slightly burnt. One afternoon, he went for a walk in the park. As he approached a bench, he heard a low whimpering. Looking down, he saw a small dog curled beneath the bench, yellowish and scruffy, so thin its ribs showed with blood still seeping from one hind leg. "Oh, what happened to you?" He squatted down. The dog shrank back timidly, but did not bite. Ye Ming patted his pockets and pulled out a steamed bun he had not finished that morning, breaking off a small piece and holding it out. The little dog sniffed it, then wolfed it down, tail clamped between its legs, pitiful and nervous. Ye Ming sighed and lifted the dog into his arms. The little thing was light as a wad of cotton and trembled nonstop in his arms. He went straight to the pet hospital. As the doctor treated the wound, he stood by listening to the dog howl in pain, his own heart tightening with every cry. "Grandpa, is this your dog?" the nurse asked while giving it an antibiotic shot. "I picked it up. It looked so pitiful." Ye Ming stroked the dog's head. "Let's give it a name." "How about Xiaowang?" he said at last. "A humble name for a long life." The little dog seemed to understand and wagged its tail. From that day on, a bit of liveliness entered Ye Ming's home. In the morning, Xiaowang would paw at his bed and bark for food. When he folded newspapers, Xiaowang would lie nearby, chewing on the corners. At night, as he watched television, the little fellow curled at his feet, letting out soft, rhythmic snores. Ye Ming went to the supermarket to buy dog food, and even deliberately picked a bag of meat jerky. He could never bear to buy braised beef for himself, yet he was willing to share half of it with Xiaowang. One afternoon, while taking out the trash, he ran into his old colleague Lao Zhang walking his grandson. "Well, Engineer Yi," Lao Zhang called out loudly. "What V you got there in your arms?" "A stray I picked up named Xiaowang." Ye Ming held the dog closer. Xiaowang stuck out his tongue and licked his hand. "Look at you," Lao Zhang laughed. "You've got yourself a companion now." Lao Zhang's granddaughter wore her hair in two little pigtails and reached out to touch Xiaowang. "Grandpa, can I pet him?" "Be gentle," Ye Ming said, handing the dog over. Watching the child carefully stroke Xiaowang's head, he found himself smiling too. The little one called him Grandpa in her sweet, milky voice, and for once the title rested naturally on him. He took a fruit candy from his pocket and handed it over. "Here, it's sweet." "Thank you, Grandpa." The child popped the candy into her mouth at once. Lao Zhang chuckled beside them. "This kid no manners." Ye Ming grinned, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes bunching together. It felt as if something inside his chest had been quietly filled. On a late autumn evening under a heavy sky, Ye Ming was squatting down to brush Xiaohuang's fur when a sudden tightness seized his chest, his breath blocked, as if by an invisible weight. He slid slowly down the wall, his back pressed against the icy tiles as darkness pulsed at the edge of his vision. Xiaohuang barked anxiously, rubbing his head against Ye Ming's face and scratching at his hand without pause. The phone on the coffee table lit up briefly with a message from the neighborhood grid worker. Grandpa Ye, happy double ninth festival. If you need any help, just call me. Ye Ming struggled to crawl forward, his fingertips scraping faint tracks on the floor before he finally reached the phone. The words on the screen swam before his eyes. With shaking fingers, he pressed for a long time before managing to type just 2 characters, save me. Beside him, Xiaohuang ran in frantic circles, pausing now and then to lick his face. When Ye Ming woke, he was in the hospital, the white ceiling above him swimming in his vision. A nurse came in carrying a tray. Seeing him awake, she raised her bright voice. Grandpa, you're finally awake. Acute myocardial infarction. If you'd come half an hour later, it would have been dangerous. By the way, we've asked Xiao Chun from the community to look after your dog for now, don't worry. In the 4-line, the medicine dripped down 1 drop at a time. Tick, tick. Staring at the ceiling, Ye Ming suddenly recalled the day a bridge he had helped build opened to traffic 20 years earlier. Fireworks erupted against the night sky, red and green, as the crowd around him cheered. Standing in the throng, he had felt nothing but emptiness. But now it was different. He was thinking about Xiaohuang. Without him to feed it, would the little fellow go hungry? On the day he was discharged, community volunteer Xiao Chun came to pick him up, carrying Xiaohuang in her arms. Grandpa Ye. Xiao Chun handed the dog over. These days Xiaohuang kept scratching at the door. Must have been missing you. The moment Xiaohuang saw Ye Ming, he barked and leapt at him, paws on his arm, tongue tirelessly lapping at his face. Ye Ming laughed and wiped his face, his eyes suddenly hot. When they reached his building, and he looked up, the old apartment block where he had lived half his life had patches of plaster fallen away like age spots on an old person's face. But he knew that the pot hose on his windowsill must have been watered by Xiao Chun. That evening, Ye Ming sat on the sofa while Xiaohuang curled up on his lap dozing. The television played the lilting melodies of Peking opera. He hummed along for a few lines and Xiaohuang's ears twitched in response. Suddenly his phone vibrated. He answered to hear a mechanical female voice. Your package has been left at the parcel station downstairs. Please pick it up promptly. He paused, then remembered a few days ago he had bought a magnifying glass online. The writing on his medicine boxes was too small to read, and there was that yellowed old photo in his album, taken when he had just started working, standing on a construction site in a blue uniform, grinning foolishly, with tall scaffolding rising behind him like a ladder reaching into the clouds. Ye Ming picked up the magnifying glass and studied his younger self for a long time. The eyes of that young man were bright, as if they held an entire sea. And now, that sea did not seem to have dried up, for with Xiaohuang beside him, the waves were still gently swaying. At 3 a.m, parched with thirst, Ye Ming got up to find some water. Xiaohuang darted from his bed, trotting at Ye Ming's heels. As they passed through the living room, the blanket on the sofa had slipped to the floor. He bent down to pick it up, and his lower back suddenly gave a sharp crack. Pain shot through him, contorting his face, and he found he could not straighten up. Woof, 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 woof. Xiaohuang circled him in agitation, sometimes bumping his back with his head, sometimes rushing to the door to scratch at it, whimpering low in his throat. Lying sprawled on the floor, Ye Ming listened to Xiaohuang's barking and the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside. Was that Xiao Chun? How had she come? Grandpa Ye, are you all right? Xiao Chen's anxious voice came from outside. I heard the dog barking so fiercely I couldn't stop worrying. By the time dawn was breaking, Ye Ming had been helped onto the sofa, and Xiao Chun was carefully applying medicated plasters to his back. Xiaohuang lay by his feet, lifting his head now and then to glance at him. Sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains, dust swirling in the beam as before, but this time Ye Ming felt those motes were no longer drifting without anchor. He lay there on the floor, ear pressed against the cold surface, listening to his own breathing. Whoosh whoosh, like wind passing through an empty corridor. As the sky grew pale, he seemed to hear knocking. Tap tap. Or perhaps not. Maybe it was just the cleaner downstairs starting to sweep, or the old lady next door getting up to cook. More than 10 years slid by like the pendulum of an old clock, swaying unhurried and steady. Ye Ming's back curved even more. He now walked with a cane, its tip tapping the ground. Talk talk. Xiaohuang had grown old too. His fur was mottled and white, his eyes cloudy. He could no longer run, and most of the time, he just lay on the mat by the door, raising his head slowly at the sound of Ye Ming's footsteps, his tail brushing the floor with faint, tired strokes. On a chilly late autumn day, Ye Ming sat on the balcony in the sun, Xiaohuang curled at his feet. He stroked the dog's head. The coarse fur felt like sandpaper under his fingers. Old buddy, he rasped, looks like the two of us are almost at the last stop. Xiaohuang let out a soft whine and nudged his hand with his head. Ye Ming's memory was failing more and more. Sometimes right after finishing a meal, he would forget and stare blankly at the empty bowl. But he always remembered to refill Xiao Huang's bowl with dog food and to steady himself against the wall every evening, inching downstairs to sit with Xiao Huang in the courtyard and bask in the last of the sun. Xiao Chun had long since stopped being a volunteer and had become the community director, yet she still visited often, bringing fruit and milk, helping him clean the house, and chatting with him for a while. "Grandpa Ye, there's a community health check next week. I'll go with you," Xiao Chun said, squatting down to brush Xiao Huang's fur. "This old fellow is so old, even fleas don't bother with him. Has your leg been hurting lately?" "It's nothing," Ye Ming waved it off. "But Xiao Huang, he hardly ate anything yesterday." Looking at Xiao Huang's drooping ears, Xiao Chun felt a sour ache in her chest. This dog had been with Grandpa Yi for more than 10 years. He was already a true member of the family. When autumn settled in, the rain would fall for days on end. At night, rain hammered against the windows in a constant rush. Lying in bed, Ye Ming felt a heaviness on his chest, as if a damp cotton quilt were pressing down over his heart. He reached out beside him. Xiao Huang lay in his bed at the foot of the mattress, breathing rough and loud like a bellows. "Xiao Huang," he called weakly, the word barely leaving his lips. The dog in the bed stirred, then slowly dragged himself up and tottered to the bedside, nudging Ye Ming's hand with his cold nose. Ye Ming managed a faint smile, stroking his ears as his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Through the sound of the rain, he seemed to hear once more the machines on the construction site of his youth and the fireworks on the night the bridge opened, until all of it faded into the soft snoring of Xiao Huang beside him. This time he did not wake again. No one knew how long had passed when Xiao Huang suddenly raised his head. The body in the bed was motionless. That familiar scent, tinged with faint tobacco, slowly cooled away. The dog whimpered softly, pawing at Ye Ming's arm, but there was no response. The old dog struggled to climb onto the bed, its bones creaking audibly. Mustering the last of his strength, he curled up beside Ye Ming, resting his head on the old man's shoulder, just as he had done every night for more than a decade. Outside, the rain kept falling. Xiao Huang stared up at the ceiling, a faint whimper escaping his throat. Then he fell completely silent. Early the next morning, Xiao Chun came with a bag of steamed buns, umbrella in hand. She knocked and knocked, but there was no answer. A chill seized her heart as she fetched a locksmith. When the door opened, a wave of cold air rolled out. In the bedroom, the old man lay peacefully, the old dog curled at his side, both no longer breathing. Xiao Chun covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. She called the community office, then contacted the funeral home. While arranging the final matters, she specially told the worker, "Bury that dog next to Grandpa Yi. The two of them should stay together." The graveyard lay on a hillside at the edge of the city, overlooking distant fields. Xiao Chun personally placed Xiao Huang into the little grave, scattered pieces of his favorite sausages over him, and whispered, "Xiao Huang, go well with Grandpa Yi." While sorting through his belongings, Xiao Chun found an envelope at the very bottom of the wardrobe. On it were two characters, well written in Ye Ming's careful hand. She opened it, and her hand suddenly began to tremble. "I, Ye Ming, have no relatives and no kin. All property left after my death, including the apartment of approximately 100 square meters located at Unit 1, Room 501 No. 32 Xingfu Road, and bank savings of 400,000 yuan are hereby given to Chunli, community director. In gratitude for her many years of care, though we are not related by blood, she has been as dear as family." The date at the bottom was from 3 years before. Beneath it lay another slip of paper written more recently in crooked strokes. "Xiao Chun, live in this apartment, don't leave it empty. Now that there's money, save some and spend some. Xiao Huang and I won't take up any space." Xiao Chun crouched on the floor, clutching the letter, and cried for a long time. Outside, the rain had stopped. Sunlight poured in, falling on the spot on the sofa where Ye Ming had often sat. It was as if the shadow of an old man still lingered there, with an old dog at his feet, quiet and at peace, never to be lonely again. Beneath the wall lay a photo album. On the last page was a recently taken photograph. Ye Ming sat in a wicker chair, Xiao Huang in his arms. Both of them squinted as they smiled, bathed in gentle sunlight. On the back of the photograph was a line of words in Ye Ming's crooked handwriting. "This life was not in vain." At dusk, when the sun had just slipped into the folds of the 10,000 Great Mountains, Luo family village was shrouded in a dim, ashen haze. Luo-He and his old father Luo-Zhen squatted on the threshold of their adobe house. The wooden sill beneath them had been polished slick by years of use. He gripped his long, dry tobacco pipe so tightly it felt like iron in his hand. The bowl had gone out long ago, yet he still tapped it over and over against the sole of his shoe. In the courtyard, the old hens flapped their wings and squeezed into the coop, the speckled leader hen clucking loudly, as if urging someone to hurry home. Luo-He lifted his head and glanced at the western ridge. Black clouds were pouring down like spilled ink, about to swallow the village whole. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, not knowing whether it was saliva or the lump of frustration in his chest. He lowered his head, even more, his back curved like a shrimp. Luo-He, Luo-He, are you dead out there? Get in here quick. His mother Wang's voice exploded out from the house, trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind, the tail, and tinged with panic, startling the sparrows on the courtyard wall into a flurry of wings. Luo-He sprang to his feet, the dry tobacco pipe slipping from his hand with a sharp crack as it hit the packed earth, punching a small pit into the mud. In 2 strides, he was in the inner room. His hand shook violently as he lifted the curtain, the hanging cloth strips whipping his face until it stung, and he did not even feel it. Ma, what's wrong? Is it time? By the Kong bed, the midwife, old Lu, was wiping sweat from her forehead with her apron, which was dark and stained with milk from who knew how many years past. Seeing Luo-He charge in head first, she glared at him and snapped, "What is a big man like you crashing in here for? It's taboo to stand before a woman in labor. Out. Go wait outside." Wang sat at the edge of the Kong, supporting her daughter-in-law Chuntao. Chuantao's face was as white as the paper window, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead like a broken string of pearls sliding along her temples into the pillow. She bit down so hard on her lips they were nearly bleeding, groaning, "Mother, I really can't hold on. It's like a knife twisting in my belly." "Don't talk nonsense." Wang patted the back of her hand, her own hands trembling violently. "Every woman must pass this gate to bring a child into the world. Endure it, and it will be over. Chuantao, listen to Granny Lu and push with all your strength. Our Luo family has been waiting for this day." Granny Lu glanced between Chuantao's legs, then straightened and rubbed her rough hands together, the calluses rasping audibly. "Quick, boil a pot of water in the kitchen. And bring a clean cloth, not a patched one. You Luo family," boy pressed down on her shoulders. "Don't let her thrash about." At the doorway, Luo-He was pacing like a pen bull. Hearing the call for hot water, he spun around and bolted toward the stoveroom. His foot caught on something, and he stumbled with a cry, nearly knocking over the slop bucket by the stove. The sour, rancid water sloshed out, splashing his trouser leg, the stench stabbing straight up his nose. The iron pot on the stove was still warm, but the water inside had cooled somewhat. Flustered, he stuffed firewood into the stove, blowing desperately on the tinder. The flames leaped up with a roar, licking at his sleeve. He hissed in pain, jerking his arm back while forcing more wood inside. "Did you burn yourself?" Third aunt from next door lifted the curtain and stepped in, carrying a coarse porcelain bowl, its rim chipped. "I just simmered some brown sugar ginger tea on my own stove for Chuantao, so she can replenish her blood and chi after the birth." "No, I didn't, Luo," he stammered, clumsily ladling water into the pot. The dipper clanged loudly against the rim. "Third, and do you think Chuntao will give birth smoothly? Seeing how much she's hurting, my heart feels like it's being twisted tight." Third aunt sighed and set the bowl on the stove. "Why are you panicking? Granny Lu has been delivering babies for decades. From old to young, whose child in this village hasn't passed through her hands. Just wait with an easy heart to be a father. When I had my third, I screamed with pain, and didn't I still deliver just fine?" Though her words were soothing, the way she peered toward the inner curtain was tight. With worry, her brows knotted like a walnut. The groans in the inner room suddenly turned into heartrending screams, so sharp it seemed they could shake the packed earth from the rafters. The kettle slipped from Luo-He's hand and crashed to the floor, water splashing everywhere, soaking into the mud to form a dark ring. He was just about to rush in when third aunt clamped onto his arm with a grip like iron tongs. "What would you run in there for and add to the chaos? A man just gets in the way. Wait here." Luo-He glanced toward the inner room. Chuantao's screams were like blades gouging his heart. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he ran out. "I'll go light incense for the ancestors. Ancestors bless us. Let Chuntao deliver safely, mother and child both unharmed." The ancestral hall stood at the eastern end of the courtyard, just a small earthen room housing the spirit tablets of Luo family forebears. Luo-He had just grabbed a bundle of incense and had not yet lit it when a wolf's howl rang out from the village entrance. A wolf. The sound was like an icicle driven straight into the heart of the village, evening freezing the very air. The incense snapped in his hand with a sharp crack, half of it dropping into the censer and scattering ash. He jerked his head toward the courtyard, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end like needles. "What was that?" Third aunt's grip on the bowl tightened, her knuckles turning white. Her voice floated weak and weightless. "Why does it sound so eerie?" Granny Lu lifted the curtain and came out, as well, a cloth still in her hand. Her brows knotted like gnarled bark. "That sound, it's a wolf. How can a wolf be down the mountain at this hour? Don't the wolves in the mountains all stay deep inside?" Her words had barely fallen when a rustling noise rose outside the courtyard wall, as though something were clawing at the packed earth wall. Soon after came the sound of a wolf's snout, sniffing, harsh and heavy, audible even through the wooden door, carrying a rank feral stench. Luo-He snatched up the hoe from behind the door, the same hoe passed down by his father, its wooden handle polished smooth with age. But his calves cramped so badly they nearly buckled beneath him. His hands almost failed to hold the tool. "Ma, third aunt, get into the inner room. Protect Chuntao. Dad, grab a weapon. The two of us will hold the door." Wang had just tucked in the corner of Chuantao's quilt when she heard this and rushed out again, hair in disarray. What are we going to do? So many wolves. How can 2 people hold them off? I'll hold the door. He will guard your daughter-in-law's room. Luo Jin clenched his teeth as he shoved the thick wooden bar into place. You all stay put and don't add to the confusion. I don't believe these beasts can chew through this shabby door. He pressed his ear to the door. The sounds outside were growing louder. It was not one wolf, but a pack. Rough, panting claws raking the earth and low, intermittent howls of woo shook dust free from the adobe walls. Damn it, it's a wolf pack. Luo Jin's voice cracked, rasping, as though scraped with sandpaper. Judging from the noise, there must be at least a dozen of them. No, likely more. With a thunderous bang, something hurled itself against the door. The door shuddered with chips sprinkling down. In the inner room, Chuntao cried out in terror, then was seized by another fiercer wave of pain that drove her to bite into the quilt. The coarse cloth was torn through by her teeth. Chuntao, don't be afraid. Wang hurried back inside and held her down, her palms slick with cold sweat slipping as she tried to grip. Mother's here, you'll be all right. Just then someone shouted from the eastern end of the village wolves. A wolf pack has come down the mountain. They're all outside Luo's courtyard wall. Help! It was the voice of Luo Dashan, the old hunter at the head of the village. His powerful trumpet-like call, edged with a whistle, carried far through the village. Soon a jumble of footsteps sounded outside, thudding like countless feet stomping the ground. Voices shouted over one another, grab your tools. Everyone grab your tools. Bring hoes and sickles. Damn it, they dare rampage in our village. Quick, don't let the wolves tear down Luo's house. Chuntao is still inside. Peering out from the base of the wall, he saw that at some point the moon had slipped from behind the clouds, casting a pale ghostly light over the ground. Around his courtyard wall, a ring of shadows crouched, each as big as a calf, green eyes gleaming in the dark like ghostly flames, 2 or 3 dozen of them at a glance. At their head sat a huge gray wolf, its fur already turning white, in places taller than the sturdiest mongrel dog in the village. It squatted at the gate, a deer clamped in its jaws. The deer's legs dangled limp, blood dripping steadily from the wolf's mouth to pool on the ground in a dark, glistening patch. Heavens, it even dragged a deer. Luo's knees went weak. He nearly slid down the door, catching himself just in time with the hoe. Luo Jin, don't be afraid. We're here. Came Luo Dashan's roar from outside the wall, followed by the sharp ring of metal as though a machete had struck a wolf's skull. A whoa! The wolf pack erupted. Several wolves whirled and lunged at the men outside. Cries of pain and the wolves' roars tangled together like a pot boiling over. Throw torches into the pack. Wolves fear fire. Someone shouted. Several burning bundles of wood were hurled over, flames flaring as they landed, lighting up half the courtyard, staining the grass atop the wall yellow. Driven back by the firelight, the wolves retreated a step, low growls rumbling in their throats, yet still they ringed the courtyard, showing no sign of departure. From behind the door, he shouted, Uncle Dashan, how are you all? Is anyone hurt? We're fine. There are many of us. Luo Dashan called back between breaths, puzzlement in his voice. This wolf pack is strange. They're only circling your house. They don't charge forward and they don't bite. That lead wolf is still holding a deer. Isn't that bizarre? He froze. Indeed, if the wolves truly meant to eat people, the few crude weapons in their hands might not be enough to stop them. Yet the pack merely encircled the house, neither attacking nor retreating, as if waiting for something, which only made the chill in his heart deepen. At that moment, a clear infant's wail sounded from the inner room. Wah! The cry was soft, almost like a kitten's, yet it cracked through the wolf's howls, and the shouting outside like a bolt of thunder. He froze where he stood. The hoe slipped from his hand and fell with a thud on his ankle. He felt no pain. In the inner room, Wang burst into tears of joy, her voice louder than Chuantao's earlier screams. It's born. It's born. A big, healthy boy. Arms and legs all perfect. Outside the courtyard wall, the wolf pack suddenly fell silent. Even their low growls ceased. In the air remained only the sound of the newborn's cries. Pressing his eye to the crack of the door, he saw the lead gray wolf slowly lower the deer from its jaws. Its green eyes flicked toward the house, then it raised its head and howled at the moon. A woo! The pack answered in unison, their howls stripped of the earlier savagery, sounding instead almost as though they were breathing out in relief. It was strangely unsettling. Outside, Luo Dashan shouted at, why aren't the wolves moving? It's like they've been struck still. He was equally perplexed, craning his neck to look. He saw the lead gray wolf push half of the deer toward the doorway, with its paw nudging it with uncanny precision right up against the threshold. Then it turned and padded toward the outskirts of the village, tail clamped tightly between its legs. The other wolves followed, slipping away in small groups into the night like water, soaking into the earth, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only the still wet deer blood on the ground. The people outside stood dumbfounded, torches in hand, forgetting to lower their weapons. Scratching his head, Luo Dashin muttered in utter confusion, What's going on? A wolf pack bringing gifts. Sending a deer. Only then did He come to his senses. He pulled back the door bolt and rushed out. At the gate lay half a deer, its blood still warm, steaming faintly in the cold air. He glanced back toward the house. Chuantao's weak voice drifted out, Husband. Come in. Let me see the child. He broke into a wide grin, tears pattering down his cheeks, mixing with sweat as they ran off his chin. He shouted toward the courtyard, He's here. We've had a son. A boy clear as can be. Only then did Luo Dashin and the villagers snap out of it. Smiles split their faces as someone called, Congratulations, Luo. The Luo family has an heir at last. Could it be the wolves came to offer congratulations? Brought a deer as a gift. Who cares? Mother and child safe is better than anything. Torchlight washed over their faces, each one blossoming with smiles, and over the half-deer as well. He gazed toward the 10,000 great mountains. The mountain wind flowed down the river valley bearing a hint of wild animal musk, yet it no longer felt cold. Rather, it carried a trace of warmth. He scratched his head, suddenly feeling that these wolf cubs did not seem so frightening after all. Wang came out of the house, cradling the baby for everyone to see. Wrapped in Chuantao's tiny quilt, the child was all wrinkled like a little old man. Smiling, she said, Earlier, Luo, he even asked someone to help name the child. If it were a boy, he would be called Luo Yinzhou, hoping he would be as steady as a boat. If it were a girl, she would be Luo Yantao, like her mother Chuantao, borrowing some of her good fortune. He leaned in, carefully brushing the baby's cheeks soft as cotton. Then Luo Yinzhou it is. Though we live in the mountains, we still hope he can travel far and live a steady life. Granny Lu came out too, dusting off her hands. This child picked quite a moment to be born, with a wolf pack coming to offer their congratulations. He's sure to amount to something someday. Everyone laughed along with her. The torchlight swayed, casting their shadows on the walls, making them dance. The deer lay at the threshold, a solid token of remembrance, a reminder that on this night, in Luo family village, a child named Luo Yinzhou was born to the sound of a wolf pack's congratulations. He. Congratulations, congratulations. Luo Lao Wu from the west end of the village kicked open the slightly ajar firewood door, his voice loud enough to lift the roof tiles. In his hand, the hatchet dripped with water droplets clinging to the blade, evidently just rinsed in the stream. His eyes were glued to the deer on the door threshold, startled as he gasped, Goodness! Has this wolf become a spirit? What a grand gift! Look at this deer, so glossy and sleek. Could it be the first robust stag from the mountains? He's father, Luo Jin, was squatting on a blue stone stool in the corner of the yard, smoking a pipe filled with last year's tobacco, which had a hint of dampness. Hearing the commotion, he slowly stood up, the brass pipe tapping against the sole of his shoe, the ash falling onto his patched pants, as he said, Old Wu, stop making a fuss. Chun Tao just closed her eyes, keep it down. He raised his eyes, scanning the increasing number of figures in the yard, and waved his rough hand towards the house. Come inside, the kettle is boiling. Finally, he cast a glance at He, nodding towards the deer. You Zhu, and sure to move this to the kitchen. I'll let your third aunt take care of it. Everyone is eating here tonight as a thank you for all your kindness. Zhu and Sure Tu were two young men from the village, one 16, the other 15, with mud still clinging to their foreheads. When they had hurriedly followed the adults here, Zhu had lost one of his cloth shoes, and now he was barefoot, stomping in the mud to keep warm. Let me help, he grinned as he squeezed under the deer's leg, and Sure Tu quickly lent a hand. With a strong pull, the deer shook, nearly toppling Sure Tu. Take it easy. He had just stuffed the swaddled infant into Wang Shi's arms and rushed over in a few quick strides, gently patting the deer's back. The deer hide is intact, don't scrape it. I'll make a little mattress for Yinzhou this winter to keep him warm. He bent down to look at the deer, moonlight filtering through the clouds and illuminating the fur, which shimmered with a bluish-white glow. Look at these ribs, it must weigh over 200 pounds. An adult stag, it's rare to find one so robust in the mountains. Sure Tu spat into his palm and rubbed his hands together. Brother, he isn't this strange. Just the other day, I saw a deer grazing on the east slope with my father. Their antlers were like branches. How did this one end up dragged here by a wolf? He scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Normally, when wolves see people, they act like cats that have sensed danger. Why are they bringing gifts today? Could it be that they've truly become spirits? Stop your nonsense. Luo Jin, overhearing, frowned, tightly tapping his smoking pipe against the door frame. The creatures in the mountains have a certain spirituality, perhaps. Perhaps they feel a connection to our Yinzhou. He glanced towards the house, lowering his voice. It's all good, so don't talk nonsense. Just then a burst of bright shouts erupted at the gate. Uncle He. I want to see my little brother. It was the neighbor's dog egg, clutching a purplish wild hawthorn berry. He was running too quickly and tripped over the threshold, causing the fruit to fall with a thud at He's feet. He paid no mind to picking it up, rubbing his scraped knee while shouting, My mother asked me to bring 2 winter dates to supplement my little brother's energy and blood. Just then the sound of a woman's footsteps rushed in. Widow Li entered holding a fluffy chicken, its feet still flapping. She leaned closer to Wang Shi and whispered, "Is Chun Tao awake? I just caught this chicken from the coop. It was laying eggs perfect for making soup to promote milk production." Aunt Zhang from the east end of the village carried a piece of blue cloth with a crooked peach blossom embroidered on the corner. "I cut this the other day. Oh, it's for the baby. Don't mind the rough stitches." Just then Aunt San came out of the kitchen, her apron splattered with golden dough clumps. She reached out and gently poked the swaddled infant, smiling with crinkles at the corners of her eyes. "Oh dear, this child is really well-shaped. Look at this little nose, just like Luo. He will surely grow up to be a strong lad who can wield a hoe and climb the mountains." Luo, he was overjoyed by the compliments, carefully taking the child from Wang Shi, afraid to bend his elbows, as if holding a piece of tofu. "Look at this little hand, it's gripping tightly. Just now old Lu said this is called grabbing fortune. He will definitely have a bright future." He turned in circles to show everyone his chin held high. "The name has been chosen, it's Luo." Yinzhou, hoping that his life will be as steady as a boat, safe and sound. "That's a meaningful name." Widow Li clapped her thighs with a laugh. "Much better than the names Dog, Egg, and Sure too in the village." "Did you invite a scholar to choose it, Luo He?" "Indeed, it was Master Rong from the town." Luo He scratched his head, laughing a bit foolishly. "The master said that boats in the river are the most stable. They can't sink even in storms, so he thought to name him Yinzhou, with yin meaning words and zhou meaning boat." Wang Shi chimed in from the side. "Come inside quickly, the pot is brewing ginger tea with brown sugar. Luo He's father is preparing the deer meat. We'll eat here tonight, so don't be shy." She took the cloth from Aunt Zhang's hands and folded it on the kong. "Look how bright this cloth is. Yinzhou will look great in it." Over by the ancestral hall, Luo Jin was squatting by the fire pit, adding firewood. The flames crackled, licking the pine wood and casting flickering shadows on his face. Luo Deshan's skinning knife gleamed as it sliced through the deer hide, and he prodded the wound on the deer's neck with the tip of the knife, frowning deeply. "Old Luo, look at this wound. It's clean, and even definitely a clean bite from a wolf that severed the neck." He spat into the fire pit. "This is very strange. This wolf pack knows how to hunt, and also knows to bring their prey here. Could there be some significance?" Luo Jin threw a piece of resin into the fire, causing the flames to burst up with a fragrant pine scent. Whatever the significance, it's a blessing that no one was harmed. He stared at the flickering flames, his gaze distant. This child, Yinzhou, was born into such a scene. Who knows what blessings await him in the future? He poked the fire with his smoking pipe. "Let's roast the fire a bit more. Let the aroma of the meat waft far and tempt those little rascals." Erju dashed into the yard, clutching a chipped earthen bowl, his face flushed from running. "Uncle Jin, Uncle Deshan, brother, he asked me to check if we're keeping the deer liver. He said Chun Tao needs to replenish herself." Luo Deshan didn't even look up, hacking at the deer bone. "Keep it. Keep it all. Livers, kidneys, and hearts, all reserved for the new mother. We'll just have some meat. Don't snatch the nourishing things from the women." He packed the chopped deer leg into a bamboo basket. "Go tell brother He to bring out that jar of aged wine from the west room. Tonight we elders will have a couple of cups to calm our nerves." Just as Erju ran out of the ancestral hall, he heard the children in the yard shouting. Dog Egg was tugging on the braid of Shirt, two little sister, both scrambling for a wild chestnut, while the girl cried, her face all red. "That's for my little brother." "Why are you taking it?" "I want to give it to my little brother too." Dog Egg insisted, clutching the chestnut tightly. "I saw him first." Luo, he walked over holding Yinzhou and used his free hand to pat Dog Egg's head. "What's going on? Shouldn't an older brother be sharing with his little sister?" Dog Egg hid the chestnut behind him, stubbornly saying, "I want my little brother to eat it." "But the little brother hasn't even got teeth, yet he can't eat this." Luo, he smiled as he took the chestnut from Dog Egg's hand and put it back into the girl's hand. "When he grows up, he can go up the mountain with you to dig for birds' nests and pick wild fruits, okay?" The girl wiped her tears, revealing two tiny tiger teeth. "Really? Can he climb trees?" "My dad says you need strength to climb trees." "Yes, of course." Luo, he looked down at Yinzhou, who had woken up at some point, his big eyes staring at him, his little mouth pouting. "See, even the little brother agrees." Inside, Wang Shi was chatting with several women around the kong. Widow Li leaned closer to Chun Tao, lowering her voice. "Chun Tao, don't be afraid. That wolf pack earlier, if you asked me, they came to congratulate you. Think about it, if they were here to harm, why would they bring such a big deer?" Chun Tao's face was still a bit pale, speaking weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I was just scared and my legs still feel weak. Hearing the wolves howl earlier made my heart race to my throat. Thank goodness everyone was here." "Stop overthinking." Aunt San entered with a bowl of hot ginger tea, the steam rising from the bowl. "Drink something warm. You are the heroine of our Luo family, giving birth to such a big, healthy boy. Oh, just wait to enjoy a life of ease." She handed the bowl to Chun Tao and pointed outside. "Listen, the children are having so much fun. That's all good fortune." As she spoke, Luo Jin lifted the curtain and entered carrying a piece of tender deer meat, the grease still dripping. I had Deshawn pick out the most tender loin for your third aunt to make soup. It will help with milk production at night. He glanced at Yin Zhou on the Kong, his face relaxing with a smile. Luo, he was just showing off the baby in the yard like a fool, telling everyone my son can carry 200 pounds in the future. Chun Tao couldn't help but laugh, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. That's just how he is, he's not worldly. When we were betrothed, he wandered around my family's courtyard for 3 hours with 2 pounds of brown sugar, his tongue tied like a pair of cotton pants. Outside in the yard, Luo, he was chatting with Luo Lao Wu. Luo Lao Wu raised a wine gourd, taking a swig, letting the liquor trickle down his chin, and smacked his lips. Brother, He, do you think the wolves will come again? If they come again, they should bring a wild boar. That meat is firm and fragrant when stewed. Get out of here. Luo, he laughed and pushed him. Are you hoping the wolves come back? If they do, you'll be the first to go. Last time you and Uncle Deshawn met a lone wolf on the mountain, weren't you the first to climb the tree? The crowd burst into laughter, the sound shaking the grass leaves on the courtyard wall. Luo Jin stood at the door watching the lively scene in the yard before turning to glance towards the direction of the 10,000 great mountains. The shadows of the mountains in the night were dark and heavy, like a giant beast lying down with a ring of clouds wrapping around the peak, hazy and indistinct. He touched his smoking pipe and pondered that when dawn broke, he would take Yin Zhou to the ancestral hall to pay respects, thanking the ancestors for their blessings, and also to thank those incomprehensible wolves. In the kitchen, Aunt San was busy with several women. The knife thudded on the cutting board as they chopped the deer meat into small pieces. The water in the pot bubbled with slices of ginger sprinkled in, immediately releasing a spicy aroma. Grease sputtered at the bottom of the pot, sizzling with a sound mingling with the fragrance of the meat as it wafted through the window cracks, making the children in the yard swallow hard. Dog Egg stood on his tiptoes, peering in through the windowsill, only to be slapped on the back of the head by his mother. Useless. You'll have your fill later. Luo, he holding Yin Zhou, leaned closer to the window. The little one seemed to catch a whiff of the aroma, his little nose twitching, his mouth moving as he drew laughter from the crowd. Luo, he gently kissed his son's forehead, his rough hand brushing against the soft baby hair. His heart warmed, like holding a ball of fire. Although the child smelled a bit, it didn't diminish the warmth in his heart. In Luo family village that night, there were no howls of wolves, only the aroma of meat and laughter. The deer was stewed until tender, served in coarse porcelain bowls to everyone who came to help. Luo Yin Zhou was suckling in his mother's arms, occasionally letting out soft coos as if responding to the lively night. No one mentioned the ferocity of the wolf pack anymore, only that the deer meat they brought was truly fragrant, calling this baby Luo Yin Zhou a child blessed by fate. As the night grew deeper, the light from the torches flickered in the yard, casting shadows that danced on the earthen walls. In the latter half of the night, the commotion in the yard gradually subsided. The children were dragged home by their parents, and the men, red-faced and thick-necked from drinking, staggered towards home. Luo, he stood by Chun Tao's bedside while Wang Shi cleaned the bowls in the kitchen, and Luo Jin ambled towards the ancestral hall with his smoking pipe. Inside the ancestral hall, there was only one oil lamp, its tiny flame flickering, illuminating the dusty tablet on the offering table. Luo Jin added 3 sticks of incense to the burner, and just as he lit them, he heard a rustling sound outside the courtyard wall. He raised an eyebrow, grabbed the hatchet behind the door, and quietly moved towards the back window of the ancestral hall. The back window faced the direction of the 10,000 great mountains. The paper-covered window had long been poked through by mischievous children, and now it was covered with oiled paper flapping in the wind with a rustling sound. Luo Jin cut a small hole with his knife and peered through. He saw a dark mass of wolves squatting on the ridge opposite. The moonlight fell perfectly on the lead white wolf, an old scar on its neck gleaming white in the moonlight as it raised its head to look towards Luo family village. The wolves behind it were quiet, their green eyes resembling a sprinkle of stars, all fixated on the earthen house of Luo, he that was lit. Luo Jin tightened his grip on the hatchet, the wood grain of the handle pressing painfully into his palm. He then realized that the wolf pack had not left at all. They were squatting on the ridge, keeping watch, neither too close nor too far. Is this a form of protection? Luo Jin swallowed hard, the smoking pipe slipping from his mouth and falling to the ground. Having lived for over 50 years hunting wolves with his father since childhood, he had never seen such a scene. Wolves are known for their vengeance, never gratitude. Why have they changed their nature today? The old white wolf on the ridge seemed to sense something, suddenly turning its head, its green eyes fixed intently on the back window of the ancestral hall. Luo Jin's heart dropped, and he quickly recoiled, pressing his back against the earthen wall, his heart pounding like a drum. After a long while, there was still no movement outside. He cautiously leaned towards the window again. The wolf pack was still there, but the old white wolf had turned its head back, continuing to gaze at the village. Its posture resembled that of an old man guarding something precious. Luo Jin fumbled for his tobacco pouch, his hands shaking as he struggled to roll a cigarette. He recalled Deshawn saying earlier that the wound on the deer's neck was a clean bite, something only a wolf king could possess. Could the old white wolf be the wolf king? It brought its hunted deer and even kept the pack on the mountain. This is strange. Truly strange. Luo Jin spat on the ground, but quietly rested the hatchet in the corner. He suddenly felt that this wolf pack might not harm anyone. They squatted on the ridge, perhaps not waiting to ambush, but rather to see if the child inside the house could safely endure the first night. The oil lamp sputtered, bursting into a small flame, illuminating the wood tablet marked with Luo family ancestors. Luo Jin bowed to the tablet, his voice low. Ancestors, this matter. It's up to you to decide. If this child, Yinzhou, truly has a bond with the wolves, then bless him to navigate through life smoothly. He squatted at the entrance of the ancestral hall, gazing at the flickering green light on the ridge until dawn broke, when he saw the wolf pack retreating into the mountains like a tide. The old white wolf was the last to leave, turning back to glance at the village one last time, a look that, though unclear in the morning mist, would remain in Luo Jin's memory for a lifetime. When Luo brought the child to the ancestral hall to acknowledge their ancestors, he found his father squatting at the door, staring blankly towards the mountains, a pile of ash at his feet. Father, why have you been sitting here all night? Luo brought the swaddled infant closer. Look, Yinzhou just pooped, it smells terrible. Luo Jin didn't respond, pointing towards the ridge. Easy, do you think? Wolves can remember kindness. Luo paused, scratching his head, laughing. Father, are you confused from lack of sleep? Wolves remember kindness. More likely they remember grudges. Luo Jin said nothing further, only gazing towards the mountains, his eyes holding an indescribable depth. Luo Jin held a bowl of deer meat soup, squatting at the door of the ancestral hall, lifting it towards the direction of the 10,000 great mountains before gently sprinkling some on the ground. The past 10 days in Luo family village have felt like stagnant water, with the sun so scorching it could fry a person. Among the villagers, only the Luo family's kitchen was lively, with the aroma of deer meat wafting down the street, causing the children to circle around the courtyard wall, repeatedly chased away by their mothers wielding brooms. Luo swung his hoe till the ground, sweat dripping from his chin onto the cracked soil, disappearing with a sizzling sound and leaving no moisture behind. He straightened his back, patted his sore back. His coarse cloth jacket had long been soaked with sweat, sticking to his body. Father, why do you keep looking towards the mountains? This deer meat will run out in a couple of days. Once we harvest the wheat, I'll go up the mountain and catch a few rabbits. Luo Jin didn't respond, the sparks in the smoking pipe flickering, illuminating his wrinkled brow. He always felt uneasy. That green light on the mountain ridge seemed to have taken root, flashing before his eyes every day. Just as he was pondering, he saw Erjuzi from the east side of the village running towards them like a madman, his pant legs rolled up to his knees, exposing his muddy calves, one of his grass sandals lost. Wolves. The wolves are back. Erjuzi shouted hoarsely, jumping high from a distance. This time, they're a real menace. They're blocking the entrance to Luo's house, dark as a cloud. With a clatter, Luo dropped the hoe onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Luo Jin also lost grip of his pipe, which rolled into the ditch, scattering the tobacco everywhere. The father and son exchanged a glance, leaving everything behind and sprinting home. Luo ran so fast that he tripped over the ridge, bracing himself on the ground, scraping a large patch of skin, but didn't care about the pain. The workers in the fields panicked too, shouldering their hoes and shovels, rushing behind their footsteps, shaking the ground. Someone shouted while running, "Grab your weapons. Quick, grab your weapons." Another person murmured, "Last time they brought deer, this time they're not here to collect debts, right?" From afar they could hear the wolves howling, not the kind that threatened to bite, but more like humming a little tune. Luo's heart raced. Chun Tao was still home with the baby. He ran even faster, his pants snagged on thorns by the roadside, tearing a large hole and cutting several streaks of blood on his exposed calves. Upon reaching the gate, Luo's legs gave way, nearly causing him to kneel. Outside the courtyard, a dark circle of wolves surrounded, their green eyes visible under the sun, glimmering like they were filled with ghostly fire capable of stealing a person's soul. Several villagers climbed high trees with bows and arrows drawn at the wolf pack, none daring to shoot first. After all, they hadn't forgotten the last incident with the deer. The wolves arrived suspiciously, and if provoked, the whole village would be doomed. "Everyone stay still," Luo Jin yelled, his voice cracking. He mixed into the crowd, fixating on the foremost wolf. A large white one, the scar on its neck gleaming in the sunlight, appearing even sturdier than the last time they met, standing there like a calf, its tail swaying gently. At this tense moment, the old white wolf moved. It carried something in its mouth, lazily making its way toward the courtyard gate, and the pack behind it parted to make a clear path, as if they had been trained. The howling stopped, leaving only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the villagers' heavy breathing. "It's a goat," the old man Luo San whispered, nearly dropping the manure fork from his hands. Indeed, the old white wolf was dragging a plump goat, its white fur slick and shiny, looking freshly dead, its 4 legs still stiff. Luo's heart eased a little. Were they not here for revenge? But what were they doing here? Watching a show. The old white wolf brought the goat to the courtyard gate, nudging it with its nose, just like last time with the deer. But this time it didn't leave. Instead, it raised its front paw and began scratching the wooden door. The sound calm and measured, almost like it was knocking, like a polite guest bringing a gift and knowing to knock. Luo Jin leaned over to a few old hunters and whispered, "Old Zhang, you've hunted all your life. Have you ever seen this kind of situation?" Old Zhang spitted, the pipe clattering against his shoe. "This is bizarre. Too bizarre. When do wolves bring gifts and wait? Last time they brought deer, this time they brought a goat. What do they want? Do they think our village's well water is sweet? I see their eyes. They're all peeking into the courtyard." Luo Laosi interjected, his voice trembling, nearly cutting himself with the hatchet in his hands. Could it be? Could it be that they've taken a liking to Luo's child? As soon as he finished, a baby's cry suddenly pierced through the courtyard, filled with a sense of grievance resonating powerfully. Luo, he grew anxious upon hearing it. That was Yin Zhou. He must have been frightened by the wolf howls. Ignoring everything, he grabbed a hoe that someone had dropped and rushed to the door. "Chun Tao. Yin Zhou, don't be afraid, I'm back." When the wolf pack saw him approach, surprisingly they didn't pounce, but instead slowly retreated, clearing a path just wide enough for him to pass, as if forming an escort. Luo's heart raced, but his feet didn't stop. The closer he got to the old white wolf, the more apprehensive he felt. It was half a head taller than him, its fangs glimmering coldly, but its green eyes looked at him without any hostility, as if saying, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." The old white wolf shifted slightly, tucking its tail behind, as if making room for him. Luo, he dared not delay, pushing open the wooden door with a creak to see Wang Shi standing in the courtyard with a kitchen knife, her hair standing on end like a frizzed-up hen, her face flushed red, and upon seeing him enter, her voice became hoarse. "He. You've finally returned. These wolves have become intelligent. They're blocking the door and peeking through the windows." As soon as the door opened, the wolf pack rushed in, filling the small courtyard to the brim, without causing chaos. All staring intently inside, their gazes made Wang Shi's palms sweat, and her knife began to tremble. Chun Tao was inside, coaxing Luo Yin Zhou, and upon hearing the door sound, she thought Luo he had driven away the wolves and was about to step outside with the baby, murmuring, "Yin Zhou, be good, we're not afraid, your father is back." But as soon as she crossed the threshold, she was met with dozens of pairs of green eyes, causing her legs to weaken, nearly dropping the baby. Luo, he was quick to catch her, lowering his voice. "Don't move, they mean no harm, really." Chun Tao couldn't believe it, her lips quivering, tears almost falling. They are wolves. What good intentions could wolves possibly have? Just as she spoke, the old white wolf moved. It stepped forward, slowly approaching the baby in Chun Tao's arms, its claws pressing down on the muddy ground without making a sound. Luo, he instinctively wanted to protect Chun Tao, but he saw Luo Jin at the door, frantically waving his hands, mouthing silently, "Don't make a move." "What are you looking at?" Luo, he stood frozen, sweat pooling in his palms, gripping Chun Tao's arm tightly, nearly leaving marks. The old white wolf stopped in front of Chun Tao. At that moment, Luo Yinzhou suddenly stopped crying, his little head tilted, his round eyes fixed curiously on the old white wolf, reaching out his chubby hand towards the wolf's head as if wanting to grab a toy. "Yinzhou!" Chun Tao screamed in fright, nearly fainting. But the next scene left everyone in the courtyard breathless. The old white wolf surprisingly lowered its head, nudging Luo Yinzhou's small hand gently. The rough wolf fur brushed against the baby's tender palm, and Luo Yinzhou actually started giggling, pulling at the wolf's fur as if it were cotton. The old white wolf glanced at Chun Tao, its green eyes surprisingly devoid of ferocity. Then it stepped back a bit, snorting towards the back. Following that, the wolves behind it approached one by one, mimicking the old white wolf, nudging their heads close to Luo Yinzhou's hand, inviting him to touch. Some wolves had long fur resembling mops, while others had short fur rough to the touch. Luo Yinzhou was delighted, kicking his little legs, babbling away, not knowing what he was saying. Chun Tao and Luo, he felt as if they were under a spell, not daring to breathe, watching as dozens of wolves took turns greeting their child. The kitchen knife that Wang Shi had been holding had long drooped down the blade, facing her own feet, mumbling, "What a sin! What kind of world is this?" Wolves recognizing a child. The last wolf finished and retreated, its tail tucked between its legs. The old white wolf raised its head and howled as if giving an order. The wolf pack immediately lined up and walked towards the gate. The Luo family members at the door quickly stepped aside, watching the wolf pack stream out, marching powerfully towards the mountains, disappearing in no time, leaving behind only the scent of wolves. The courtyard was so quiet one could hear their heartbeats thudding like drums. Only then did Luo he realize his back was completely soaked, sticking to him and feeling chilly. Chun Tao's legs gave way, sitting on the ground, holding Luo Yinzhou, tears dripping onto the baby's face, scaring him into crying again. What on earth is happening? Chun Tao asked, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Luo Jin walked and picked up the goat from the ground, weighing it, saying it was about 50 to 60 pounds, sighing, "These wolves must really have taken a liking to our Yinzhou." Taken a liking? Luo, he frowned, raising his voice. "They are wolves, not dogs, father. When have wolves ever taken a liking to humans and not let go? What will Yinzhou do if word gets out?" "But they didn't harm anyone and even brought food." Luo Jin pointed at the baby in Chun Tao's arms. "Look at Yinzhou laughing at the wolves. If it were any other child, they would have fainted in fear already." This matter is hard to explain. Wang Shi threw the kitchen knife on the ground with a clatter, slapping her thigh and crying, "What will we do from now on? Will there be wolves coming to our home every day? What will the villagers think? Will they say we feed the wolves with our child in exchange for meat?" "Annie, don't think too much." Zhuzi suddenly spoke up from the crowd, scratching his head and grinning. "I see this as a good thing. Think about it, with a pack of wolves protecting our village, that's fantastic." Wang Shi glared at him. "What's so good about it? Wolves are wicked by nature. It's only a matter of time before they cause trouble." "No, Auntie," Zhuzi hastily retorted, his face turning red. "In previous years, as autumn and winter approached, wild boars and bears would invade, ruining the crops and even injuring people. If the wolf pack is on the mountain, those wild beasts wouldn't dare come down. This is the wolves' territory." As soon as he said this, the people in the courtyard fell silent. Old Zhang stroked his beard, pondering thoughtfully. "Zhuzi makes a good point. Wolves are the kings of the mountain. With them around, other wild beasts truly wouldn't dare to act recklessly." "Indeed." Luo Lao Si chimed in. "Last time with the deer, and this time with the goat, hasn't it always been good stuff? They're bringing food for Yinzhou." Luo, he frowned and remained silent, while Chun Tao stopped crying, staring blankly at the baby. Luo Jin squatted down, looking at the goat on the ground, then glancing towards the mountains, suddenly smiling. "If that's the case, our Luo family village is blessed. With the wolves watching over our village, by autumn and winter, there won't be many wild beasts coming down anymore." He stood up, patting Luo He's shoulder. "Don't worry, since this happened to Yinzhou, it's fate. Wolves hold grudges, but they also repay kindness. Perhaps it's our Luo family's ancestors who did good deeds leading to this miraculous event." Just then, voices of villagers discussing came from outside the courtyard, buzzing like bees. "I see that Wolf truly has a bond with Luo He's child. From now on, we shouldn't provoke the Luo family. They have a pack of wolves as their backing. Will it be safer to go up the mountain to gather firewood from now on?" Luo He listened to these words, feeling a mix of emotions. He looked down at Yinzhou in Chun Tao's arms, the little one not knowing when it stopped crying, his bright eyes gazing towards the mountains. Luo Jin picked up the pipe from the ground, wiped it on his clothes, refilled it with tobacco, lit it, took a deep puff, and the smoke rings slowly dispersed, hiding the smile in his eyes. "All right, everyone disperse. Get back to work. Later I'll have He share some of the goat meat so everyone can have a taste." The villagers laughed and chatted as they left, still discussing the peculiar incident. Luo, he squatted down, looking at the baby in Chun Tao's arms, suddenly smiling. "You little thing, how did you catch the wolves' attention?" Chun Tao pressed her lips together, gently stroking the baby's little hand, which still had some wolf fur on it, her heart suddenly feeling less afraid. The sun at the courtyard gate slowly tilted westward, casting long shadows of the three of them. Luo Jin gazed towards the mountains, spinning the pipe in his hand, pondering, from now on our Luo family is likely to rise to greatness. Ever since the wolf pack acknowledged Luo Yinzhou as kin, life in Luo family village seemed to have turned a page, completely transforming. The first change was seen in Luo He's courtyard. Every few days at dawn, a sound of scratching would be heard outside the courtyard, akin to someone scratching wood with their nails, calm and punctual. At first, every time Luo He opened the door, he gripped a firewood knife, his palms sweating. Upon opening the door, not only was there a plump wild rabbit hanging on the doorstep, its fur shiny and smooth with a neat bite mark on its neck, evidently freshly killed. Sometimes there were even more astonishing things, like several bunches of vividly purple wild grapes covered in dew, each one plump and looking sweet. Wang Shi, seeing this for the first time, dropped the fire stick in her hands with a clang, covering her heart and muttering, "Oh heavens, what is this for?" But after seeing this happen every day, she gradually got used to it. In the mornings, upon hearing the scratching at the door, she would shuffle in her cloth shoes to go outside, picking up the items to bring to the kitchen, chatting as if it were a casual conversation. "All right, Yinzhou's wolf uncle has brought vegetables again. These grapes look good. I'll peel them for Chun Tao to nourish her health." Initially, Chun Tao was also afraid, hiding with Yinzhou in the house and not daring to come out. But later, seeing that the wolves never lingered in the courtyard, dropping off their goods and leaving, occasionally encountering them, they would only look at the baby in her arms from a distance, their gazes gentle like that of an old house dog, she gradually felt reassured. Sometimes she would even shout to the empty courtyard, "Thank you," causing Luo He to laugh. What are you being polite to the wolves for? Can they understand? The village children were the most curious, rushing to the Luo family's courtyard wall every day after school, peeking through the cracks in the wall as if watching a circus. Did you see? That black wolf came again yesterday. I saw a wild chicken on the doorstep. The feathers were so shiny. When can I touch one? One time, Erjuzi's son Gosheng mustered up his courage to slip in while Luo.He was pouring out the wastewater. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, still unsteady on his feet, he saw a half-grown wolf cub sitting by the woodpile in the corner of the courtyard, about the size of a local dog, tilting its head in the sun with a piece of unfinished wild boar meat in its mouth, greasy. Gosheng was so scared he cried out, dropping to the ground, his tears and snot covering his face. The wolf cub was startled by him too, dropping the meat from its mouth, blinking its round eyes at him, then hesitated before picking the meat back up, wagging its tail and approaching him gently, nudging his pant leg with its head, pushing the meat towards him as if trying to please him. Gosheng, still crying, forgot about it when he saw the wolf cub offering him the meat, blinking his tearful eyes at the meat, then at the wolf cub. At that moment, Luo.He entered, startled by the scene, about to shout, but he saw the wolf cub wagging its stiff tail at him and then turning back to nudge Gosheng's hand. You little thing, you know how to treat guests. Luo.He was both angry and amused, walking over to pull Gosheng up. What are you standing there for? The wolf cub is offering you meat. Only then did Gosheng come to his senses, trembling as he accepted the meat, and the wolf cub, seeing him take it, smiled with its mouth open, turned, and leaped onto the wall, disappearing in a few bounds. This event spread throughout Luo family village that day, more lively than a performance on stage. Is it true? Wolves can deliver meat to children. Gosheng's mother saw it with her own eyes, saying that wolf cub was like a house dog, well behaved. I told you, these wolves truly treat the Luo family as their own. They even protect the village children. Old Zhang squatted under the big locust tree, puffing on his pipe while chatting with a group of old men. This matter is bizarre, but it's truly a good thing. You see, the Luo family now has meat every meal. That Yin Zhou is growing up strong like a little tiger. Sure is, the nearby Luo old man replied. The other day, I went up the mountain to gather firewood and wandered a bit too far. I saw a few wolves wandering in the woods, and when they saw me, they didn't pounce, just glanced at me and turned away. In the past, they would have chased me down. The moment those words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, ever since the wolf pack formed this bond with the Luo family, those venturing into the mountains have felt much safer, and there haven't been any wild boars coming down to ruin the crops. Even the nighttime barking of dogs has decreased. Who would dare to come with the wolves on the mountains watching over? Luo Yan's little feet were swinging happily at the edge of the Kong when he suddenly felt an itch at his elbow. Rubbing against the coarse cloth of his jacket made it itch even more. He looked down, rolled up his sleeve, and was astonished to find a white mark resembling an icy shard frozen on the windowsill during the 12th month, delicately embedded in his tender skin. It felt cool to the touch, but also radiated an inexplicable warmth. What is this strange thing? He murmured in a childish voice, his eyes widening in surprise. Just then a buzzing sound filled his mind, as if a swarm of bees had flown in. The old clock's pendulum swung with a tick-tock, a cane clacked against the cement floor, and an old dog panted beside him, its fur rough, like sandpaper, rubbing against his pants. Ye Ming. Xiaohuang. He mumbled unconsciously, his small hand already reaching for the white mark, gently scratching it with his fingernail. It didn't hurt, but it felt like a hair was crawling beneath his skin, causing an anxious itch. Suddenly, that white mark glowed brightly, thin as a silver thread, making his head spin. Luo Yinzhou quickly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the Kong mat beneath him was gone, replaced by soft black soil that could be squeezed to release dark liquid, the smell drilling into his nose. Ouch! He stumbled, nearly sitting down, his hands bracing against the ground, his palms covered in damp mud. Looking up, he was shocked to see that the surroundings were desolate, not a single blade of grass in sight. A few miles away stood a white wall, towering so high it was impossible to see the top, so wide it seemed to stretch endlessly, as if the heavens had built a barrier, with fluffy clouds enclosing this space tightly. Is anyone there? He shouted, his voice echoing across the empty ground without even a whisper of a reply. Looking down again, he realized he was still wearing his sleeping jacket, his arms and legs cold with goosebumps, while that white mark felt hot, like he was clutching a warm sweet potato, numbing his skin. This is strange. He frowned, pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. His short legs moved methodically, resembling a thoughtful old shopkeeper. Memories surged in his mind, Ye Ming sitting on the balcony basking in the sun, squinting his eyes, while petting Xiao Huang's head, saying, "Old buddy, we're almost there." Xiao Chun squatting on the ground, grooming the dog, the comb scraping through the fur with a swish, saying, "Master, Ye'll push you in the wheelchair for next week's health check." And the rain pounding against the window that night, making his chest feel heavy like a damp cotton ball, while Xiao Huang nudged his hand with a cool nose. So lonely. He sighed, the weight of his breath heavier than that of the village's old scholar. In his past life, there was only an old dog by his side, and later, even that dog was gone, leaving the room, so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat. This life was so good. His father Luo, he had given him the biggest piece of meat from the stew, and his mother Chun Tao always said, "Yinzhou, eat more to grow taller," when she stuffed steamed buns into his bowl. His grandparents spoiled him like a treasure. But why? Did he still feel empty inside, like this black soil devoid of anything? He took a few steps forward. The black soil made a squelch sound underfoot, soft and not sinking. Not far ahead, he saw a river, the water clear as a mirror, silent, without a single ripple, reflecting his shadow clearly. Round face with a little braid that couldn't be tied tight, but the serenity in his eyes resembled a stone that had been submerged for 10 years, aged and wise. This wall. He looked up at the white wall, and suddenly remembered the old building he lived in during his past life, with peeling walls full of pits, while the climbing ivy seemed to thrive, turning red in autumn like it could catch fire. But this white wall was smooth and bare, not a single crack in sight, making it feel unsettling. He tried to run towards the white wall, his short legs moving quickly, black soil splattering on his pants. After running for a while, the wall still appeared so far away, as if it hadn't moved at all. Luo Yinzhou stopped panting when a thought suddenly popped into his mind. It would be great if he could just reach the base of the wall. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he felt his feet lighten, and when he steadied himself, his nose was almost touching the white wall. The wall felt icy cool to the touch, smooth like jade, and when he looked up, he could see no top, only a vast expanse of white that made his eyes soar. "Hey!" He was startled and stepped back half a pace, then burst into laughter, clapping his little hands. "Can it be played like this?" Just as he was marveling, his mind suddenly filled with an image. A perfectly square space, like a freshly cut block of tofu, with a lake in the middle, blue and serene, while a river like a silver ribbon divided the land into two halves, the east side black soil, the west side resembling a grass field. At the northern edge of the wall, a few square-headed objects stood, looking remarkably like. Luo Yan's heart stirred. He wanted to go over and take a look at those things. Before he knew it, he blinked, and when he opened his eyes, he was standing right in front of those objects. A wall made of blue bricks, a glass door, and above the door a white sign with words he recognized, "Supermarket." There was also a warehouse beside it. Supermarket. His eyes widened in surprise. There was a place like this at the entrance of the neighborhood he lived in during his past life, where Xiao Chun would often bring him milk. He reached out to push the door, but with a loud bang, the door didn't budge, seeming welded shut. He pushed harder, his little face turning red, but the door remained unyielding, leaving him panting from exertion. "Tch, it's locked." He pouted, circling around the supermarket, but the windows were all covered with white film, obscuring his view. Unable to see anything, Luo Yinzhou walked into the warehouse. It didn't look big, but inside it was quite spacious, a compressed space that seemed to stretch endlessly, and it was a little cold. Just as he pondered what this supermarket might hold, the white mark on his arm suddenly felt hot, 10 times hotter than before, as if a fire was burning. Ouch! He quickly covered his arm, looking down to see that the white mark was gradually widening, as if someone was painting over it with white ink, becoming thicker. Just as he was about to shout, a blinding white light flashed before his eyes, and the world spun around him. "Yinzhou, why are you squatting on the ground?" Wang's voice came from above, tinged with a hint of panic. Luo Yinzhou snapped back to reality, finding himself squatting in the muddy ground in front of the Kong, his jacket covered in a layer of dust. The white mark on his arm had disappeared, as if everything that had just happened was merely a figment of his imagination. "Grandma." He looked up, his mind still a bit hazy. Wang quickly placed the oil lamp on the Kong table, squatting down to touch his arms and legs. "This child, why are you sleeping on the ground? It's so cold. Did you have a nightmare?" The yellow glow of the oil lamp illuminated the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, while some gray ash from the fire stuck to her hair. "No." Luo Yinzhou shook his head as Wang picked him up. Her arms still carried the warmth of the kitchen, comforting and warm. "Really nothing." Wang pressed her forehead against his, her rough hand brushing against his cheek. "You don't have a fever, do you? I heard noises coming from your room earlier. When I came in, I saw you squatting on the ground, mumbling something about a supermarket. What is that?" Luo Yan's heart skipped a beat. Did he really say something just now? His eyes darted around, and his little hand grabbed Wang's collar and shook it. "Grandma, a supermarket is a place where you can buy candy." Wang chuckled at his response, pinching his cheeks. "You little glutton, always thinking about candy. Yesterday your dad brought back some malt sugar from the town. Do you want a piece?" "Yes." Luo Yinzhou nodded eagerly, but his eyes darted towards the window. The moonlight illuminated the pile of firewood in the yard, casting shadows like a black mountain, while the crickets at the wall chirped, everything just as it always was. But the spot on his elbow still had a lingering warmth, just like it had been real. "Grandma," he suddenly spoke, pointing at the earthen wall outside the window. "Why is our wall yellow?" Wang followed his finger and replied with a smile, silly boy, whose wall in our village isn't yellow. It's made from yellow earth mixed with wheat straw, solid and durable. The white walls are only for the officials in the city, painted with lime, dazzling bright. How could we farmers afford that? Luo Yanzhou said, nothing, resting his little head on Wang's shoulder. He recalled the black soil from earlier, the tranquil river, and the locked supermarket. It wasn't a dream, just as he clearly remembered Ye Ming slowly walking with a cane in the neighborhood, and Xiao Huang nudging his hand with a nose before he died. Grandma, I want to sleep by myself, he suddenly declared. Wang was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Oh, just a moment ago you were clinging to my neck saying you were afraid of the dark, and now you want to sleep alone. She placed Luo Yanzhou on the small Kong in the inner room, covering him with a thin blanket. Sleep well. Tomorrow your dad will take you to the river bend to catch fish. I hear there are big Crucian carp hiding there. The oil lamp was extinguished, leaving only the moonlight in the room seeping in through the window gaps and casting crooked grids on the ground. Luo Yanzhou lay with his eyes open, his little hand touching his elbow where the skin was smooth, devoid of anything. But his heart felt bright. Just now, in that space encircled by the white wall, he had tried to think, go to the riverbank. And his feet had truly moved. He thought, what does that place look like? And his mind painted a scene. Isn't this the Golden Finger? In his past life, the protagonists he read about on his phone all had this. He couldn't help but grin, rolling over in the blanket. Can the black soil grow crops? Can the river raise fish? Is there really wheat buns, braised meat, and the kind of milk Xiao Chen always bought for him hidden in the supermarket? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He propped himself up on his little arms, gazing out at the moon outside the window. Ye Ming had lived such a dull life, confined to an empty room, waiting for days to pass. In this life, he had parents and grandparents who cherished him, and now there was this peculiar place. I need to gather some strength, he murmured softly, clenching his little fist. First, I need to figure out how to open that supermarket door. The crickets outside chirped even more joyfully, as if responding to his words. The moonlight in the second half of the night flowed like water, seeping in through the window gaps, illuminating the Kong mat, until it turned pale. Even the patterns woven into the mat were clearly visible. Luo Yanzhou perked up his ears and listened for a long time, hearing his grandfather Luo Zhen's snoring, hoo, like the old bellows in the kitchen being pulled to the end so loud it could shake the dust from the beams. His parents' room was even quieter, not even the sounds of his mother Chun Tao getting up at night could be heard. This was the time when people in the village slept the most soundly, not even the dogs were bothered to bark. He crouched up, his little arms and legs sneaking towards the edge of the Kong like a thief. He felt around and grabbed the rag doll he had played with during the day, a little rabbit, made from leftover scraps of cloth that his mother had sewn together with red ears and a green body, its stitches crooked and messy. It was ugly but soft, still carrying his own scent. He'll use you as a test, Luo Yanzhou muttered to the doll, gripping the rabbit tightly, his knuckles turning white. He stared at the drooping rabbit ears, silently thinking, go and quickly go in. There was no movement in his hand. The doll remained nestled in his palm, its ears tickling his palm. Hey, why aren't you listening? He frowned, raising the doll to his eyes, his pupils darting around. Earlier, when he was in that space surrounded by the white wall, he could really move to the riverbank just by thinking about it. Could it be that he needed a different spell to collect things? He thought hard at the doll again. Stay in that black soil. The doll remained as it was, not even moving a thread. Luo Yanzhou was getting a bit anxious, gripping tighter, twisting the doll's ears into a mess. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Earlier in that space, the white mark on his arm had felt hot. Could it be that he needed to touch that spot? But now his arm was smooth with nothing there. He quickly touched his elbow again, bringing the doll closer to that spot. His little face flushed red as he shouted in his heart, go in. Just next to that supermarket. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand. Luo Yanzhou exclaimed, opening his hand to look. Empty. The ugly rabbit had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind, only a soft sensation remaining in his palm. It worked. He nearly jumped up, quickly covering his mouth with his small hand, his eyes shining like a wolf cub in the night, turning in circles on the Kong, his short legs bouncing excitedly, making the mat rustle, startling a little mouse above to scurry away. He needed to try again. He spotted a little clay dog sitting in the corner of the Kong, made by his dad Luo, while taking a break from basket weaving, with a crooked neck and slanted eyes exuding a certain charm. He crawled over, grabbing it in his hand, feeling its coolness, silently thinking, go in. His hand felt empty again. Huh. He covered his mouth, stifling laughter, his shoulders shaking, nearly collapsing the Kong from laughter. So it turns out he needed to hold it first and concentrate to make it work. He gazed at his empty palm, already picturing the shape of that space in his mind. Was there a crooked-necked dog squatting at the entrance of the supermarket? Would the ugly rabbit on the black soil be blown away by the wind? He reached for the buckwheat pillow next to him, filled with freshly harvested buckwheat husks, just the right size to fit in his hand. Go in. As soon as he thought it, the pillow whooshed away, leaving only the sensation of the husks pressing against his palm tickling. Now he was completely convinced. Luo Yinzhou sat cross-legged on the Kong, resting his chin on his hand, pondering like a little adult. Thinking bigger. During the autumn harvest, when grains piled up like mountains in the yard, could he collect them into the space and free up half a room? In winter, if the cabbage in the cellar was afraid of freezing, would it be safe if he collected it? You have to know, in these times, what everyone feared most was a lack of food. In spring, when the crops were scarce, which family in the village wasn't tightening their belts? Last winter, Luo Ming's family in the west starved for half a month because all their stored food froze. The eastern side of his space was black soil, looking fertile and rich. Could he grow crops? The western side was a grass field, lush and green. Could it sustain life? He must try it out in a few days. The more he thought about it, the more hopeful he became, his mouth stretching into a grin, and then he noticed a coarse ceramic bowl on the table, still containing a little half bowl of rice soup that hadn't been finished, with a thin layer of rice skin. He crawled over his little hand, just brushing the edge of the bowl, feeling a chill, and quickly thought, go in. The bowl vanished with a whoosh. He hurriedly looked down. The ground was clean, not a single drop of rice soup spilled, indicating that he could even bring the contents inside. Just as he was enjoying his success, he heard his grandfather turning over in the other room, followed by a muffled, "What was that sound?" Then came his grandmother's murmuring, "Old man, go back to sleep. It's probably just the rats fighting." Luo Yinzhou was startled and quickly lay back down, pulling the blanket over his head, his heart pounding like a drum, nearly leaping out of his throat. After a while, the snoring from the other room resumed, and he cautiously lifted the corner of the blanket, revealing two bright eyes sparkling like a night cat. He couldn't play anymore. If he kept messing around, he would definitely be discovered. He silently thought, take that doll out. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his palm as the soft doll returned, still slightly damp, as if it had just been pulled from that black soil, carrying a hint of earthy smell. Bring out the clay dog, too. His palms stiffened, and the crooked-necked dog pressed painfully against his flesh. He hurriedly put both items back in their places, then thought about bringing out the pillow and bowl. As soon as he concentrated on it, he felt his elbow heat up, the same feeling he had when that white mark was hot earlier, causing anxiety. The pillow thumped onto the Kong, and the coarse ceramic bowl clattered against the table corner, sounding like a gong in the still night. Yinzhou, what happened? His mother Chun Tao's voice came from the next room, sounding a bit hoarse from just waking up, mixed with concern. No, it's nothing, Mom. Luo Yinzhou quickly replied, hastily pushing the bowl towards the table. Tu kicked something while dreaming. I think I knocked over the bowl. Oh, cover yourself, well, don't get cold. Chun Tao's voice lowered again, likely still not fully awake, as she turned over and went back to sleep. Luo Yinzhou patted his chest, breaking out in a thin layer of sweat on his back, not daring to move again. He lay back in the blanket, feeling the doll he had lost, and found again, his mouth involuntarily curling into a smile. This space could not only collect things, but also bring them out. It was simply a portable little warehouse. He just didn't know if he could collect living things. For example, the old hen in the yard that laid the most eggs. If he collected it and kept it in the grass field in the west, would he no longer have to chase after it to feed it every day? Perhaps he could even have it lay more eggs. The more he thought, the more energized he felt, his eyes sparkling in the dark like they contained two shining stars. In Ye Ming's lifetime, he lacked everything. Eating pickled vegetables at every meal, even a piece of meat, had to be awaited for New Year's. In this life, he had parents and grandparents who cared for him, and now there was this strange place. From now on, his family would no longer have to worry about food. In winter, there would be fresh vegetables, and in years of disaster, there would be stored grain. Oh, life would surely be prosperous and flourishing. I must keep it hidden. I can't let anyone know, he whispered to himself, hugging the doll tightly. From ancient times to the present, those who possessed rare treasures were bound to face dire consequences. This secret must remain buried deep, not even revealing it to his parents. The moonlight outside gradually shifted, shining on his face, reflecting a determination not fitting for a 3-year-old. Luo Yinzhou yawned, his eyelids growing heavy. His last thought before falling asleep was tomorrow, while no one is around, he would try to collect a few stalks of rice from the grains his father had spread out in the yard. There were plenty of them, and no one would notice if he took a few. The blanket was warm, carrying a hint of sunlight scent. He rubbed against the pillow and quickly fell into a gentle slumber, dreaming of the black soil in that space piled high with golden corn like a small mountain, while a flock of plump little chicks were running around, clucking and laying eggs. As dawn broke, the eastern mountain peak revealed a hint of fish belly white, and Luo Yinzhou sprang up from the bed like a coiled spring. At just 3 years old, his legs were as thin as bean sprouts, barely taller than the edge of the bed, yet he was determined to climb up, only to fall to the ground with a thud. While other children would have burst into tears, he on the contrary rolled over and got back up, staggering toward the door with his small arms and legs moving rapidly. Slow down. The ground is cold. Chun Tao, having just tied her collar, rushed out, her heart racing at the sight of her son. What if you bump your head? Luo Yinzhou paid no heed to her, his small hands fidgeting with the door latch as he hummed cheerfully. Ever since he discovered a space in his mind that could hold things, he had been restless, especially thinking about the river inside. Having stolen a sip last time, he felt as if he was bathing in hot soup, with energy coursing through his bones. You little rascal, Luo, he said, rubbing his eyes as he emerged from the inner room. Seeing his son tiptoe to reach the door latch, he shook his head with a smile. It's barely dawn, and the wolf pack hasn't stirred yet. Luo Yinzhou ignored him, his small hands tugging at the latch with increasing urgency, his little face flushed. Luo, he had no choice but to bend down and scoop him up, opening the door with a sigh. All right, let's get you some fresh air, but don't go into the chicken coop. You just got your clothes dirty from the chicken droppings yesterday. Stepping outside, a chilly breeze mixed with the scent of straw rushed over, and Luo Yinzhou immediately perked up, pointing excitedly towards the corner of the yard where the chicken coop was. Inside the fenced area, 7 or 8 chickens were scratching at the ground, clucking merrily, while 2 speckled chickens were competing for food. Are you thinking about the chickens again? Luo, he carried him toward the chicken coop, saying, did you have a grudge against these chickens in your past life? Luo Yinzhou stretched out his chubby little hand, pointing at the fattest hen in the coop, mimicking the sound of a chicken with a cluck cluck. What do you want to do with the chicken? Luo, he raised an eyebrow. You want your mother to make chicken soup? Luo Yinzhou patted his arm, kicking his little feet in excitement, while responding with a series of sounds. Luo, he overwhelmed by his energy, opened the chicken coop door and placed him inside, saying, play for a bit, I need to feed that wild boar piglet. Don't pull the chicken feathers. He then headed toward the pig pen with a bundle of pig feed. Inside the pig pen was a little wild boar that had been brought by the wolf pack some time ago, now well-fed and shiny. As soon as Luo Yinzhou entered the chicken coop, the chickens erupted into a frenzy. This child always carried a hint of wolfish scent. The chickens sensed it and flapped their wings in panic, scattering in all directions. The chased hen had nowhere to run, squawking in alarm as it darted towards the corner of the fence. Suddenly, Luo Yinzhou froze, his bright little eyes fixated on the hen, silently urging it go. In an instant, the flapping hen vanished. Luo Yinzhou thought to himself, enter the space, and with a flash he found himself standing by the river. The hen was spinning by the riverbank, initially looking around, but when it spotted the water, it suddenly rushed forward with a frantic cluck, moving faster than when chased by a weasel. A thought stirred in Luo Yan's mind, as if he had formed an unexplainable connection with the hen. It trembled from thirst, and he surprisingly felt a tightness in his own throat. Slow down on the drinking. Luo Yinzhou ran after it with his tiny legs, but he couldn't catch up. The hen splashed into the river, stretching its neck to gulp down the water, greedily choking and shaking its head, only to dive back in, as if the water was sugar water mixed with honey. Luo Yinzhou caught up and tried to pull it away, but the hen seemed glued to the spot, refusing to budge despite his tugging on its feathers, instead pecking even more fiercely. Honestly, it's as if you've never seen water before, Luo Yinzhou huffed in frustration, releasing his grip and silently thinking, exit. With a blink, he stood back in the chicken coop, still clutching a few feathers. The hen reappeared in the coop, still in the posture of drinking, bewildered for a moment before suddenly shaking its head and clucking as if it had lost its mind. It tilted its head, looking at the water trough in the coop, then back at Luo Yinzhou, suddenly becoming agitated, pacing around the coop while clucking incessantly as if searching for something. While turning, it suddenly squatted down and scratched out an egg from under itself, using its claws to push the egg toward Luo Yinzhou, resembling a little girl eagerly presenting a treasure. As Luo Yinzhou watched the hen, he suddenly recalled what people used to say in his past life about those who were high on opium. The dazed and frantic look was identical to this hen's. He felt a jolt in his heart. Would the wolf pack also act like this after drinking the water? But then he remembered how invigorated he felt after drinking it. It must be something good. Perhaps the hen was too simple-minded to handle such a great benefit. A sudden thought struck him. He silently envisioned water flow, and the river water in the space began to rush into the chicken coop's trough. The chickens went wild in an instant, jumping into the trough and burying their heads in the water to drink. Even the shyest one dared to compete with the roosters for space. As he watched in delight, a scratching sound came from outside the yard, urgent and accompanied by a low growl. Luo Yan's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands, shouting, wolves! Wolves! Luo, he ran over from the pig pen, scooping him up. They're here. I'll open the door. As the door swung open, a dozen wolves stood in the morning light, led by the white wolf king, who resembled a pile of snow. Behind them, several wolves carried a half-grown deer, still warm with blood. Well, Luo, he laughed, this deer will last us 4 or 5 days. Thank you for your hard work. The white wolf king nodded at him, its amber eyes landing on Luo Yinzhou, gentle and obedient. Luo Yinzhou reached out his chubby little hand, stroking the white wolf king's head, which felt soft like cotton. Suddenly, he exerted some strength and surprisingly climbed onto the wolf king's back, tugging at its fur and howling like a wolf. Chun Tao watched from the door, laughing. Only you dare to act this way. If it were anyone else, the wolf pack would have torn them apart. Luo, he chuckled, the wolf pack cares for him. Luo Yinzhou patted the wolf's back, calling out, giddy up. The white wolf king seemed to understand, gently shaking its body and leading the pack out of the yard. Luo, he shouted, come back early. We're having venison stew for lunch. The wolf pack dashed into the mountains with Luo Yinzhou, the wind whooshing past his ears as he clapped his hands in joy. Before long, they arrived at the wolf pack's den, a sheltered valley with soft hay laid in the crevices of the stones. As they stopped, several wolf cubs about the size of a small dog came tumbling over, rubbing against Luo Yan's pant legs while softly whining for hugs. Bai Yin, drink some water, Luo Yinzhou said, stroking the white wolf king's neck while silently thinking, enter. With a flash of white light, the white wolf king vanished. He went on to stroke the heads of the other wolves, sending dozens of them into the space. He also entered the space where he saw the wolf pack standing by the river, their noses twitching, throats rumbling softly, their eyes fixated on the water. Though the white wolf king was also tempted, it was much calmer than the hen, merely wagging the tip of its tail slightly. Drink up, Luo Yinzhou called briskly. As soon as he finished speaking, the wolves jumped into the river, gulping down water eagerly. The white wolf king lowered its head, allowing the water to flow down the sides of its mouth, drinking quickly but elegantly, exuding a sense of calm. Luo Yinzhou squatted by the river, watching, not blinking an eye. Suddenly, he felt a buzzing in his mind, as if an invisible thread had been connected. He looked at the white wolf king, and just as the thought, it drinks so fast, crossed his mind, he noticed the white wolf king pause, lifting its head to glance at him, its amber eyes shimmering with something more than usual, as if it understood his thoughts. Bai Yin, Luo Yinzhou tried calling the wolf king's name, his voice still childlike. The white wolf king gave a low, rumbling response, wagging its tail slightly as if in agreement. Luo Yinzhou felt a jolt of surprise and turned his gaze to the thinnest gray wolf, thinking, it seems to have gained some strength. And indeed, the gray wolf shook its fur and took a few steps closer, its eyes glimmering with a friendly light. Can we really connect? Luo Yinzhou grinned, patting his own legs. Come here. As soon as he finished speaking, several wolves that had just finished drinking actually wagged their tails and gathered around him. Even the usually most alert black wolf nuzzled against his arm, tickling him. Luo Yinzhou tried to silently say, spin around, and the nearest wolf cub immediately rolled over in place, making him laugh gleefully. The white wolf king approached him, nudging his little hand with its damp nose. Luo Yinzhou instantly felt its emotions, somewhat comfortable, grateful, and a hint of protectiveness, just like the way his father looked at him. So you can all hear me. Luo Yinzhou hugged the white wolf king's neck, resting his little face against its furry back. From now on, I'll bring you here to drink water every day. The wolf pack seemed to receive this message, collectively giving low howls filled with joy. Luo Yinzhou felt warmth in his heart. Previously, he had known the wolves protected him, but now it was different. It was like having a secret. He could feel their thoughts, and they could understand his, making future actions much more convenient. As they exited the space, Luo Yinzhou rode on the white wolf king's back, heading home, thinking, hurry up, mother must be cooking meat now. The white wolf king seemed to have received the command, quickening its pace slightly with the wind whooshing past his ears as he clapped his hands in delight. He looked down at the fluffy ears of the wolf king, secretly laughing in his heart. This is great. I won't have to struggle to learn how to howl like a wolf anymore. They will understand just by thinking about it. The wolf pack displayed remarkable energy, their eyes shining like stars, their fur sleek, and even the wolf cubs jumped higher. Upon reaching the yard, the white wolf king gently crouched down, and Luo Yinzhou slid off its back, plunging into Luo He's awaiting arms. The wolf pack glanced at him before vanishing into the woods. Are they leaving already? Wang Shi stepped out with a rough ceramic bowl. I saved some rice soup for them. They've had their fill, Luo Yinzhou said in a childish tone. Had their fill? Wang Shi asked in confusion. When did they drink? I didn't see it. Luo He laughed as he lifted his son. Don't worry about it, this little one has his tricks. Quickly prepare the venison, let's do it for lunch. Okay. Wang Shi cheerfully replied, turning to get a knife. Luo Yinzhou nestled against his father's shoulder, gazing at the direction the wolf pack had vanished, squinting with a smile. Deep in the mountains, morning dew still clung to the pine needles. The white wolf king stood atop a bare mountain peak, its front paws resting on a smoothly worn blue stone. It tilted its head slightly, gazing down at the yard where smoke rose, its tail swaying gently, stirring up small clouds of dust. Ow! A nearby black wolf let out a low call, nudging its back leg with its head. The black wolf had limped after a fight with a bear, but now stood somewhat straight, its eyes filled with vitality. The white wolf king turned its head, gently nudging the injured leg with its nose. The black wolf emitted a contented rumble from its throat, its tail wagging like a flower. Having drunk from the river in the space yesterday, it woke up this morning with its old injury, feeling completely fine, moving more nimbly. The black wolf was thrilled. After all, being injured made it vulnerable to becoming bait or left behind, and now having a chance to survive was something to cherish. That's right, the white wolf king seemed to understand its meaning, a low sound rumbling from its throat. That water is a treasure. It looked again towards the Luo family's yard, its eyes brightening. Previously, it had sensed a certain warmth from that child, an indescribable feeling that made it want to deliver something to their home. Now it realized this wasn't just a bond, it was clearly a gift from heaven. Yesterday, when that water slid down its throat, it was first cool, then felt like being wrapped in a small furnace, warming it from the belly to the bones, leaving it full of energy, even easing old injuries from hunters' traps. At this moment, a joyous wolf howl erupted from the valley, mixed with the sharp cries of the cubs. The white wolf king looked down amused. Those half-grown wolf cubs, usually stumbling when they ran, could now run, quite smoothly, playing in the grass. The smallest cub even leaped onto a half-percent-high rock, something it couldn't manage before. "Look at these wolf cubs," the gray wolf beside the white wolf king chuckled. The white wolf king did not respond, but lifted its head and howled at the rising sun. Away.Woo. The sound was resonant, shaking the dew from the pine needles, carrying an indescribable sense of exhilaration and excitement. Hearing the wolf kings howl, the pack in the valley immediately joined in. Away.Woo. Each wolf howl echoed through the valley, startling the early birds into flight. A female wolf trotted over with a plump wild rabbit in its mouth, dropping it at the white wolf king's feet and wagging its tail cheerfully. "Wolf king, look at this rabbit. I caught it easily just now, 10 times smoother than before." The white wolf king lowered its head to sniff. The rabbit was still warm. It pawed at it, saying, "Take it to the Luo family." "Okay." The female wolf picked up the rabbit and turned to leave, but paused. What was that child's name again? Luo Yinzhou. Next time I'll see if he can understand us when I talk to him. There's no rush. The white wolf king shook its head. There's plenty of time. While speaking, the smallest cub dashed over, nudging the white wolf king's paw, with its head whining softly, as if to say, "I want to go deliver something too." The white wolf king chuckled at its antics, gently tapping its rear with its paw. "Go ahead, go with your mother, just don't wander off on the way." The wolf cub immediately bounced behind its mother, happily skipping down the mountain. The white wolf king watched their retreating figures, glancing at the spirited wolf pack beside it, feeling a sense of reassurance. It knew that with the water from the space and that child Luo Yinzhou, the days ahead for their wolf pack would surely improve. It raised its head and howled again, the sound filled with confidence. Away.Woo. This howl was even louder and stronger than before, as if announcing to the entire forest that their wolf pack would thrive. As dawn broke, the sun from the east had yet to rise fully, and outside the Luo family's gate the familiar clack, clack sound echoed punctually. Chun Tao had just fastened her clothes when she heard the noise and smiled, slipping on her cloth shoes and walking towards the door, the sole scraping against the bluestone with a shush-shush sound. "They've come right on time again." She pulled open the door latch, and with a creak the door swung open. In the morning light stood the white wolf king, leading 3 wolves at the entrance, with 2 plump roe deer thrown on the ground, their fur slick and still warm. "Wow, this roe deer is truly splendid." Chun Tao bent down to touch its leg. "It must weigh 50 or 60 pounds. Yinzhou's father, come out and help." Luo, he came out of the woodshed carrying a hoe still coated with dirt. Seeing the wolf pack, his face broke into a smile, and he nodded at the white wolf king. "Thank you for your hard work. Would you like to come in for a warm drink?" Chun Tao just boiled some. The white wolf king shook his head, its amber eyes gazing at the approaching Luo Yinzhou, nudging his small face with its damp nose cool to the touch. Luo Yinzhou giggled, reaching out to tug at the wolf king's fur. The white wolf king did not shy away, merely flicked its tail against the ground lightly, as if urging him on. "Are we leaving already?" Chun Tao smiled and waved her hand. "Be careful on the road." The white wolf king turned with the wolf pack and headed up the mountain with a lively gait. The black wolf, which had been limping before, now moved steadily, showing no signs of its past injury. This scene was just spotted by the old Luo, who was drawing water. He had just placed the shoulder pole by the well and was bending down to tie the water bucket rope when he looked up and saw the wolf pack dropping the rope with a thud. He stood dazed until the wolf pack disappeared into the woods, then hurried to the Luo family's gate, grabbing Luo's arm and shouting, "Showie, did you see that white wolf? Has it gotten stronger again?" Luo, he scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "Really? I didn't take a close look." "How could you not look closely?" The old Luo was anxious, slapping his thigh, causing stones at the well's edge to roll. "It looked impressive before, but now it's like a small mountain. Its fur shines so brightly, you could see your reflection. And that black wolf, wasn't it limping before? It just ran past with such agility, faster than a rabbit." These words spread like wildfire, reaching half the village in no time. Villagers gathered in small groups towards the Luo family crouching under the old locust tree by the wall chatting animatedly. Juzi crouched by the wall twirling a grass stick in his hand fixated on the direction the wolves had disappeared. Not only stronger, but look at their fur. It looks oiled slick as can be. When have we ever seen such spirited wolves? They must have become spirits. My dog Sheng was telling me just yesterday his wife holding their baby chimed in the child clutching a piece of cornbread and stuffing it into his mouth, that he saw wolf cubs jumping around like calves completely unafraid of people, even wanting to snatch the bread from his hands. Just then Luo Yinzhou ran out from the yard, holding a multi-grain bun with sesame seeds still sticking to it. Behind him was a half-grown wolf cub left by the white wolf king to play with him, currently carrying a bright red wild fruit, eagerly pushing it into Luo Yinzhou's hand, its tail wagging like a rattle. Oh my, why has this wolf cub grown so fast? A sharp-eyed villager shouted a few days ago it was still smaller than a yard dog, and now it's almost the size of an adult dog. Luo Yinzhou stuffed the wild fruit into his mouth and mumbled, "Eats meat, grows fast." Eats meat. Someone wondered, frowning and stroking their chin, what kind of meat is so effective? I haven't seen wild animals in the mountains grow this quickly. He quickly interrupted, pulling Luo Yinzhou back into the yard. Don't mind him, he's just a kid. Wild animals in the mountains eat a lot and grow fast. Perhaps the mountain soil and water raise wolves well. Just as they were talking, the wolf cub suddenly perked up, looking towards the mountain, its ears twitching. Then it turned to Luo Yinzhou and whimpered twice, its voice soft and seemingly affectionate. Luo Yinzhou's eyes lit up, stuffing the bun into his mouth and calling out, muffled, "Bai Yin called me," then grabbed the wolf cub and ran towards the yard, his short legs moving swiftly, crumbs falling behind him. Watching the boy and the wolf run up the mountain, the villagers were left even more astonished. What do you make of this? Old Zhang sat under the locust tree puffing on his pipe as smoke rings floated upward. The wolf has become so close to the boy, and it's getting bigger. Could it be that it's blessed by the Luo family? It must be. The old Luo nodded vigorously, tapping his pipe against his shoe. Ever since Yinzhou was born, our village hasn't had problems with wild beasts. We used to have wild boars come every few days to ruin the crops, but now not even a trace is left. This wolf pack is indeed protecting our village as if it were their territory. We are truly lucky. He listened to these words, feeling as if he was holding a piece of honey in his heart, enjoying the moment. He glanced at the old wolf skin hanging on the wall in the yard, caught a few years ago while dealing with harmful beasts, and compared to the current wolf pack, it seemed to have shrunk in size, its fur also dull. Isn't that right? He turned to enter the yard, speaking to Wang Shi, who was picking vegetables. These wolves look more spirited than tigers. Our village will be more secure from now on. Wang Shi was picking the wild vegetables just delivered by the wolves, fresh and dewy. She smiled as she tossed them into the basket. Of course, you can't forget whose relatives they are. Stop talking and quickly prepare the roe deer. We'll invite the old Luo and the others over for lunch using our homemade rice wine. All right. Luo, he replied, picking up a knife and heading toward the roe deer. The mountain wind carried the sound of pine trees whispering softly, and one could vaguely hear the joyful howls of the wolf pack echoing from the forest, one after another, filled with an indescribable vitality. Luo Yinzhou ran behind the wolf pack into the mountains, his short legs moving swiftly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet not complaining of fatigue. He now resembled the wolf pack so closely, and just as the thought of time to go drink water in the space emerged in his mind, the white wolf king suddenly stopped with a swish, turned its head to look at him, its amber eyes sparkling, as if saying, "I'm waiting for you. Bai Yin, let's go in." Luo Yinzhou stood on tiptoes, running his small hands over the fluffy neck of the white wolf king, silently urging. A flash of white light enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of wolves along with him stood by the river in the space. Splash! Splash! The wolf pack could hardly wait, diving into the river like dumplings, gulping down water, their throats rumbling as if drumming. Luo Yinzhou squatted by the riverbank, propping his chin on his hands, watching the steam rise from the wolf pack like they had just come out of a steamer. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, his eyes shining like two black grapes. When the wolf pack had their bellies filled and wagged their tails as they came out of the water, Luo Yinzhou clapped his hands and shouted, "Come out." The white light flashed once again, and everyone landed safely back in the forest, the fallen leaves at their feet still carrying the morning's dampness. Luo Yinzhou tugged at the white wolf king's ear, which was soft as cotton. He pointed towards the misty forest in the distance, saying in a childish voice, "Bai Yin, catch small cubs, let's raise them." While speaking, he extended his chubby hand, pinching his thumb and index finger together to indicate small, then pointed to the ground beneath him, gesturing back and forth, meaning to take them to the earlier mentioned space. The white wolf king tilted its head, gazing at him for a while, softly humming in its throat as if pondering. Suddenly it shook its head and nudged Luo Yinzhou's face with its nose as if agreeing. Then it howled softly to the wolf pack, the voice low, yet carrying an undeniable strength. The wolf pack immediately scattered, darting into the forest like a gust of wind, their feet rustling on the fallen leaves, yet making no other sound. Luo Yinzhou squatted on a large blue stone, his legs not quite reaching the height of the stone, swinging his small feet. The wolf cub that accompanied him rolled around at his feet, occasionally nudging his pant leg with its head or bringing him a blade of grass, playing joyfully. Before long, the black wolf returned with a furry little wild boar in its mouth. The little piglet had a pink snout, its body covered in black fur, like satin, squealing as its limbs flailed in the air, yet it dared not bite. It knew that this captor was not to be trifled with. Good, good. Luo Yinzhou clapped his hands in delight. He recognized the little wild boar as his family had one in the pig pen, though not this small. Soon after, a gray wolf returned with 2 gray rabbits in its mouth, their red eyes glistening, covered in a layer of moisture, their mouths constantly moving, looking quite pitiful. The female wolf was even more careful, gently holding a small roe deer in its mouth, which was barely half a foot long, its body a brownish yellow, its small head drooping, hardly daring to breathe. In no time, a pile of 7 or 8 little creatures gathered around Luo Yinzhou. There were squealing wild piglets, curled up rabbits, timid little roe deer, and a wild chicken, with underdeveloped feathers flapping its bare wings, wanting to fly, but unable to, urgently chirping. In. Luo Yinzhou pointed at these little creatures, silently urging, collect. Those little ones seemed to have been pulled by someone, disappearing with a whoosh, all sent into the space. He followed them into the space and was delighted to see the little wild boar stumbling towards the river, wanting water, yet fearing it circling the bank. The little rabbit trembled in the grass, occasionally peeking out. The little roe deer had curiously started nibbling on the tender grass at the riverbank. Grow well, grow big. Luo Yinzhou clapped his hands, releasing the wolf pack from the space, pointing to the deeper forest and calling, catch more. Catch more. The white wolf king let out a low woof as if receiving orders, leading the wolf pack back into the woods. Luo Yinzhou sat on the bluestone, swinging his little legs happily. Once these little creatures grew up, the space would be lively. No more worries about food and drink in the future. By the time the sun reached its zenith, warming everyone, the wolf pack returned with many cubs, even a fiery red little fox with a sharp mouth and monkey-like face staring at the nearby wolf cubs with round black eyes, showing a bit of fearless spirit. Luo Yinzhou hurriedly collected them all into the space, watching as it gradually filled with life. His face lit up with an unending smile. Let's go home. Let's go home for a meal. He rubbed his belly, feeling a bit hungry, and clambered onto the back of the white wolf king, holding on to its fur, thinking that his mother must be looking for him to eat, and the stewed meat must be ready. The white wolf king seemed to have heard his thoughts, gently shook its body steadily, carrying him down the mountain. The wind whooshed past his ears, bringing the scent of the mountain woods, and Luo Yinzhou lay on the wolf's back. As dawn broke, dew hung from the branches of the old locust tree at the village entrance like strings of pearls, and with a gust of wind the droplets fell to the ground, where a dense crowd had already gathered beneath the tree. Most of the men had cloth wrapped around their heads, their necks tanned dark and shiny from the sun. They carried bulging burlap sacks on their shoulders, rough ropes digging into their skin containing this year's newly harvested millet and sorghum, heavy enough to make them sway. Today was the day to pay the imperial tax, and no one dared to delay. Luo, he spat into his palm, rubbing it together with a rustling sound, and with a sudden effort hoisted the large burlap sack at his feet. With 100 pounds of grain resting on his shoulder, his knee let out a crack, and he promptly straightened his back, while his coarse cloth jacket, soaked through with sweat, streaming down his spine. Dad, let me carry it for you. Luo, he turned his face to look at his old father, Luo Zhen. The old man was bent over, struggling to shift the small burlap sack onto his shoulder. The 20-pound weight made his frail bones tremble. With a knife tucked into his waistband, he took a few steps before he couldn't help but pat his lower back, groaning as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like pearls on a string. Luo Zhen waved his hand, panting like he was working a bellows. No. I'm not so old that I can't walk anymore. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Don't delay the afternoon fertilization of the fields. He said this while placing a piece of rag under the sack to make it more comfortable on his shoulder, but the sack still felt as if it were rooted to the ground, his steps growing more unsteady, his heels dragging along the ground with a rustling sound. Villagers gradually gathered, groups of 3 or 5 carrying grain towards the town. Erju carried a half-full burlap sack, staggering as he walked, while his wife Cui Lan followed beside him, clutching a blue cloth bundle, her knuckles white from gripping it tightly. Inside were the copper coins prepared for the head tax. Higa, how much is your family paying this year? Erju panted as he caught up with Luo, his face wrinkled into a frown. Luo, he did not stop walking, responding in a deep voice, 100 pounds of grain plus 700 copper coins for the head tax. My goodness! Cui Lan exclaimed beside them, glancing around before lowering her voice. Our family has 4 members. The head tax alone is 560, not to mention the grain. It's truly burdensome. As she spoke, she tucked the cloth bundle back into her bosom, as if afraid the wind might whisk it away. The other day, Go Sheng's father went to the town and said someone from the neighboring village couldn't pay their tax and was taken by the enforcers to work on the river. That life of hardship. A group of them walked along the ridge towards the town, the dew soaking their pant, legs chillingly seeping into their bones. They encountered Wang Lao Wu from Wangjia village, who was squatting on a stone by the roadside, his head drooping almost to his knees, a burlap sack thrown beside him, its opening ajar, with the grain not even filling the bottom. What to do? Wang Lao Wu slapped his thigh, his voice trembling. This year half an acre was flooded. This little grain isn't even enough for the minimum if the enforcers catch up. No one responded. Everyone kept their heads down, hurrying along. Who isn't struggling? Whether the harvest from the fields is enough to pay the grain tax, and whether the copper coins on hand are enough for the head tax. All these burdens weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, suffocating them. Upon reaching the town, the collection point was set up in the open space in front of the ancestral hall. Several enforcers dressed in gray-blue official uniforms stood there with their hands on their hips, their sabers clanging at their waists. A large scale was set on the table, its weights polished to a shine, while burlap sacks piled nearby had become a small mountain, each marked with the names of various villages in red paint, dizzying to behold. Next, what are you dawdling for? Shouted a gaunt-faced enforcer, his brush scrawling wildly in the ledger, ink splattering everywhere. Luo, he first moved his grain onto the scale, which creaked under the weight, and the enforcer squinted at it for a long moment, snorted, 102 pounds. Good enough, that's the right amount. As he said this, he made a crooked mark in the ledger, the ink blot resembling a fly. Just as Luo, he let out a breath of relief, a commotion suddenly erupted beside him. It was Li Lao Si from Li village, who had 5 pounds missing from his grain. The gaunt-faced enforcer stared at him, shouting, "Do you think this is your home's granary? Short on weight, and you think you can evade the tax?" Li Lao Si's face flushed like a liver, and he suddenly knelt down, repeatedly bowing. "Lord, please show mercy. This year has truly been a poor harvest. I just need these 5 pounds. I'll make up for it when I return." "Make up for it? By the time you do, the wild vegetables will be cold." The enforcer kicked over the burlap sacks, spilling grain everywhere, rolling in every direction. Li Lao Si squatted on the ground, watching the spilled grain, tears falling down like raindrops, hurriedly trying to pick it up, but the grain rolled all over the place, far too much to collect. Luo, his heart tightened, and he hurriedly pulled his father to the payment table. The enforcer handling the money was busy clattering the abacus, the noise making people anxious. He glanced up at Luo, he with a sidelong look, his mouth curling into a sneer. "Luo, he from Luo family village. 5 people, head tax of 700 copper coins." Luo, he took out a blue cloth bundle from his pocket, layer by layer unwrapping it, revealing a corner of the copper coins wrapped in oiled paper. He counted 3 times to confirm there was no mistake before carefully handing it over. The enforcer took the coins and tossed them into the money box with a clang, making another mark in the ledger, waving his hand dismissively, as if shooing a fly. "All right, off you go." Luo Jin watched from the side, his brow furrowed like an old walnut, glancing at the looming 10,000 great mountains in the distance, dark and imposing like a giant beast. If it weren't for our village being on the edge of the mountains, benefiting somewhat from the beast tide prevention, this tax would have to be increased by another 20%. Everyone knew the low tax came at a price. Every spring, the beasts in the 10,000 great mountains would charge down crazily, forming a beast tide. Last year, the neighboring village was overrun, houses collapsed, and several people were killed or injured. To this day, the villagers still shudder at the memory of the horrific screams. Luo family village was on the front line. Although there were wolf packs to deter them, no one could guarantee when the next beast tide might sweep through. As the two of them walked back, they encountered Zhu squatting by the wall, while Cui Lan was wiping her tears with her sleeve, her shoulders shaking. "What's wrong?" Luo, he asked as he set down the empty burlap sack. Zhu's voice was hoarse, his hand crushing the smoking pipe. "The grain is enough, but we're short 30 copper coins for the head tax. The enforcers said they'd take someone for labor." Luo, he sighed, taking out 30 copper coins from his pocket and handing them over. "Higa, how can this be?" Zhu hesitated, his face turning bright red. "Take it, we're all from the same village. Consider it a loan from me." Luo, he pressed the coins into his hand, patting him on the shoulder. "When you get home, tell Cui Lan not to take it to heart." On the road, they encountered several villagers who had finished paying their taxes, some squatted by the roadside, smoking, the embers flickering in their pipes, reflecting their worried faces. Others counted the few copper coins they had left, wetting their fingers with saliva to count them over and over, calculating if they could buy a piece of candy for their child. Luo Jin gazed at the distant mountains and said slowly, "After paying the taxes this year, can finally be considered secure. Hoping for favorable weather next year with the wolf cubs bringing in more game, life can be a bit easier." Luo, he nodded. His family was considered to be doing well in the village. The wolf packs occasionally brought in game, which he skinned and sold in town for a good amount of money. Moreover, with the wolf packs around, the wild boars and bears in the mountains dared not come down, ensuring the crops in the fields could be preserved, yielding significantly more than in other villages. Yet even so, after paying the taxes, there were hardly any coins left in hand. "I'll buy a piece of candy for Yin Zhou when I get back, Luo," he said, his steps lightening. The old locust tree at the village head is so wide that 3 strong men can barely encircle it with their arms. The cracked bark resembles the wrinkles on an old man's face, while the branches twist and reach skyward. Under the tree, a circle of people has gathered. About 20 young men carrying their polished horns and bamboo hunting baskets thud heavily to the ground, emitting a dull sound. The sun has just climbed over the eastern hill, and golden light filters through the leaves of the locust tree, casting specks of light on the faces of the people, warming them to the point of wanting to doze off. But no one dares to relax. Half of the hunting baskets at their feet are still empty. Last winter, the village survived on porridge made from chewing tough bark mixed with grain, whose child hasn't turned pale from hunger. Luo Erju's wife constantly murmurs at night, "If only I could have meat soup for every meal, I would gladly live 2 years less." Is everyone here? The village chief, old Luo, leans on his polished jujube, with cane, scanning the crowd. His gaze circles around the pile of fur balls, his brows knitting together. "Yin Zhou, did you really let a 3-year-old come along? This isn't just about climbing the twisted tree in the west end of the village to dig for bird nests." Luo, he is wrapping a non-slip cloth around his bow arm, tightening it with his rough fingers. Without raising his head, he replies, "We can't stop him, or just look at him." He gestures with his mouth to the side, a hint of helpless laughter in his voice. Everyone turns to see Luo, Yin Zhou riding on the back of the white wolf king, grasping the fluffy mane on the wolf's neck as reins, joyfully shouting, while his short legs bump against the wolf's belly, ruffling its snowy fur. The white wolf king's bright white fur gleams under the sun, its amber eyes half closed, its tail sweeping the ground, rhythmically stirring up a bit of dust, as if coaxing its clueless young master. Around them, dozens of wolves sit or lie down, guarding the child tightly, their black and gray fur clumped together, occasionally glancing around. Their gazes are cold and piercing, especially the few one-eyed wolves. The scars around their eyes glisten white in the light, making the men feel a chill run down their necks. No one has forgotten the last time when Luo Lao Wu's dog bared its teeth at Luo and Zhou, only to have its fur found stuck in the thorns outside the village the next day. Everyone knows who did it, but who dares to pursue it? Is this even possible? Luo Erju, rubbing his hands, his arrow shaft creaking under his grip, says, "Though the wolves guard the village, the mountains are still very treacherous. The other day, I went to water the wheat field and saw a golden leopard darting through the forest, its tail, like an oil-soaked whip, disappearing in a flash." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Luo Yin Zhou's childlike voice. "Uncle Erju, Bai Yin is amazing." He leaned over the wolf's back, his little face flushed, a bead of sweat glistening on his forehead. The last time the black bear tried to invade the village, Bai Yin howled once, and that bear ran off with its tail between its legs. Saying this, he patted the white wolf king's neck forcefully, the light slap sending its fur flying. "Isn't that right, Bai Yin?" The white wolf king seemed to understand, letting out a low whine as it nudged its head against Luo Yin Zhou's chest, its fluffy ears brushing against the little one, causing him to giggle, almost slipping off the wolf's back. The surrounding wolves also began to stir, growling deep in their throats, as if to say, "That's nature. Don't forget whose territory this is." Luo Erju swallowed hard, awkwardly closing his mouth. Everyone remembers the commotion from 3 days ago. That day the sun had just shifted westward, and Widow Li was squatting by the fence picking vegetables, the sound of her chopping cabbage crisp. Suddenly, she heard a horrific scream from the chicken coop, sharp enough to pierce her eardrums. She straightened up, ready to curse whoever was stealing her chickens, only to see a dark shadow crash through the bamboo fence, the splinters scraping painfully against her face. It was a black bear towering over the stove, with a tuft of white fur on its chest smeared with mud, its front paws pressing down on a struggling hen, droplets of blood dripping from the feathers onto the bluestone slab, spreading a small patch of red. "Oh my God, a bear!" The bear has barged in. Widow Li's vegetable basket clattered to the ground, beans rolling everywhere. She turned and sprinted toward the village, her little feet pounding painfully on the stone path, her voice strained and breaking, startling half the village's dogs into a frenzy. Just as her cries faded, the wolf howls from the east side of the village erupted like thunder. The white wolf king was the first to charge over, its hooves clattering on the stone path like a drum. Its amber eyes widened, it leaped from 3 meters away like a bolt of white lightning and bit fiercely at the back of the black bear's neck. "Ow!" The black bear yelped in pain, releasing the hen and turning to swipe at the white wolf king. Its paw was like a grinding disc. A swipe sent a gust of wind rattling the nearby fence. But the White Wolf King clung to its back like glue, its sharp fangs embedded deep into the flesh, refusing to let go no matter how the black bear shook. Patches of wolf fur torn off by the bear's claws floated through the air like snowflakes. At this moment, the wolf pack surged in like a tide. A black wolf darted around to the front of the black bear, biting into its front leg, causing the bear to lift its paw in pain. A gray wolf pounced from the side, seizing its ear and pulling hard, twisting its head, as if trying to rip the ear off. Several half-grown wolf pups, taking advantage of their agility, gnawed at the bear's calves like a swarm of buzzing hornets, making the black bear spin in circles. At that time, Luo Yinzhou was squatting on his doorstep, playing with mud, molding a lumpy piece into an unrecognizable shape. Hearing the commotion, he ran out holding a lump of mud, his little legs pattering quickly on the ground, his voice ringing out, "Bai Yan. Bite it! Bite its butt!" The White Wolf King seemed to have heard, suddenly letting go and leaping to the side to dodge the bear's paw. It howled twice at the wolf pack, the sound short and powerful, causing the pack to immediately scatter to the sides, as if receiving orders, surrounding the black bear in a circle, neither pouncing nor allowing it to break free. The black bear was momentarily stunned, perhaps having never seen such a disciplined pack of wolves. It shook its head, attempting to charge out of the village, but as it took a step, several wolves jumped on it, simultaneously gripping its hind legs, causing it to stumble and nearly fall. This completely enraged it. It spun in place, swiping and biting wildly, its heavy breathing sounding like a bellows, stirring up dust from the ground and blinding the onlookers. "Rush up the mountain. Don't let it hurt anyone in the village." Luo, he rushed over with a machete, its blade glinting coldly in the light. Seeing the wolf pack cornering the bear, he quickly shouted. Chun Tao hurried out, holding Yin Zhou standing at the entrance, her face pale, with fear hiding behind him. Except for Luo, Yin Zhou, who was trying to wriggle free from his mother's embrace. The White Wolf King, as if understanding, suddenly dashed in front of the black bear, feigning a bite at its face. The black bear, startled, recoiled, turning its backside toward the mountain path outside the village. In that brief moment, the wolf pack surged forward again, the wolves behind pouncing on the bear's legs while those in front directed it toward the mountain path, like herding livestock, forcing the black bear to retreat step by step toward the village exit. Thud, thud, thud. The black bear's large paws thudded against the mountain path, shaking the loose stones on the side. The White Wolf King clung to its neck, blood dripping down its fur, creating dark stains on the ground resembling the handkerchief embroidered by Widow Wang at the village head. The wolf pack surrounded it, biting and clawing occasionally, issuing low growls of intimidation, forcing the black bear to press forward without looking back. Luo Yinzhou chased behind, his short legs moving quickly, shouting, "Hurry! Chase it! Don't let it escape!" The lump of mud in his hand was long gone, his small hands clenched tightly, his face flushed from excitement. After all, it was his first time witnessing a wolf pack hunt a large animal. "You little rascal!" Luo, he turned around and saw him, his eyes blazing with anger, rushing over to grab him and giving his rear a firm slap. "Are you crazy?" The little one burst into tears from the slap, his face smeared with tears and snot, but he still pointed at the black bear and shouted, "Hit it! Hit it!" As they reached the slope on the west side, the black bear had lost its initial fierceness, its hind leg bitten, limping along, blood flowing down its chest, leaving a long red trail on the ground like a twisted red snake. It seemed to panic, suddenly turning to counterattack, but the White Wolf King was already prepared, crashing into its injured hind leg. There was a crisp crack. It was unclear whether a bone had broken or a tendon had snapped, and the black bear let out a tragic howl that could scare the birds off the mountainside. It tilted and began to roll down the slope, like a black ball, crashing through several small trees, before finally thudding against an old pine tree and coming to a stop. The wolf pack immediately pounced on it, howling in celebration at the spot where it had rolled. The White Wolf King jumped down from the slope, carrying a bloody piece of bear skin back, placing it at Luo Yinzhou's feet, its tail held high in pride, rubbing against him and smearing bear blood on his pant leg. The surrounding wolves also gathered, nudging Luo Yinzhou's pant leg with their heads, as if seeking praise. At this moment, the villagers also rushed over. Widow Li looked at the dead bear down the slope, then glanced at the wolves by Luo Yinzhou's feet, suddenly kneeling down and bowing her head to the White Wolf King. "Thank you, Bai Ye. Thank you, Bai Ye." If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the wolf pack, the bear would likely have pounced on her. Luo, he walked over, hugging his son, looking at the pile of black fur down the slope, then at the bloodied, yet bright-eyed White Wolf King, suddenly grinning. "Tonight, we'll stew bear meat. Let everyone replenish." Luo Yinzhou was kicking his legs in his father's embrace, reaching out to touch the White Wolf King's head, leave a paw print for Bai Yan. The White Wolf King seemed to understand, letting out a low whine, gently nudging Luo Yinzhou's face. Speaking of which, now that we see the He family, who wouldn't invite them for a meal? Luo Lao Si squatted down, rolling up tobacco, not noticing the loose strands everywhere. Just the other day my wife said we need to sew a little jacket for Yan Zhou to wear in spring. As soon as this was said, everyone laughed. In the past, seeing Luo, he meant at most a nod for his family only had a few acres of poor land, barely enough to eat after paying the taxes every year. But ever since the wolves began protecting Luo family village, the wolf pack has brought game to Luo-He's house every few days with big fish and meat daily. Who could have such a good life? Whenever a wild beast dared to make noise near Luo family village by the next day, there would be several piles of animal bones by the vegetable fields. Although the villagers have become accustomed to the wolf pack apart from Luo, Yan Zhou, who can command them, even Luo-He and Luo-Zhen, his father and brother, can only occasionally get the wolves to help with some tasks. Now when the villagers see Luo-He, they call out from afar that they have meat stewing at home, inviting him over for a drink. Who wouldn't envy that status? Dad, let me go too. Luo Yan Zhou slid down from the wolf's back, tripping over his little legs as he rushed over to grab Luo-He's pant leg, his little face scrunched up like a bun. Am not causing trouble, just want to follow by Yin and see I can help you find game. Luo-He put down his bow, squatting down to pinch his son's face, his rough hand making the little one squirm away, giggling. What's there to find in the mountains? Poisonous insects and miasma. What if we run into a tiger? There's Bai Yin. Luo Yan Zhou pointed at the White Wolf King, his eyes bright like two black grapes. Bai Yin can beat a tiger. The White Wolf King seemed to catch the signal, taking 2 steps forward and howling a long call toward the mountains. The sound pierced through the morning mist, causing the locust tree leaves to shake and fall, landing on people's heads and shoulders. From afar, the sounds of startled birds and beasts flapping their wings could be heard. Even the air seemed to freeze. The men under the trees shrank their necks, gripping their bows and arrows more tightly. This wolf howl was more intimidating than their wives. All right, stop dawdling. The old village chief thumped his cane on the ground, determined to hunt more deer this year and gather some pelts to trade for salt and cloth in winter. Everyone perked up, following the group, not allowed to act alone. Understood. The men responded in unison, shouldering their bows and packing their hunting baskets. Luo Erju even pulled out an oil paper bag from his pocket, stuffing it into Luo Yan Zhou's hand. Yan Zhou, take this, eat it if you get hungry on the way. Inside were 2 pieces of wheat cake, still warm, specially made by his wife that morning with a bit of sesame mixed in, giving off a delightful aroma. Thank you, Uncle Erju. Luo Yan Zhou reached out to take it, his little hand struggling a bit to grip the cake. The White Wolf King lowered its head, helping him take the oil paper package gently, securely placing it in the soft fur on its back, as if afraid of jostling its little master. Luo Yan Zhou was already sitting steadily on the White Wolf King's back, gripping a small stick as a whip. Seeing the team about to move, he urgently patted the wolf's back. Bai Yin, let's go. The White Wolf King responded with a low sound, stepping forward to follow the side of the group. The wolf pack automatically split into 2 rows, flanking the team, their paws crunching on the fallen leaves. Luo, he walked at the front, glancing back at his son, who was tugging at the wolf's ears, mumbling, Bai Yin, let's go find that rabbit nest from last time. The White Wolf King occasionally shook its head, as if responding. Luo, he couldn't help but smile, turning to spit toward the mountains. This year, we must catch a big one. Preferably a wild boar, so my wife can stew meat for the child to nourish him. As the sun climbed higher, stretching their shadows long, the group followed the wolves, slowly moving deeper into the Wanshan Mountains. The mist in the forest had yet to dissipate, carrying a damp scent of grass and wood. In the distance, an unknown bird called out, cooing as if greeting. The wildflowers by the roadside bloomed vibrantly, red, yellow, and purple, wet, with dew, looking particularly spirited. Luo Yan Zhou leaned against the back of the White Wolf King, tugging at its fur, humming a nonsensical nursery rhyme. The White Wolf King's fur was soft, carrying a hint of sunlight's warmth, moving steadily and comfortably. Just as the team ventured a short distance into the forest, the White Wolf King suddenly stopped, letting out a light howl toward the front. Immediately, the wolves that had been guarding on either side split away, a dozen wolves encircling Luo Yan Zhou, while the remaining ones darted into the dense forest like arrows, vanishing without a sound. How do these wolves seem so intelligent? Luo Erju watched in astonishment, 10 times more clever than our village's hunting dogs. Luo, he was cutting through the thorns by the roadside with his machete. Hearing this, he turned back and smiled. They know the rules. Bai Yan's command is the most efficient. He glanced into the depths of the forest. These are the scouts. If there's any movement ahead, we won't even see it before they give us warning. Yesterday, I wandered in the forest all day long, and not even a trace of wild game was seen, not even a single rabbit's fur. As the sun tilted westward, everyone's calves began to cramp. Luo, he glanced around and pointed to a sheltered valley, saying, let's set up camp here. There's a spring nearby and plenty of firewood. Upon hearing this, the men dispiritedly dispersed to get busy. Luo Laowu and 2 younger men ventured into the woods to gather firewood, hauling bundles of branches as thick as their arms. Luo Erju took out a fire starter and blew for several moments before igniting the dry grass. The flames leapt up crackling as they licked the branches, dispersing the cold air mixed with the scent of pine resin. "Ah, this damned weather, even the wild game is hiding away," Luo Laosi said as he tossed a piece of wood into the fire, rubbing his frostbitten hands together and sighing. "If we don't get anything tomorrow, we'll have to return to the village empty-handed." Luo, he chewing on a hard wheat cake, mumbled in response, "What's the rush? Hunting requires patience. Tonight we'll take turns on guard duty. Keep alert and don't let anything sneak up on us." He named 4 people. "You 4 will go in pairs, switching every 2 hours, and I'll take the first watch." The others complied and took out their provisions to munch by the campfire. Luo Yinzhou lay on the back of the White Wolf King, nibbling on the rice cake his mother had given him, gazing vacantly at the flickering flames. The White Wolf King wrapped its tail around his feet, its fluffy tail like a warm little blanket. "Ajo, if you're tired, just sleep. With Bai Yin here, there's nothing to fear." Luo, he patted his little head and tossed another piece of firewood onto the fire. As the night deepened, the forest grew silent enough to hear one's own heartbeat, occasionally interrupted by the call of an unknown bird piercing the night sky, startling Luo Erju. The guards wrapped themselves tightly in their padded jackets, dozing against the tree trunks, while only the campfire crackled, casting flickering shadows of the surrounding trees. Just before dawn, the forest was still steeped in icy coldness, and the frost droplets on the grass shimmered like broken silver in the first rays of sunlight. Luo Yinzhou, wrapped in by Yan's tail, shivered on the back of the White Wolf King, his nose red from the cold, and the white breath he exhaled dissipated like little smoke rings. "Ajo, are you awake?" Luo, he rubbed his stiff, frozen hands as he walked over, adding a dry branch to the dying fire. The sparks burst forth with a crack, scattering onto the nearby dry leaves. "How did you sleep last night? Bai Yin didn't let you freeze, did he?" Luo Yinzhou shook his head, rubbing his eyes and looking around. Suddenly his ears perked up. There were noises in the forest. It wasn't the sound of a person stepping on dry branches, but rather a sound as light as the wind rustling through the leaves. He sat up abruptly, his small voice hoarse from just waking their back. As soon as he finished speaking, several gray shadows darted out from behind the trees like arrows. It was the wolf pack sent out yesterday to scout, each one panting out white breaths. The lead black wolf sprinted toward the White Wolf King, its head nearly touching the ground, whimpering softly, while its tail swept the ground like a broom, glancing nervously toward the northwest, pacing in circles. The White Wolf King squinted its amber eyes, listened for a moment, then turned and rubbed its wet nose against Luo Yan's hand. Strangely enough, the murmurs of those wolves seemed to sprout legs. Whoosh, they burrowed into Luo Yinzhou's mind. Northwest Valley, many with antlers running like the wind, a dark mass. "It's a herd of deer." Luo Yan's eyes widened, his little arm raised, almost slipping off the wolf's back. Bai Yin said that the wolf pack found a big herd of deer right in front of the forest. "What?" Luo Erju, who was squatting on the ground eating a dry cake, trembled, causing his cake to drop into the mud. He didn't care to pick it up, swallowing it down and coughing, cough, cough. "A herd of deer. How big? Is it a dozen or more?" Luo Yinzhou spread his arms to illustrate, his little face flushed. Bai Yin said there are old ones, young ones, and some with large antlers. Luo, his eyes sparkled like 2 flames as he grabbed Luo Laosi, who was smoking a pipe nearby, nearly causing the pipe to drop. "Laosi, hurry and get the equipment ready. Get the bows, ropes, and iron shovels ready." He turned and shouted at the others, "Don't just stand there. A herd of deer is worth 10 times more than wild boars. Deer meat can be smoked and cured, deer hides can be made into coats, and antlers can be traded for salt and cloth. This is the bounty from heaven to help us through the winter. But deer run faster than rabbits, like a gust of wind. Can we catch up?" Luo Laowu scratched his head, looking troubled. "The last time I saw a small herd, I shot 3 arrows and didn't even graze one. I ended up exhausted like a dog, picking up only a few strands of deer fur." Luo, he pointed southward in the direction of the deer herd with his hatchet, drawing lines in the dirt. "We won't chase after them. Do you see? This area is a lowland, the sides are high, and the middle is low like a big scoop. Let's dig a big pit here, cover it with dead branches and leaves for camouflage, and let the wolf pack drive the deer this way. Guaranteed they'll fall in. This spot is perfect." Luo Erju clapped his hands in delight. "There are low bushes nearby for cover. The deer surely won't see us." "Ajo Luo," he turned to the child on the wolf's back, his tone serious, "tell Bai Yin to have the wolf pack circle around from both sides, slowly driving the deer towards this lowland. Remember, don't startle them. If we rush, they'll flee in the opposite direction, and all our efforts will be in vain. Especially don't scare the lead deer. That one is clever, it can see the path like a person." Luo Yinzhou nodded, his small hand stroking the White Wolf King's ear, mumbling for quite a while. "Bai Yin, my dad says to circle around from both sides, slowly drive them, don't let the deer run off anywhere. Watch the lead deer closely." After hearing this, the White Wolf King let out a low howl toward the scouting wolves. The sound was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The wolf pack immediately dispersed, darting into the woods like they were oiled, hardly disturbing the grass leaves. Let's get to work. He spat into his palm and rubbed his hands together. Dig deeper, at least a person's height, otherwise we won't trap the big deer. They're bounding around happily. The men busily got to work. The sound of shovels hitting the ground echoed, causing the frost on the ground to shake off. Urju, strong as he was, could dig up a large chunk of earth with a single shovel, humming a little tune. Dig a pit, set a trap, catch the young deer running all over the mountain. Yinzhou lay on the wolf's back, watching the white wolf king standing on the earth slope, gazing out, its tail occasionally brushing against the ground. Suddenly, he remembered something and tugged on the white wolf king's fur. By Yin, let them not hurt the fawns. We'll quietly keep the fawns in the space later. They need to be alive, don't injure them. The white wolf king let out a low woo sound, rubbing his head against Luo Yan's hand, as if to agree. The sun slowly climbed higher, illuminating the forest brightly, and the shadows of the trees stretched long on the ground. The pit was nearly dug wide enough for a zhang, and more than a person's height deep. He had them lay a thick layer of pine needles and dead branches on top, then scattered some dried grass. From a distance, it looked no different from the surrounding ground. Not to mention deer, even a person wouldn't notice unless they looked closely. It's done. He brushed off the dirt from his hand, spat into his palm. Everyone hide on the slopes on either side, ready your bows, and wait for my signal. No one make a sound. If the deer herd gets startled, we'll be left empty-handed today. The men had just crouched down to hide when they saw the white wolf king suddenly lie down, howling towards the distance. Is this the signal? Luo Laowu, anxious, tightened his grip on his bow. Indeed, shortly after, the distant wolf pack responded, followed by the sound of hooves, thud, 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 approaching from far away like a drumbeat mixed with the cries of deer, creating a chaotic scene like a camp being overrun. Urzu's hand gripping the bow was sweating, his nails digging into the wood as he whispered to Luo, he beside him, are they coming? From the sound, there are quite a few. He didn't reply, only gestured for silence, his eyes fixed intently on the forest ahead, his breathing becoming lighter. Through the gaps in the leaves, he could see a group of gray-brown figures rushing over in a panic. Leading them was a robust stag, its antlers branched like tree limbs, weighing dozens of pounds, panting heavily as it ran. Following behind were dozens of deer, large and small, each one terrified, jostling towards the lowland. The wolf pack followed closely on either side, occasionally darting out to howl, forcing the deer herd toward the center of the lowland, working in a well-coordinated manner. Now's the time. Don't move. He's voice was low but brimming with uncontainable excitement. The deer herd was too busy running forward to pay attention to what was beneath their feet. The lead stag thudded into the pit, letting out an earth-shattering cry. Followed by several dull thuds, a dozen deer tumbled in one after another. The bottom of the pit instantly became chaotic, with cries echoing through the forest, startling the birds to fly away in flurry. The cries from the bottom of the pit hadn't ceased when the rest of the deer herd abruptly stopped. The front few deer, witnessing their companions fall, and became startled, snorting loudly, and turned to flee towards the eastern forest. Not good. They're going to run. His eyes widened as he yelled, everyone out. Shoot arrows. The men hidden on the slopes sprang out, drawing their bows back taut. Like a full moon, whoosh whoosh, they shot into the deer herd. Urju was quick and nimble, shooting an arrow that struck a doe in the hind leg. The doe cried out, stumbling, and before it could get back up, Luo Laosi shot a second arrow, pinning it to the ground. Block them. Don't let the lead deer escape. He also pulled back his bow and chased after the lead deer, but that one was clever, using the shadows of the trees to dodge left and right, managing to avoid being hit. The deer herd was like a disturbed nest of hornets, scattering in all directions. Some were grazed by arrows, blood dripping down their fur. Others, in their panic, crashed into tree trunks, dizzy, but continued to run. The forest was filled with the sound of hooves thudding against the ground, alongside the shouts of the men chased this way. There's blood here. After struggling for nearly half an hour, the quivers were nearly emptied, yet there were few deer downed. Luo Laowu leaned on his bow, gasping, damn it, these beasts run faster than dogs. He wiped his face and looked at the scattered bloodstains on the ground, frowning. Stop chasing. Split into a few teams and follow the blood trail. The rest of you stay here and guard the trap. Those who followed the blood trail didn't return until the sun was overhead. Urju carried back a half-grown deer, exhausted, with his tongue hanging out. Hegi, we only found these few. They're nearly bled dry and can't run anymore. The group counted. There were 15 that fell into the trap, 2 shot dead, and 4 recovered, totaling only 21 deer. Luo Laowu squatted on the ground, counting arrows, his mouth clicking in amazement. I'll be damned, we hit the jackpot. Today ends here. Everyone go home to rest for a few days, and we'll go up the mountain again later. He kicked the deer on the ground. The rest won't run far. The scent of blood attracts wild beasts. We'll come back tomorrow to look up. Perhaps there are still some that slipped through. For now, let's take these back. They'll keep the village happy for a few days. The white wolf king was licking its paws nearby, suddenly howled toward the eastern forest. Luo Yinzhou stroked its ear, his eyes brightening. Bai Yin says it wants the wolf pack to follow those deer that ran away, and when they can't run anymore, they'll drive them back to us. Really? Luo Erju perked up at once. Bai Yin is impressive. Then we'll come back tomorrow. We're sure to catch some easy prey. The sunlight filtered through the treetops, shining on the ground in disarray as the men busily tied the deer onto the sled, and although they hadn't caught them all, their smiles didn't wane. After all, this was already the most decent harvest for Luo family village this year. Luo Yinzhou slid down from the wolf's back, his short legs thumping over to the edge of the pit to look down, seeing all the large deer inside, nervously pacing in circles, occasionally using their hooves to claw at the pit walls. Luo, he walked over, looking at the deer in the pit with a broad smile, his eye wrinkles crinkling. Ajo, tell Bai Yin to help keep an eye on them so they don't jump out. The walls of this pit aren't too high. If they get desperate, they might jump out. I'll go back to the village with Uncle Erju and Uncle Laowu to get people ropes and a frame. You and Uncle Sisu stay here to guard. All right. Luo Yinzhou turned around, hugging the white wolf king's neck, whispering a few words. Bai Yin, keep an eye on them. Don't let the deer escape. I'll be back soon. The white wolf king called out to the wolf pack a few times, and several wolves immediately lay by the edge of the pit, their eyes wide open, staring intently at the bottom without blinking. Luo Yinzhou rode Bai Yin, whoosh, darting into the forest, disappearing from sight. Luo Laosi watched in amazement. Ajo and Bai Yin really have a telepathic connection. Meanwhile, Luo Yinzhou didn't venture far on Bai Yin before spotting several wolves pinning down a few fawns, among them a doe presumably caught while trying to protect her young. The fawns trembled in fear while the doe struggled, but the wolves gently held her by the neck, leaving her too scared to move. Easy now, easy, don't scare them. Luo Yinzhou slid down from the wolf's back, gently stroking the fuzzy back of a fawn, his heart bursting with joy. He silently chanted, and several glimmers of white light flashed as the fawns and the doe entered the space. After finishing this, he patted Bai Yin's neck. Let's go back. When Luo Yinzhou returned to the edge of the pit, his cousin Luo Ming was just wandering around with a bow, and upon seeing him return, he grinned. Ajo, where did you go? Uncle Sisu was just asking about you a moment ago. I was playing with Bai Yin. Luo Yinzhou lay on the wolf's back, grinning proudly. Luo Laosi looked at the struggling deer in the pit, unable to help but click his tongue. If we had seen such a large herd ahead, we would have gone around fearing being gored by those big antlers. Now it's great. The wolf pack drove them right into the pit. Life is getting more comfortable. This was our first hunting trip into the mountains this year. As the sun climbed halfway up the mountain, a cloud of yellow dust rose on the dirt road of Luojia village. The men were bare-chested, shouting loudly, their reins pulled tight. 15 live deer were being led into the village, while 6 men followed behind carrying 6 dead deer, the morning dew on the antlers swaying gently, their hooves echoing on the dirt road with a rhythmic thud-thud. Make way. Everyone make way. Don't block the road. Luo Erju was clearing the path ahead, his voice louder than the deer calls, cracking a whip in his hand, though not actually hitting the deer, just making a loud crack on the ground beside them. Take a look at those women. Their eyes are practically glued to the deer. Luo, he walked in the middle, gripping a thick hemp rope, the end tied to the strongest male deer. The male deer was rebellious, occasionally straining backward, and Luo, he bent down to pull harder, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. He wiped his sweat and smiled at the figure leaning against the door frame by the roadside. Aunt-sen, what are you staring at? Come to the ancestral hall tonight to collect your meat. I guarantee your child will be stuffed. Oh wow, did you really catch that many deer? Aunt-sen peeked out from behind the door, still holding half-finished shoe soles, the needle brushing against her hair. He Xiaozi, your skills are truly remarkable. Yesterday, sure two wife said they might have to gnaw on tree bark porridge to survive the winter. It's not just our skill, Luo. He freed one hand to pat the neck of Bai Yin, who was trailing the deer herd with a dozen wolves, his tail lazily sweeping the dust on the ground. It's Bai Yin and them who are impressive. This herd of deer was all driven into traps by the pack of wolves. As they spoke, the group had already reached the center of the village. Children who had returned early were already jumping and shouting in front of the ancestral hall, they're here, they're here. The herd of deer is coming. Instantly, the open space was filled with people. The elderly leaned on their canes to move forward, the small children clambered up their parents' legs, and even the toddlers who had just learned to walk were held in their mother's arms, stretching out little hands to reach for the deer fur. Drive the live ones into the new pen in the west. Luo Laosi shouted, waving a wooden stick in his hand. Quick. Tighten the fence a bit more. Don't let them break free. Several women rolled up their sleeves and brought thick wooden poles to hammer into the ground. The sound of the mallet hitting echoed, raising clouds of dust. A young bride was careless. The mallet missed and struck her finger, making her gasp in pain. Nearby, an older woman quickly took her hand and blew on it, saying, "Silly girl, what's the rush? Will the deer grow legs and run away?" Luo Yinzhou slid down from Bai Yan's back. and as soon as his feet touched the ground, a half-grown wolf cub came running over, barking with a wagging tail like a blooming flower. He grabbed the cub by the scruff of its neck, lifting it and spinning around the cub, happily squinting its eyes, sticking out its tongue to lick his cheek, while all the surrounding children gazed at him with envy. Now there were 8 wolf cubs in Luojia village, but apart from Luo Yinzhou, no one dared to touch them, as they only had 2 paws of their own. While they were busy pinning the live deer, the ancestral hall had already set up for processing. 6 processed dead deer lay side by side on the door slab, their blood long, drained, the skins carefully peeled off, and laid on a nearby bench. Sunlight filtering through the window, glistening brightly, even the fine hairs on top were clearly visible. The villagers gathered around to watch, unable to suppress their saliva. Luo Lao's wife smacked her lips. This deer meat looks tender, much better than the wild boar we had last winter. Tonight, let's braise a piece and use the bones to make soup for the children. Don't just think about eating. The village head cleared his throat, stepping forward to address the crowd, leaning on a polished cane. According to the rules, the wolves get to choose first. Bai Yin raised his chin, and several wolves immediately stepped forward, grabbing the hind legs of 3 deer and dragging them into the woods behind the village. This was the wolves' territory, where they had already dug holes waiting to process their prey. The remaining 3 deer stayed in the center of the ancestral hall. Luo, he picked up a chopping knife, sharpening it against a nearby stone, the blade becoming increasingly shiny, and he called out clearly, 25 households divided by head. As per the usual practice, households with more elderly and children will receive more pieces with bones to nourish their bodies. With 15 live deer, our village keeps 7, while the wolf pack takes 8. We help the wolves take care of them. No one disagreed. Luo Lao squatted on the ground, smoking his pipe, blowing a smoke ring, and tapped his pipe against his shoe. If you ask me, we really have to thank Bai Yin. Without it, we would still be gnawing on dried biscuits and pickles. How could we see so much deer meat? Bai Yin seemed to understand, glancing at him, lightly sweeping its tail across the ground in acknowledgement. The next day, just as the roosters crowed for the first time, a group of people gathered under the old locust tree at the village entrance. Luo, he counted the numbers, his fingers sweeping over each person's face. Zhu Lao, see, sure too. Is everyone here? He pointed at the cart beside him, which held a dozen kitchen knives, their blades gleaming in the morning light. These aren't for fighting, they're in case we run into any trouble on the road. We're selling deer for grain. This is serious business, so stay sharp. You don't have to worry, he go. Luo sure too patted his chest, the muscles on his chest trembling. He was leading a deer being sold to Wang YuanY, which seemed a bit uneasy, constantly brushing against him. With the 3 of us, even if a pack of wolves came, we could scare it away. Stop bragging. Luo Zhu kicked him lightly. Hold on tight to your deer, don't startle it. That big yellow dog at Wang YuanY's house is fierce. Be careful not to let it bite the deer. The group headed toward the town, the deer's hooves tapping on the bluestone road, producing a crisp clop-clop sound, attracting the attention of early risers. An old man carrying a vegetable basket came closer and asked, is this Luojia village? Have you really caught deer? Impressive. Just good luck, just good luck. Luo, he replied with a smile, not slowing his pace. Upon reaching the town entrance, Luo, he squatted down on a stone by the roadside, dividing the work. Zhu, come with me to Wang YuanY's house. Lao Si, take 2 brothers to Li YuanY's house. The rest follow, sure, too, to Mingwei restaurant. Remember, meet at Lin's rice shop in half an hour. Don't delay buying grain. Wang YuanY's red lacquer door was tightly shut, the brass lion on the door knocker gleaming in the morning light. Luo Zhu stepped forward and banged on the door knocker, the force making his hand go numb. Wang YuanY, open the door. We've brought you something good. The door creaked open a crack. The steward poked his head out, squinting at them. Who is it? What's all this noise early in the morning? You've disturbed the master's rest. There will be consequences for you. Look at this. Luo, he pulled the deer closer to the door, which seemed to sense the unfamiliar smell, and nervously pawed the ground. This is a live deer, just caught yesterday. Look at this fur, shiny enough to reflect a person's shadow, and the meat is very tender. I guarantee you've never tasted such freshness. The steward's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly called inside, master. The deer from Luojia village has arrived. They're alive. Wang YuanY came out slowly, dressed in a pale blue silk robe, casually playing with a jade ring in his hand. He walked around the deer twice, reached out to touch its antlers, and squeezed its hind legs before leisurely asking, that's a fine deer. How much silver? 5 taels. Luo Zhu spoke up first, his voice so loud it nearly startled the sparrows nearby. Wang YuanY raised an eyebrow as if hearing a joke. Why don't you just go rob someone? Last year you sent a doe that only cost 3 taels of silver. That was a small doe, skinny as a monkey. Luo, he countered, speaking calmly, while gently patting the deer's neck to soothe it. This is a male deer. Just look at this build, almost 200 gene. You can stew it or roast it. Even the antlers can be soaked in wine for nourishment. 5 taels is truly not expensive. That's too expensive. Wang Yuanwei waved his hand, turning to walk away. Four taels, not a single more. The town isn't just you selling game. If I want to buy, I have plenty of people willing to offer it. That's not fair. Yuanwei Luo Erju stood his ground, his neck stretching out, his face turning red. Have you seen this setup? A live deer, just driven out from the mountains, full of vitality. If we don't get 5 taels, we'll go straight to Li Yuanwei's house. He was asking if we had good deer yesterday. The steward tugged at Wang Yuanwei's sleeve, quietly advising, Master, this deer is indeed spirited. 4 taels is reasonable. It's perfect for nourishing in winter. Wang Yuanwei shot him a glare, then turned back to examine the deer, snorting, fine, 4 taels and 501. Don't argue further. I'm waiting to go home and drink tea. Luo-He and Erju exchanged glances, both seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Luo-He nodded. All right. Since you're an old customer, we'll agree to your terms. Meanwhile, the owner of Mingwei restaurant was circling the deer, marveling at it. Luo Shi too rubbed his hands together, grinning like a simpleton. Zhang Zhongwei, give us a fair price. This deer just came down from the mountain. It's fresh, and the dew on the grass hasn't even dried yet. Well, Zhang Zhongwei stroked his chin stubble, walking around the deer. Twice in previous years it was 5 taels, but this deer is indeed sturdy, and its fur is intact. How about this 4 taels? And if you have more goods in the future, send them my way. I'll give you an extra 51 for each deer. How does that sound? 5 taels. Luo Shi too mimicked Erju's bargaining, pointing at the deer's legs. Look at this deer legs, so meaty. If we make it into braised deer meat, I guarantee the guests will be fighting to order it. Then your restaurant's business will be booming like it's New Year's. Zhang Zhongwei laughed, patting his shoulder. You little rascal, your tongue is quite sweet. 5 taels and 501. Any more, and I won't make a profit. Also add a few warm steam buns. Let your workers have a breakfast here, all they can eat. Luo Shi too beamed, scratching his head. All right. Just for your buns, it's a deal. By the time the sun reached its zenith, everyone gathered at the entrance of Lin's rice shop. Luo-He pulled out a money pouch, pouring it on the counter. The silver coins rolled out with a clink, some whole ingots, and some broken pieces glinting in the sunlight. He counted, grinning. Wang Yuanwei paid 4 taels and 500, when Li Yuanwei paid 4 taels, and Mingwei restaurant paid 5 taels and 500, when totaling 13 taels. That's a tael more than expected. Luo Laosis' eyes sparkled like 2 lanterns, rubbing his hands. With this tael, we can buy a few more bags of rough rice, enough for our village to eat well for several days. The rice shop owner, Old Man Lin, was busy calculating with an abacus, the beads clicking rapidly. Upon seeing them, he quickly set down the abacus, smiling as he came out to greet. Oh, is this Luojia village? Got good business again today. You all look so happy. Did you sell the deer for a good price? Lin Zhongwei, pack us some grain. Luo-He pushed the silver towards the counter. 13 taels, buy it all in rough rice, and 2 bags of millet for the kids to make porridge to nourish their bodies. Old Man Lin picked up the silver to weigh it, squinting to calculate. Rough rice is 5, when a jean millet is 10-1. 13 taels equals 13,000 when buying 10 bags of millet is 500 jean, costing 5,000, when the remaining 8,000 when can buy 1,600 jean of rough rice, totaling 2,100 jean. Can't go wrong. Don't calculate so precisely. Luo Erju stepped forward, smiling. Give us a bit more. From now on, our village will be buying grain from you, and it'll surely make your business prosper. Just look at this deer. In a few days, we might catch a few more. When that happens, we'll come back to trade for grain. Wouldn't this little favor be negligible for you? Old Man Lin laughed, scolding. You rascal, always trying to take advantage. Fine, look at how well you've been taking care of my business over the years. I'll give you an extra 3 jean of rough rice, enough for your wife to steam a couple more buns. No more than that. This is a small business for me. The men quickly loaded the rice onto the cart, the rough rice packed in coarse cloth bags heavy enough to make the cart creak. Luo-He glanced at the sun, spat into his palm, and rubbed his hands together. Let's go. Get back early, and let the villagers see the new grain. The cart wheels rolled over the stone road, making a creak sound, as if humming a little tune. Luo Shi too sat atop the grain bags, munching on a freshly bought baked pancake, sesame seeds falling all over him, mumbling vaguely. Next time we catch deer, we should still send them to Mingwei restaurant. Zhang Zhongwei is much more straightforward than Wang Yuanwei. Luo-He nodded, looking at the mountain road leading to the village in the distance, calculating in his heart in a few days they would need to go back to the mountain, needing to catch more game before the heavy snow sealed off the mountains, to trade for more food and firewood for the winter. Upon returning to the village, the grain was not divided per person, but by household. The village head stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall, watching each household take their grain back, loudly announcing, "Put the grain away properly, don't let the mice gnaw at it. Once you have your grain, hurry back and rest up, regain your strength. In a few days we need to head up the mountain again." The men responded in unison, their steps light as they headed home. The women hugged the grain bags, their smiles blooming like flowers, murmuring, "This is great. We won't have to worry about food this winter." In the open space in front of the ancestral hall, sunlight streamed down warmly, and the air smelled of solid comfort. As the sun tilted westward, the open space in front of the ancestral hall buzzed with excitement. The remaining 4 live deer were tied up by the men with thick hemp ropes firmly secured to a makeshift wooden frame. The frame was constructed from several freshly cut pine trees, still carrying the scent of pine resin, and when the deer struggled, it creaked loudly. He held a shiny skinning knife, its blade glinting coldly in the sunset. He spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and called out briskly, "Everyone lend a hand. Be quick, we need to finish butchering before dark. Let's make sure the women and children can eat something warm soon." "Higu, are we keeping the deer blood?" Luo Erju approached with a clay basin, the edge still dirty with unwashed flour lumps from the morning, looking a bit untidy. "Of course we are. How could we not keep it?" Without looking up Luo, he tightened his grip, the sharp knife, slicing open the deer's neck, fresh blood gushing into the basin, splattering droplets onto his arm. "This stuff is precious. It will help nourish the women and children, keeping them warm in winter and reducing sickness come spring." Nearby, several men were holding the deer's legs tightly. The deer cried out in pain, its hooves pounding against the wooden frame, creaking as if it might fall apart at any moment. Luo Laosi raised a heavy mallet, aiming for the deer's forehead, and with a thunk the deer fell silent, its head drooping down, its legs kicking twice before going still. "Well, that makes it easier." He wiped the blood splattered on his face. The blood mixed with sweat flowed down, yet he smiled widely. "At least we won't have to listen to it cry, which is quite irritating." The men were skilled at skinning and boning the deer. The knife scraped against the deer hide, making a slight shredding sound, and soon the entire hide was peeled off, laid flat on the ground like a dark-colored blanket. The women also gathered to help. Some were removing the deer liver, while others were turning the deer intestines inside out, their fingers turning bright red from the cold water, gasping in pain, yet not bothering to rub their hands. One young bride, clumsy, accidentally dropped the deer hard on the ground while removing it, and the nearby woman quickly picked it up, wiping it on her sleeve. It's all right, wash it, and we can still eat it. Don't waste food." Luo Yenjo squatted next to Bai Yan, his little hand stroking Bai Yan's slick fur, watching the adults bustling around, his eyes wide with wonder. Suddenly he tugged at Bai Yan's fur, tilting his little face to ask, "Bai Yan, will their meat be as delicious as the wild boar we had last time?" "Last time the wild boar was stewed until it was tender. I ate 2 pieces in one go." Bai Yan gently brushed his back with its tail, emitting a low woo sound, as if to say it will definitely be fragrant, even better than the wild boar meat. By the time the last piece of deer meat was placed on the door slab, the sky was already darkening. 2 oil lamps were lit at the entrance of the ancestral hall, and under the dim yellow light the pieces of deer meat glistened fresh, making one salivate. Luo, he walked over with an old scale, the beam polished to a shine, the markings on it almost unreadable. His voice croaked like it had been rubbed with sandpaper as he shouted, "Everyone pay attention. Pure meat weighs 190 jin. With 25 households in our village, each household gets 7 jin and 6 liang. The internal organs weigh 30 jin, each household gets 1 jin and 2 liang. The bones weigh 200 jin, each household gets 8 jin. No one takes more, no one takes less, it's all based on the scale. Higu is handling this fairly, we can trust him." "Fairness," a voice called from the crowd, followed by a chorus of agreement. Luo Erju held the scale, his wife beside him with oil paper and hemp ropes, also clutching a small stick, occasionally noting the numbers on the ground. Zhang Dai's family gets 7 jin and 6 liang of meat. He adjusted the weight on the scale, the iron hook lifting a piece of marbled deer meat. As he released it, the scale's beam snapped up. "Hey, that's an extra liang. Count it as mine, a little bonus to nourish you." Old Zhang beamed, his wrinkles folding into a smile as he trembled to reach out and accept it, mumbling, "Good lad knows how to handle things." When it came to the internal organs, Luo Lao's wife was not pleased. She held the oil paper bag tightly, looking it over repeatedly, her voice rising. "Hey, what's going on here? Why is there so much fat on my liver? Look at Aunt Li's intestines, they're cleaner than if they were washed 3 times. Why does hers seem better than mine?" Aunt Li, who was nearby filling the intestines with water, rolled her eyes at the comment, her actions unceasing. "What do you know? The fat makes it tastier. The broth from stewing it will be thick enough to hold a spoon. If you don't want to give it to me, my child loves this fatty part, it's very nutritious." "Who said I didn't want it?" Luo Lao's wife quickly tightened her grip on the oil paper bag, as if fearing it would be snatched away. "My husband loves this. The fatty part is the best flavor." Her conflicting statements drew laughter from those around her, making her a bit embarrassed as she blushed and shrank back into the crowd. The atmosphere was even livelier when it came to dividing the bones. The men all wanted more bones with tendons for chewing. Luo Laosi lifted a big bone the size of his arm, still hanging with bits of meat and tendons, shouting, "This one goes to Wang, the butcher's family. His boy is growing, always bouncing around. A bit of bone soup will help him out." Wang, the butcher's wife, was standing nearby with her child, and upon hearing this she laughed and replied, "Thank you, Laosi. When you come over to my house later, I'll save you a piece of freshly stewed meat." The last bits of scraps and unclean small bones were directly scraped off by Luo, he with a knife falling to the ground with a clatter. Bai Yin picked up the largest piece turned and shared it with a nearby little wolf cub, which dashed away with the meat in its mouth, its tail wagging like a blooming flower, amusing Luo Yinzhou, who clapped his hands. As the households carried meat back home, the open space in front of the ancestral hall was left with nothing but bloodied ground, broken bones, and a faint scent of blood. Luo he leaned against the wall, panting, his back soaked with sweat clinging to him and feeling chilly. He looked at the distant lights flickering through the window, hearing a woman scolding her child, "Eat slowly, don't snatch, there's plenty of deer meat enough for everyone," and couldn't help but smile. Nearby, Luo Erju handed him a water pouch, taking a couple of sips himself. "First, want a drink? Wet your throat. Tomorrow morning, let's discuss our plans for heading up the mountain. Since the weather is good now, we need to gather more food for the winter. Drink." Luo he took it, tilting his head back for a big gulp, cool water trickling down his chin into his neck, causing him to shiver, but it felt refreshing. "Tomorrow let each household sharpen their knives, check their bows and arrows. Let's strive for another big catch. Hopefully we can hunt a few more wild boars. That meat is plentiful and can be cured into bacon, lasting until spring." The night wind blew, carrying a bit of mountain chill, yet everyone felt warm inside. This deer meat coming home meant that the winter would be secure, no more gnawing on vegetable roots or drinking tree bark porridge daily. Luo He's family received a fair share of meat, and Wang Shi took out just one gene of meat and all the internal organs to eat, slicing the rest into thin pieces to salt cure, hanging them from the beams to make jerky. Luo Yinzhou leaned over the stove, watching the deer meat bubbling in the pot, saliva almost dripping down, urging Granny, "Hurry up and cook, it smells so good." Soon. Just wait half an hour, and you can eat something warm," Wang Shi laughed, patting his head. "How many times a year can families in the village enjoy a bit of meat? They can count them all on their fingers. In spring they hunt rabbits, in autumn they fish, and in winter being able to divide some meat from collective hunts is already a blessing. Most of the time the pot contains either wild vegetable flavor or very thin mixed grain porridge, and when the children see any hint of oil their eyes light up." But Luo He's family was different. Just speaking of the cellar, when the heavy wooden door was lifted, a wave of cool meaty aroma wafted out. On the corner shelf various kinds of jerky were hanging. Some wild boar meat with a bit of fat looking solid, some deer meat bright red from Bai Yan's recent delivery, and even a few chunks of bear jerky dark and heavy from the giant that the wolves dragged down last winter, very dense meat. Every time Chuntao went to the cellar for meat, she had to count carefully, afraid that if she took too long the more than 100 gene of jerky would spoil. The sun had just peeked over the horizon, and the shadow of the old locust tree at the village entrance stretched long like a strip of ink-soaked cloth dragged across the frost-covered ground. With a step it creaked beneath him. The cold crept up through the soles of his shoes, numbing his toes. The man known as No. 57 leaned against the tree. Some squatted on the stones, their bottoms thoroughly frozen. Others leaned against the tree trunk, their backs coated with a layer of white frost. The coarse grain bread in their hands crunched as they bit into it, hard as a lump of clay, pricking their tongues. No one spoke, only the wind whistled through the treetops, a mournful sound like weeping. The sheath of the hatchet at his waist rasped against his coarse trousers, making a rustling noise. The wooden handle of the iron shovel was gripped so tightly that it sweated the wood grain, glistening. Occasionally the arrows in the quiver behind him clattered together, ringing clear and bright, as if counting the hours. 5 mongrel dogs with their tails tucked between their legs squatted at the edge of the crowd, sniffing the air, drawing in the cold. From time to time, they glanced up at the wooden door of the Luo family. The area in front of the door was dark and crowded, full of wolves. The village dogs were already accustomed to it. After all, managing a pack of nearly 40 wolves was beyond their capability. Anyone who dared to bare their teeth on this day next year would meet their end, so they remained quiet, slumped over, waiting like humans. "The wolves from the He family have grown a bit stronger." Luo Erju spat a crumb of bread onto the ground. He stared intently at the largest white wolf, swallowing hard. "Look at Bai Yan's build, taller than old Huang from the Stone family by half a head. If we were to encounter a bear, I bet it could tear it apart easily." Luo Shirtu was just putting the last bite of bread into his mouth, his cheeks bulging like he was holding 2 walnuts, speaking indistinctly. "Last time we hunted deer, we didn't see a bear. If we encounter one this time, it would be just the chance for Bai Yan to show off. Let's taste what bear meat is like. I heard bear bile soaked in wine is the best for invigorating." "Don't talk nonsense." Luo Laosi poked him in the arm. "We go into the mountains to gather food, not to stir up trouble. If we do encounter a bear, it's better to hide. If we can, there's no need to fight it. Those bones of yours are hardly enough for a bear to pick its teeth with." The wooden door of the He family creaked open. That sound was like a signal. The men immediately fell silent, forgetting to chew the bread in their hands. Their gazes converged like nails. Luo He walked in front, a bundle of hemp rope draped over his shoulder, the end trailing on the ground. He had a hatchet at his waist, its blade polished to a shine. The light of the newly risen sun struck it, dazzling the eyes. His quiver was bulging fuller than anyone else's, indicating he had brought extra arrows. Following behind him was Luo Yinzhou. The little guy was wrapped in an old cotton coat, the cuffs frayed, revealing the cotton inside. His cheeks were red from the cold, looking like a ripe hawthorn. He still clutched a piece of unfinished jerky, his oily little hands rubbing against his cotton coat. "Yinzhou, come here," someone in the crowd suddenly called out. It was Luo Laowu from the east end of the village. He hurriedly pulled a grain bag from his chest, rummaging through it for a while, pulling out a white bread bun. He wiped it with his sleeve and handed it over. "Uncle has some white flour here, better than the jerky in your hand for hunger." The people nearby immediately followed suit. Luo Erju pulled out a wheat cake from his bosom, freshly baked by his wife, last night, still warm. "Yinzhou, take this. This cake is sweet, you should try it." Even the stingiest Luo Laoshuan took out a piece of candy from his bundle. It was left for his grandson last time, but now he generously handed it over. "The little one loves sweets, take it and suck on it while you walk." Everyone knew in their hearts. The wolf pack listened to Luo Yinzhou. Treat this little guy well, and when they enter the mountains, the wolf pack would surely look out for him. Last time they went hunting, Luo Erju had given Yinzhou 2 wheat cakes. The next morning, the wolf pack brought 5 or 6 wild chicken eggs to his yard. The eggshells were still warm. Even without these benefits, maintaining a good relationship with the He family was not a bad thing. Luo Yinzhou was a bit dazed by this commotion. He glanced at Luo He, and seeing him nod, he cheerfully said, "Thank you, uncle." He took the food and handed it to his mother, who had come out behind him. Just as he finished speaking, the wolf pack at the door suddenly erupted. Dozens of wolves surrounded him, howling, encircling, trapping Luo Yinzhou in the middle. The big tongues licked his face and hands, leaving the little guy covered in saliva. Their tails wagged like the wind, creating a gust. Even the most composed Bai Yan leaned in, gently rubbing his big head against Yan's back, making a rumbling sound in his throat. "Hey, stop licking. It tickles." Luo Yinzhou laughed, sticking out his little hand to pet each wolf's head, from Bai Yan's furry neck to the ear of the female wolf at the edge. "Big Bai, little flower, you must be hungry, right? Wait until we go into the mountains. I'll let my dad find you some fat rabbits to eat. And there are wild chickens too. The meat will be delicious." The wolf pack seemed to understand, howling even more enthusiastically. 2 wolves even stood up, resting their front paws on Yan's arm, nearly toppling him over. Luo He watched this scene, shaking his head helplessly. All right, no more of this. "Yinzhou, come on, or else you lot of ancestors will cause a ruckus." Though no one spoke, everyone nodded in agreement in their hearts. Last time they hunted deer, they relied on the wolf pack to guide them. This time, they were heading deeper into the forest. With Luo Yinzhou following, the wolf pack would exert their strength. Without him, the wolves wouldn't even bother with you, not to mention listening to Luo He, Yan's father. Luo Yinzhou, having petted enough wolves, pulled out a cloth bag from his bosom. Untying the knot, inside were several pieces of jerky wrapped in oil paper, greasy, and still carrying a hint of smoke. He stood on tiptoe, distributing it to the wolf pack. "This is the deer jerky my mom roasted last night. You can eat it on the way, it's delicious." Though there wasn't much jerky, each wolf got a piece. Bai Yan took a piece of jerky and suddenly threw back his head to howl. That sound was so clear it pierced through the morning mist, startling the sparrows in the locust tree to flutter away, dropping a few frost-covered leaves. Immediately, 8 half-grown wolf cubs popped out from the pack, wobbling into Luo He's yard, turning back to howl at the adult wolves. "Are these to guard the house?" Luo Erju watched in surprise, scratching his head. "Wolf cubs can guard the yard. My yellow dog is sturdier than they are. They're 10 times more useful than your yellow dog." After speaking, Luo He turned back and whispered a few words to Chun Tao. "They are close to Yinzhou, guarding the yard, can prevent wild beasts from the mountains, and also look after the women and children at home. Plus, with the wolf pack accompanying us into the mountains, it's a win-win situation, isn't it?" Luo Yinzhou tried to climb onto Bai Yan's broad back, but couldn't quite manage it. Ever since he discovered that the water from the space was beneficial to the wolf pack, he would often mix it into the water at the stone trough where the wolves drank. The wolf pack had indeed changed day by day. Bai Yan, originally robust, grew even taller after drinking this water, standing there like a small hill, his white fur shining so brightly it could reflect a person's shadow. The wind he stirred up while running was more forceful than before, and even from half a mile away one could hear the thud-thud of his hooves hitting the ground. The mother wolves also grew quite a bit. Their previously somewhat dry fur became glossy and smooth as if oiled. Even the cubs they bore were like honey, round and plump, their fur shiny and dark, running faster than their dog counterparts. Most astonishing was their sense of smell. Originally, they could barely catch a whiff of prey from afar, but now even if the prey was hidden in the cracks of rocks, the wolf pack could track it down, sniffing the ground a couple of times, immediately distinguishing whether it was a deer or a rabbit and estimating how long it had been gone. Take the 8 wolf cubs left at home. They used to be like little kittens, But now they've grown a bit full of spirit, lying on the courtyard wall, like little sentinels baring their teeth at strangers, their cleverness surpassing that of the best watchdogs in the village. Luo, he found it amusing lifting him up and placing him on the wolf's back. Hold on tight, don't fall off. If you hurt yourself, I won't take responsibility. Bai Yin shook his fur steadily, carrying the little one. He turned his head to nudge Luo, his arm, his wet nose brushing against his hand, as if to say, don't worry. Luo, he patted the bundle at his waist, the jerky pressing uncomfortably against him. He called out loudly, are we all set? Is there enough dry food? Is the water pouch full? Don't end up dying of thirst in the mountains later. We've got enough, everyone replied in unison. The sound shook the frost on the ground, revealing the yellow earth beneath. Let's go. Luo, he waved his arm and stepped forward first. Bai Yin howled, charging ahead with a dozen wolves. Their hooves thudded on the snowy ground, splashing white flakes everywhere. Luo Yinzhou lay on Bai Yan's back, gripping his mane tightly, shouting, Big Bai, slow down. Wait for Uncle Zhu and the others. Yet the wolf pack seemed not to hear, swiftly disappearing into the forest, leaving only a few dark figures flashing in the shadows. The remaining dozen wolves guarded by Yin and Luo Yinzhou. Are they scouting ahead? Luo Shurtu scratched his head, quickly following the main group. Let's hurry, we can't keep the wolves waiting. The men carried their gear, trailing behind. The 5 mongrel dogs were squeezed in between, barking occasionally into the depths of the forest. But the moment they heard the distant howls of wolves, they quickly shrank back, tails tucked, scampering. Compared to the wolf pack, they obviously seemed a bit timid, not daring to bark loudly. As they entered the forest, the morning mist had yet to disperse, wrapping the trees like a thin veil, hazy and indistinct. The dew on the leaves dripped down, hitting people's heads and shoulders, cool and refreshing. Luo, he walked at the front, the dry branches beneath his feet cracking with a crisp sound. He suddenly stopped, listened attentively, then crouched down to feel the soil beneath him. He looked up and said, Urju, take 5 men to the left, see if there are any fresh animal tracks. Don't lose track of each other. Every time you smoke a cigarette, shout out, so I know where you are. Got it. Luo Urju replied, waving his hand, leading 5 men down a side path. The sun had just climbed to the treetops, casting beams of light that slanted into the forest, spreading patches of brightness on the ground. Luo, he squatted on a piece of blue stone, sharpening his hatchet with a steady rhythm. The grinding stone made a shhshh sound, the blade glinted in the light, cold and sharp, reflecting a pale hue on the nearby grass blades. Take a look at this egg. Luo Urju emerged from the woods, his pant legs stained with grass and mud, holding a half basket of wild chicken eggs that glimmered with a bluish-white shine, with a few soft blades of grass stuck to the shells. There are at least 20, enough for the village women and children to have a meal. Luo Yinzhou leaned against a white rock, his small hands rummaging through a cloth bag, the sound of walnut shells crackling. He shook the bag upside down, revealing only 2 walnuts that rolled out. Bai Yin, look, there are no more walnuts. He asked, tilting his small face up, his nose dusted with a bit of gray. Bai Yin wagged his tail, his coarse fur brushing against Yan's his legs, making him flinch. Then he nudged his large head against his waist, making a grumble sound in his throat, like a little windmill spinning inside. By the fire, Luo Laosi was roasting a wild chicken. A metal skewer pierced through the whole chicken, droplets of oil sizzling into the fire, releasing a plume of white smoke that carried the aroma of meat far away. The people nearby smacked their lips, their stomachs growling joyfully. I say, he wiped his oily mouth with his sleeve. It's been 2 days, and apart from some grass and wild fruits, we haven't seen any decent game. If this keeps up, we might not bring back much grain. Luo Shurtu squatted beside him, clenching half a roasted chicken in his hand, oil dribbling down his chin and staining his clothes, leaving a small yellow mark. Exactly, he mumbled, chewing vigorously. Last time at this time, we had already caught deer. I say, Bai Yin, why don't you take us to where the big beasts are? Are you keeping a good spot to yourself for a feast? Bai Yin suddenly perked up his ears, standing straight like 2 little radars. A low grumble emitted from his throat as he scratched the ground with his front paws, splattering a few pieces of wet mud that plopped onto the nearby ferns. Luo Yinzhou quickly bent down, gently patting his neck, feeling the hard bones beneath the wolf's fur. Don't be angry, Bai Shurtu is just joking with you. He's just greedy, wanting to gnaw on big beast meat. Luo, he tapped his hatchet against a stone, sparking crackling sounds that vanished into the grass. Luo Shitty, you should mind your words. He frowned. Bai Yin knows the rules better than you. Why blabber? If you truly anger it, you'll regret it later. Luo Shurtu pouted, stuffing the last piece of chicken into his mouth, his cheeks puffed up, and he fell silent, the only sound being the crunching of chewing meat. Luo, he tucked the polished hatchet back into his belt, stood up, and brushed the dust off his pants, causing a cloud of dirt to puff up, making him cough twice. What's the hurry? It's only the 2nd day. He glanced deeper into the forest where the trees were dense like a wall. The beast spirits in the forest are alert. The first 2 days are just for wolves to scout. If we really encounter a big one, we need to be fully prepared before we act. He go. He go. Luo Guzi dashed out from behind a tree, a blood streak on his face bright red and still smeared with some tree sap. He held a bundle of herbs in his arms, the leaves still glistening with dew sparkling as he smiled excitedly, revealing his two little tiger teeth. Look what I found. These are the hemostatic herbs the old doctor mentioned, and these few are lingji. They look just like the ones in the herbal book, and there's even a bit of red around them. Luo he walked over, rummaged a bit, and picked up a piece of lingji, breathing in a mixture of earthy and woodsy scents. Good job, Guzi. He raised his eyebrows, a rare smile appearing. You recognized this herb on your first trip to the mountains. Keep it safe. This stuff is more valuable than wild chicken eggs. It can fetch a lot of coarse grain back in the village, enough for your family to eat for 2 months. Luo Guzi beamed with a flushed face, quickly wrapping the herbs in cloth and tucking them securely in his arms. Luo Erju squatted on the ground, counting the wild chicken eggs, his fingers tapping on the shells like playing a small drum. 1, 2, 19, 20. He looked up and shouted to Luo, his voice rising, "He go, how about this? Let's gather our harvest from these 2 days and send 2 people back first. This way the village women and children can eat first, and we can move faster when we head deeper into the forest." By the fire there were quite a few things piled up, with a dozen bound wild chickens and rabbits hanging limply, their fur dampened by the dew, looking heavy. Luo Laosi tore open the roasted wild chicken, and the savory aroma rose higher. He handed a shiny chicken leg to Luo Yenjo, who quickly switched hands because it was too hot. Urza's suggestion makes sense, he said. I see there's enough wild chicken eggs and herbs. Let 2 quick-fooded ones go back and inform the village so they can rest easy and not worry every day. Luo he stroked his chin, his stubble scratching his palm. He scanned the crowd and leisurely asked who wants to go back. The crowd fell silent for a moment, the fallen leaves underfoot making shhshh sounds as they were stepped on. Luo Laowu rubbed his hands and stepped forward, his knuckles cracking nervously. Higo, I'll go back. His voice was a bit muffled, his eyes darting toward the path they came from. My wife is pregnant and there's only her at home. I'm worried. Beside him, Luo Laoshuan nodded in agreement, clearing his throat a couple of times, bending his waist even lower. I'll also go back, he said. My little grandson caught a cold a few days ago and can't sleep well. I want to see if he's better. Besides, with my old bones, I might not keep up going deep into the forest. It's better for me to stay here. Luo he nodded in acceptance. All right, just the 2 of you. He pointed to the burlap sacks nearby, which were used to carry dry rations. Sort the items properly, pack them tightly in the burlap sacks, and be careful on the way back. Don't let any wild beasts snatch them away. Help us report back home safely. Luo Laowu and Luo Laoshuan hurriedly got busy. Luo Laowu picked up the wild chicken eggs one by one and placed them into the basket, moving gently, as if afraid to break them, his fingers trembling. Luo Laoshuan squatted on the ground, sorting the herbs into bundles and tying them tightly with grass rope, leaving deep imprints. Luo Laowu hung wild chickens and rabbits onto himself, with 2 on each arm and a large one on his back, staggering as he walked. Luo he handed him a hatchet, its handle polished to a shine reflecting his shadow. Don't travel at night, find a cave to rest. Continue your journey only when it's bright. He advised, his gaze serious like still water. If you encounter any danger, climb a tree. Don't drop the hatchet, it can scare off smaller beasts. If things get really bad, shout, wolves will come to investigate. Luo Laowu fastened the hatchet to his belt, patting his chest. Don't worry, Higo. I've walked these mountain paths for decades, or I could find the village even with my eyes closed. Plus, with Laoshuan with me, nothing bad will happen. Luo Laoshuan hoisted the basket of wild chicken eggs onto his shoulder, the weight causing him to sway a little, quickly using his hand to steady himself, his face turning red. Ouch, these eggs are really heavy. He took a breath and looked at Luo, his eyes filled with concern. You all need to be careful going deeper. I've heard there are bears in that forest, and one swipe can crush stones. If you really encounter one, don't confront it, Hedon. Luo Laosi interjected, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms. Don't worry, Uncle Laoshuan, with Bai Yin around, even if a bear comes it will have to take a detour. He thumped his chest. When we catch a big beast, we'll have the returning ones bring back a bear leg for your grandson to nourish his body. I guarantee he'll recover from the cold immediately after eating. Luo Laoshuan chuckled and spat the saliva splattering on the fallen leaves on the ground, creating a small wet patch. You little brat, always boasting. He picked up the bundle of herbs and glanced at Luo Yenjo. Little Yenjo, stay close to your dad. Don't wander off, understood? Luo Yenjo nodded vigorously, his little head bobbing like a rattle drum. Luo Laowu and Luo Laoshuan, burdened with their heavy loads, waved goodbye to the rest like 2 snails carrying heavy shells. Their figures slowly moved away from the forest, their footprints crunching on the fallen leaves, the sound fading further away until they were swallowed by the shadows of the trees. Watching them disappear into the shadows, Luo Erju spat onto the ground, the yellowish droplets sticking to the grass, swaying gently with the wind. All right, with the harvest from these 2 days gone, we should head deeper into the forest. He looked at Luo, he twirling the hatchet in his hand. Higo, which direction should we go next? Luo Yinzhou suddenly straightened up from Bai Yan's back, pointing forward with all his might, his little arms stiff. We should go that way. His eyes sparkled like 2 stars. Just now the wolf pack came to inform us that there are traces of large animals over there. Let's go take a look. The crowd looked in the direction he pointed. The grass was tall, and there were faint signs of something having been trampled. Bai Yan suddenly threw back his head and howled, the sound clear and ringing like a copper bell, causing the leaves above to rustle, dropping several yellow leaves that landed on Luo Yan's head. Luo Yinzhou quickly grabbed his mane, pulling himself up onto the wolf's back, settling his little bottom in place, shouting to Bai, slow down, wait for Uncle Luo and the others. Don't throw me off. The wolf pack whooshed into the dense forest, creating a gust of wind that made the grass leaves rustle. Luo, he waved his hand, gripping the hatchet tighter until his knuckles turned white. Let's go. Follow the wolf pack. The men quickly tightened their grips on their tools, the iron shovels and hatchets clanging together, following closely behind. The sounds of footsteps, heavy breathing, and the rustling of branches against clothes mixed together, resonating in the forest, startling a few birds into flight with a flap-flap sound. Luo Guzi followed closely behind Luo, he gripping his iron shovel tightly, his knuckles turning white, not out of fear but excitement. The wolf pack darted deeper into the dense forest at increasing speed, their tails sweeping through low shrubs with a rustling sh, startling several grasshoppers into high erratic leaps. Luo, his palm gripping the firewood axe, grew damp and clammy with sweat. The fallen leaves beneath their feet grew steadily thicker, crunching softly with a muffled puff under each step, rising past their ankles. The scent of decaying foliage mingled with damp earthen musk, rising sharply into their nostrils. Halt! He barked low, the sound rebounding faintly off the ancient trunks. Instantly the wolves ahead froze in unison. Bai Yan turned his head and let out a soft, questioning aowo, ears pricked forward like twin radar dishes. Luo Erju hurried up, a cluster of cockleburs clinging to his pant leg. Plop! They dropped one by one onto the forest floor. Following Luo He's gaze, they saw the muddy ground, a chaotic sprawl of hoofprints, each as wide as a rice bowl, deep enough to expose glistening black earth still moist with recent rain. What on earth? He crouched, measuring the print with his fingers, knuckles pressed firmly against its rim. Good heavens, such colossal prints. Bigger than my family's old yellow ox. Luo Laosi stepped closer, using his axe to part the grass beside the trail. Its blade cracked cleanly through a stem. The hoofprints stretched onward in an uneven chain, like ink blots scattered carelessly across the earth, winding crookedly into the forest's heart. Wild boars. No doubt about it, he declared, tracing the mud with his knife tip. See how narrow the front is and broad the rear, with fine fissures along the edges. That's unmistakable. My father once told me wild boar hooves bear distinct ridges. This is precisely how they imprint. Luo sure to advanced 2 paces and kicked something hard. Bending down, he found a gnawed bone discarded by wild boars. He suddenly cried out, "Over here too. Brother, he look. These prints overlap. There must be more than one." Luo, he knelt, pressing his thumb into the deepest part of the print, just large enough to cover it completely. He then raked aside nearby leaves, revealing snapped branches beneath their broken ends, still weeping fresh, glistening sap. More than one. Far more, he said, rising and brushing dirt from his hands, grains cascading downward like dark dust. Judging by the density, there are at least 7 or 8. And look at how fresh this mud is, not yet dry. They can't be far, likely rooting for food just ahead. Luo Yinzhou slid down from Bai Yan's back, his boots whispering shush-shush over the carpet of dead leaves. He dashed to the largest hoofprint, placed his bare foot beside it, and realized his entire soul fit snugly inside, barely half its width. How enormous must these boars be? He asked, tilting his small face upward, eyes wide as polished coins, tiny specks of dried grass clinging to his lashes. Luo Guzi also crowded close, his iron spade clanging clang against a stone, startling himself so badly he jerked his neck inward. The last boar that charged our fields weighed 400 jin, its tusks sharp enough to pierce flesh and kill a man. His voice trembled, but his eyes flickered curiously toward the forest's depths. That time it ravaged Erju's family's field so thoroughly his father refused food for days. 7 or 8. That's no trivial herd, Luo Erju murmured, frowning until his stubble bristled like thorns against his palm. Brother, he, shall we pursue? Their meat would feed the whole village through winter, cured into savory bacon. It'll last till spring blooms. No, Luo Laosi shook his head, gesturing with his axe toward tangled shrubbery. Look, these branches are freshly uprooted and trampled, and here, fresh boar droppings still steaming faintly. They're feeding right here. To charge now would spook them, sending them barreling blindly. That's perilous, unpredictable, and dangerous. What's there to fear? Luo Shirtu rolled up his sleeves, revealing thick corded muscle, veins pulsing like taut ropes. We're many and Yen leads the pack. How could we fail against mere boars? Last time I hunted one with my father, the aroma alone filled half the village when stewed. You know nothing. He shot him a glare as deep and still as a mountain lake. A male boar leads such a herd, the fiercest of all. Enraged it can shatter trees with its charge. Remember the old locust tree west of the village. Its trunk split clean open from a boar's impact. Rushing in risks injury, or worse. It's not worth the cost. Here's the plan: we circle uphill, to higher ground where the trees thin and the sky peeks through. From above we observe clearly. If we spot weak young or injured ones, we strike swiftly. If all are strong and healthy, we wait. No reckless confrontation. Yenjo tugged He's pant leg, fabric straining with a faint zzzt. Pointing left he said, "Father, look." Ferns crushed flat, as if recently rooted through, still damp with splattered mud clinging to their fronds. Yen echoed the direction with a low resonant whine, nostrils flaring intently. He nodded. "Very well, we'll circle that way. Grip your weapons tightly. Tread lightly. Silence is vital. If we startle them, all is lost." He turned back, fixing Yenjo with a stern look. "Stay close to Yen. Do not stray. Understand? Wild boars see no distinction. They'll gore without mercy." Yenjo seized Yen's coarse mane, fur thick and warm, and nodded vigorously. "I know. I'll follow to Bai. I won't run off." They crept silently up the slope, each footfall sighing shush-shush over the leaves, unervingly loud in the hushed woods. Yen suddenly stiffened, ears erect like trembling willow leaves, and cast a sharp glance into the forest's gloom. His tail tip swayed gently, stirring a whisper of wind across the forest floor, rustling leaves with a softer shush than their own footsteps. Moments later, two gray streaks whooshed from behind the trees, blazing like twin bolts of lightning, trailing wind in their wake. These were the scouts sent ahead, mud-caked grasses dangling from their jaws, tiny clods clinging to each blade. They bounded to Yenjo, nuzzling his trousers fiercely, fabric whispering shush-shush, throats rumbling low, intimate growls as though confiding secrets. "Father!" He leapt up, tiny legs pounding thump-thump-thump as he rushed to he gripping his pant leg and shaking it with surprising force. The wolves say, a boar herd waits ahead in the thickest woods. 9 massive adults, and over 20 piglets. They're rooting now, the earth churned into chaos. Shirtu shouldered his eyebrows arched so high they nearly vanished into his hairline. "Could it be? You truly understand wolf speech. Did you swear brotherhood with them?" "All I hear is Awa. I just know," Yenjo replied, lips curled in a quiet smile. Cheeks flushed like ripe apples, as his small hand stroked Yen's velvety ear. "Whenever they think something, I feel it too." He asked no further. He'd long grown accustomed to it. From childhood this boy had shared an uncanny bond with wolves, an almost telepathic resonance. Strange, yes, but undeniable. "Let's survey the terrain." He waved his hand, sheathing his axe at his waist, the iron ring clinking clang as it reverberated through the trees. "Better to set traps than force battle, spare lives. This herd has piglets. They'll defend them fiercely, like mother wolves guarding their dens." They followed the wolves deeper, where trees thickened and intertwined overhead, weaving a dense canopy that shut out the sun entirely. Leaves lay thick enough to swallow their ankles, each step sinking with a soft puff, yielding like cloud-soft cotton. The scent of decay mingled with the crisp, resinous fragrance of pine needles, unexpectedly pleasant. Yen halted before a shallow depression, scrabbling at the soil with his forepaws, damp clods crumbling shush-shush to reveal darker, wetter earth beneath. Steep slopes flanked the hollow, dense with thorny shrubs whose barbed tips gleamed coldly. Between them ran a narrow passage, barely wide enough for 3 men abreast, ideal for an ambush. "This is it." He crouched, testing the soil with his fingers, cool, damp, clingy enough to mold into firm clods. Soft earth, perfect for digging. "Everyone, dig the pit deep. At least 6 chi. Anything shallower won't hold the great boar. He's strong enough to leap free." "Understood." Urju swung his spade downward, clang. Sparks flared and vanished into the leaf litter. "Men, lend your strength. If this succeeds, our wives will stew the finest cuts, and warm 2 jugs of wine for us to drink till dawn." Shirtu hefted his hoe, joining others in tearing at the earth. 50-odd men surrounded the site, spades and hoes ringing clang-clang against stones, numbing their palms, stinging their calluses. Soil poured whoosh to the sides, soon revealing a gaping pit. Its edges crumbled continuously, shedding dirt like silent tears. He didn't idle. With Lausi and several strong men, he entered the adjacent woods, scanning for suitable trees. He selected several pine trunks, each as thick as a man's wrist, and brought his axe down in swift, rhythmic crack-crack blows, splinters flying, stinging his eyes. Wiping his face with his sleeve, he reddened the corner of one eye. "Cut these into stakes, 18 cun long." He panted, sweat tracing paths down his temples, soaking into his collar. Sharpen the tips, finely deeply. They'll anchor the pit's floor. Boar hide is thick as armor. Only needle-sharp points will pierce it. Don't spare your strength. The sharper, the surer the kill. Luo Laosi swung his axe, thunk thunk, into the timber, arms trembling as though filled with lead. Soon the stakes emerged, gleaming white and viciously pointed like spearheads forged from bone. These points mean business. Any fall guarantees death, pierced clean through like sieves. Just looking at them chills the blood. They must be ruthless. Luo, he gasped, spitting into his palms and rubbing them together, sticky with moisture. Boar hide is tougher than iron plate. Only such ferocity ensures victory. Remember old Wang's ox. Fell into a ditch, shattered its leg. A boar dwarfs even that beast. Its hide harder still. By noon the sun blazed, scorching the nape of their necks like a searing brand. At last the pit was complete. 7 chi deep, square, and cavernous, its base bristling with sharpened stakes densely packed and terrifying to behold. Sunlight slanted in, catching cold glints off the steel-tipped stakes, radiating an aura of dread. Luo, he directed men to lay cut branches across the pit, interwoven like a net, then covered them with thin soil and fallen leaves blending seamlessly with the surrounding forest floor. Nothing betrayed its presence, unless inspected closely. One leaf remained askew, curling upward. He smoothed it down with his fingers, patting the earth firmly. More covering, no flaws. Boars are cunning. They'll veer away at the first hint of deception. Luo Guzi spat into his palms, gripping his spade so tightly his knuckles whitened, frozen as if frostbitten. Brother He, why does my heart pound so wildly? Like a trapped hare battering my ribs. My throat feels tight as a drawstring. Fear not, Luo Urju clapped his shoulder, so hard he flinched, startled as if struck. With so many wolves aiding us, can pigs possibly overpower us? Besides, once they fall, not even immortals could save them. Just watch. When they squeal, it'll thrill you more than any stage play. A nearby man added, chewing lazily on a blade of grass. Exactly. Guzi, this is your first hunt of this scale. Nerves are natural. Just don't faint when blood flows, or your wife will mock you forever as a coward. Luo Guzi flushed crimson, like rouge painted on porcelain, and jutted his chin defiantly. Who would faint? I'm strong. Last time I helped father slaughter chickens, blood never made me blink. Luo, he shot the man a glance, icy and piercing. Enough jesting. Stay sharp. When the wolves cry, the signal begins. Hold silence. Await my command. Anyone who shouts, panics, or spoils the hunt will copy the village statutes tenfold upon return. The men fell instantly silent, slipping into hiding among ferns and bushes, eyes wide and fixed on the narrow passage, holding their breath. The forest hushed. Only wine stirred the leaves with a soft shush, and their own hearts hammered thump-thump in their ears. Luo, he crept low beneath the final thicket, thorns snagging his pant legs with a rasping shush, fraying the hems into ragged threads. 5 or 6 men followed, bows drawn, taut wooden grips, slick with sweat. The lead wolf moved ahead, tail low, gray fur flickering in dappled shade like a shifting shadow. It halted abruptly, ears flattened sideways, then glanced back with a soft, breathy whine like wind brushing grass. They've taken the bait. Luo, he drew his tinderbox, the bronze casing warmed by his body heat. With a sharp puff, he ignited the ember, flame leaping, flick licking his fingertip. Urju, bring green branches, damp ones. Only smoke thick enough to choke will do. Luo Urju hurried forward, arms full of dew-laden twigs. Whoosh, he dumped them onto the pre-stacked dry kindling. Flames erupted, crackle, then wilted under the wet foliage, billowing thick, acrid smoke that stung throats and drew choked coughs from the men. The wind favors us. Luo Laosi pointed, grinning, yellow teeth stained with smoke. Straight into the boar's lair. It'll leave them gasping, blind to kin or sire. The smoke coiled like a gray dragon, surging deep into the forest, shaking leaves with a restless shush. Soon guttural Aoyu roars erupted, harsh as cracked bronze struck on stone, shaking loose desiccated leaves from the canopy in trembling showers. They're moving. Luo shit, his grip on his bow tightened, knuckles bleaching white, string biting grooves into his palm. That sound. Panic has seized them. Luo, he peered outward, bark scraping his cheek raw. Dozens of boars stampeded chaotically, black bodies jammed together, squealing piglets trampled beneath hooves. The great boar king tossed his head, tusks gleaming amber in the sun, pacing frantically, hooves gouging pits into the earth. Bai Yin lifted his muzzle and unleashed a howl, piercing, thunderous, splitting the sky. Instantly, a dozen gray shapes exploded from both flanks, blazing like lightning. The wolves did not charge headlong, instead circling the herd, darting in to bite haunches, eliciting shrieks that drove the boars tighter inward. Brilliant. Luo Urju slapped his thigh, smack, eyes blazing. Drive them, herd them straight toward the pit. Keep them bunched, don't let them scatter. Choked by smoke, the boars sneezed violently, snot bubbling at their snouts, while wolves harried them, relentlessly forcing them slowly toward the narrow channel. The boar king paused, sniffing the air, flaring his nostrils, then stamped his front hooves, thud-thud, flinging mud that splattered wolves' muzzles. Huh, this old fellow's clever. Luo Laosi spat, spittle landing on his boot. He senses danger, tries to flee open ground, refusing entrapment. Brother He, we must steer him true. Luo He watched the boar king, brow furrowed, bristles of beard seeming to bristle upright. If he leads them elsewhere, our labor is wasted, every drop of sweat, every aching sinew undone. Bai Yin seemed to comprehend, launching forward, stopping directly before the boar king, bearing fangs with a low resonant whum vibrating the very air, saliva dripping plink onto the soil. Enraged, the boar king lowered his head, charging tusks flashing cold light. Yet Bai Yin slipped aside with feline grace, slashing a crimson gash across its hind leg, blood plopping forth in bright beads. At first the boar king retained some restraint, darting left and right seeking escape, but the wolves singled him out. Within moments 7 or 8 wounds striped his hide, staining black bristles dark red. Awoof! Blinded by pain he erupted, hooves drumming, eyes bloodshot, chasing Bai Yin with single-minded fury. Bai Yin evaded effortlessly, retreating toward the pit, glancing back with mocking snarls, teasing like a masterful gamester. It's done. Luo He's eyes lit, crow's feet blooming at their corners. The old brute is enraged, following the wolf. Hold steady, silence. Seeing their leader flee, the herd surged after, black tide surging down the narrow path, driven by smoke behind and wolves flanking like shepherds. Hooves drummed thud-thud, the ground trembling, until 10 paces from the pit the boar king halted. He sniffed, nostrils flaring rapidly, trotted in place, throat rumbling, grrr, warning the herd behind him. Bad sign. Luo Erju's voice tightened, climbing into his throat. He smells something amiss. The soil scent is wrong. The herd froze, jostling nervously in the narrow pass. A few curious piglets ventured forward, only to recoil trembling beneath their mothers' bellies as the boar king glared back with furious eyes. Luo He's palms sweated, bow gripped so tightly his knuckles threatened to crack. We cannot wait. Delay means escape. Bai Yin, perceiving the crisis, burst from concealment, fur bristling like a storm-ravaged thistleball. He raised his voice, "Aowu, aowu." A howl echoing through the woods, sending birds exploding skyward, wings stirring fallen leaves into swirling eddies. At the sound, wolves materialized from all sides, dozens of emerald eyes gleaming in the shadows, sealing both flanks of the pit. No rabbit could slip through. Bai Yin stepped forward, his bull-calf frame towering over the pack, muscle rippling beneath thick gray fur. Fixing the boar king with unwavering gaze, he issued a guttural, threatening growl, drool dripping plink onto the loam. Villagers already perched in trees drew bows taut, arrowheads aimed squarely at the herd, veins bulging along their forearms. Panic seized the herd. Several sows began retreating, with nervous oinks, piglets trembling violently, some even voiding foul-smelling waste that tainted the air. Now, Luo Erju rose, voice booming like thunder, loose arrows. Aim for the largest, ignore the young. Fwaish, fwaish. Arrows sang through air, whistling with urgent humming force. Luo He's arrow flew straight for the boar king's eye. Luo Erju's targeted its foreleg. Luo Shida's mighty shaft buried itself deep in the fattest sow. Thunk. Arrowhead vanishing into flesh, fletching, quivering violently. Awoof. The boar king recoiled as the arrow grazed his ear, pain launching him forward like a kicked sack. That lunge propelled the entire herd, frontmost boars stumbling splash, into the pit, followed instantly by agonized shrieks, the sickening schlick-schlick of sharpened stakes piercing flesh, blood flowing over the rim, staining the earth crimson. Hit! Hit! Luo Guzi leapt, raising his spade to hurl stones. Steady! Luo He seized his wrist, strength nearly wrenching the tool free. Half remain outside. Fire again, drive them in. The narrow passage collapsed into chaos, boars pushing forward, others reversing, soon trampling comrades beneath hooves. Inner boars squealed in terror, splash splash, plummeting one after another, pit-bottom screams rising in waves, tightening every chest. By heaven, more crowded than market day. Luo Laosi whistled, loosing another arrow, fwaish, embedding cleanly in a boar's throat. Before long the boar king broke free, escaping with 2 large boars and several piglets through a side gap, blood-soaked, limping heavily. The rest either plunged into the pit, or fell slain in the passage, arrow-pierced like grotesque porcupines. Bai Yin forbade the wolves from approaching, merely circling, snarling low threats, keeping constant pressure. When arrows ran dry, no man dared descend. peering down from branches instead, breath held tight. Under wolf intimidation, bleeding boars quickly weakened. Many collapsed, only a few large ones twitching feebly. Oink oink. But any movement triggered immediate wolf attacks on their hind legs, forcing them back down. Enough, Luo, he wiped sweat from his brow. Withdraw the wolves, let us finish the work. Bai Yin gave a soft whine, and the pack retreated several paces, still watching, vigilant and fierce. Men descended cautiously, knives drawn, moving carefully toward the wounded boars, delivering finishing blows or dragging carcasses clear. Bai Yin watched the boar king's retreating silhouette vanish into the forest, ears twitching, throat emitting a low contemplative whine. He did not rush, instead following at a measured pace, paws silent on rotting leaves, gray shadows trailing black ones like living ink strokes. Always maintaining a distance of roughly 100 paces, neither closing nor falling behind. The snap of breaking twigs, crack, preceded the boar king's labored wheezing breath. Ho-ho, like a broken bellows, audible even from afar. Why doesn't the wolf press the chase? Luo Guzi puffed, catching up, mud-spattered pants, squinting at the wolves' receding forms. Letting them escape is wasteful. That king boar carries the choicest meat. Losing him stings. Luo, he squinted into the dappled woods, bow resting lightly on his shoulder, lips curling faintly. Why rush? Haven't you seen the blood trail? Crimson and unbroken, far from dry. He won't flee far. Wolves know better than we do when to strike for least effort. This isn't falconry, it's boar wrangling. Luo lousy spat, brown saliva spotting his boot. Clever pups indeed. Were it us, we'd have charged roaring, likely carved open by those tusks. Sure enough, after half a li the fleeing herd slowed. The outermost large boar staggered, then collapsed thump, onto its knees, bones cracking dully against stone. Blood streamed down its hind leg, spreading black-red stains across fallen leaves, widening steadily. The wolves held position, forming a distant encircling ring, emerald eyes glowing like lanterns in the dappled shade. One wolf edged forward, only to shrink back instantly, tail tucked, whimpering low, under Bai Yan's sharp backward glare. Awoof! The boar king turned, roaring, urging his fellows, but swayed dizzily, nearly striking his skull against a trunk. Dried blood crumbled plink from his tusk, sprinkling fine mud specks onto the leaf litter. After another 100 paces, a second large boar fell, legs trembling uncontrollably, then collapsing motionless, intestines oozing slightly from its wound, tangled with grass blades. Piglets scrambled beneath the boar king's belly, squealing, but he shoved them aside impatiently. Oink! Blood froth spraying onto dead leaves from his mouth. Luo Shirtu whistled low, knife nearly slipping from his grip. Good heavens, these wolves wait for them to expire outright. Effortless. Luo Urju chuckled, showing yellowed teeth. That's wisdom. A dying boar fights fiercest, mad with rage. Confronting it risks grievous harm. Let the blood drain, then collect like bounty, effortless, safe, satisfying. As they spoke, the boar king suddenly halted, forehooves sinking deep into the soil, rooted like ancient pillars. He whirled, dried blood cracking plink from his yellow tusk, staring back at the wolves, throat gurgling, HRRR choked with blood he could neither expel nor swallow. Bai Yin advanced 2 steps, low and powerful, belly nearly brushing the earth, his growl deepening, resonating, making nearby grass tremble. The boar king lunged madly into the wolf pack, mane bristling, tusks gleaming, but after 2 strides his hind legs buckled. He crashed forward, sliding half a chi, uprooting leaves to expose dark rich soil. He struggled to lift his head, neck wound splitting anew, blood gurgle surging forth like a tiny unsealed spring. The wolves remained still, watching impassively, until his skull thud struck the earth, final breath escaping, limbs jerking twice, then absolute stillness. Only then did Bai Yin lift his chin, uttering a short, decisive whine. 2 wolves sprang forward, seizing the boar king's ears, dragging his heavy body backward, flesh rasping shush across the forest floor, sound piercingly clear in the sudden hush. Other wolves joined, hauling fallen boars and surviving piglets, dragging them like sacks, back toward camp. Luo, he spat thoughtfully onto the earth. He shouldered his bow, turning homeward. Let's gather the meat. Wolves calculate better than men. They avoid immediate loss, seeking only ripe, effortless gains. Luo Guzi bounded after, spade bouncing on his shoulder. Excellent. Enough meat to see us through winter, and cured bacon to savor come spring. Bai Yin carried a piglet by the scruff, sauntering behind, tail swaying gently. After all, capturing an entire boar herd meant prosperity, for the wolves too, through the long, lean months ahead. Hold off on hauling the wild boar just yet. Luo, he slammed his bow into the ground, its tip plunging with a soft thud into the damp leaf litter, sending up flecks of dark brown mud that speckled his indigo-dyed coarse trousers. He wiped sweat from his brow, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Urge sure to. Take 2 others and gather the arrows. Scrape every snapped shaft and intact arrowhead from around the trap. We'll take them to old Wang the blacksmith come spring. He can reforge them. Don't waste a single thing." Luo Urju had a dogtail grass stem wedged between his lips, swaying gently with each breath. He crouched low and slipped into the waist-high thicket. Thorny branches snagged his sleeve, but he paid them no mind. He tossed broken shafts carelessly behind him, pocketing only those with undamaged arrowheads. Finally, he bound them tightly with straw rope, tucked the bundle under his elbow, and strode back. "Brother He, 21 arrows in total. 3 arrowheads are bent. We'll have old Wang hammer them straight again. They'll still pierce wild boar hide." "Good." Luo, he squatted beside the pit, watching thick, blackish red blood seep downward through cracks in the soil, tracing sinuous, jagged lines along the earthen walls. "The rest, lend a hand filling this hole. Leaving it open is an invitation to disaster. If someone forgets and stumbles in later, they won't even know where to weep." The men scrambled, hurling stones and rotting leaves into the pit. Iron shovels clanged sharply against sharpened wooden stakes. Clang, clang, a grating, jarring sound. Luo Guzi brought his shovel down hard. Sparks popped against his cheek. Wincing, he snarled, "This rotten stake drank blood just moments ago. Now it'll be buried alive in dirt. See how arrogant you are now. Dig deeper." Luo, he hoisted a stone the size of a human head and dropped it into the pit with a heavy thud, sending tremors through the rim and shaking loose clods of earth. "Don't let spring rains wash it bare. We've endured enough hardship for one season." Last time, Stone's father fell into a trap dug by another village and lay bedridden for 3 months before walking again. At last, the pit was filled level with the surrounding ground. Luo, he turned to survey the 7 piglets huddled beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, trembling like sieves in the grip of the village's 2 smallest boys, Luo Xiaoba and Luo Guten. Hemp rope wound thrice around each boy's wrist, knuckles whitening under strained tendons, standing out like taut cords. "Xiaoba, Guten." Luo, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the forest and startling flocks of sparrows into frantic flight. "Hold tight. These are breeding stock. Their litters will feed us come spring. Lose even one, and your father will strip off his shoes to beat you." Xiaoba's face flushed crimson as he tightened the rope further, until his wrist burned red and raw. "Uncle, he don't worry. I'd rather bleed than let go. Last time our chickens vanished, my father chased the thief, Tu Li." Gooden nodded vigorously, surreptitiously wiping sweat from his brow. It trickled down his arm and dripped off his elbow. "Me too. My mother said, if we lose the piglets, there'll be no cornbread for me." The remaining wild boars were hoisted onto long pine poles. 4 men carried each large beast. Smaller piglets were cradled 2 to a man, grunting and heaving. "Heya, heya." Blood dripped steadily from the poles, staining the fallen leaves with winding serpentine trails of deep crimson. "Faster." Luo Laosi mopped sweat from his brow, staggering slightly as he bore the hind legs of a boar, his pant legs soaked halfway up in blood. "We must clear the black pine forest before nightfall. The woods devour men after dark." Last time, Li Laowu's elder brother. "Silence." Luo, he snapped, shooting him a sharp glare. "Speak no ill omens." They'd barely covered half a league when Bai Yin froze mid-step. The lead white wolf's ears stood rigid, like twin radar dishes, while a guttural rumbling growl vibrated in his throat. His fur bristled, each hair stark and distinct. In an instant, the pack surged inward, forming a tight protective ring around the hunters and their prey. Their eyes glowed emerald green in the fading dusk, ghostly, eerie lanterns suspended among the trees. "What's wrong?" Luo Guzi gripped his shovel, tighter palms slick with sweat that slid down the handle. "Has this wolf rooted itself to the spot? Could it sense something unclean?" Luo, he narrowed his eyes, peering deep into the tangled undergrowth. Something stirred amid the shadows. Its ragged, labored breathing echoed like a broken bellows. He spat hard, right onto a puddle of blood at his feet. "Damn it, it's the golden cats. Their noses are sharper than any hound's. They've caught the scent of blood and come running." Before the words left his mouth, 3 streaks of tawny gold shot from behind the trees. The lead cat lunged straight for the outermost boar. Bai Yin became a bolt of white lightning, howling fiercely as he barreled into the predator, and the 2 beasts tumbled together in a furious, dust-choked whirl. Bai Yin locked his fangs deep into the golden cat's hind leg, teeth cracking bone with a sickening crunch. The cat shrieked in agony, claws scrabbling wildly, kicking up clouds of decaying leaves. The other 2 golden cats attempted flanking maneuvers, but 3 gray wolves intercepted them heated. With a savage snarl, they tore open throats, raking 3 parallel gashes across one cat's face. Flecks of yellow fur and crimson spittle sprayed into the air. Leopards too. Luo Shirtu pointed toward a crooked tree on the right, his voice trembling, teeth chattering. That shadow. There are two of them. Black as charcoal. A rustling chorus rose from the forest. Dry leaves whispering, twigs snapping. 8 or 9 pairs of luminous eyes flickered in the gloom. One spotted leopard launched itself from a branch, landing squarely atop the head of a man carrying a boar. Out of the corner of his eye, Bai Yin saw it, and instantly released the golden cat. He launched himself upward, slamming full force into the leopard's belly, knocking the beast sideways from midair. As the leopard landed, it struck back, its claw raking 5 deep, bleeding gashes across Bai Yin's foreleg. Crimson beads welled instantly. Bai Yin choked back a pained grunt, then whirled and sank his teeth into the base of the leopard's tail. Snap, biting clean through half its length. The beast leapt nearly half a foot into the air, howling in torment. Damn it! How many starving ghosts has this blood drawn? Luo Erju raised the salvaged arrow, his hand shaking violently, its point wobbling dangerously close to his own thigh. With so few of us, we'd barely make a mouthful. Wish I'd brought my family's cleaver. Afraid of what? Luo, he drew his bowstring taut as a full moon arrow aimed into the darkness, his knuckles bleaching white with tension. The wolves are here. These beasts know better than to challenge a wolf pack. The rightmost leopard had just closed in on the piglets, when 2 gray wolves cut it off front and rear. The forward wolf deliberately feinted, swishing its tail lazily across the ground, then darted aside the moment the leopard lunged. Instantly, the second wolf struck, jaws clamping down hard on the leopard's rump, tearing away a chunk of fur and flesh. The leopard whirled to retaliate, but the gray wolves danced around it, nipping repeatedly at its hind legs. Within moments, it limped heavily, emitting low, defeated whimpers, like a child sobbing after a beating. The golden cats fared worse. Their leader dragged a shattered hind leg across the earth. The other 2 lay gutted, twitching helplessly on the ground, golden eyes still wide and unblinking. Bai Yin shook his blood-soaked coat, then threw back his head and unleashed a long, piercing howl into the forest shadows. Instantly, half the glowing eyes vanished, as if oil lamps had been snuffed out one by one. Yet before they'd taken 30 paces, a deafening roar erupted ahead, shaking the very earth, sending showers of leaves cascading like rain. From behind the trees lumbered a massive brown bear, standing taller than a man by half a head, black and hulking as a living hill. It pounded its chest with thunderous thumps, drool dripping from its jaws, its blood-red eyes fixed greedily upon the fallen boars. Damn it, the patriarch himself has arrived. Luo Laoxi's knees buckled, he barely caught himself on a nearby trunk, ripping off a strip of bark in his panic. Its hide is thick as armor. Can the wolves even stand against it? Last time Wang the hunter's hound had its skull crushed by a single swipe. Bai Yin stepped forward 3 paces and roared directly at the bear. His voice, now thrice as deep and resonant, vibrated painfully in their eardrums. The entire pack joined in, a chorus of dozens of howls converging into a tempest. The forest itself seemed to tremble, even the air quivered with raw power. Enraged, the bear swung its enormous shovel-sized paw and sent 2 wolves flying. They struck the tree trunks like severed kites, thud, then collapsed to the ground with dull thumps, neither whimpering nor stirring, limbs jerking twice before falling still. Bai Yin. Luo's heart clenched tight, his fingers gripping the bowstring so hard his knuckles turned ashen and blue. Watch its claws. Yet the pack held firm. Bai Yin growled low, and 3 wolves charged the bear's face, drawing its swiping blows while 5 others circled behind to attack its hind legs. The bear bellowed and kicked backward, launching 1 wolf airborne. It rolled once, scrambled upright, and rushed forward again, hobbling but undeterred. But the moment the bear turned, Bai Yin seized his chance. Whoosh! Leaping high, landing squarely on its broad back. His fangs sank deep into the bear's neck, his claws dug in, anchoring him like iron rivets driven into living hide. Brilliant! Luo, he stared transfixed, forgetting to blink until his eyes burned. Just like that. Wear this brute down. Even its hide won't withstand such relentless gnawing. Mad with pain, the bear spun wildly, slamming its back against towering trunks with deafening booms. Branches trembled, shedding brittle twigs like autumn rain. Bai Yin clung like living glue, unmoved by the impacts. Blood streamed down the bear's neck, dyeing his snowy fur scarlet, vivid, shocking as though draped in a cloak of gore. 2 wolves seized the bear's forelegs, locking jaws onto its joints. No matter how fiercely the bear swiped, they refused to release, eliciting agonized, ear-splitting roars. Others focused on its belly, the thinner hide yielding instantly to fangs. Blood welled and dripped steadily, plink, 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 pooling into small, dark, sanguine pools upon the fallen leaves. Within half an hour, over 20 fresh wounds marred the bear's body, blood flowing like miniature waterfalls, soaking the earth beneath it in deep crimson. Its roars weakened, its spinning slowed. Each labored breath wheezed like a failing bellows, thick with coppery blood. With a final desperate heave it collapsed onto its haunches, trying to crush Bai Yin beneath its weight. But he'd already leapt clear, darting to its side and sinking teeth deep, once more tearing free a strip of meat threaded with long white hairs. The bear staggered into the dense thicket, limping, pausing every few steps to roar back over its shoulder. Saliva and blood spattered the air, less a threat than a mournful wounded cry. The wolves did not pursue. Instead they stood tall and raised their heads in a triumphant resonant howl, pride ringing clear in every note, until the bear's silhouette dissolved entirely into the green gloom. Two wolves lay motionless on the ground, keening softly. One foreleg twisted at an unnatural angle, the other's belly gaped open, raw pulsing muscle exposed to the air. Bai Yin nudged one gently with his nose, then the other, low sorrowful whines rumbling deep in his throat. "Quick, help them!" "Luo," he shouted, sprinting forward first, his pant leg dragging through streaks of blood. Luo Shirtu and Luo Erju ripped off their outer garments, the coarse cloth tearing with sharp rips. Carefully the four men lifted the injured wolves, keeping wounds clear of the earth. Luo Shirtu cradled a wolf's head, speaking softly, "Bear with it. Soon we'll reach the village. Jean the veterinarian will treat you. His remedies surpass all others. Let's move now." Luo, he wiped his face, voice trembling, not from exhaustion alone, but from lingering dread. "No more delays. The scent of blood will draw more predators. This black pine forest is no place for men after nightfall." For the next 2 days and nights the men scarcely slept. When weariness overwhelmed them, they leaned against trunks, nodding off like rice-pecking chickens. Yet their hands never loosened their grips on weapons or burdens. Hunger meant biting into hard, dry cornbread, so tough it grated teeth, washed down with lukewarm water from gourds. Cold liquid trickled down their throats, making them shiver involuntarily. Their eyes burned rhubarb, swollen and webbed with crimson veins. Xiaoba and Gooden took turns leading the piglets. Blisters on their soles burst and reformed, leaking blood that stained the path with tiny crimson marks. Neither boy complained, only exchanged fleeting glances, drawing silent strength from each other's gaze, stepping forward without faltering. At dawn on the third day, the ancient locust tree at the village entrance finally emerged into view, its branches swaying gently in the morning breeze. "We're here. We're home." Luo Guzi collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise. Tears and snot smeared his face, neither laughing nor crying, just spent. "If I ever step foot in that forest again, may I be born a dog. That place is no trial for mortal men." Luo, he gazed toward the village where thin ribbons of smoke curled skyward from chimneys. He exhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling like a burden had been lifted from his soul. That slender column of blue-gray smoke drifted tenderly in the dawn light, more comforting than anything else in the world. A weary murmur rose from the men, weak, exhausted, but still they shouldered the boars and pressed forward step by stubborn step. Bai Yin walked alongside them, glancing back often at the wolves being carried, and his gait grew steadier, calmer. Luo Laowu was relieving himself beneath the crooked willow at the village's edge when his peripheral vision caught movement in the locust grove. Still fumbling with his belt, he sprang upright. "They're back. Brother He and the hunters have returned." His voice boomed like a bronze gong, startling sparrows into panicked flight. On tiptoe he dashed toward the village, sandals scraping the earth with a dry "Shush, shush, everyone. Come see. The hunters are home." At his cry, a chorus of wooden doors creaked open, squeak, squeak, squeak. Elder women leaned out from doorways, children bounced at fence gaps, young wives hurried forth clutching infants. Merciful heavens! Old Lady Wang dabbed her eyes with her sleeve, trembling as she shuffled forward. "That's over a dozen, isn't it? Enough to see us through till spring." "Indeed it is." Auntie Lee gripped the hem of her apron, knuckles blanching white. "Look at Brother He and the others. They're worn down to mere husks." Luo, he leaned against the locust trunk, every vertebra screaming, as he rubbed his face and rasped, "Laowu. Laowu, who's calling?" Luo Laowu had been circling the boars, but at the shout, he sprinted over. "Brother He, what's needed?" "Fetch Zhang the veterinarian now." Luo, he gestured toward the wolves. Bai Yin was licking the broken leg of one. "Their injuries are grave. Delay could cost them their lives." Only then did Luo Laowu truly register the wolf's condition, and sucked in a sharp breath. Goodness, what did they fight? "No time for chatter. Go." Luo, he kicked him lightly. "Bring his finest herbs, and splints for setting bones." "Yes." Luo Laowu answered, and sprinted toward the neighboring village. Passing his own doorway, his wife poked her head out to ask, but he shoved past her, too busy. Zhang the veterinarian's house. Villagers instinctively cleared a path. Children were firmly held back. No one dared approach the blood-drenched wolves. After all, the pack looked fearsome now, coated head to toe in crimson. Under the village chief's direction, the boars were taken to the ancestral hall. Within an hour, Luo Laowu returned. Zhang the veterinarian slung across his back. Zhang wore a faded blue jacket patched at the elbows, both hands clutching Luo Laowu's collar, face pale as parchment. Laowu, put me down. I'm looking at wolves. Wolves. Stop fussing. Luo Laowu dumped him unceremoniously onto the ground, nearly toppling himself. Brother, he summoned you to save lives, not to feed them. Zhang scanned the sprawled, wounded wolves, and his knees wobbled. He shuffled backward, feet dragging. Brother, I can't do this. I've treated pigs, oxen, even goats, but wolves? Never. Luo, he crouched low, locking eyes with Zhang. Save these wolves, and they may repay your kindness by guarding your home. Refuse, and who knows whether vengeance might find your doorstep. Look at them, dozens of 100-gene beasts. How many bites would your family last? Zhang swallowed hard, glancing at the motionless wolves, his Adam's apple bobbing. Do wolves understand human gratitude? More than some humans do. Luo Erju added, wiping blood from his hands with a cloth. Treat them well, and they won't bite you. As if comprehending, Bai Yin nudged the injured wolf gently with his nose, then stepped back 2 paces, clearing space for Zhang. Zhang still hesitated, rubbing his palms, pacing nervously. This is too dangerous. Luo, he frowned, then suddenly smacked his thigh. Here's the deal. Treat them properly, and you get half a piglet. That's 20 or 30 gene of prime meat. What? Zhang's eyes lit up, fear receding like tide. Truly, when have I ever broken my word? Luo, he spat decisively onto the ground. Every elder and youth in this village bears witness. Exactly. Brother, his word is law. Half a piglet. That's a windfall for you, old Zhang. Get to work, don't dawdle. No one mentioned reluctance over losing meat. These wolves were the village's talisman, more precious than gold. To choose one over the other would be folly. Zhang gritted his teeth and snapped open his medicine chest. Fine, I'll do it, but you'll need to hold them steady. Luo, he signaled Luo Shirtu and Luo Guzi, who stepped forward immediately, one pinning the wolf's forelegs, the other securing its hind legs. Bai Yin stood nearby, watching intently. At the slightest stir, he emitted a low, commanding growl, and the wolf instantly stilled. Gently, gently. Zhang applied herbal poultices to the wounds, hands trembling like autumn leaves in wind. This staunches bleeding, it'll sting. Bear with it. He spoke to the wolf as if it understood, voice quavering uncontrollably. The wolf groaned softly in pain. Luo Shirtu stroked its head soothingly. Well done. You'll heal soon. It's hurting badly. Luo Guzi strained, face crimson, holding fast. Old Zhang, hurry. I can't hold it much longer. Patience. A misaligned bone brings greater pain. Zhang wiped sweat from his brow, secured the splint tightly with cloth strips, and sighed. There, we're done. Keep it still for half a month. Once the last wolf had been treated, Zhang collapsed onto the ground, drenched, utterly spent. Bai Yin approached and gently nuzzled Zhang's arm. Zhang flinched, then laughed softly and reached out to stroke him, before pulling back uncertain. Luo, he called out from the crowd. The wolves will recuperate in villagers' homes. Any objections? None. Everyone knew without the wolves Luo village would starve, chewing bark just to survive. Now they feasted on meat. Men lifted the injured wolves with reverent care. Bai Yin led the rest, forming a solemn, stately procession toward the village gates. Children trailed behind, tiptoeing, silent, awestruck. Zhang watched them vanish into the distance, then slapped his thigh. Laowu, don't forget, you promised me half a piglet. Laowu tapped him lightly on the back of the head. Forget. I've got a sharper memory than you. Wait here. I'll bring your portion tonight. The torches at the entrance of the ancestral hall crackled brightly, their flames leaping higher than a person, casting a red glow across the sky. The pine wood piled at the base of the wall is still emitting blue smoke, blended with the pungent smell of pork, invading people's noses and tightening their throats. This is the genuine aroma of meat, so enticing it could make one swallow their tongue. A 9-headed wild boar hung from an iron hook at the door frame, its black-red skin taut and glistening, as if coated with a layer of tung oil. The longest pair of tusks measured nearly half a foot, protruding sharply, each tip stained with dark red blood clots, giving off a fearsome appearance. 17 dead piglets were stacked beside furry and resembling unblinking puppies, though much larger, the smallest weighing at least half of a dog. The pig pen of Luo Lao's family was already surrounded by children, 7 living piglets huddled in a corner, grunting, their little tails curled, occasionally nudging their companions, eliciting admiration from the children outside the wall. Make way. The village chief is coming. Luo Laowu shouted at the top of his lungs, causing the crowd to part with a rustle, like Moses parting the sea, allowing the elderly Luo to pass with his cane. The old chief's jujube cane struck the ground, making a rhythmic thud sound, each step taken firmly, as if measuring the plentiful meat on the ground. He stood on the steps, cleared his throat with a couple of coughs, and his smoking pipe clacked against the sole of his shoe. Today's matter relies on He Xiaozai leading the team with the wolf pack's assistance. Let's be clear, the distribution of meat must be fair. No one should take more, nor should anyone get less. He raised his hand and pointed at the pile of wild boars, nearly poking the belly of the outermost pig with his smoking pipe. The 9-headed boar, the wolf pack, has 4 heads. We want the largest and the fattest. The 4 heads from our village, leaving 1 to be sold in town. This will replenish our arrows, get some medicine for the injured men, and grab a few yards of cloth for Laosi and the others whose clothes are torn from binding their wounds. We can't let them go into winter bare-chested. Luo Laosi grinned from below, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. What the village chief says is right. As long as there's meat to eat, being bare-chested is worth it. Besides, that old coat should have been replaced long ago, but there's never been an excuse. Don't interrupt. The old chief shot him a glare, then turned back to the pile of piglets. 17 dead. The wolf pack has 10, and a half. Our village has 6 heads. The half head goes to the veterinarian. That's for the medicine. We cannot let good people suffer. The 7 living ones all belong to the village. We'll raise them for piglets in spring, ensuring we have meat every year. The crowd fell silent, the only sound being the torches crackling, sparks occasionally flying up, lighting up every face in a rosy glow. No one spoke. The distribution was fair beyond reproach. Luo Yinzhou stood next to Bai Yin, mumbling a few words to it, and Bai Yin responded with a low growl, rubbing its head against the other wolves. After a while, Luo Yinzhou nodded at the old chief. The wolf pack has no objections. That's great. The old chief tucked the smoking pipe into his waist, the copper pipe clanging against his belt buckle. The wolves have recognized it. What else is there to say? Without the wolf pack, we would surely become prey for wild beasts today. Bai Yin suddenly howled, its voice high-pitched like a whistle, and the wolf pack responded, "Awu, awu," shaking the tiles of the ancestral hall, causing dust to fall. After the howl, several strong wolves grabbed the wild boar king, which weighed about 300 pounds, pulling the legs upwards with muscles twitching. A few others carried 2.5 piglets into the woods, their tails held high, looking like victorious generals. Before leaving, Bai Yin rubbed its head against Luo Yan's arm, its wet nose making him feel a rush of warmth on his sleeve. Luo Yinzhou quickly called out, "Hey, wait. Bai Yin said its share is at my home, so it can stay at my place during winter, saving it from running back and forth." The old chief waved his hand to the men. "Don't delay the little wolf cub's meal." Luo Erju picked up a nearby boning knife, sharpening it on a stone with a shing-shing sound, the blade shining brightly. Sharpen the knife quickly. Don't let the meat freeze hard. It's tough enough to remove the hair. The men immediately sprang into action, and Luo Shirtu directed them to set up a large iron pot over the fire, scooping water inside with a loud splash. Luo Guzi squatted on the ground, sharpening his knife, spitting occasionally, and muttering, "Faster, faster, make it sharp for work." Boiling water was poured over the pig, steam rising up with a meaty aroma. Luo, he bare-chested, used a scraper to remove the hair, coarse black hairs falling off, revealing the white skin underneath. In less than an hour, 3 large wild boars and 8 piglets were processed clean. Fat and lean meat were separated, with fatty meat cut into large chunks and lean meat chopped into strips. The entrails were cleaned thoroughly, with the heart, liver, and lungs sorted and bundled with straw, sent in a grand procession to Luo Yan's home. Children passing by tried to reach for the glistening meat, but were pulled back by adults. "Don't touch. That's for the wolves. Wait at home, we'll have some too." Arriving at the Luo family, everyone cooperatively hung the meat on the meat rack in the yard, which had been prepared in advance with sturdy wooden poles arranged haphazardly. Luo Yan's mother Chun Tao and grandmother Wang sure brought salt jars, sprinkling salt over the meat. After delivering the portion for the wolves, Luo Lao carried half a clean piglet toward the village entrance, the piglet weighing about 20 pounds, its meat tender enough to yield water. The old chief called out from behind, "Lao, take the veterinarian back to the neighboring village. Be careful on the way, don't let wild beasts steal it." "Got it," Luo Lao replied without looking back. "This meat is precious, just like my wife." This elicited laughter from those behind. Returning to the ancestral hall, the distribution of the village's meat had just begun. 4 large pigs yielded 900 pounds of clean meat, 300 pounds of bones, and 100 pounds of entrails spread out over a whole oilcloth on the ground. The white meat looked so enticing, the bones piled up like a small hill, with the heart, liver, and lungs steaming, the meaty aroma mingling with the smell of smoke, making one swallow hard. "Men first, take half." The old chief struck the ground with his cane. Thud, thud. "Those who fought hard in the forest should have more. The remainder goes to the elderly, women, and children, divided per head." He squatted down, picked up a twig, and drew on the ground. 900 pounds of clean meat, half is 450 pounds, divided among 57 men. Each gets 8 pounds, with the leftover 6 pounds going to the 5 injured men, each getting an extra pound for recovery. Old Luo Erju nodded beside him. Fair. For us who are uninjured, 8 pounds is enough. The injured Luo Guzi grinned. Thank you, village chief. This extra pound will allow me to stew meat soup for my child. The 300 pounds of bones should also first go to the men 150 pounds. With 57 men, each gets 2 pounds, leaving 26 pounds, also for the injured, each getting an extra 5 pounds as bones are tough and perfect for recovery. Old Luo continued to mark. 100 pounds of entrails men, first take 50 pounds among 57 people, each gets 8 tails with the remaining 4 tails going to Yenjo. After distributing to the men the remaining meat, bones, and entrails piled on the other side, looking quite substantial. The old chief continued calculating. The remaining 450 pounds of clean meat is to be distributed among the elderly, women, and children. 35 elderly, 27 women, 33 children, a total of 95 people. Each gets 4 pounds and 7 tails, with the remaining 5.5 pounds going to the 3 oldest villagers, each receiving an extra pound. The remaining 2.5 pounds go to Li's wife, who just gave birth, to help her with milk for the baby. Wang Pozi wiped her tears in the crowd. The village chief really thinks of everything. My husband has poor teeth. 4 pounds of meat can be stewed several times. The bones remaining are 150 pounds for 95 people, each gets 1.5 pounds, with the remaining 27.5 pounds given to women with children for extra nutrition, as children need bones to grow. The old chief tapped the ground with a twig. The remaining 50 pounds of entrails for 95 people, each gets 5 tails, with the remaining 2 tails going to Luo Laosi, who stayed up watching the piglets at night. Hard work. Luo Laosi hurriedly waved his hands. No need, I have enough. Though he said no, his eyes were fixed on the pile of entrails where his favorite pig intestines lay. The distribution of meat was the most lively, with Luo-He and Luo Shirtu handling the scales. The sound of the scales clicking made people's hearts itch. The men carried the meat bags, their faces blooming with smiles. Luo Guzi weighed the meat in his hands, then felt the extra pound, grinning at the person next to him. Look, this is the benefit of hard work. Women held the meat carefully, afraid to drop even a small piece. Elderly people leaned on their canes, letting children help carry it, looking back 3 times, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. The children were the happiest, some gnawing on bones with greasy mouths, others staring at the meat bags, swallowing hard, only stopping when their mothers tapped them on the back of the head. By the time the meat was distributed, dawn was approaching. The torches gradually extinguished, leaving only a pile of embers flickering on the ground. Villagers carried the meat home, the footsteps echoing in the alley mixed with the laughter of children, dispelling the chilly quiet of the autumn night. Old Luo stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall, gazing at the blue smoke rising from every household's chimney, pulling out his smoking pipe to fill it with tobacco, and began to smoke. When Zhang the veterinarian was escorted home by Luo Lao, the rooster of Wang family village had just crowed for the first time. He stood at the entrance of his earthen courtyard, peering at the half-piglet in his arms under the moonlight, its plump weight causing his arm to ache. Is that you, Dad? Came the voice of Wang Tsuo from inside the courtyard as the door creaked open to reveal her head. Stop making a fuss. Zhang the veterinarian placed the piglet on the threshold. Quick, lend me a hand. Wang Qihua's eyes brightened like 2 lanterns as she saw the meat. My goodness. Is this pork? She reached out to touch it, warm and still with some bloodstains. Where did so much come from? There must be at least 20 pounds. Less chatter, get it inside first. Zhang the veterinarian glanced into the courtyard where their 2 sons were sleeping soundly, snoring softly on the calm. Be gentle, don't wake the kids. The couple struggled to lift the piglet onto the table, and Wang Tsuo fished out a piece of rough cloth to wipe it, grinning from ear to ear. This will last us until spring, right? Even during New Year, we can only dare to cut a bit for dumplings. This feels like a dream. Zhang the veterinarian squatted at the stove, trying to start a fire. The flint made sounds for a long time before finally sparking. He gazed at the flickering flames and suddenly murmured, this is strange. The wolf pack hunts with humans and even shares meat with the veterinarian. Who would believe it if spoken out loud? What nonsense are you talking? Wang Tsuo, who was scraping pig hair with a knife, frowned upon hearing this. Wolves don't attack people. How could they cooperate with humans? It's true. Zhang the veterinarian slapped his thigh as sparks flew onto his pants. The people of Luo family village are as close to the wolf pack as family. The wolves protect them, and they share meat with the wolves. Even for medical treatment, there's a portion. Just then the door to the east room creaked open, and their second son Zhang Zhuang emerged, rubbing his eyes. Dad, Mom, what meat is that? It smells so good. Just in time to wake up. Zhang the veterinarian waved. Come here, Dad has an interesting story to tell you. Before he could speak, footsteps were heard from outside. The eldest son Zhang Zhu returned carrying a load, his pant legs muddy with red marks from the hemp rope on his shoulder. Dad, Mom, I'm back. He had been helping someone build a house in a neighboring village, and now that the autumn harvest was over, he had no work, leaving home before dawn and returning late at night. Eldest, come in. Wang Cuihua added some firewood to the stove. Your dad brought back a huge piece of meat. Zhang Zhu entered the house, his eyes widening as he saw the piglet on the table. Where did this come from? Zhang the veterinarian's original name was Zhang Lin. From Luo family village. Zhang Lin recounted everything that happened today, from treating the wolves to the scene during the meat distribution, and saliva flew everywhere as he spoke. You should have seen it. When the people of Luo family village mentioned the wolf pack, their eyes sparkled with more affection than towards their own fathers. Wolves don't attack people. Zhang Zhu frowned, recalling how he had nearly been taken by wolves while chopping wood in the mountains last year. He still felt a chill at the sight of them. They really don't. Zhang the veterinarian patted his chest. They've been working with the wolves for 3 years now, and not a single chicken has been lost in the village. Meanwhile, in Wang family village last month, the cow of Li Laoshuan's family was still attacked by a bear. I heard that this meat distribution isn't the first time. Recently, they shared deer meat, and in autumn, they shared wild boar several times a year. What? Zhang Zhu was envious. Several times a year to eat meat. He had been married for half a year, and his wife constantly complained about the thin porridge at home, without even a hint of oil. Keep your voice down. Zhang the veterinarian quickly covered his mouth. This matter must not be spoken of. The people of Luo family village are tight-lipped. We've benefited. Let's not cause trouble for them. Zhang Zhu nodded repeatedly. Dad, what if we moved to Luo family village? This idea struck a chord with Zhang the veterinarian. The night was as dark as spilled ink, impenetrable. Yet the village was brightly lit with patches of light shining through the paper windows. The wind swept through the village, howling like a cry. Mixed with the clanging sounds of meat being chopped in various homes, there were also women's shouts and children's cries, creating a lively atmosphere. Aunt Li shouted from across the window, "Is your knife worn out?" The kitchen knife thudded against the cutting board, shaking the window. The pig liver needs to be sliced thin. It's too thick to chew. A man squatted in the yard, a kerosene lamp hanging on the clothesline, its dim light illuminating his hands. He was cleaning pig intestines, the slime making his hands slippery, forcing himself to stay alert. What's the rush? These intestines are slimy. If I clean them too quickly, they might tear. Do you think this is washing radish tops? In less than half an hour, all the chimneys in the village were puffing white smoke, curling upwards into the sky. The aroma of bone soup swirled with the wind seeping through window cracks and around doorways, rushing straight into people's noses. The scent was enveloped with the numbing spice of Sichuan pepper, the heat of ginger slices, and the freshness of internal organs, making one feel warm all over. Grandma, I want to eat meat. Wang Po's little grandson was clinging to the windowsill, his nose nearly touching the frame, his breath creating a mist on the paper. I heard Dog Dawn mother next door say that they have a big piece of meat in their soup. Smack. A sound echoed as Wang Pozi lightly slapped the back of his head. It wasn't hard, but it had strength. You little rascal. Your grandpa is still at the ancestral hall. Wait for him to come back and eat together. As she spoke, she stuffed a piece of pine wood into the stove, and the flames leapt up, lighting up the wrinkles on her face. The griddle sizzled over the fire as Aunt Li flipped a cornmeal cake with a bamboo spatula. The cake puffed up like a small belly, its edges burnt yellow, and taking a bite would cause crumbs to fall. Daddy, the cakes are ready. Give the kid half a piece first. She shouted to the yard, her warm breath mixing with the cold air, forming a white cloud. The man brought in half a cake, and the child reached out to snatch it. Hot. The man quickly withdrew his hand, blowing on it. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. The rough texture of the cake, mixed with the freshness of the meat soup in his hands, made the child scrunch his neck in discomfort, still unwilling to let go despite the heat. Everyone in the village ate slowly, their chopsticks moving gently. No one dared to gulp down their food. After all, it was a rare occasion to enjoy a good meal, and it deserved to be savored. The yard of the Luo family was the liveliest. 3 large iron pots were set up in the courtyard, the fire crackling energetically, sparks flying up and extinguishing on the frozen ground with a sizzle. Luo, bare-chested, had beads of sweat trickling down his back, dripping onto the ground and forming small puddles. With a single crack of his cleaver, half a rack of ribs split in two, the blood vessels gleaming on the knife blade. Chun Tao squatted in front of a wooden basin, holding a handful of coarse salt, rubbing it on the meat with a raspy sound. The white salt grains stuck to the meat skin, turning into tiny droplets as they met the moisture running down the meat's grooves and dripping into the basin with a soft plop. Dad, can we hang the ribs at the east end of the beam? Chun Tao looked up to ask, her bangs stuck to her forehead with sweat. She brushed them aside, and the oil on her wrist smeared on her face, making it shine. Luo Jin was on tiptoes, trying to hang the iron hook on the beam. The hook clanged against the wood, startling the dust on the beam to fall down. Hang it at the east end. It's well ventilated there, it'll dry faster, and we need to separate from the wolves too. He turned to glance at the pile of meat in the yard, his eyes shining like lanterns. There must be almost 1,000 pounds here. With the wolves, we won't have to gnaw on frozen gruel this winter. What do you mean separating from the wolves, eh? Luo, he wiped his face, shaking off beads of sweat to the ground. Last year during the heavy snow, didn't Bai Yin bring us half a deer first? That meat was tender. The soup turned white when boiled. In the east wing, Wang Shi was squatting in front of the stove, stuffing pine wood into the fire. The fire crackled, casting a red glow on her face. In the big pot, the ribs bubbled, the oil floating on the soup's surface, gathering and scattering. In 2 small pots next to it, heart, liver, and lungs were piled high, floating with scallion sections and ginger slices, the fishy smell long suppressed, leaving only the fragrance. Son, is the fire enough? Wang Shi shouted to the yard, her voice muffled by the pot's edge. The ribs need to be stewed until the bones fall off. Yinzhou loves to eat tender meat. Don't let it be undercooked. Enough, enough, enough. Luo, he replied, suddenly looking towards the yard gate, his eyes brightening. Hey, Yinzhou is back. Luo Yinzhou rode in quietly on by Yin, the white horse's coat shimmering like silver in the moonlight, as if it had been dusted with frost. The wolf's paws made no sound on the frozen ground, as if stepping on cotton. Luo Yinzhou slid off the wolf's back, yawning widely, tears squeezing out from the corners of his eyes. Dad, Grandpa, I'm going to rest for a while. I'm so tired. After saying that, he sat down on the steps, burying his head in his knees, and within seconds, he was snoring lightly. Bai Yin nudged his back with its nose wet and cool. Then it turned and walked towards the yard, its tail gently sweeping behind it. Just before arriving at the wolf den, Luo Yinzhou had put the wolf pack into the space. In the space, the little deer was startled and darted behind a tree. Wild rabbits burrowed into the grass, and wild chickens flapped their wings, nearly brushing the wolves' noses. Later, when they saw the wolf pack with their heads drooping, they slowly returned, nudging Luo Yinzhou's pant leg with their heads, their fur soft and ticklish. The river water in the space was so clear that the bottom could be seen, with stones clearly visible. The wolf pack plunged their heads in, drinking greedily, water droplets dripping down their shaggy fur, soaking their chests. After drinking enough, they lay on the grass to nap, the injured wolves licking their paws, the blood crusts on their wounds seeming to soften, no longer painful. At this moment, the wolf pack entered the yard, each finding a sheltered corner to lie down. Some rested their heads on their front paws, their ears drooping occasionally, shaking. Some curled up into balls, their tails wrapped around their noses to block the wind. Others lay next to the firewood pile, warm from the proximity, panting softly. After days of fighting with wild boars and brown bears, their bones felt like they were falling apart, every movement painful. Dinner is ready. Chun Tao brought out a large wooden basin filled with steaming white buns, the heat lifting her bangs up, making them stand like a little mushroom. Wang Shi also carried a large soup basin, stirring with a metal ladle, scooping up a big bowl, with a splash, oil droplets splattering onto the back of her hand, but she didn't mind the heat. Son, this is for you first. Eat it hot. Luo, he took it, the meat pieces trembling in the bowl, falling apart at a poke of the chopsticks. The bones still had tendons attached, and the soup was thick enough to stick to the chopsticks. He stuffed a bun into his mouth, crunching loudly, delicious. Much more fragrant than last year's wild boar meat. This rib stew melts in your mouth. Luo Jin sat on the doorstep with his bowl, took a sip of soup, wincing at the heat, but reluctant to spit it out. His eyes were on the wolf pack in the yard. Chun Tao, give some to the wolves too, they worked harder than us. Chun Tao had already set out dozens of large, rough porcelain bowls lined up like a small hill. She used a long-handled ladle to scoop meat soup, oil droplets splashing onto the bowl's rim, immediately attracting the noses of several wolves, their throats making soft sounds almost like whining. Once she finished serving, the wolf pack lazily got up, shaking their heads, finding their own bowls to drink happily. The bones cracked loudly as they chewed, like breaking seeds, crisp and satisfying. Bai Yin walked over to Luo Yinzhou, gently nudging his arm with his head. Luo Yinzhou groggily lifted his head, rubbed his eyes, picked out the largest rib from his bowl, and tossed it into Bai Yan's bowl. Eat up, you contributed the most, you need to replenish. Bai Yin let out a low woo, as if in agreement. It picked up the rib and chewed on it, the sound of crunching echoing, its tail lightly sweeping the ground, licking up every morsel of meat, not wasting a bit. In the yard, no one spoke loudly, only the sounds of soup being slurped, bones being chewed, and the crackling of the fire. Moonlight streamed through the treetops, casting silver-like spots of light on the meat hanging from the rack, also falling on the sleeping wolves on the ground, their fur fluffy, like snowballs, looking warm. Chun Tao took a bite of her bun, looking at the yard full of wolves and meat, suddenly smiling, her eyes crescent-shaped. This life feels just like a dream. Only our family in the whole village dares to have buns with meat, not fearing to eat until full. Luo Jin took a sip of soup, the ginger slices in the soup making him smack his lips, but he smiled. Isn't that right? Thank goodness for this child, Yinzhou, otherwise how would we have this fortune? He glanced over at Luo Yinzhou, who was sleeping soundly on the steps, a big bowl resting on his lap. Luo he gnawed on a bone, speaking indistinctly. We're like a family with the wolves, no distinction between you and me. We share our blessings and eat the same meat. The aroma of the meat soup wafted out of the yard, spreading throughout the village, reaching every corner. Chun Tao scraped the last piece of meat from the bottom of her bowl into her mouth, her cheeks bulging with buns, and with one hand, she wiped the oil residue on the ground. She tiptoed to the edge of the steps, looking at Luo Yinzhou. This little guy was sleeping deeply, his head bobbing slightly, a bit of meat soup stain at the corner of his mouth. This little brat, he's exhausted. Chun Tao murmured softly, reaching out to check his forehead not hot. She carefully picked him up, Luo Yinzhou's arm draped over her shoulder. As she walked towards the house, Chun Tao deliberately tiptoed, her steps light as a cat. Luo Yinzhou stirred in her arms, murmuring, Mom. Meat. Awake. Chun Tao lowered her head to coax. Let's go to the bedroom tomorrow, I'll stew ribs for you. Upon reaching the west wing, she gently placed him on the Kong, pulling over the patched thick cotton quilt to cover him well. Just as she tucked the corners under his chin, Luo Yinzhou smacked his lips and turned over, facing the wall, falling silent again. Chun Tao looked at the dark circles under his eyes, reaching out to touch them, her heart softening. This child had been running with the wolves for 3 days, he probably hadn't closed his eyes. She carefully retreated, and as she closed the door, she heard the sound of even breathing from inside. In the yard, Luo, he was yawning at the moon, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. He thudded his empty bowl on the stone table, making a clanging sound. I can't take it anymore, my eyelids are about to stick together. Luo Jin squatted on the doorstep, knocking his pipe against the stone, the copper bowl clattering. Go to sleep. You've been working hard in the woods these days, even iron would wear out. Exactly, there's not much work at home either. Wang Shi poked her head out from the kitchen, still holding a spatula. The autumn harvest is done, the ground is frozen solid, the rest of the work can be handled by your dad Chun Tao. And me, you hurry up and catch up on sleep. Luo, he chuckled, scratching the back of his head, his greasy hands leaving marks in his hair. Then I'll really sleep now, I'll help out early tomorrow. He turned and swayed towards the bathing shed. Inside, Chun Tao had already boiled hot water, steam rising from the wooden basin. Luo, he quickly stripped off his clothes, scooping water over himself, inhaling sharply. The water was a bit hot, but he was too lazy to wait. He splashed water haphazardly, droplets running down his back. He wrapped himself in a single garment and squeezed into the east wing, landing on the Kong and beginning to snore loudly, shaking the window paper. Wang Shi squatted in front of the stove, throwing large chunks of fatty meat into a black clay pot. Oil sputtered and popped, splashing onto the stove surface, prompting her to quickly retract her hand. This oil needs to be fully rendered. The lard we refine can be used for cooking and applied to window, seems to block the wind. She flipped the meat with a spatula, chatting with Luo Jin, who was hanging meat nearby. Save the rendered fat residue for Yinzhou as a snack, that kid loves this stuff. Luo Jin had set up 4 wooden posts in the yard, forming a rack. He was hanging the cut meat strips on the crossbeam, each piece coated with salt and Sichuan pepper, gleaming with light. Hang them high so the draft can blow through well. He picked up a handful of pine wood ash from the wall base, gently dusting it over the meat strips to keep away the wild sparrows. Even though it's cold, they still have keen noses. After washing the dishes, Chun Tao came out with the empty wooden basin. Seeing Luo Jin tiptoeing to hang the meat, she hurried over. Dad, let me hang it, you take a break. She stood on tiptoes, raising her arms high, hanging the meat strips on the crossbeam, switching hands when her arms got sore. No need, go help your mother, keep an eye on the fire. Wang Shi was pressing the fatty meat flat with her spatula, the oil residue gradually turning golden, the aroma filling the yard, mingling with the smoke rising, piercing straight into people's noses. In the yard, the wolf pack had already found their resting spots. Some curled up next to the firewood pile, burying their noses in their tails to absorb some warmth. Some lay under the eaves, leaning against the wall to block the wind. Bai Yin was the smartest, lying just outside Luo Yinzhou's bed, resting its head on its front paws, its ears occasionally twitching. A few wolves occasionally lifted their eyelids, glancing at the busy people in the yard, then lazily drooping their heads again. They were utterly exhausted, having taken blows while fighting with brown bears. Wang Shi's oil pot sizzled, the rope creaked as Luo Jin hung the meat, and coughs could be heard from a distance, along with Luo He's thunderous snores. Chun Tao added another dry pine branch to the stove, and the flames flared up, causing her loose hair to curl slightly. She watched the bubbling oil in the pot and listened to her parents' voices in the yard, unable to suppress a smile. At the entrance of the ancestral hall, the village chief, old Luo, leaned on his jujube, wood cane striking the stone pillar with a series of crisp knocks that echoed all the way to the east end of the village. Everyone get up and move. We need to handle the wild boar behind the ancestral hall. His voice rang out like a gong, and he thumped his cane on the ground. Luo Laoshuan, hurry up and bring your tools. Stop dawdling. Luo Laowu, with a copper pipe in his mouth, rushed out from his yard, the sparks from the burning tobacco jumping along with his steps. He was holding a butcher knife with a chipped edge still stained with blood from last year. Coming. Just wait, village chief, it's barely dawn. By the time you dawdle until the sun is high, the pig will be spoiled. Old Luo shot him a glare and called out to the west, Luo Laoshuan. Why are you struggling with that wooden basin? Luo Laoshuan was hurrying over with a large wooden basin, his pant legs covered in grass clippings and a dried leaf stuck to the sole of his shoe. As they spoke, several big wives and young girls arrived carrying baskets. Chun Tao walked at the front, her bamboo basket lined with a piece of coarse burlap, the edges washed to a pale hue. She glanced towards the back of the ancestral hall and asked old Luo, Uncle, should we clean out the wild boar's entrails first? They might spoil if left too long. I was just waiting for your skilled hands. Old Luo moved aside, revealing the empty space behind him. Women are meticulous and can handle the heart and liver perfectly. The men were responsible for skinning and butchering, so be quick about it. We need to sell it at the morning market for a good price and stock up for winter. In the empty space behind the ancestral hall, the wild boar lay stiff, nearly half a person high, its dark brown bristles covered in mud and grass, seeds, its body riddled with dark scabs. Luo Laowu spat in his palm, rubbed his hands together, and raised the butcher's knife to stab at the boar's hind leg. What a hefty fellow. This is thick fat. It must weigh 300 pounds. Luo Laoshuan cautioned, squatting down to hold the pig's leg. Be careful not to puncture the gallbladder, or the meat will taste bitter. The women squatted nearby, laying out the burlap. Chun Tao picked up a small knife and made a small incision in the pig's belly. They'll handle the entrails, you all help clean up afterwards. This pig liver is really fresh. Li San's wife leaned in to take a look. Save it for the injured men to restore their strength. Of course, that's natural. Chun Tao was quick, pulling out the entrails in just a few motions. The intestines need to be washed several times, otherwise they'll smell too strong. By the time the sun climbed above the treetops, the wild boar was finally disassembled cleanly. The cart was piled neatly with meat. A nearby bamboo basket held the entrails, and the pig's skin was laid separately on a straw mat glistening with oil. Luo Laowu and Luo Laoshuan secured the items tightly, the wooden wheels creaking on the ground, sounding almost like crying. Old Luo, leaning on his cane, followed them to the village entrance, reminding them, Wang, the owner of the Mingyue Tavern in town, loves our wild boar meat. Make sure to negotiate a good price with him. After selling, go to the blacksmith shop to buy 100 arrowheads. They must be tempered. Also get 2 pounds of the best medicine for wounds. Got it, uncle? Luo Laowu patted the cart. Sure to, and Erjuan got their clothes torn into strips by branches while saving the wolves. We need to bring them 2 old clothes, or they won't be able to face anyone when they go out. Yes, he'll remember that. Old Luo nodded, and then remembered something else. Also buy a bag of white rice. The men who went up the mountain have been exhausted these past few days. They need some white rice porridge to regain their strength. Understood. Luo Laoshuan replied, cracking the whip, and the cart rolled towards the town, the wheel tracks dragging long behind on the dirt road. The village's young wives carried baskets down the southern slope, their sickles swishing as they cut pig grass, the dew on the grass splashing onto their pant legs. Li San's wife wiped the sweat from her forehead, her bangs sticking to her face. We need to cut more. The 7 little wild boars we brought back yesterday are like starving wolves, each eating 2 baskets of grass a day. That's true. Chun Tao stuffed fresh alfalfa into her basket. The men are either lying on the couch groaning or wrapped in bandages. If we women don't help out more, how will we manage? Speaking of which, we should thank the wolf pack from your family, Chun Tao. Another wife chimed in. If it weren't for them, how could we have caught such a large wild boar? Chun Tao smiled and continued cutting faster, not replying. The sun tilted to the west when Luo Laowu and Luo Laoshuan finally returned with the cart. Just as they arrived at the village entrance, the men squatting under the old locust tree rushed over. How much did you sell it for? Luo Laowu jumped off the cart, his voice louder than old Luo's 3 taels of silver. Wang's eyes widened, saying to save him some wild game next time. He pulled out an oil paper packet from his cloth bag and opened it. Hey, race the medicine for wounds, the best kind. Oh, all injured, come and get it. Several men with boards hurried over. Luo Dashan raised his arm, covered in wounds and still oozing blood. Give me some. This wound itches so badly, I can't help but scratch it. Just bear with it, a scratching will only make it worse. Luo Laoshuan took the medicine and sprinkled some on his wound. This medicine is expensive. We need to use it sparingly. Then he dragged a bundle from under the cart, pulling out 2 old clothes and handing them to Shurtu and Erjuan. Here, this is compensation from the village. Although they're old, the stitching is solid, much better than your torn rags. Luo Shurtu took them, shook them out, and grinned. Hey, these clothes are quite new. Much better than mine. Thanks, uncle. Erjuan chuckled, quickly putting them on. Just right, of my old clothes should have been thrown away long ago. Lastly, Luo Laowu pulled out a bag of white rice, pouring it onto the stone table at the ancestral hall, the grains rolling everywhere. Everyone who went up the mountain, come. and take your share 2 pounds per family, enough for a few bowls of porridge. The men gathered around, some with bowls, some with scoops, sharing the rice, murmuring, "The village is really considerate. This suffering wasn't in vain." "Exactly, this rice smells good." Chun Tao stood nearby, shaking the basket she was holding. As she collected her share, she hurried home. She needed to make the rice porridge quickly. Yinzhou would be waking up soon. The little guy hardly ate anything yesterday and must be starving by now. On the way, she bumped into Yinzhou running out of their home, holding a chunk of steamed bun. "Mom, I'm going to play with the little wolves. Come back soon to have porridge." Chun Tao called out, quickening her pace. "Got it, Mom." Luo Yinzhou chirped back, his small hands patting the smooth neck of Bai Yin, twisting his body to sit steadily on the wolf's back. He had a red string tied around his ankle, swaying gently with his movements. "Little Bai, let's go treat their injuries in the forest." Bai Yin howled lowly, as if responding with a good. With a powerful kick from its 4 sturdy legs, it kicked up a cloud of dust and dashed out of the village, followed by dozens of wolves, their claws kicking up dirt. Returning to the yard, Chun Tao could still hear He snoring from afar. Looking at her husband still soundly asleep in bed, Chun Tao felt a pang of heartache. After all, everyone looked quite frightening yesterday. The wolf pack was covered in blood, and many in the village had been injured, each one exhausted to the point of collapse. When they reached the old oak tree deep in the forest, Yinzhou stored the wolf pack in his space. Bai Yin, the lead wolf, was the first to rush over, first gulping down half a belly of water, then plopping into the river, soaking himself completely. The wound on his back, scratched by a bear's fangs, shimmered faintly in the water, appearing much less gruesome. "You all rest while we'll keep watch here." Yinzhou squatted by the riverbank, chewing on a blade of dogtail grass. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a corner where a dozen wild chickens were flapping their wings to snatch grass seeds, a few gray rabbits huddled in a haystack nibbling on grass roots, and several fawns wagged their tails, bending down to munch on the newly sprouted grass by the river, much more robust than when they were just caught by the wolf pack. He sat on a rock for over half an hour, hearing Bai Yin outside howl softly, knowing it was time. He waved his hand, and the wolf pack suddenly appeared from the space. Bai Yin's wound visibly scabbed over, and the injured wolves no longer limped. As soon as they exited the space, Bai Yin nudged him gently with his furry head, not forceful, but conveying a clear message. "Time to go home for a meal. Let's go home for dinner." Yinzhou patted the wolf's back, grinning. "I can smell the meat already." The wolf pack followed Bai Yin into the village, their paws crunching the thick carpet of fallen leaves. Passing by the ridge, a flock of sparrows took flight in fright, their wings nearly brushing against the last little wolf's ears. The chimney of the Luo family's yard was billowing thick smoke, the aroma of rice mixed with meat wafting out through the cracks in the wall, enticing the little white wolf, the one closest to Yinzhou, to sniff eagerly at the air. "Yinzhou, come back quickly. The porridge is going to burn." Chun Tao shouted from the stove in the backyard, a bit of flour dusted on her apron, the iron ladle clanging in the large pot, the meat bones bubbling in the pot, splattering hot oil onto the bluestone stove, leaving small marks. Just as he reached the yard, he heard He calling out, "Is Yinzhou back? Dinner is ready. If he doesn't come soon, the bones will be picked clean by the little white wolf." Yinzhou jumped off Bai Yin with a whoosh, his shoes making a soft thud on the ground. Just as he entered the yard, Chun Tao came out with a large wooden basin still dripping with meat soup. "You're finally back. Quick, share this with the wolf pack. It'll be bad if it cools down." The wooden basin was filled to the brim with rich bone broth, oil glistening on the surface, sprinkled with chopped green onions, making Yinzhou swallow hard. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang was ladling porridge into a coarse porcelain bowl, the white rice mixed with millet cooked sticky, the spoon pulling out strands of it, the aroma wafting directly into people's noses. The old rule. Luo Jin, seated on the stone bench at the head of the table, picked up his own chipped bowl and clacked it on the table. "One bowl for each person and each wolf. If it's not enough, just take more. No one be polite." Bai Yin led the charge, picking up his large bowl with his mouth and squatting in the corner, crunching on the bones, getting his mouth all greasy. Luo Yinzhou cradled his bowl, slurping the porridge, burning his tongue and sticking his tongue out, but still not forgetting to grab a piece of tender meat. "Mom, today's meat is really delicious. Much more tender than the wild boar meat last time." The sun of April hung in the sky, warm enough to make one feel comfortable to the bones. Luo Yinzhou rode on Bai Yin's back, his fingers tracing down the glossy mane on the wolf's neck. After 4 years, Bai Yin had grown as sturdy as an ox, with shoulders broad enough to steady him. When it ran, the wolf's paws thudded against the ground, sending tremors that made the grass by the roadside sway. Bai Yin slowed down. Ahead is Uncle Air's rice field. Luo Yinzhou quickly patted the wolf's head, the hem of his brown-gray coat flapping in the wind, revealing a patched coarse cloth shirt beneath. "If you trample the seedlings, Mother will definitely twist my ear. Then you will also get scolded. She will surely say it's all your fault for spoiling him." Bai Yin seemed to understand, letting out a low whimper from its throat, immediately slowing its pace, and carefully walking along the edge of the field, not even disturbing the soil at the border. The wind in the woods carried the fragrance of fresh grass and newly turned soil. Just as Luo Yanzhou reached out to grasp the drooping willow branches, a sudden burning sensation erupted in the inner side of his left elbow, as if he had tucked a piece of hot coal from the stove, making him hiss in discomfort. Stop, stop. He hurriedly flipped off and crouched under the shade of a tree, anxiously rolling up his sleeves. His arm was smooth, neither red nor swollen, but the burning sensation intensified, as if something were thrashing beneath his skin, almost breaking through. A thought struck Luo Yanzhou, and he quickly shut his eyes, directing his consciousness into the inner space. Before him stood the familiar building, but the supermarket door, which had always been tightly shut, was now ajar, warm light spilling through the gap. Goodness! His eyes brightened, instantly forgetting the burning in his arm. He opened his eyes and climbed onto Bai Yan's back. Little Bai hurried. To the wolf's den? We need to find a place where no one is around. We can't let anyone see our treasure. The wolf's den was in a cave deep in the mountains, surrounded by shrubs taller than a person, with last year's dried leaves still hanging on the branches. Usually no one dared to come here besides him. Everyone knew this was Luo Yan's wolf territory. Bai Yan galloped into the mountains, reaching the cave's entrance in no time. Luo Yanzhou peeked inside, where several wolf cubs, just over a month old, were surrounding their mother, suckling. They were fluffy like little balls, their mouths making slurping sounds, their little tails wagging. The adult wolves lay nearby, dozing, lifting their eyelids slightly at the commotion, and upon seeing him lowered their heads to continue sleeping. They'll go in for a bit, you keep watch for me. He patted Bai Yan's drooping ears, feeling the soft fur under his fingertips. Confirming that no one was around, even the birds had quieted down, without a trace of human voices. Luo Yanzhou shut his eyes tightly, his consciousness once again penetrating into the space. As soon as he stepped into the supermarket, a cool breeze enveloped him, and Luo Yanzhou let out a comfortable groan. It felt amazing. Rows of shelves were neatly arranged with colorful bags of chips in the snack section. The soda and juice bottles in the drink fridge still glistened with tiny droplets of water, while various biscuits were piled together. He swallowed hard and headed toward the vegetable section. After eating wild greens every day, he had longed to try some fresh vegetables. But upon glancing, he was taken aback. The shelves were filled with seed packets, not a single ready vegetable in sight. Picking up a packet labeled high-yield sweet corn, he read the tag, which stated 1 tael of silver per packet contains 1 seed. Frowning, Luo Yanzhou picked up a packet of rice seeds. The price was exactly the same. When he reached for the potato seeds beside them, the label read 10 taels of silver per seed. Mother, is it really that hard to get a baked potato? Luo Yanzhou mumbled, putting the seeds back. He glanced at the vegetable seeds beside him. 1 per seed, now that was normal. Indeed, if high-yield seeds were cheap, they wouldn't be called treasures. He recalled the rice fields in the village. Last year, Uncle Air's rice field had the best yield, barely reaching 150 pounds per moo. If he planted the seeds from this space, it would likely multiply several times. Walking further in the seasoning section was even more captivating. Soy sauce and vinegar were stored in clear glass bottles, revealing dark brown and light brown liquids inside. The salt bags were labeled iodized salt. There were also chili powder and Sichuan peppercorn stored in clay jars. The cookware section featured shiny iron and aluminum pots, much lighter than the cast iron pot he used at home. They felt effortless to hold. There were also wooden-handled spoons and sleek cutting boards. With these, he'll finally be able to eat flavorful meals. Luo Yanzhou suddenly caught sight of the innermost shelf, instantly becoming frozen. There lay a pitch-black gun, its body gleaming coldly, looking formidable. Beside it were a round scope, a sleek silencer, and various boxes of bullets stacked on the lower shelf, each box marked with 9mm. The label's words pierced his eyes. Sniper rifle, 100 taels of gold bullets, 10 when each. My goodness, with this I could go hunting in the mountains, all by myself. Luo Yan's mouth fell open, his hands itching to touch it, but as soon as he reached out, he hit an invisible wall of air, unable to touch it, not even feeling the temperature of the gun. Just looking, not touching. This romance is too frustrating, he sighed. But with that price, even selling his house, land, and wolf pack wouldn't be enough. Luo Yanzhou shook his head and turned toward the snack section. After 4 years without tasting modern snacks, his mouth had long forgotten the flavor. Eating wild greens, brown rice, and meat had lost its appeal. He fished out 2 won from his pocket. This was money his grandfather had given him for the new year, which he had hesitated to spend. He placed 1 won on the chip shelf and grabbed a bag of tomato-flavored chips, then placed another one on the drink fridge and took a bottle of ice-cold cola. Just as he held the items in his hands, the burning sensation in his arm surged back stronger than before, as if fire were burning him. I should get out first, I can't let anything happen here. He hurriedly exited the space, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he faced Bai Yan's large face. The wolf was nudging his arm with its wet nose, letting out worried whimpers, its tail gently brushing against his leg, as if asking, "Are you okay?" Luo Yinzhou looked down and found that the chips and cola in his hands had turned into two bamboo tubes, one containing chips that made a crisp sound when shaken, the other sealed with a cork, the sound of liquid sloshing when shaken cool to the touch. "You really are thoughtful, knowing to adapt to local customs. Afraid I'd be seen carrying something strange home." He smiled and patted Bai Yan's head. "I'm fine. I just discovered something good. Let's go home. Today is my birthday. Mother must be stewing meat, and there might even be boiled eggs." Bai Yan flicked its tail, obediently crouching down for him to climb on, even lowering its back a bit to prevent him from falling. Just as they exited the forest, they encountered Luo, he who was approaching with a hoe slung over his shoulder, mud on his pant legs and cuffs rolled up, but a smile on his face. "Yinzhou, where have you been, you rascal? Your mother has been spinning in the house, and she just asked me to check at the village entrance, saying if you don't come back soon the eggs will be cold. I was at the wolf's den for a bit checking on the wolf cubs." Luo Yinzhou jumped down and reached out to brush the mud off his father's pant legs, the clumps falling to the ground and breaking apart. "Father, why didn't you go check on your fields today? In previous years you would have been squatting in the fields pulling weeds by now with your breakfast delivered by mother. Today is your birthday, taking a day off is fine, isn't it?" Luo, he ruffled his hair, shifting the hoe on his shoulder, leaving an imprint on his skin. "Your mother stewed a home-raised hen and boiled 6 eggs, all for you to replenish your strength. This period of growth requires you to eat more. Hurry back home, don't keep your mother waiting." The father and son walked toward the village. As they passed by the veterinarian Zhang's house, Aunt Zhang was sitting at the door picking vegetables, holding a green vegetable still glistening with water droplets. Upon seeing Luo Yinzhou, she smiled and called out, "Happy birthday, Yinzhou. Don't forget to come to Annie's house tonight. I made longevity noodles with 2 poached eggs guaranteed to make you grow taller." "Thank you, Aunt Zhang. They'll definitely come tonight." Luo Yinzhou replied cheerfully, then shouted toward the house, "Uncle Zhang, my mother said the herbs you wanted last time, I'll have Xiao Bai bring them to you tomorrow. They're on the slope of the back mountain, I've checked, and they haven't been dug up." A voice from inside responded, tinged with laughter, "All right. Thank you, Yinzhou. When you come, Uncle will show you something good, a little gadget I bought last time I went to town." Over the past 4 years, veterinarian Zhang had moved to Luo family village. Whether it was a person or livestock that fell ill, he was always on call, even willing to go out in the middle of the night. Last winter, when several wolves fell ill, it was veterinarian Zhang who boiled medicine daily until they recovered. Everyone in the village respected him, and whenever someone made something delicious, they never forgot to send some to his family. As they reached the doorstep, they heard Chun Tao's loud voice floating from the yard. "Yinzhou, you finally came back. If you had been a moment later, I would have given the eggs to your sister." She was just pointing at the eggs and making ah-ah sounds. Luo Yinzhou pushed open the door, and the yard had grown 4 times larger than 4 years ago, with 6 neat blue brick houses arranged in 2 rows, the tiles on the roofs laid flat, without a single gap. In the corner of the yard, there was a shed stacked with dried firewood piled, like a small mountain. The stone table in the middle of the yard was clean, with 4 newly carved stone stools beside it. Wang was holding a little girl in a floral cotton jacket, sitting on one of the stone stools. The girl's face was round like a red apple, her hair styled into 2 little pigtails tied with red ribbons. Seeing Luo Yinzhou, she stretched out her arms and pounced over, mumbling, "Brother, brother, hug. Hey, Tao, behave." Luo Yinzhou hurriedly leaned down to carefully hug his little sister, afraid of dropping her. Tao was just 1.5 years old, soft and cuddly, like holding a bundle of cotton. Tao has gotten chubbier again. Luo Yinzhou leaned his face close to his sister's cheek, making the little girl giggle. Chun Tao came out of the kitchen, holding a wooden basin, her apron smeared with oil, a cloth in hand to wipe her hands. Hearing this, she laughed. "How can you say that, child? Tao is in a growth spurt. Oh, what's wrong with being a bit chubby? You used to eat more than her, drinking 2 bowls of porridge in one sitting." As they spoke, Luo Zhen returned from outside, carrying a bamboo basket filled with wild chrysanthemums, golden and glistening with dew, giving off a pleasant fragrance. "For your birthday, these flowers were picked by Grandpa." He handed the flowers to Luo Yinzhou, ruffled his hair affectionately, the roughness of his hands tickling Yan's forehead. "These flowers placed in your sister's room will stay fragrant for several days and also repel mosquitoes. Quick, let's eat, and don't let yourself go hungry. The chicken will be less tasty when it gets cold." "Thank you, Grandpa." Luo Yinzhou accepted the flowers, found a ceramic jar, poured some water, and placed the wild chrysanthemums inside, setting it on his sister's bedside. Sunlight streamed through the window, landing on the petals, making them shine. In the corner of the yard, 50 adult wolves were gathered around 3 large wooden basins, eating the pig bone soup Chun Tao had prepared earlier, the surface dotted with meat bits and glistening with oil. The wolves were making slurping sounds. 11 wolf cubs were playing nearby, nudging and biting each other, rolling around in the mud, with some even biting on their companions' tails, causing the mother wolves to occasionally growl, as if to break up the fight. Xiaobai, who had been closest to Luo Yinzhou back then, had now grown into a robust adult wolf, its fur whiter than that of the other wolves. Upon seeing Luo Yinzhou, it wagged its tail and approached, nudging its head against his leg, offering a piece of meat it had in its mouth at his feet, its eyes full of "This is for you" intent. Xiaobai, eat it yourself, oh, I have chicken here. Luo Yinzhou laughed, pushing the meat back. Eat your fill today, we will rely on you for the autumn hunt later. At mealtime, the family gathered around the stone table. Chun Tao first served Luo Yinzhou the largest chicken leg, glistening with skin and stewed to perfect tenderness. Eat up, this chicken was raised for over a year, stewed for 2 hours, it's very tender, you won't need to chew much, so eat more. Luo Yinzhou took a big bite, the juicy meat bursting in his mouth, the flavor making his eyes squint with pleasure as he nearly swallowed his tongue. Mother, your cooking skills are getting better and better. This is even more flavorful than the wild boar meat you stewed last time. The wild boar meat was a bit tough, but this one is not tough at all. Of course, it's your birthday. How could I not put in the effort? Chun Tao smiled as she refilled Luo He's bowl with porridge made from a mix of millet and rice, sticky and steaming hot. Your father said that when it's time for the autumn hunt, he'll have the wolf pack lead you into the deep mountains. Luo He took a sip of the homemade rice wine, which was light yellow and slightly sweet. He smacked his lips and nodded. This year the wolf pack is robust, with over 10 more adult wolves than last year. We should be able to catch more prey during the autumn hunt. At that time, besides keeping some for ourselves, we should also distribute some to every family in the village so that everyone can have a good winter. Wang, holding Luo Yinzhou's sister, scooped some chicken soup to soak the rice, blowing on it to cool it before feeding it to her, afraid of burning her. It's all thanks to Yinzhou. If it weren't for you leading the wolf pack, how could our village have such a good life now? In previous years, every family was frugal with their grains, eating wild greens and gnawing on tree bark. Now we can have meat at every meal and even eat white buns. Just then, the big yellow dog next door lay against the courtyard wall, poking its head and sniffing the chicken aroma and whimpering, its tail wagging like a rattle, almost drooling. Luo Yinzhou picked up a bone with little meat on it and tossed it over. Big Yellow, this is for you. Stop whining here, come by tomorrow so I can pet you for a while. Big Yellow caught the bone, wagging its tail even more joyfully, turning to run, afraid of being outpaced by other dogs, nearly tripping as it ran, making the whole family laugh. In the yard, the sounds of people talking, wolves munching, and the laughter of his sister blended together, creating a warm atmosphere. Even the wind carried a hint of sweetness. After the meal, Luo Yinzhou remembered the 2 bamboo tubes he had brought and hurried back to the house to fetch them. He opened the tube containing the chips and poured them into a clean plate. Orange-yellow chips piled in the plate, still smelling of tomato, looking incredibly tempting. What is this? It looks quite rare, I haven't seen it before. Chun Tao leaned closer to take a look, pinching a chip and popping it into her mouth, her eyes lighting up. Wow, it's crispy and has a bit of sourness, quite tasty. Luo He also pinched a chip, crunching it loudly, the sound particularly clear. What is this called? Where did it come from? I think it would pair well with alcohol. This is called potato chips. I stumbled upon them. You should try them. Luo Yinzhou didn't mention the matter of space, as that was a secret. He opened the tube containing the cola, taking out several bowls, pouring a deep brown liquid into each. This is a drink called cola. Give it a try, it's cold and refreshing. Wang picked up a bowl, took a sip, her eyes brightening. It's sweet and fizzy but feels quite refreshing, really quenching. Seeing everyone drinking, Luo Yan's his sister stretched out her arms, calling out, "Ah!" Chun Tao poured her a small half bowl, but she held it, sipping delicately, finishing it, while smacking her lips, her eyes squinting into slits, her little face flushed. This drink is really rare. Even Tao Tao is getting tipsy. The sun was high at noon, causing the ground to shimmer with heat, and even the leaves of the old locust tree at the village entrance drooped. Logan carried a shabby bamboo basket, missing a corner, with one hand holding onto Luo Yinzhou and the other cradling Luo Yinta. "Grandpa, can we really catch fish in the river?" Luo Yinta leaned in Logan's arms, tugging at his clothes with her little hand, her round eyes gazing ahead. Mom said that when Uncle Air went fishing last time, he only caught a few water plants. Logan laughed heartily, his stubble tickling Luo Yanta's cheek, making her giggle. "We're not here to catch fish, we're here to play in the water. Your brother has been cooped up all morning, it's time to get some fresh air." He looked down at Luo Yinzhou. "Your dad has taken care of all the work in the fields, so the 3 of us are just going to relax and not cause him any trouble." Luo Yinzhou swung his arms, kicking at the pebbles at his feet. "I know. I saw Dad pulling weeds in the field yesterday, and he was drenched in sweat as if he had just come out of the water." Before long, they heard a boisterous commotion coming from the river bend. As they got closer, they saw the river bend crowded with people. Men were bare-chested, their pant legs rolled up to their thighs, splashing around in the water. Women sat on the stones by the shore, pounding clothes with sticks, While chatting about daily life, the children were the wildest, running around in the shallow water, splashing all over their faces. "Oh, Uncle Logan is here." Aunt Lee from the west end of the village looked up, smiling and waving. "Come down and cool off. The water is just above the knees and feels great." "No thanks, I'll just watch the kids. You all enjoy yourselves." Logan set Luo Yinta down, allowing her to hold his hand as they slowly moved towards the water's edge. As they reached the shore, a group of boys surrounded them, led by Luo Chong from the Luo Si family, holding a small net. "Yinzhou, where's your wolf? Why didn't you bring it? Last time it lost the water fight against us." Just as Luo Yinzhou was about to reply, he heard a whoosh of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Bai Yin leading 7 or 8 adult wolves, their tails wagging as they approached. "Hey, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Luo Chong clapped his hands excitedly, bending down to splash water into the river, aiming it at Bai Yin. "Bai Yin, come on. Let's play for a while longer." The water splashed onto Bai Yin, who shook its fur, letting out a low whine as if laughing. Then it suddenly jumped into the water, paddling its limbs, sending a spray of water that splashed right onto Luo Chong's face. "Hey, you dare to fight back?" Luo Chong wiped his face, not angry at all, beckoning the boys around him. "What are you all standing there for? Splash them. Soak them until they look like drowned rats." In an instant, the river bend erupted into chaos. The children surrounded the wolf pack, each throwing handfuls of water at the wolves. The wolves were not to be outdone, some lying in the water wagging their tails, while others jumped around the kids, splashing water even higher. Luo Yintao watched in delight, tugging at Luo Yan's hand and jumping up and down. "Brother, I want to play too. I want to splash little Bai." Luo Yinzhou squatted down, rolling up his sister's pant legs and taking off her shoes, letting her step into the shallow water. "Walk slowly, don't fall." He also took off his shoes, and as soon as his feet touched the water, he shivered. The water was refreshingly cool, instantly driving away the heat from his body. Logan sat under the shade of a tree by the shore, watching the lively scene in the water, a broad smile on his face. He took out a pipe from his pocket, filled it with tobacco, lit it with a match, and began to smoke. The smoke rings lazily, floating into the air, soon dissipated by the wind. "Little Bai, over here." Luo Yinta stood on tiptoes, scooping up a handful of water and splashing it onto Bai Yin. The water was too little, drying up as soon as it touched Bai Yin, who lowered its head and nudged her hand with its nose, making her giggle. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chong sneaked behind Bai Yin, pressing both hands into the water, splashing it all over Bai Yin. Bai Yin turned its head and flicked its wet tail at him, soaking Luo Chong's clothes. "Haha, you lost." Luo Chong laughed, dodging to the side, not noticing a patch of moss underfoot, and with a yelp he fell into the water, splashing a large wave that made everyone around laugh. Luo Yinzhou hurried over to help him up. "Be careful, the water is very slippery." Luo Chong wiped the water off his face, waving his hand nonchalantly. It's fine. What's a little water?" Looking up, he saw Logan again and shouted, "Grandpa Logan, come down and play too. The water is so refreshing." Logan waved his hand, smiling. "No thanks, my old bones can't take the hustle. You all enjoy yourselves. By the way, keep an eye on Yinta, don't let her wander into the deep water." "Got it," the children replied in unison, then resumed their antics. Just as they were having fun, Aunt Lee suddenly shouted, "Hey, look over there. Is that a fish?" Everyone turned to look in the direction she pointed and saw a small shadow flash across the water's surface before disappearing. Luo Chong's eyes lit up as he ran over with his net. "Where? I'm going to catch it. If I catch it, we can have fish soup tonight." Luo Yinzhou joined in, staring at the water's surface. "Where is it? Did you see it wrong, Aunt Lee?" Aunt Lee put down her stick and walked to the water's edge to take a closer look. "I clearly saw a dark shadow just now. It might have been a little crucian carp. It's been a long time since we've seen any fish in this river. If there really is, that would be great." Logan also came over to look, shaking his head. "Don't get your hopes up. It's not that easy. There's not enough for people to eat, and even if there are fish, they've probably been caught already." Luo Chong, not willing to give up, kept scooping with his net, but only managed to catch a few water plants. Dejected, he threw the net down. There really aren't any. I thought I could catch a fish." Luo Yinta tugged at Luo Yan's hand, whispering, "Brother, it doesn't matter if there are no fish. Playing with little Bai is really fun." Luo Yinzhou patted his sister's head, smiling. "That's right, as long as we're happy, that's all that matters." He looked up at Bai Yin, who was lying in the water with its head resting on the shore, enjoying the attention from a few kids petting it. The sun gradually tilted westward, and the heat dissipated a bit. Aunt Lee stood up, brushing off the dirt on her clothes. "All right, no more playing. It's time to go home and cook. If we take too long, my husband will start to worry." Others gradually came ashore, some heading home, while others continued chatting by the shore. Before leaving, Luo Chong promised Luo Yinzhou, "We'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll bring a big net. Maybe you'll catch a fish." Luo Yinzhou nodded. "All right. Tomorrow I'll bring little Bai too." Logan picked up Luo Yinta and helped Luo Yinzhou put on his shoes. "Let's go, it's time to head home." Your mom might have dinner ready. If we take too long, the food will get cold. Bai Yin led the pack of wolves behind them, its fur still dripping, wet, shaking off droplets with each step. Luo Yinta leaned in Logan's arms, looking back to wave at Bai Yin. Little Bai, see you tomorrow. As soon as they stepped into the yard, a wave of heat enveloped them, making the courtyard feel a bit warmer compared to the coolness of the river bend. Luo Yinzhou tossed his shoes onto the stone slab behind the door, running barefoot towards the water jar. With a splash, he lifted the wooden lid, scooped a full ladle of cool water, and gulped it down. Water dribbled down his chin, soaking his coarse cloth shirt. He wiped his mouth and sighed contentedly. Ah, refreshing. Mom, it's so hot today, or I didn't feel it while I was at the river, but now I'm all hot again. Wang Shi was sitting on a bamboo chair at the doorway, making shoe soles, the thread buzzing in her hands as she glanced up at him and laughed. You silly boy, drink slowly. You just came out of cool water and are gulping down ice-cold water. Be careful not to get a stomach ache. Luo Yinzhou moved closer to Wang Shi, squatting beside the stove, his eyes fixed on the pot of rice porridge. The porridge bubbled away with white grains rolling in the pot, a thin layer of rice oil floating on the surface, and the aroma wafting out through the lid seems making his stomach growl. Grandma, how much longer until the porridge is ready? He reached out to touch the edge of the pot, but as soon as he got close, he quickly drew back, shaking his finger and grimacing. Ouch, it's so hot. Wang Shi set down her needle and thread, patting his hand. Silly boy, the fire is still burning. How can it not be hot? Just wait a bit longer. Your mom is going to pick some chives from the garden. Once she's back, she'll stir-fry some with eggs, and we can eat. Just then, Chun Tao entered with a bamboo basket containing a few wilted chives. She placed the basket down by the stove, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Finally picked them. The sun is so strong that the soil in the garden is almost cracking. Yinzhou, how was playing in the river today? Did you fall? I didn't fall. Luo Yinzhou quickly stood up to help take the chives out of the basket. Luo Chong fell and got soaked, but he said it was fine. By the way, Mom, Aunt Li said she saw a fish, but Luo Chong fished for a long time and only caught a few water plants. Chun Tao washed an eggplant in the water jar, rinsed it, and dried it with a cloth. What fish could there be in the river? A few years ago during the drought, the riverbed was exposed. Just having water is already good. Your grandpa was right. Don't expect to catch fish. Gets enough to just enjoy playing in the water and cool off. She grabbed a kitchen knife and started chopping the chives, making a crisp sound as they fell into the earthen plate. Wang Shi set the finished shoe soles aside, standing up to lift the lid of the pot and stir the porridge. The porridge is ready. Yinzhou, go set the bowls and chopsticks. Yinta, go call your grandpa to come eat. Luo Yinzhou responded, bounding off to fetch the bowls, the clatter of dishes ringing out on the table. Luo Yinta ran to the yard entrance, calling towards the east side of the village. Grandpa, come back for dinner. The porridge is ready. Before long, Logan returned leisurely, holding a little grasshopper that he had woven for Luo Yinta. Seeing this, Luo Yinta immediately ran over, snatching it from him, bouncing with joy. Grandpa, your grasshopper looks so beautiful. It's even better than the last one. Logan laughed heartily, ruffling her hair. I'm glad you like it. Next time, Grandpa will weave you a dragonfly. Now let's eat. If we don't hurry, the porridge will get cold. The family gathered around the table, Chun Tao bringing over the scrambled eggs with chives glistening with oil and sprinkled with green onions, the aroma wafting through the air. Luo Yinzhou filled his bowl to the brim with porridge, eating it with scrambled eggs and pickled radish, making slurping noises, and soon licked the bottom of the bowl clean. I'll get another bowl. He ran back to the pot, eyes still fixed on the porridge. This porridge is so delicious. I can have another bowl. Chun Tao watched him fill his bowl again and added a piece of pickled radish to his bowl. Eat slowly, no one is fighting you for it. You must be tired from playing in the river today. Eat more to replenish your strength. Little Gray squatted beside the table, eagerly watching Luo Yinta. She put a piece of egg into its bowl and poured some porridge. Little Bai, eat up, it's delicious. Just after dinner, the setting sun bathed the courtyard's bluestone slabs in warmth, their surfaces still radiating gentle residual heat beneath bare feet. Luo Yinzhou crouched beside Bai Yin, his fingers slowly combing through the wolf's lustrous brownish-gray fur. For years had rendered it sleek and gleaming. A restless unease churned within him. Price tags from the spatial supermarket flickered unbidden in his mind. 1 tael of silver per kernel of corn seed, 10 taels per potato seed. And that obsidian black sniper rifle priced at 100 taels of gold weighed heavily upon his chest. Xiao Bai, we must enter the mountains. He leaned close to Bai Yin's ear, voice hushed to a whisper audible only to wolf and boy. The supermarket holds treasures that could transform our lives. Countless wonders. But without silver, nothing may be claimed. The back mountains teem with medicinal herbs and game. Selling even a modest haul in town would yield coin. Bai Yin tilted his head, emitting soft, low whines, then nuzzled his cool, damp nose against Luo Yinzhou's wrist, an unmistakable sign of assent. Luo Yinzhou gently stroked the wolf's drooping ears, resolve crystallizing within him. Tomorrow at dawn, he would tell his family. He would venture into the mountains alone. At first light the next day, before the sky had fully brightened while roosters crowed their first call beyond the courtyard, Luo Yinzhou rose. Rubbing sleep from his eyes, he walked toward the main hall. Before reaching the threshold, the rich aroma of sizzling oil enveloped him. Chuntao stood before the stove, crisply frying pancakes. The iron wok hissed and spat of flames licked its base as her bamboo spatula flipped with practiced speed, stacking golden rounds in a bamboo basket, each steaming with fragrant, billowing vapor that made Luo Yinzhou's mouth water. Wang Shi sat on a small stool nearby, holding a coarse cloth soaked in oil, carefully brushing each fresh pancake to prevent sticking. Grandmother, I have something to tell you, Luo Yinzhou murmured, unconsciously drifting closer to the stove, his gaze fixed hungrily on the basket of pancakes. Chuntao placed the final pancake into the basket, wiped sweat from her brow, and glanced up. What is it? Do you want to join your father in the fields again, pulling weeds? Not weeding. Luo Yinzhou tightened his grip on his hem, drew a deep breath, as if summoning courage for an impossible feat. I wish to enter the mountains alone to gather medicinal herbs and hunt wild game. No sooner had the words left his lips than Chuantao's bamboo spatula clattered into the iron wok with a piercing clang. Wang Shi froze mid-motion, eyes widening, voice leaping an octave. What did you say? Alone into the mountains. You're only 7. Wild boars can hurl a man through the air. A bear's swipe can shatter trees. You'd be walking straight to your death. I'm not walking to my death. Luo Yinzhou, flushed crimson, stepped forward, gesturing emphatically. I've accompanied father and villagers into those mountains for 4 years. I know ginseng from Coptis, recall every trap and treacherous slope. And Bai-Yin and the wolf pack will guard me. Last time wild boars descended upon the village, it was I who commanded the wolves to drive them back. Amid the commotion, Luo-He entered, shouldering a hoe still flecked with earth, followed by Luo-Jin carrying a bundle of freshly cut grass for the chickens. Hearing the ruckus, Luo-He frowned. What's all this? Why such shouting at dawn? Even the wolf pups are awake. Wang Shi hastily recounted the matter. Luo-He's face darkened instantly. He leaned the hoe against the wall and lowered his voice. Yinzhou, do you truly grasp what lies within those mountains? Last year old Li's son joined our hunting party, merely strayed 2 paces off path, and was gored in the leg by a wild boar. He lay bedridden for half a month. You going alone? Absolutely not. Father, I can do it. Luo Yinzhou clenched his fists, voice trembling, not with fear, but fierce resolve. I won't wander blindly. I saw old ginseng and vast patches of buplurum in the rear forest. Both fetch high prices at the town's apothecary. I have compelling reasons. I beg you, let me try. He dared not mention the spatial supermarket offering only what he could safely reveal. Luo Jin squatted on the threshold, withdrew his tobacco pipe, packed it with shreds of leaf, lit it with a flint, and puffed slowly, smoke rings curling like ghosts in the morning light. Silent for a long while, his gaze narrowed thoughtfully upon Luo Yinzhou. Chuantao's eyes slowly reddened. She stepped forward, grasping Luo Yinzhou's hand, her fingertips icy cold. Yinzhou, mother knows you wish only to help our family, but the mountains are perilous. If anything were to happen to you, my heart would shatter. Let your father accompany you. No one in the village rivals his hunting skill. No. Luo Yinzhou shook his head vigorously. Father must tend the crops. Without him, pests would devour the seedlings. Grandfather's legs ache on steep paths. I can go alone. The pack of over 50 wolves stands watch. No mountain beast dares approach me. For days afterward, Luo Yinzhou persistently pleaded with his family. At meals, he held his bowl aloft. Wild lingji mushrooms sell for 5 taels per specimen. Enough grain for half a year. Before bed, seated beside Wang Shi, he murmured, if I find aged ginseng, we can buy medicinal salves for grandfather. His leg pain might ease. Chuntao and Wang Shi refused steadfastly at first, but watching him repeat these arguments daily, his gaze unwavering and resolute, they recalled how since age 3, he'd followed villagers into the mountains, always deliberate and self-possessed. Their boy had always been easygoing, almost indolent. This was the first time he'd ever pursued something with such fierce determination. Luo-He remained unmoved, until one evening when Luo Yinzhou took his father's hand and lifted his small, earnest face. Father, I must go. Trust me, I'll take no reckless risks. Should danger arise, I'll command the wolves to bring me home at once. And with the pack guarding me, I'll be safe. Luo-He gazed into his son's bright, unwavering eyes, and remembered the village legend. At Luo Yinzhou's birth, a wolf pack had faced down the villagers in tense standoff, only withdrawing once the child drew his first breath. He sighed deeply, patting his son's hand. Very well, I consent. But you must promise me send Bai-Yin back each day to report, and if peril strikes, retreat immediately. No stubbornness, no pride. Yes, I swear it. Luo Yinzhou leapt up, nearly overturning a stool, earning a stern glare from his father. The next 2 days saw the household in feverish motion. Chuntao and Wang Shi scarcely slept, kneading dough, rolling, frying pancakes. until the bamboo basket overflowed with over 30 golden rounds. Chuntao also retrieved over 5 jin of dried meat from the cellar, cured last autumn during the hunting season, wrapped tightly in 3 layers of coarse cloth and secured within a sturdy sewn pouch for carrying. Yinzhou, these pancakes contain oil and salt. They'll sustain you. 1 is enough per meal. She thrust the pouch toward him, tears shimmering unshed in her eyes. Ration the dried meat. 2 pieces daily, and return home as soon as it's gone. Wang Shi unearthed a small cloth pouch from the cabinet containing dried yarrow and dandelion. For external wounds, chew and apply to cuts to prevent infection. She added a sachet of mugwort. Hang this at your waist. Mountain mosquitoes are large, venomous, and leave swollen welts. Meanwhile, Luo-He and Luo-Jin sat in the main hall, imparting mountain wisdom to Luo-Yinzhou. Luo-He unhooked a gleaming short blade from the wall, its scabbard crafted from tough oxhide, and placed it solemnly in Luo-Yinzhou's hands. Carry this. It's heavy yet razor-sharp. It will skin rabbits and pheasants, or fend off smaller predators. Remember, flee immediately from wild boars or bears. Never attempt to subdue them. Luo-Jin traced a simple map in the dirt floor. Also, never camp near cliff edges at night. Heavy rains loosen rocks. If lost, follow the sun. Its descent marks west. Our village lies eastward, so walk opposite its path to return. Luo-Yinzhou listened intently, nodding steadily. Grandfather, father, I remember every word. Have no fears. On departure morning before dawn's first blush, Luo-Yinzhou stirred awake. First, he visited the wolf pack. Bai-Yin led several wolves pacing the courtyard in steady circles, as if warming up. Ye Ming lay by the gate, rising instantly to wag his tail upon Luo-Yinzhou's appearance. Ye Ming, the pack's second-in-command, was slightly smaller than Bai-Yin, but powerfully muscled, ideal for bearing burdens. Luo-Yinzhou secured the food pouch, dried meat, and spare clothes firmly across Ye Ming's back, buckled the short blade at his waist, and slung his digging spade over his shoulders. He entered the main hall. Luo Yantao still slept curled in Wang Shi's arms, cheeks flushed, mouth slack, with drool, tiny fist clutching a cloth doll. Luo Yinzhou knelt softly, embraced his sister, and gently pinched her cheek. Tao Tao, brother, will pick wild berries and chestnuts for you. Stay good and wait for me to return. Luo Yantao blinked awake, small fingers gripping his sleeve, voice drowsy and sweet. Brother, come back soon. I won't steal your dried meat anymore. I'll save it all for you. Yes, I'll return quickly. Luo Yinzhou released her, finding Chuntao had already prepared breakfast millet porridge with pancakes, a dish of pickled radish, and 2 eggs. He sat at the table slurping 2 bowls of porridge, eating 1 pancake and 1 egg, sated at last. In the courtyard, Chuntao served the wolves thick meat porridge. Their loud, contented chomping filled the air, while Bai-Yin sat patiently nearby, awaiting Luo Yinzhou's finish. Luo Yinzhou wiped his mouth, swung astride Bai-Yin's broad back, and patted his neck. Xiao Bai, let's go. Bai-Yin issued a resonant, commanding howl and surged forward, leading 50 adult wolves in a thunderous, disciplined charge toward the village gate. They'd barely reached the gate when early rising villagers gathered round. Uncle Wang De carried his hoe toward the fields, a water gourd dangling from its handle. Aunt Li clutched a vegetable basket bound for the riverbank, a bar of soap nestled among greens. Several boys squatting roadside playing marbles sprang up and rushed over at the sight of the wolves. Yinzhou, where are you off to? Taking so many wolves into the mountains? Uncle Wang De approached, hand half raised to stroke Bai-Yin's head, then hesitated, fearful of being bitten, and offered an awkward smile instead. Luo Yinzhou sat tall atop Bai-Yin, waving downward. Uncle Aunt Li, I'm gathering herbs, nothing more. I'll return swiftly. The pack guards me. There's no cause for concern. With that, he tapped Bai-Yin's flank. Xiao Bai, go. Yinzhou, the mountains are dangerous. How dare a child venture alone? Aunt Li pressed her face, etched with worry. Call your father. He'd set our minds at ease. But Bai-Yin answered not, nor did Luo Yinzhou pause to reply. Bai-Yin broke into a gallop, hooves drumming the earth with rhythmic thuds, kicking up clouds of dust. The wolves fell into formation behind him, vanishing swiftly into the emerald embrace of the forest, leaving only the faint, swaying shadows of their tails. Villagers stood rooted, voices overlapping in speculation. Why has young Yinzhou suddenly decided to enter the mountains alone, with so many wolves? Shall we ask old Luo? Perhaps he knows more. We'd rest easier knowing. Gossips began ambling toward Luo Yinzhou's home. At the courtyard gate, they found Chuntao standing on the threshold, hand shielding her eyes as she stared into the distant mountains, tears glistening at her lashes. Wang Shi sat on a stone bench, needle poised above thread, yet her gaze too drifted endlessly toward the peaks. Aunt Luo, what's happened to Yinzhou? Why this sudden mountain journey? Aunt Li hurried over, taking Chuntao's hand. Chuntao exhaled deeply, speechless. Seeing her distress, others consoled her. Aunt Luo, don't fret. Yinzhou is clever, and the wolves stand watch. He'll return unharmed. We'll celebrate his homecoming with a feast, roast chicken for all. Chuntao nodded. Yet her heart remained suspended taut as a drawn bowstring her son's first solo journey into the mountains had left her breathless with dread. After escorting the villagers away, Chuntao re-entered the house, selecting 2 plump white wheat buns from the basket, and retrieving a small packet of incense from her drawer saved since New Year's now clutched tightly in her palm. Wangshi watched her retreating back and sighed. "Shall I accompany you?" "No, mother. I'll go alone," Chuntao replied with a fragile smile, eyes still red-rimmed. "Stay here with Tao Tao. Keep her from wandering." She tucked the buns and incense inside her robe and hastened out of the village. Dawn had fully broken. Dew still clung to the rice paddy ridges, soaking the toes of her cloth shoes. Farmers already worked the fields. Spotting Chuntao, they called greetings cheerfully. "Aunt Luo, where are you headed?" Zhang Saho over shoulder called from the western edge of the village. "To the mountain god temple, to light an incense stick." Chuntao paused, voice soft and reverent. "Yinzhou has entered the mountains. I beg the mountain god to shield him." "Of course, go by all means. The mountain god is most merciful. He'll surely keep Yinzhou safe and sound." Chuntao murmured thanks and quickened her pace. Soon she reached the end of the ridge. Beyond lay the forest's edge marked by a humble shrine, walls of stacked stones, a thatched roof, and within, a rough-hewn stone effigy, whose features blurred with time, yet perpetually adorned with offerings of desiccated wild fruit. Chuntao knelt, placing the 2 white buns reverently before the idol, then drew forth her incense and lit it with her flint. Fragrant smoke spiraled upward, carrying the quiet scent of sacred fire deep into the mountain's heart. Folding her palms, she bowed low, forehead touching her knuckles, voice trembling with devotion. "Mountain god, guard my Yinzhou. He is only 7, his first solitary journey into the mountains. Please shield him from beasts and falls, from harm and misstep. When he returns whole and hale, I shall offer you the finest meat in sacrifice." Wind rustled from the forest, whispering through leaves. Chuntao bowed 3 times. Then she lingered, staring at the buns and incense before turning, walking backward thrice, glancing often toward the mountains. Every few steps she paused, gazing toward the forest green veil, silently entreating. "Yinzhou, return to me safe and sound." Luo Yinzhou followed the wolf pack into the depths of the mountains, the dry branches and fallen leaves underfoot crunching with each step. The grass blades, damp with morning dew, brushed against his pant legs, quickly soaking a large area and sticking coldly to his skin, yet he paid no mind, clutching the iron shovel tightly and scanning the surrounding vegetation. Just as he rounded a crooked old locust tree, he suddenly exclaimed, halting in his tracks. On the slope to his right, several plants with pale purple flowers timidly poked their heads up, dewdrops glistening on their petals. He hurried over, in a few quick strides crouched down and gently touched the serrated leaves with his fingertips, instantly recognizing. "This is purple flower ground ding. Brewing it in water can clear heat and detoxify. Careful now, gentle. If the roots break, the medicinal effect will be greatly diminished." He muttered softly, digging up the entire plant along with its roots and soil, shaking off the loose dirt and placing it carefully into his spatial warehouse. He murmured as he extracted the whole purple flower grounding, taking care to avoid damaging the roots, and placed it carefully into his storage space. Not 20 steps further, something caught his eye among the stones by the stream. Several round fleshy leaves were clinging to the rock face, their stems of vibrant red. He moved closer, crouching by the stream, brushing droplets off the leaves and laughing. "It's purslane. This stuff is a treasure. It can be blanched for a salad or made into soup." The cool stream water numbed his fingertips, but he ignored it, carefully digging out the purslane by its roots little by little. Fearing the leaves might get damaged, he directly placed them into his storage without a second glance, saying, "Don't mess it up. I need to add it to the dishes for my mother. Tao Tao loves to eat this too." After about half an hour of walking, a flash of red suddenly caught his eye amid the bushes ahead, resembling a small flame. Luo Yan's eyes widened and he pushed through the waist-high weeds, only to find 3 clusters of rhodiola standing proudly, their stems thick and leaves lush. My goodness! He held his breath, crouching down to touch the leaves, feeling both astonished and delighted. This is a rare find. It can be used in stews to ward off cold, and drinking it in winter prevents coughing. He inserted the shovel into the soil and slowly dug around the rhodiola, carefully collecting the surrounding decayed leaves into his cloth bag, fearful of damaging even one root. Once the whole rhodiola was exposed, he cradled it in his hands, gently blowing away the dirt from its roots, and hurried over to a nearby large stone, placing it cautiously into his storage. It must be kept well, or losing it would be more painful than losing a bun. As he stood up straight, he spotted a few jagged leaves peeking out from beneath the fallen leaves by his feet, their edges tinged with white. He bent down to clear the leaves, unable to contain his excitement. Dandelion. The leaves can cool the body, and the roots dried can be used as medicine. He decided to sit on the ground, setting the shovel aside and using his hands to clear away the fallen leaves and soil. The dandelion roots were delicate, so he carefully dug them out little by little, saying, I need to harvest more. Once dried, they can be stored in a jar. In summer, with so many mosquitoes, drinking it can also prevent heat stroke. After filling a handful, he shook off the dirt and neatly placed them into his storage. When the sun reached its zenith, the wolf pack came to a halt in a clearing where a large flat blue stone lay surrounded by very few weeds. Luo Yinzhou stopped, as well placing his cloth bag on the stone, and just as he intended to take a break, his gaze was caught by an old pine tree not far away. Several clusters of yellow-green plants were growing against the trunk, their leaves covered in fine hairs. Xixin. He rushed over, immediately crouching down to examine closely. Xixin can dispel wind and cold when brewed in water for foot baths. He carefully cleared away the decayed leaves around the tree trunk, gently digging into the soil with his shovel, taking extra care as the roots of Xixin were tender. After digging it out, he shook off the dirt from Xixin, placing it carefully into his storage. This herb is delicate. It must be stored separately from other medicines, or it will lose its potency through mingling. Unbeknownst to him, the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the forest like dark ribbons. Luo Yinzhou sat on the large blue stone, entering his storage to tally today's harvest: purple flower ground ding, purslane, rhodiola, dandelion, Xixin, and a few freshly dug mint plants, all packed full. He touched his cloth bag with a beaming smile on his face, feeling thrilled in his heart. With so many herbs, this should be worth a few hundred won. The two wolves beside him suddenly leaned and rubbing their heads against his arm, their furry tails gently brushing against his hand. Luo Yinzhou smiled, petting their ears, then turned his gaze toward the deeper forest, his eyes sparkling. Away, Huang, let's venture deeper tomorrow. Who knows, we might even find some angelica. That stuff is precious if we find it. The two wolves seemed to understand, letting out low whines from their throats and nudging his hand with their heads. Luo Yinzhou stretched his body and yawned. After a day of walking, I'm really tired. He found a spot sheltered from the wind, placed his bundle under his head, and lay down on the ground. I'll rest for a bit, you all keep an eye on me. Just as he lay down for a moment, the lead wolf, Bai Yin, approached, nudging his arm with its nose, then growled lowly at the other wolves. Luo Yinzhou rubbed his eyes and sat up, looking at Bai Yin. Are you going hunting? Bai Yin wagged its tail and growled again. The nearby wolves immediately gathered around, nodding at Bai Yin. Luo Yinzhou understood, smiling as he patted Bai Yin's head. Go on, be safe. I'll wait for you here. When you come back, I'll share buns with you. Bai Yin let out a low bark, leading the wolves, except for Away and Huang, swiftly disappearing into the forest. Away and Huang remained close to Luo Yinzhou, one on each side like two guards. Luo Yinzhou lay back down, gazing at the leaves above, still pondering tomorrow's plans. First, I'll look for angelica, and then see if there's any astragalus. That stuff can replenish qi. As he thought, drowsiness washed over him, and before long he fell asleep. Bai Yin stood on the high slope of the clearing, tilting its head to howl softly at the moon, the sound piercing through the night, echoing in the valley. The wolves, hidden in the shadows, immediately sprang into action. Over 40 gray-black figures leapt from behind trees and out of bushes. Bai Yin flicked its tail and let out a low growl towards the dense forest on the left, and the leading pack instantly understood, racing toward the eastern valley. Their noses pressed to the ground, they occasionally lifted their heads to sniff the air, their ears standing erect. Hiss! One wolf suddenly halted in front of a thicket, scratching at the ground with its paw. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, revealing several glossy-leaved plants hidden beneath the thicket. It sniffed the ground, and then raised its head to growl a couple of times at its companions, as if confirming something. The nearby wolves approached, nudging the leaves with their noses, and then together they carefully dug around the soil, lifting the entire plant in their mouths and gently placing it in the woven basket on their backs, crafted by Luo's family specifically for the purpose of carrying herbs. On the other side, the wolves heading west had also made a discovery. One wolf stopped under an old locust tree, lowly barking at something on the trunk. Its companions gathered around, and in the moonlight they clearly saw clusters of gray-brown fungi growing on the trunk with thick caps and white edges. The lead wolf gently prodded it with a paw, confirming it was edible mushrooms, and carefully bit them off, placing them into the basket. Bai Yin led the middle pack deeper into the mountains, moving slowly. Their eyes not only focused on the plants at ground level, but also occasionally lifted to observe the surrounding terrain. When they reached a steep slope, Bai Yin stopped, sniffing the air before raising its head to howl at the slope above. A young wolf immediately scaled the steep incline, claws digging into the rock crevices. Halfway up, it called down to the others a couple of times, then descended with several plants bearing small white flowers, placing them in front of Bai Yin. Bai Yin lowered its head to sniff, confirming it was the yuanji Luo Yinzhou had mentioned, an herb that calms the mind. It then tapped the young wolf on the head with its tail, signaling it to place the plants into the basket. Afterward, it lifted its gaze towards the deeper forest, its eyes glimmering in the night, memorizing the routes. There's a water source here, mushrooms in that valley, herbs on the slope to the east. The wolves scattered throughout the forest like a vast net, leaving no corner overlooked. Some wolves discovered calamus by the stream, carefully digging it up and shaking off the dirt. Others found chai in the grass, biting the roots and gently pulling them up. Still others uncovered sure way in the rock crevices, a great remedy for coughs, carefully digging it out bit by bit, afraid of damaging the leaves. In addition to searching for plants, the wolf pack remained vigilant to the sounds of the forest. Each time they passed through an area, the lead wolf would leave scent markers on the tree trunks, occasionally growling towards the distance to confirm there were no traces of predators. When they encountered steep cliffs or rushing streams, they would stop to sniff and probe with their paws, mentally noting the dangerous areas. When the moon rose high, the wolf pack began to head back. Each wolf's basket was filled to the brim with herbs, mushrooms, and a few edible wild fruits. They moved lightly, but their footsteps were steadier than on the way and cautious not to jostle the contents of their baskets. Upon returning to the clearing, Luo Yanzhou was still sound asleep. Ah-He and Ah Huang stood guard beside him, rising immediately to low growl a couple of times upon seeing the wolf pack return. Bai Yin signaled for the other wolves to place their baskets on the nearby ground, then stealthily approached Luo Yanzhou, sniffing his scent. Confirming he was safe, it lay down beside him, eyes still alert and watching the surrounding forest. As dawn broke, the mist lingered on the tips of the grass and branches. Even the air carried a cool, moist essence. Luo Yanzhou had just turned over when Ah-He's fluffy tail swept past him, tickling him so much that he grinned. Rubbing his eyes and sitting up, he immediately woke up. Upon raising his head, dozens of vine baskets lay at the feet of the wolf pack, with herbs peeking out from the baskets, wild fruits glistening red like scattered bits of agate, and the mushrooms exuding a rich oiliness, while the herb's green was dotted with morning dew, creating a lively palette in the morning light that dazzled the eyes. Oh my goodness! Luo Yanzhou, still dazed, ran towards the vine baskets, his feet stepping on the dew-laden grass, and the cool damp air surged upwards, but he paid no mind. Squatting by the basket, he brushed aside some herbs, and as his fingertips grazed a cluster of white-flowered grass, his eyes instantly brightened like they held 2 stars. Isn't this common purslane? This stuff can calm the mind when brewed in water. He carefully pinched the purslane, its roots still clinging to dark, wet soil. This dirt looked fertile. No wonder the purslane thrived so vibrantly. Bringing it close to his nose, a bitter aroma wafted down his throat, causing him to frown and then smile. The more pronounced the flavor, the better the medicinal effect. I need to shake off the dirt, otherwise it'll rot if it's kept too long. As he spoke, he gently combed the roots with his fingertips, meticulously removing the fragments of soil, placing them on the nearby bluestone slab to dry, arranging them neatly, and pressing them down with a twig, afraid a gust of wind might scatter them. He opened another vine basket, revealing several plants with broad, pungent leaves, their edges still curled with morning dew. He leaned in to sniff, immediately bursting into laughter. Acarus. This is a treasure. In summer it can ward off mosquitoes, and its roots can be boiled to treat heat stroke. He glanced at the nearby crooked tree, found a flexible, thin vine, and tied up several bundles of acarus, hanging them at a fork in the branches. This spot was well ventilated, allowing the morning dew to drain slowly, without being directly exposed to sunlight. After hanging them, he occasionally looked up, worried that the wind might blow away the tied acarus. Don't fall down now, they're very tender, and if they hit the ground they'll be ruined. While rummaging, his fingertips suddenly brushed against something hard. Luo Yanzhou looked down to see a particularly unique grass. Its leaves were lanceolate, with shallow serrations, the base thick and robust, entwined with fine fibrous roots, and surprisingly topped with a small purple bud speckled with bits of mud. Frowning, he turned it over, repeatedly mumbling, "What is this?" At that moment, Bai Yin approached, nudging his arm with his head, his nose sniffing at that particular grass. Luo Yanzhou patted Bai Yan's head, holding the grass up to the light. "Bai Yin, where did you find this last night? Look how sturdy this is, and the petals have a hint of purple. It looks extraordinary. What if it's some rare medicinal herb? It can't be thrown away." He quickly took out a clean, coarse cloth from his bag, carefully wrapped the few plants, placed them on the edge of the bluestone slab, and pressed a small stone on top, fearing the wind might whisk them away. Next, he rummaged out a few brown plants from the vine basket, their roots thick like little fingers, emitting a faint medicinal aroma, and their leaves still clinging to bits of dried grass. Evidently, they must have grown in a dry, sloped area. Buplurum. His eyes widened even more, gently pinching the roots. This is a good thing. It's the most effective for treating colds and fevers. He placed the buplurum beside the purslane, intentionally separating them by half a foot. Buplurum and purslane must be dried apart, or else their flavors will mingle and the medicinal effects will diminish. This buplurum root has no signs of insect damage at all. It will surely fetch a good price. As he dealt with the last vine basket, Luo Yan's his hand brushed inside and felt several plants with thick, glossy leaves, their roots still covered in a lot of crushed stones from the crevices. He quickly picked them up, examining them excitedly for a long time, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. This isn't astragalus, is it? Bai seemed to understand, wagging his tail lightly and nudging his wrist with his nose. Luo Yinzhou, holding the astragalus, felt his hands tremble. Astragalus is a precious medicinal herb. It can replenish energy. Last time I asked at the town's apothecary, the shopkeeper said good astragalus costs 21 per tael. I can't believe you all managed to find it. He carefully shook off the crushed stones from the astragalus, gently scraping the skin off the root with his fingernail, revealing the light yellow flesh inside. Look at this color. It's so pure. Wrap it up separately with a cloth. Don't put it with other herbs. If the roots get damaged, it won't be worth anything. He then tightly wrapped the astragalus with a clean cloth, placing it farthest from the other herbs. Next, Luo Yinzhou categorized all the herbs. The purslane, buplurum, and astragalus were placed on the north side of the bluestone slab. This side wouldn't receive the early morning sun, suitable for herbs that fear sunlight. The acarus and mint were on the south side, where the ventilation was good, allowing for quicker drying. The few unknown plants were placed on the slab's center, occasionally brushed with his hand, to keep the morning dew at bay. His eyes filled with joy. This haul is more than what I could gather in 3 days alone last time. I need to hurry. Once the sun rises high, the dew will dry, and I can store them in the warehouse. As he spoke, he picked up the dried purslane, silently thinking, into the warehouse, and with a swift motion, the purslane vanished from his hand. Inside the spatial warehouse, the purslane was neatly arranged on the first shelf, still exuding a hint of fresh moisture. He then put in the buplurum and acarus, and when it came to the astragalus, he was especially careful, gripping the cloth's edge, fearing he might damage the roots. The astragalus needs to go on the top shelf, away from the weight of the other herbs, otherwise the roots might break. After finishing, he mentally counted: 1 plant, 2 plants, 5 astragalus. If I sell these, I can buy half a seed. Suddenly his stomach let out a loud growl, the sound ringing clearly in the quiet forest. Luo Yinzhou patted his stomach, smiling at the wolf pack. After all this work, I almost forgot to eat. You all were rummaging for herbs in the dark last night. You must be hungry too. He'll make you breakfast. He closed his eyes, thinking of wild chickens and hares in the space, and when he opened them again, dozens of live creatures plopped onto the ground. Wild chickens, flapping their colorful feathers, tried to fly, wings stirring the grass leaves, while the hares kicked their hind legs, trying to burrow into the grass, their claws flinging dirt everywhere. Bai Yin! Luo Yinzhou shouted. Bai Yin immediately lunged forward, biting a wild chicken's neck with a speed like lightning, blood dripping down its mouth. Little Gray also refused to be outdone, darting out to pin down a wild hare, which struggled for a moment before falling still. The other wolves soon gathered around, and in less than the time it takes to smoke half a cigarette, all the wild chickens and hares were lifeless, the pack howling softly around their prey, tails swaying gently, as if waiting for him to speak. Eat up! Eat up! Luo Yinzhou waved his hand, squatting down to pet Bai Yan's head. You all worked hard yesterday, keeping watch over the fierce beasts at midnight, and today, you'll need your help again. Eat more, that way you'll have the strength to find more herbs. He took out a piece of jerky and a white bun from his cloth bag. The jerky was cured with salt and star anise, savory and flavorful, and still had a nice chew. The bun was still warm, made by his mother in the early morning using a large iron pan. Biting into it filled his mouth with the aroma of wheat and a hint of sesame. Sitting on the bluestone slab, he slowly ate, occasionally looking up at the wolf pack, the sunlight filtering through the leaves, warming his body, and his heart felt warm as well. After finishing breakfast, Luo Yinzhou just tied up his cloth bag when he suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh right, I almost forgot about catching centipedes. He remembered following the village into the mountains before. Centipedes love to burrow into places with a bloody scent, especially in damp piles of decaying leaves, dark and wet, the perfect spot to attract centipedes. He looked around and quickly spotted a pile of decaying leaves not far away. There, a thick layer of fallen leaves piled up with plenty of moss growing soft and springy underfoot, clearly a favorite spot for centipedes. Bai Yin, lend me a hand, Luo Yinzhou said, pulling out a live wild chicken from his space, its claws still flapping. As soon as he offered it to Bai Yin leaned in and bit off the wild chicken's neck, blood dripping down onto the grass, staining a small patch of earth, the bloody scent immediately wafting through the air. Luo Yinzhou quickly took out a small iron shovel and dug a pit half a foot deep beside the pile of leaves, flattening the bottom with the shovel. The bottom needs to be flat so the chicken can spread out and the bloody scent will disperse more evenly. After tossing in the dead chicken, he covered the pit tightly with the surrounding decaying leaves, leaving only a small gap the width of a finger, murmuring, "This way the centipedes will smell the blood and burrow in through the gap. I'll come back in the evening to collect them, and I'm sure I can catch a whole bunch. When the time comes, I'll pack them in a bamboo basket, dry them in the sun, and sell them to the apothecary for a nice sum." He clapped the dirt off his hands, smiling at Bai Yin. Once we sell them, we can buy some food. Corn, potatoes, anything will taste good. Yin, as if understanding, nudged his arm with his head, his tail gently swishing against the back of his hand, tickling him. Once they were done, Yin let out a low growl towards the dense forest to the east, his ears standing straight, then took the lead. Luo Yinzhou quickly slung the cloth bag over his back, hurrying to catch up, asking, Yin, are you taking me to where you found the herbs last night? That's great. Perhaps we can find more astragalus. If we can find a few more stalks, we'll be on our way to fortune. Following the wolf pack, they soon arrived at the slope where they had dug for purslane the night before. The soil here was loose black earth dotted with low shrubs, just perfect for shading the purslane. No wonder it had grown so well. Luo Yinzhou squatted down to look and found a few stalks of purslane still hiding in the grass alongside several plants with sawtoothed leaves blooming small yellow flowers. Isn't this dandelion? His eyes lit up and he quickly pulled out his small iron shovel. Just a bit is enough. Ooh, I've dug too much these past few days. As he dug up the dandelion, he carefully inserted the shovel into the soil, slowly prying it out. Dandelion roots are quite fragile, and I need to dig them up with the fibrous roots, otherwise if they break, the medicinal effect will be halved. After digging it out, he shook off the dirt from the roots and placed it in the specially sewn compartment of his cloth bag. Continuing west, he arrived at the old locust tree where he had searched for mushrooms last night. The old locust tree's bark was cracked with numerous lines, and moss grew on its trunk, where several clusters of mushrooms thrived in the shaded side of the trunk. Mushrooms preferred the shade, and this place was just right. The mushrooms were larger than those in the vine basket from last night, their caps thick enough to hold the morning dew with edges lined in white. These are hazelnuts. Lianzi tiptoed, gently pinching the mushroom stem, carefully twisting it off. They're fragrant when stewed with meat, and they can be dried and stored for winter to stew with ribs for the family. Besides, the tavern in town buys them at a high price. He placed the mushrooms in the compartment of his cloth bag, layering them with dry leaves. Don't crush them. If they break, they won't fetch a good price, and eating them won't be worth it either. Look at how intact this cap is. The shopkeeper will definitely be willing to pay more for it. As he walked, Yin suddenly stopped, growling lowly at a crevice in the rocks, his tail swaying slightly. Luo Yinzhou hurried over, parting the weeds beside the rock crevice, and immediately jumped up in excitement. Astragalus. Another astragalus. This one was even thicker than the previous one, its roots tightly clinging to the rock crevice, and its leaves peeking green between the stones. He quickly took out his small iron shovel, carefully prying the soil from the crevice in the direction of the roots, fearing he might damage the roots. Yin, you're amazing. Even hidden so deep, we can find it. Keep looking. Yin seemed to understand, nudging his arm with his head and inching further into the deeper mountain forest. Luo Yinzhou smiled and patted its head, quickening his movements. When he finally unearthed the astragalus intact, he couldn't help but whistle. Look at this root, it's thicker than my finger. Thus, following the wolf pack, retracing their steps from the previous night, Luo Yinzhou's cloth bag bulged again, and his spatial warehouse filled with even more herbs. Not only common purslane, buplurum, and acarus, but also 7 stalks of astragalus, and half a basket of dandelions and hazelnuts. Feeling the bulging cloth bag, he was in high spirits. Yin seemed to sense his joy, letting out a low growl towards the deeper mountain forest. Stopping his steps, he called out to Yin, who was about to head deeper into the forest. Yin, hold on. Yin immediately turned his head with ears perked up. Luo Yinzhou approached, squatting down to pat his head, his voice carrying an adult's calculation. We've gathered enough herbs. Digging any further is pointless. There are only 2 apothecaries in town with only so many people. They can't take any more. It's better to save some energy for hunting for meat instead. He pointed towards the distant valley and continued, it's getting dark. The wild beasts should be heading back to their dens. Let's have the pack search for food separately for now, and we'll find a place to start a fire waiting for them to bring back meat. The important hunting can wait until tomorrow. Tonight, let's just fill our bellies and rest up. Yin seemed to understand, letting out a low growl, turning to call a few words to the wolves behind him. The wolves immediately scattered, some darting towards the thickets in the east, some rushing to the stream in the west, their gray shadows quickly merging into the dusk, leaving only He to guard by Luo Yinzhou's side. He can stay to accompany me, Luo Yinzhou said, patting He's ear with a smile. Let's find a sheltered place to start a fire, otherwise if the wind picks up later, we won't be able to light it. He scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted a large rock not far away which would shield them from the wind. He walked over with his cloth bag, placed it on the rock, and took out a fire starter and a handful of dry pine needles from his space. These pine needles catch fire quickly and burn well. First lay down the pine needles, then add a few thin twigs. Luo Yinzhou busily instructed He. The fire needs to burn slowly. When the brothers return with the prey, we can roast some hot meat to eat. Eating raw meat all the time isn't good for the stomach. Although you're used to it, it's nice to have some cooked meat occasionally. He took out the fire starter, and with a puff it ignited flames licking the pine needles, and soon wisps of blue smoke rose. He carefully added a few more thin twigs, and the flames gradually grew, casting a warm orange light on the rock, making his face glow warmly. He lay beside him, eyes fixed on the fire, its tail occasionally sweeping the ground. Luo Yinzhou leaned against the rock, pulling out the leftover bun from breakfast, breaking half off, and handing it to He. You can have a bite to fill your stomach, we'll have some meat later. This bun was made by my mother, you should try it. It's softer than raw meat. He sniffed the bun and took it, chewing slowly. Just then a howl from afar echoed. Luo Yinzhou immediately stood up, smiling. Looks like there's a catch. Soon a wolf returned with a wild hare in its mouth, placing it before Luo Yinzhou and letting out a low call. Luo Yinzhou squatted down, patting its head. Good job. This hare is enough for both of us. We'll roast it later. Then other wolves returned, one after another. Some with wild chickens, some dragging deer, and others even caught a large grass carp, its tail still flopping on the ground. What a catch, they even got a fish. Luo Yinzhou exclaimed with joy. This grass carp is the most delicious when roasted, especially the fish skin. Bai Yin was the last to return, carrying a fat wild goat, its leg bitten and still struggling slightly. Luo Yinzhou hurried over, pulling out a short knife from his space, and gently slashed the goat's neck, quickly rendering it still. Thank you for your hard work, Bai Yin. Luo Yinzhou patted Bai Yan's head. This wild goat is enough for us. Look how fatty this goat meat is. It will surely taste good when stewed. He dragged the wild goat to the fire, took out a small knife from his space, and began to process the prey. First, let's skin the goat. This skin can make a small vest to keep warm in winter. The meat will be cut into pieces, part will be roasted, and part will be saved for tomorrow. Bai Yin and the other wolves encircled nearby, their eyes fixed on the meat on the grill, low growls rumbling in their throats. As dawn broke, the thin frost in the forest sparkled like a layer of crushed salt, clinging to the blades of grass and the fur of the wolves. Luo Yinzhou had yet to open his eyes when he felt a tickling sensation on his arm. He's tail was gently brushing against him, soft and slightly cool with the morning frost. He groggily sat up and was taken aback. Bai Yin stood in an open area 10 steps away, his back perfectly straight, emitting a low growl from his throat. Looking at the wolf pack, their ears stood up straight, their tails barely swaying, a chaotic order amidst the stillness. Oh, is this a collective morning training? Luo Yinzhou rubbed his eyes and laughed, reaching out to pat the approaching He. With your stance, you can't wait to go hunting, can you? As he spoke, he rummaged through his storage, and with a stretch of his hand, wild rabbits and chickens plopped onto the ground, around 150 of them, all from his space. He had previously caught some to raise. The wild chickens were manageable, at least they had some dignity, and the eggs had all been eaten by Luo Yan's family, resulting in fewer hatchlings. These wild rabbits were the real mischievous ones, breeding incessantly. Although the wolf pack consumed a lot, they couldn't keep up with how many were born, and half the grassy area was occupied by the rascally rabbits. Let's fill our stomachs first, or you'll have no strength to chase after the prey later. Luo Yinzhou squatted down and stroked Bai Yan's chin. I'll go catch some fish by the river. He can stay with me. You all go to the northern valley. Don't confront the prey heathen, especially the mother wild boars with piglets. They can be very fierce. Bai Yin rubbed against his palm, the tip of his tail lightly brushing his wrist, as if in agreement. Turning to the wolf pack, he let out a low howl. The sound was not loud, yet the wolves immediately surrounded him, each taking a piece of prey and retreating to the side, the crunching of bones echoing in the air. After finishing, Bai Yin growled 3 more times, and the pack split into 3 teams. The eastern team of 20 agile young wolves dashed towards the eastern slope. The western team of 18, with keen noses, slipped into the western woods. The remaining 10 followed Bai Yin toward the northern valley, moving slowly, with each wolf stopping occasionally to sniff the ground, even pawing at the fallen leaves, clearly tracking scents. Watch out on the way. If there's a large group of wild boars, remember to run. Luo Yinzhou shouted, while holding a bamboo basket. He had already scampered to his feet, happily wagging his tail. The wind by the river was cooler than in the forest. Luo Yinzhou squatted down, and as soon as his fingers touched the water surface, he quickly withdrew. The water was as cold as ice, numbing his fingertips. Goodness, this water is too cold, he mumbled, huffing onto his hands. The fish must be hiding in the deeper water. There isn't even a shadow in the shallow spots. He placed the bamboo basket in the water, the opening facing the current, and pulled out a piece of oily meat from his space, tying it with a string to hang above the basket. He, keep an eye on it for me. If any fish swim by, let out a call. He immediately lay down by the river, stretching his front paws forward, his eyes fixed on the water surface. He didn't wag his tail, but occasionally flicked his ears, listening to the sounds in the water. Luo Yinzhou walked slowly along the riverbank, bending down every few steps to part the water plants to take a look. Underneath, the water plants were empty, not to mention big fish. There wasn't even a shrimp in sight. How strange, I saw fish jumping last evening. Why are they hiding so deep today? He scratched his head and moved the basket further upstream. Let's wait a bit. When the sun comes out and warms the water, the fish might just come up. Meanwhile, in the northern valley, Bai was crouched behind a large rock, his nose pressed to the ground, sniffing back and forth several times. There were fresh footprints on the ground, bigger than a palm with muddy edges. Wild boar tracks indicating it was an adult boar based on the depth of the prints. He lifted his head, his ears twitching, hearing a snort sound about 50 steps ahead, along with the rustling of dirt being dug up. He gave a low growl to the wolves behind him, then dove into the bushes, his fur brushed against the grass, making not a sound. The other wolves also lowered their bodies, some circling to the left, others moving to the right. Before long, they spotted 3 wild boars. The largest was about half a person tall, with glossy black fur tusks protruding, and was busy digging in the dirt for roots. The 2 smaller ones, only half grown, were trailing behind, picking up scraps. Bai stopped behind a tree, signaling to the 2 wolves on the left with a flick of his tail. The 2 wolves immediately moved behind the wild boars, pausing a few steps to listen for sounds, and only lay still in the grass when they were 10 meters behind the boars. The other 6 wolves ran to the sides, soon reaching the flanks of the wild boars, forming a semicircle, herding the boars toward the valley where there was no escape. As the encirclement closed to 20 meters, Bai suddenly sprang out, moving like a gray shadow, and bit onto the hind leg of the large wild boar. The wild boar let out a pained "ah" and turned sharply to try to charge at Bai, but just as it turned halfway, the wolf on the left lunged forward, biting down on its ear and pulling it down. The wolf on the right seized the opportunity and bit onto its other hind leg. The large wild boar was pulled off balance, trying to dig in with its tusks, but with 3 wolves tugging at it, it couldn't turn around at all. The 2 smaller wild boars were frightened and tried to run, but the wolves waiting behind quickly intercepted, each one biting down on the neck of the small boar, and with a quick toss, the small boar collapsed without a sound. The large wild boar continued to struggle, its 4 legs flailing and flattening the grass around it. Bai released his grip, moved to the front of the wild boar, his eyes fixed on its throat, and suddenly leaped. His front paws landed on the boar's shoulder, and with a snap, he bit down on its throat. The wild boar struggled a few times, its voice growing fainter until it gradually lost strength and collapsed to the ground motionless. Bai let out a loud howl towards the sky, and the other wolves joined in howling. This was a signal and a call to summon the other 2 teams of wolves. Before long, the wolves from the eastern and western teams returned, with the eastern team carrying 2 wild rabbits and the western team dragging a deer. Bai sniffed the large wild boar and called out to the wolves in the eastern team for 2 more howls. The eastern team immediately dropped the wild rabbits and came over to help drag the wild boar. 4 wolves were just enough to pull it. Bai even specifically sent 1 wolf to check on the small wild boar to confirm it was dead before allowing it to be dragged, wasting nothing at all. We can't let the prey escape. If Luo Yinzhou were here, he would definitely praise them. But Bai didn't know this. All he knew was that this time the goal was to hunt more prey. Meanwhile, by the river, Luo Yinzhou, with legs numb from squatting, finally saw a small shadow darting in the water. Here it comes. He quickly focused on the bamboo basket, not daring to blink. As the small fish swam into the bamboo basket, he suddenly lifted it up. A palm-sized crucian carp flopped around in the basket, splashing water all over his face. Finally caught one. Luo Yinzhou was so happy, he almost jumped up, placing the fish into the water bucket he had brought. Xiaohei, look. This fish can be stored in the space, I can take it out anytime I want to eat it. Xiaohei came over to sniff, barking twice at the water bucket, as if congratulating him. However, for the next half-day, Luo Yinzhou wasn't that lucky. The sun climbed to the top of the sky, warming him up, and he only caught 6 small fish, the largest just slightly bigger than his palm, barely enough for 1 bowl. These fish are too elusive. Luo Yinzhou sat on a rock by the river, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Looks like today we'll have to rely on the wolf pack's catch. Just as he was speaking, distant howls of wolves echoed. Bai Yin and the others were back. Luo Yinzhou quickly stood up and looked in the direction of the sound, soon spotting a group of wolves dragging their prey this way. Bai Yin led the way, walking at the front. Behind were 4 wolves dragging a large pig, while others carried small wild boar, some small deer, and even the 2 wild rabbits caught by the eastern team didn't get left behind. Wow, so much prey. Luo Yinzhou ran over and patted Bai Yan's head. That's a hefty sum coming in. Bai Yan rubbed against his hand and called out to the prey, twice as if to take credit. Luo Yinzhou squatted down and touched the wild boar's tusks. These tusks can sell for quite a bit, and the skin can be made into a large coat, perfect for staying warm in winter. By the way, did you all get hurt? He checked Bai Yin and the others' paws to see if they had been scratched by the wild boar. Bai Yin lifted his paws for him to see. Clean, with no injuries at all. Luo Yinzhou glanced at his water bucket, and then at the wolf pack's prey, unable to help but laugh. You guys are awesome. I worked all day and only caught 7 small fish. Xiaohei, let's go back and handle the prey. Luo Yinzhou stood up, addressing the wolf pack. Tonight we'll roast rabbits, a good reward for you all. As Luo Yinzhou stepped into the camp with the wolf pack, he placed the water bucket, filled with small fish, against the stones, the bottom scraping against the gravel with a clash. He rubbed his wet hands and smiled at the surrounding wolves. First, let's store these meat treasures in the warehouse. The weather is getting hotter, and if left outside for even half an hour, flies will swarm and causing the meat to spoil, which would be all for nothing. He first went to the large wild boar, squatting down to stroke its black fur, his fingertips still feeling the residual warmth. Bai-Yin, your hunting skills are impressive. The fur is so smooth, not a single scratch on it. He looked up and tilted his chin at Bai-Yin. The shopkeeper at the town's fur store loves these intact ones. We can trade them for a bit more money later. As he spoke, he closed his eyes tightly, gently placing his right hand on the wild boar's back, silently chanting "store" in the space warehouse. In an instant, the wild boar, weighing over 100 pounds, vanished without a trace. Inside the space, the wild boar lay perfectly on the innermost wooden rack, not a single blade of grass sticking to its bristles. Done. Luo Yinzhou opened his eyes, then moved to the small wild boar, tugging at its leg. Bai-Yin, along with 3 wolves, crouched nearby, their eyes fixated on his hands, watching as the prey vanished one by one. The tips of their tails occasionally brushed the ground, and even their breathing became lighter. Once Luo Yinzhou had stored all the deer and wild boars, he straightened up and rubbed his knees. "Well, keep these 2 for immediate roasting." He shook the rabbits by their ears. "You all continue hunting, and for every piece of prey you catch, send a wolf back. Don't pile them all in the forest. In this heat, meat can spoil easily. We need to conserve." Bai-Yin nudged his hand and let out a low howl from his throat, as if in agreement. Turning to the wolf pack, he let out 3 low howls, and immediately 5 strong wolves stepped forward, barking twice at Luo Yinzhou before following Bai-Yin deep into the forest. The remaining wolves spread out around the camp, some lying on the rocks, others crouching in the grass, their ears perked up straight, vigilantly watching the surroundings. After all, the smell of blood was strong and could easily attract many wild beasts, and a single Xiao-He would not be able to handle it. Luo Yinzhou placed the rabbits on the ground, turned around, and pulled out a thick hemp rope from his bag, then squatted down to quickly tie the rabbits' legs tightly. "Xiao-He, keep an eye on this. I'll go gather some dry branches, and later, I'll roast you a juicy rabbit leg." Xiao-He let out a howl, immediately lying beside the rabbit, stretching his front paws forward, his eyes fixated on the rabbit, not wagging his tail, only occasionally moving his ears to listen to the rustling of the wind. Luo Yinzhou carried a small knife and walked toward the nearby woods. After just 10 steps, he spotted a pile of dry branches blown down by the wind, clean and still smelling of pine. "Hey, this saves a lot of trouble." He bent down to pick up a few branches as thick as his arms, along with some thin twigs and pine needles, cradling them in his arms as he walked back. The branches rustled against his clothes, and he made 10 trips in total. This is enough to roast 100 rabbits, and still have plenty of fuel to keep the fire going a bit longer to drive out the dampness. Back at the camp, he first spread the pine needles in yesterday's fire pit, then set up the thin branches, taking out a fire starter and blowing on it to ignite it. The flames leaped up, licking the pine needles, and soon blue smoke infused with the scent of pine wafted up. Once the flames grew strong, he arranged the thick branches in a triangular shape, the fire pit crackling with sounds, occasionally spitting out sparks that quickly extinguished on the ground. With so many wolves, we'll be busy for a while. He rubbed his hands together, pulled out 2 sharp short knives from his space, and found a clean piece of cloth to lay on the ground. "Xiao-He, keep an eye on things and don't let the other wolves come over and cause trouble. We need to process these rabbits today and eat roasted meat, and we'll keep the skins for money." Xiao-He let out a howl, immediately standing beside the cloth, his eyes fixed on the pile of rabbits, his ears perked up straight. Luo Yinzhou picked up a rabbit, gripping its ears with his left hand and holding the knife with his right, swiftly slicing through its neck. The rabbit kicked its legs a couple of times and soon lay still. "You have to act quickly, otherwise blood will stain the fur and the rabbit skin won't sell well." As he spoke, he placed the rabbit on the cloth and began to skin it. His fingers tore along the seam between the rabbit skin and the meat, and soon a complete rabbit skin was peeled off. He hung the rabbit skin on the nearby wooden rack and took the knife to slice open the rabbit's belly, directly pulling out the entrails and throwing them into the grass nearby. That was food for the wolves left behind. "We don't need the entrails, they're perfect for you guys as snacks." Luo Yinzhou smiled at Xiao-He. He pulled out the second rabbit from his space. The actions of killing rabbits, skinning them, and gutting them became increasingly proficient. At first, he had to wipe the blood off his hands frequently, but soon he could do it deftly with hardly any pauses. The setting sun cast long shadows over the camp. The pile of rabbit meat on the cloth grew higher, and the wooden rack was filled with rabbit skins, each skin neatly arranged without a single tear. "Let's take a break and have some water." He straightened up, rubbing his sore arms, and pulled out a water bottle from his space, taking a couple of swigs. Xiao-He nudged against his leg, his eyes fixed on the entrails in the grass, clearly tempted. "Wait until I finish this batch, and then I'll share some with you." Luo Yinzhou patted Xiao-He on the head and picked up another rabbit. On his way, a wolf returning with prey passed by spotted the entrails in the grass and tried to take some, but was chased off by Xiaohei's growls. Luo Yinzhou laughed, saying, "It's fine, I'll let it eat a bit. There are plenty of entrails enough for all of you." Until the sun had shifted to the west, he finally finished processing the last rabbit. The cloth was piled high with neatly stacked rabbit meat, enough for 2 large baskets. The wooden rack was filled with rabbit skins gently swaying in the wind, glistening clean white. Luo Yinzhou slumped down on the rock, panting heavily, his hands and clothes stained with blood, yet smiling with satisfaction. Finally done. So much rabbit meat it nearly exhausted me. Let's go, Xiaohei will share the entrails with the other wolves. Luo Yinzhou stood up, patting Xiaohei on the head. You've worked hard today. Oh, I'll roast you a big piece of rabbit meat later. Xiaohei immediately followed him into the grass, happily wagging his tail. The distant wolves also caught the scent and quickly gathered around, ready for a feast of entrails. Luo Yinzhou chopped some branches and propped the rabbits up to roast them over the fire. He brought the rabbits to the fire pit, making a few cuts on the rabbit's body with a small knife, and pulled out a small cloth bag from his space, pouring out coarse salt to sprinkle evenly on top. A bit more salt will enhance the flavor. Just then a wolf howl echoed from afar, not loud, but very clear. Luo Yinzhou looked up to see a gray wolf running towards him with a wild chicken in its mouth, barking at him, as if calling him over. Wow, that was quick. He hurried over to greet it, and the gray wolf dropped the wild chicken at his feet, barking twice before turning to dash back into the woods, clearly not stopping to catch its breath as it was off to continue hunting. Luo Yinzhou picked up the wild chicken and weighed it. It was at least 2 pounds. This chicken is quite plump. Its breast meat must be thick, just right to store in the warehouse for tomorrow morning's roasted chicken. It's better than gnawing on a flatbread. He closed his eyes, and with a thought the wild chicken vanished, and when he opened his eyes again his face was filled with joy. Done. The warehouse has another stock now. Just as he turned around, he saw another black wolf dragging a small roe deer towards him, its legs still twitching, clearly having just expired. Wow, you even caught a roe deer. Luo Yinzhou ran over to help drag the roe deer to the fire pit, running his fingers through its fur. The meat of this roe deer is tender. It can be roasted or stewed, both delicious. It needs to be stored separately so it doesn't mix with the wild boar's flavor. After he stored the roe deer in the warehouse, the thick branches in the fire pit had burned to a charred state, and the flames had diminished. He quickly added 2 more branches and squatted down to flip the rabbits. It's almost done. See how the rabbit skins are turning golden and the oil is starting to drip down. Just a bit longer, and we can eat. Xiaohei came over, sniffing at the rabbits, making a grumbling sound in his throat, saliva nearly dripping onto the ground, clearly very tempted. Don't rush, ooh, just wait 5 more minutes. Luo Yinzhou patted Xiaohei's head, his fingertips brushing against its fluffy ears. Once the oil starts flowing down the rabbit leg, that's when it'll be delicious, and I'll give you the biggest rabbit leg to feast on. As soon as he finished speaking, a third wolf returned with a wild rabbit, placing it at his feet and letting out 2 low barks before turning to run off. Luo Yinzhou stored the wild rabbit in the warehouse, unable to help but exclaim, "You all are so efficient. At this rate the warehouse will be filled with prey in no time." He returned to the fire pit, grabbed a rabbit, and inhaled deeply. A rich meaty aroma filled his nostrils, making him swallow hard. It's done. Xiaohei, come eat. He cut off the rabbit's leg with a small knife, blew on it a bit, and handed it to Xiaohei. Take your time eating, don't burn your tongue. The meat is freshly roasted and still warm inside. Xiaohei took the rabbit leg and squatted beside him, slowly nibbling on it, the sound of munching echoing, clearly enjoying it. Luo Yinzhou sat on the rock, tearing off a piece of rabbit breast meat and taking a bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, infused with the fresh scent of pine needles and the salty flavor of coarse salt, even better than the wild sheep meat he had last time. This is really good, he said while eating. When Bai Yin and the others return, I'll make sure to roast some rabbit meat for them to taste my skills. Just as he finished a piece of meat, he saw Bai Yin returning with 2 wolves, one of which was dragging a half-sized wild boar, its nose still twitching. Bai Yin, you're back. Luo Yinzhou stood up to greet them, patting Bai Yin's head. This wild boar looks like it weighs around 30 pounds. Bai Yin nudged his hand and barked twice at him, the tip of his tail curling around his wrist. Luo Yinzhou smiled and rubbed his ear. I know you're impressive and can catch more, but don't rush, take your time. Remember to bring back what you catch and don't pile them up outside. In this heat the meat spoils quickly and it would be a shame to waste it. Bai Yin nodded, letting out a low growl to the 2 wolves beside him. They immediately turned and ran back into the woods, leaving Bai Yin behind in the camp, crouching beside Luo Yinzhou, eyes fixated on the rabbit meat in his hands, the tip of his tail occasionally wagging. Do you want some meat? Luo Yinzhou tore off a piece of rabbit meat and held it out to Bai Yin. Try it, it's softer than raw meat and absolutely delicious. You'll definitely love it. Bai Yin sniffed, took the rabbit meat, and chewed slowly, his eyes brightening. After finishing, he nudged closer to his hand, clearly wanting more. Luo Yinzhou couldn't help but laugh. Look at you, I'll roast some for you every day, but we need to catch more prey first. The flames in the fire pit gradually diminished. The 2 rabbits were nearly finished, and the surrounding rabbits were also close to being roasted. Luo Yinzhou clapped his oily hands and said to Bai Yin, I'll go gather some more branches. If you catch any prey later, just leave them by the rocks, and I'll store them once I return. Bai Yin let out a couple of barks at him. In the following days, the commotion in the forest grew louder by the day. Even before the morning mist had lifted, distant wolf howls could be heard, echoing and causing the dew on the branches to fall. As dawn broke, Bai Yin stood atop a high rock in the camp, letting out 3 low growls at the 50 wolves behind him. The wolf pack instantly split into 4 groups. 10 wolves from the east rushed towards Qingfeng Mountain, gray shadows darting swiftly through the bushes. 12 wolves from the west sped toward Crescent River, their paws crunching through the grass. 13 wolves from the south circled the reed marsh, their tails sweeping through the reeds taller than a person, and 15 wolves from the north explored the black pine forest, their footsteps light as the wind. Luo Yinzhou leaned against a tree trunk, watching and shaking his head with a smile. Goodness, splitting into 4 routes, seems like they want to turn the area upside down. As night fell on the first day, the wolves delivering prey never ceased. First, the eastern wolves returned with 3 adult wild chickens, followed by the western wolves dragging a half-grown deer, and the southern wolves were even more impressive, bringing back over a dozen wild ducks at once. Luo Yinzhou was so busy he barely had time to stand still, managing the prey while chatting with the wolves bringing in the catch. You guys are efficient. You've caught so much in just half a day, aren't you tired? The lead wolf let out a couple of low howls, dropped the prey at his feet, and turned to dash back into the forest. Clearly, it wasn't done resting. The next day at noon, while Luo Yinzhou was sitting on a burlap sack skinning rabbit fur, he heard a rustling sound from afar. Looking up, he saw 3 of the 12 wolves from the west dragging an adult deer towards him, its legs still twitching slightly, leaving shallow prints on the ground. My heavens! This deer must weigh 200 pounds. You guys traveled over 20 miles from Crescent River just to catch this one deer. The lead wolf nudged his arm with its head, a low growl rumbling in its throat, while the nearby wolves echoed with soft howls. Luo Yinzhou smiled and patted its head. Don't push yourselves so hard, take a break and have some water before you go again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the 12 wolves turned and sprinted back into the forest, not even bothering to wipe the blood from their mouths. There was a glimmer in their eyes, still searching for prey. By the 3rd day, the 10 wolves from the east returned, astonishingly dragging an adult wild boar together, its tusks long and sharp, its black fur matted with mud and grass. Luo Yinzhou squatted down to touch the wild boar's tusks, unable to hold back his astonishment. You found the wild boars from Qingfeng Mountain. That place is over 40 miles away. Are you 10 wolves not tired from running so far? At that moment, Bai Yin came up from behind, its fur drenched in sweat, rubbing against Luo Yinzhou's hand. Bai Yin called out to the wolves from the east, as if commanding them to continue hunting. Luo Yinzhou quickly stopped him. No, let them rest. 50 wolves can take turns. We can't have them all exhausted. We still need you guys later. In these few days, nearly all the adult animals within 100 miles had been swept through by the 50 wolves. Adult wild chickens from the east, adult deer from the west, adult wild rabbits from the south, adult wild boars from the north, and even the adult fish from Crescent River were dragged ashore by the wolves from the west. Every day, dozens of wolves took turns bringing prey back, quickly filling Luo Yinzhou's spatial warehouse to the brim. The processed rabbit meat, deer meat, and wild boar meat were neatly stacked, the peeled animal hides piled in the corner, and even the dried meat was stuffed full at the top shelf. By the morning of the 4th day, when Bai Yin returned with the 50 wolves, only 2 wolves were dragging a half-grown wild rabbit, while the others had drooping tails, their ears no longer upright. Luo Yinzhou approached, patting Bai Yin's head. Have all the adult prey been caught? You 50 wolves must be exhausted after all this work, right? Bai Yin nodded, lying at his feet, its eyes barely open, clearly tired. The other wolves also spread out, some lying on the grass, others leaning against tree trunks, not wanting to move at all. Looking at their appearance, Luo Yinzhou felt a sense of satisfaction. All right, you've all worked hard these past few days. Let's take a day off. Once I finish processing the remaining prey, we'll head back to the village. At that moment, Xiao He approached, nudging his leg with its head and letting out a howl, its tail wagging joyfully, clearly eager to return to the village. Hearing return to the village, the other wolves raised their heads, their eyes gleaming. They had truly become tired, almost to the point of foolishness over these days. The camp had not lost the stench of blood. Blood splattered on the ground, while processing prey mixed with the blood of the animals, seeping down through the soil. Cracks, the smell carried by the wind, could be detected half a mile away. 3 nights ago, just as Luo Yinzhou stored a piece of deer meat in his spatial warehouse, he heard a fierce howl echoing from deep within the forest. Looking up, 3 half-grown black bears were charging towards the camp, claws scraping against the tree trunks, drooling from their mouths, clearly drawn in by the smell of blood. Bai Yin, there are black bears, Luo Yinzhou shouted quickly. Bai Yin immediately stood up, growling lowly at the 50 wolves behind, and a dozen wolves charged forward, engaging in a struggle with the black bears. Claws scratching against bear skin made a sharp sound. The mix of wolf howls and bear roars shook the surrounding leaves to the ground. Luo Yinzhou stood by with a small knife, his heart racing. Be careful. Don't get hit by the bear's claws. After about a quarter of an hour, the black bears were finally driven away, but among the wolves that rushed in, 3 had their ears torn, and 1 had a hind leg bleeding and limping. Luo Yinzhou hurried over, pulling out herbs from his spatial warehouse. Come here, let me treat your wounds. We can't have infections. He crushed the herbs and applied them to the wolf's hind leg, wrapping it tightly with cloth strips. Endure this. The herbs will stop the bleeding, and you'll be fine in a couple of days. The wolf let out a couple of low howls, nudging his hand with its head. But this was just the beginning. In the following 2 days, more and more beasts were drawn in by the smell of blood. Packs of wild dogs, solitary leopards, and even 2 adult wild boars, all heading towards the camp's prey. Each time a beast approached, Bai Yin led the wolf pack to meet them. The 50 wolves split into several waves, some pouncing directly, some circling to ambush, and others targeting the beast's weak spots to bite hard. Luo Yinzhou stayed at the camp, keeping an eye on the battle, while preparing herbs ready to rush in to treat wounds as soon as the fight stopped. On the morning of the 3rd day, when the wolf pack returned dragging a leopard, Luo Yinzhou instantly noticed Bai Yin's front leg bleeding, the black fur stained a deep brown with blood. 5 other wolves were also injured. Some had their shoulders torn open, others had swollen paws from the leopard's bite, and one particularly severe case had a gash on its neck, almost hitting its trachea. These injuries are too severe. Luo Yinzhou quickly pulled Bai Yin to his side, squatting down to inspect the wounds. His fingers brushed against Bai Yin, causing it to tremble slightly. His heart ached terribly. He quickly pulled out the best herbs. This leopard is fierce. If we encounter it again, don't fight, Hedon. Let's go around it. He first applied medicine to Bai Yin's wounds, then treated each of the other injured wolves. Some wolves yelped in pain, and Luo Yinzhou gently patted their heads while soothing them. Just endure, it will be over soon. Tomorrow you'll get chicken legs. Once all the wounds were treated, looking at the injured wolves scattered all over the ground, Luo Yinzhou felt a pang of discomfort. It's all because of the smell of blood that so many wild beasts were drawn here. Let's clean up the camp tomorrow, wash away the blood stains, and prevent more beasts from coming. Bai Yin lay by his feet, nudging his hand with its uninjured leg, a low growl rumbling in its throat. He patted Bai Yin's head, sighing. We have to be more careful in the future. If anything happens to you, I'll feel guilty. The afternoon sun hung low in the sky, casting golden light over the forest, tinting the leaves a warm yellow. Luo Yinzhou squatted down, stuffing the last piece of wild boar meat wrapped in oiled paper into his spatial warehouse, and as he straightened up, he let out a hiss of pain. His back felt as if it had been filled with leads, stiffening at the slightest movement, his fingers still stained with unwashed blood tight against his skin. He sat on a nearby stone, resting his arm on his knee, lacking even the strength to raise his hand. Finally finished processing. These past few days have been exhausting. It's more tiring than when I was killing rabbits back then. Bai Yin immediately nuzzled against his arm, emitting a low rumbling sound from its throat, as if trying to comfort him. Luo Yinzhou freed one hand to stroke its bandaged front leg, feeling the wound still not fully healed beneath the cloth, unable to help but sigh. I know you're more tired, and each of you is injured. Today we won't fuss about cooking meat. Let's just dive in directly. As he spoke, he reached into his spatial warehouse, and a live rabbit fell onto the grass with a thud, startling it into a couple of hops. Then came the second third. In no time, a pile of over a dozen rabbits was stacked in the open area of the camp, their fluffy bodies huddled together, some even making soft squeaking sounds. The wolves slowly approached, but their usual frenzy for food was entirely absent. Some picked up a rabbit, dragging it to the shade of a nearby tree to chew listlessly. Others were too lazy to tear it apart, simply gnawing at the rabbit's skin. And 2 particularly injured wolves lay still, waiting for their companions to bring them meat. As Luo Yinzhou counted the rabbits while pulling them out, he finally exhaled a heavy breath. A total of 107. You all eat slowly, and if it's not enough, he'll go get more. However, looking at the wolves, it was evident they were too tired to have much of an appetite. Ordinarily, 50 wolves could devour over 150 rabbits in one meal, yet today, with 107, there were still some leftover limbs and severed parts. Even the ones that usually had the biggest appetites had only managed to nibble on 2 before stopping. Luo Yinzhou himself was too exhausted to prepare anything complicated, pulling out a hard piece of jerky from his spatial warehouse and taking out half a cold pancake, slowly chewing it down with some cool water from his flask. The jerky made his jaws ache, and the pancake got stuck when he swallowed it, causing him to cough twice, bitterly smiling as he muttered, I'm dead tired. I feel like I can't eat a thing. By the time the wolf pack had finished their leisurely meal, the sky had darkened, a cool breeze began to blow through the forest, and distant, unknown bird calls could be heard. Luo Yinzhou propped himself against a stone and stood up, brushing off the dirt and grass clippings from his clothes. We won't rush back today. Let's rest for a night, find a cleaner campsite, and head back to the village tomorrow. Otherwise, with your injuries, traveling at night will be even harder. Bai Yin let out a low howl as if in agreement. The other wolves slowly stood up. The lightly injured wolves nestled next to the more severely injured ones, and they moved step by step into the depths of the forest to find a new campsite. Luo Yinzhou followed behind, finding a wind-sheltered slope, pulling out a clean piece of coarse cloth from his spatial warehouse and laying it on the ground, sitting down against a nearby tree trunk, falling asleep almost immediately. These past few days had been too exhausting, and even in his dreams, he was endlessly processing prey, as if still gripping a bloodstained knife. The next morning, just as dawn began to break and thin mist lingered in the forest, Luo Yinzhou was awakened by a series of low wolf howls. Rubbing his eyes, he saw Bai Yin standing in front of him, its tail swaying gently, and the other wolves had gathered around, clearly ready to set off. "All right, let's go back to the village," Luo Yinzhou said, propping himself against a tree trunk as he stood up and stretched his stiff back with a couple of audible cracks. He bared his teeth in a grin, leading the way towards the village. "Let's take it slow, no rush." The 50 wolves followed behind the line, stretching long, moving at a leisurely pace. The injured wolves were protected in the middle, while the lightly injured wolves walked on both sides, occasionally stopping to wait for their lagging companions. One wolf had a severely injured hind leg trembling slightly with each step, and a nearby wolf quickly came close, nudging against its body to lend support, occasionally licking its wounds with its tongue. Luo Yinzhou walked at the forefront, glancing back every few steps, worried that a wolf might fall behind. "Don't rush. If you can't keep up, just call out. We'll take a break." Before continuing, "There's no hurry." The sun gradually rose, dispersing the mist, warm light spilling over the wolves, casting long shadows. The path that usually took half an hour to traverse took nearly an hour today, and they were still not halfway. Looking at the wolves supporting each other behind him, Luo Yinzhou felt warmth in his heart. These 50 wolves were not just hunting partners, they were clearly family, relying on one another. He stopped, pulled out a few pieces of softer meat from his spatial warehouse, and shared them with the wolves beside him. "Come on, let's take a break." Before continuing, "Replenish some energy, don't force yourselves." The wolves gathered around, slowly chewing on the meat. Even the injured wolves took small bites, occasionally glancing up at Luo Yinzhou. Luo Yinzhou stroked Bai Yan's head and pointed ahead. "Almost there, just a couple more days, and we should make it." Bai Yan nuzzled his hand and let out a low howl, its tone filled with a hint of anticipation, as if responding. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Luo Yinzhou checked his backpack, realizing the food supply had shrunk. He had given the last half piece of pancake to the most injured wolf that morning, and now there was nothing left. He halted, rubbed his stomach, and smiled at the wolves behind him. "While the dry food is finished today, I'll change up the meal plan." As he spoke, he reached into his spatial warehouse, and a piece of warm deer meat landed in his hand with a thud. This was previously processed and frozen in his spatial warehouse, and surprisingly, it still bore the warmth of when it was first killed, the meat of vivid red with visible muscle fibers. Luo Yinzhou brought the meat to his nose and sniffed. It had no strange odor, so he bit right into it. The juices burst in his mouth, carrying a slight metallic taste, yet surprisingly easy to chew. He chewed while mumbling, "Not bad. As long as I eat fast, the nausea won't catch up to me." Bai Yin leaned in to sniff, grabbing a piece of deer meat to chew slowly. Seeing this, the other wolves also gathered around, and Luo Yinzhou handed piece after piece to them. For those injured wolves who could hardly bite, he specially tore the meat into thin strips to place in front of them. After eating half a piece of deer meat, Luo Yinzhou felt he wasn't full yet, so he rummaged through his spatial warehouse, grabbing a hen by the neck and pulling it out along with 2 eggs. He wiped the mud off the eggshell on his clothes, gently tapped the tip of the egg, and cracked it open to pour the contents into his mouth. The egg liquid was smooth, slightly sweet, and more refreshing than raw meat. Finishing one, he picked up the second, smiling at the wolves. "These wild chicken eggs are truly delicious, even more tender than the domesticated ones from the village." Bai Yin watched him eat, a low sound rumbling in its throat, clearly wanting a taste too. Luo Yinzhou found a few more nests. "Come, line up." Almost every wolf ate 2 or 3 eggs. After finishing the raw meat and wild chicken eggs, Luo Yinzhou patted his belly, feeling his strength returning. He stood up, waving to the wolf pack. "Let's go on now that we're full. Let's hit the road and hopefully arrive at the village gate early." The 50 wolves followed behind, their steps a bit lighter than before. The injured wolves seemed to have regained some strength, no longer needing their companions to support them constantly, yet they still walked slowly. For 3 consecutive days, the rabbits and wild chickens in Luo Yinzhou's spatial realm suffered greatly. Just days earlier, the wolf pack had been listless and wounded, too weak to hunt more than 2 rabbits per meal. But over the past 2 days their injuries had begun to heal and their appetites surged wildly. The moment Luo Yinzhou reached his hand into the space, the living creatures trembled violently with terror, some even voided themselves on the spot, and dropped lifelessly to the ground reeking of musk and blood. Your appetite truly escalates by the day, Luo Yinzhou chuckled softly, watching the fifth rabbit vanish into a wolf's jaws. He patted Bai Yan's head beside him. Just the other day you could manage only 2, but today, 3, 4. You won't stop until my entire stock is devoured. Bai Yan trotted over, clutching half a rabbit in his jaws, and rubbed his blood-smeared muzzle against Luo Yinzhou's wrist, emitting a low, contented purr from deep in his throat. Luo Yinzhou gently traced the scabbed wound on Bai Yan's foreleg, hard and crusty beneath his fingertips, then pulled out a glistening strip of dried meat from his space and offered it. Eat slowly, don't choke. There's more to come, plenty for all. On the fourth dawn, as mist still veiled the world in pale, silver, Luo Yinzhou knelt beside a wolf, brushing tangled grass from its fur. His fingers had just grazed the soft down along its spine when he lifted his gaze, and his eyes suddenly flared with light. Hey, could that be the silhouette of a village ahead? He stepped forward twice, shielding his eyes with one hand against the rising sun, squinting intently. Let me see. Yes. It's the unmistakable outline of our Luo family village. Isn't that the old millstone at the eastern edge? Bai Yan instantly halted his chewing, half a rabbit still dangling from his mouth, and turned toward the direction Luo Yinzhou pointed. His tail swayed gently, and a low, eager howl rose from his throat. The rest of the pack lifted their heads in unison. Their leisurely pace quickened instinctively. Even the injured wolves gritted their teeth, shifting their wounded legs aside to hasten forward. By noon, when the sun hung directly overhead and scorched their backs, the ancient locust tree at the village's edge finally emerged in sharp, vivid clarity. As they passed the mountain god temple, Luo Yinzhou deliberately slowed his steps, treading lightly, as though fearing to disturb the sacred statues within. Upon the stone platform before the temple gate rested a steaming white wheat bun, a rare luxury in the village, alongside 2 crimson wild fruits and a small portion of cured pork wrapped in greasy paper, its oil already seeping through the folds. Freshly placed, no doubt. Mother and Grandma must have left this, Luo Yinzhou thought, warmly reaching out to touch the incense burner before the deity. Its warmth lingered faintly beneath his palm. They've surely come every day, praying for my safe return and theirs. In his previous life, he would never have believed in mountain deities or bodhisattvas, dismissing them as feudal superstition. Yet now, having been reborn into this world, what remained beyond belief? He bowed deeply before the statue and murmured softly, "Thank you, mountain god, for your protection. We are returning home now, and once settled, I shall bring fresh meat as an offering." In truth, half an hour earlier, Erjuzi, the boy who grazed cattle on the hill, had spotted the distant shadow of the wolf pack. Startled, he dropped his ox whip and abandoned his runaway cattle, sprinting breathlessly back to the village to shout, "Luo Yinzhou! Luo Yinzhou has returned, with the wolf pack. They're on the eastern hills, black as storm clouds, and nearing the village gate." At those words, Luo family village erupted into chaos. What? It's taken this long. His parents must be beside themselves with worry. I heard the wolves were drenched in blood. Looks like a bountiful hunt. His family may soon live more comfortably. Let's go. Quickly. To the old locust tree at the village entrance. The Luo clan especially buzzed with exhilaration. Luo, he had just returned from the fields, hoe slung over his shoulder, mud clinging to his clothes, his trousers rolled up to his knees. Upon hearing the news, he dropped the hoe with a clang against the wall and dashed toward the village entrance, nearly losing a sandal mid-stride, shouting, "Has my son returned?" Truly. Chun Tao was drying vegetables in the courtyard. At the cry, she set down her bamboo basket, seized Luo Yantao, who'd been crouching nearby, idly tossing pebbles, and dragged him outside, muttering urgently, "Tao Tao, hurry. Your brother's back. We'll meet him together." Wang Shi and Luo Jin hurried after them, Wang Shi wiping tears with her sleeve as she walked. "My precious grandson, I've waited so long for you. These nights I lay awake, terrified something might befall you." When Luo Yinzhou arrived at the old locust tree with the wolf pack, a crowd had already gathered, 3 layers deep, pressing tightly around the clearing. Yet upon seeing the scene before them, the clamorous throng fell into hushed silence, not even breathing too loudly. A few timid children shrank behind their elders' legs. The wolves bore dark, dried bloodstains across their fur, some crusted so thickly they adhered to the hair itself. Crude cloth bandages still damp with fresh blood bound several wounded limbs. Their eyes gleamed with untamed ferocity, the raw, watchful glare of beasts freshly descended from the wilderness. And Luo Yinzhou himself. His coarse hemp tunic was smeared with mud and congealed blood hardened into stiff, cracked patches. His hair stood wild and tangled, dusted with grass blades. Oh, a faint scratch marred his cheek. Dust-caked and wind-worn, he looked as though he'd crawled straight from the earth. Well, doesn't that look frightful? Aunt Li took half a step backward, whispering to her daughter-in-law, while her eyes remained riveted on the wolves, curious yet wary. Just then old Zhang the veterinarian pushed through the crowd, his chipped lacquer-faded medicine chest clinking with each step, its brass clasps chiming softly. He strode straight to the wolves, nodded respectfully to Luo Yinzhou, then knelt and carefully cradled the hind leg of an injured wolf. His voice was gentle. Yinzhou, let me examine their wounds first. Did you remember to apply the ointment daily? Yes, Uncle Zhang. I applied it twice each day exactly as you instructed, using only the herbal paste you gave me. Not a single dose missed. Luo Yinzhou hurried forward to help steady the wolf's leg, preventing sudden movement from injuring the vet. A few sustained deeper wounds. Xiao Hui, for instance, was gored by a wild boar in the hind leg. He still limps when walking. Let me take a look. Old Zhang carefully peeled back the cloth bandage, inspecting the scabbed wound. His fingers brushed lightly over the surrounding skin. Healing well. No signs of infection, new flesh growing steadily. 2 more dressings, and he'll walk without pain. While old Zhang worked, Chun Tao could contain herself no longer. She parted the crowd and rushed forward, seizing Luo Yinzhou's arm, her knuckles whitening with the force of her grip. Luo Yantao darted out from behind her like a little cannonball, wrapping both arms around his brother's legs and tilting his face upward with childish adoration. Brother, you're finally home. I missed you every day. Mother even said if you didn't return soon, she'd send father to search the mountains. My son, you're finally home. Chun Tao held Luo Yinzhou's hands, scanning him head to toe, her eyes brimming with tenderness. When her fingers brushed the dried blood on his tunic, tears spilled freely. Is this your blood, or the praise? Are you hurt anywhere? Let me see, where does it ache? Mother, I'm fine, truly. He quickly wiped her tears with his sleeve, smearing mud across her cheek without noticing, and raised his arm to show her unmarred except for dirt. All this blood belongs to the game. Only a tiny scratch on my face, see? Already scabbed over. Not a trace of pain. Wang Shi shuffled forward her trembling hand, warm calloused, lightly tracing his cheeks. Just returning safely. That's all that matters. Just returning safely. Grandmother, I'm sorry to have worried you. Luo Yinzhou smiled, slipped his hand into his robe, and withdrew 2 of the largest wild fruits from his space, placing 1 each into Wang Shi's and Luo Yantao's palms. I picked these high in the mountains, sweet, untouched by insects. Try them, grandmother. Tao Tao, taste yours too. Luo Yantao bit into his fruit. Juice trickled down his chin as his eyes sparkled and his lips curled upward. Brother, this is delicious. Sweeter than any I picked near West Hill. Have you eaten yours yet? We have. We've eaten many far more than you. We wouldn't dream of stealing your fruit. Luo Yinzhou ruffled his sister's hair, then turned to Luo-He and Luo Jin, standing quietly nearby. His tone turned earnest. Father, grandfather, this time we brought back considerable wild boar meat and pelts. Let's share portions with the village elders, and especially with Uncle Zhang. His herbs were invaluable. Without them, the wolves' recovery would not have been so swift. Luo-He clapped his son's shoulder, the rough calluses grazing Luo Yinzhou's arm, making it itch slightly. His voice thick with emotion. Good. We'll do exactly as you say. No game, no pelt matters more than your safe return. That alone surpasses everything. Seeing Luo Yinzhou speak calmly, and observing how the wolves remained docile, some even wagging their tails at villagers, the crowd gradually shed their apprehension and pressed closer, peppering him with questions. After all, no one knew how many animals the pack had hunted in the mountains, or whether they might suddenly turn savage. Fortunately, they showed no aggression. Yinzhou, did you encounter any danger in the mountains? Bears. Wild boar herds. Those beasts are fearsome. Exactly. Every time the wolves return, they bear wounds. What mighty prey did you face this time? Tell us. Are you certain you weren't injured? That mark on your face, does it pain you? Should we take you to town for treatment? Luo Yinzhou answered each question patiently, occasionally gesturing toward Bai Yin beside him. His voice rich with gratitude. We faced true peril. Once a monstrous wild boar larger than an ox. Bai Yin led the charge, and several wolves were gored protecting me. Without them, I might never have made it home. As if comprehending, Bai Yin lifted his head and flicked his tail toward the villagers, emitting a soft rumbling purr, and edged slightly forward. Laughter rippled through the crowd, instantly dissolving the lingering tension. Villagers lingered until the sun dipped westward, then slowly dispersed. Luo Yinzhou followed his family into the courtyard. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than Chun Tao tugged him toward the kitchen. Quick! Mother's drawn hot water. Bathe first, then change into clean clothes. Steam still rose from the stove. The wooden basin stood full, wreathed in delicate white vapor. Luo Yinzhou watched his mother's bustling figure and murmured, heart-full, Mother, you've worked so hard. Don't speak so formally to your mother. Chun Tao wiped her hands, then retrieved a fresh set of coarse hemp garments from the cabinet. Bathe first. I'll boil you a bowl of egg noodles. You'll need strength after such a long journey. Luo Yinzhou shed his filthy clothes and sank into the warm water, fatigue flooding his limbs. The dried blood softened and sloughed away at his touch, carrying with it the exhaustion of the past days dissolving like mist into the steam. A rustle came from outside the courtyard. Peering out, he saw Luo-He and Luo-Jin washing several lightly wounded wolves with wooden basins. Bai Yin sat nearby, tail swaying lazily, watching his companions rinse under the warm water, his own dusty gray fur darkening, revealing a surprising luster beneath the grime. Father, grandfather, mind their wounds. Luo Yinzhou called out. Luo-He replied without looking up. We know. Go on and bathe in peace. He splashed warm water over a wolf's back. The beast sighed, softly, tail sweeping the ground with a dry rhythmic rasp. By the time Luo Yinzhou finished bathing and dressed, Chun Tao had set the steaming bowl of noodles before him. 2 perfect poached eggs floated atop the broth, crowned with finely chopped scallions, the aroma intoxicating. Just as he lifted his chopsticks, Wang Shi settled beside him and asked gently, Yinzhou, how did you truly spend those days in the mountains? Tell me, don't withhold anything. The whole family gathered, closed their faces alight with quiet concern. Luo Yinzhou took a slow bite of noodles and began, measured and calm. Nothing extraordinary. Hunting by day, resting by night. I couldn't have managed it alone. Bai Yin and the others made all the difference. He shared only what he could. How the pack coordinated hunts, how he tended their wounds. Yet omitted all mention of his spatial realm and kept silent about the wild boar herd, the near-fatal cliff fall, and every other peril he'd narrowly escaped. And the game. You mentioned a large haul. Where is it kept? Luo-He asked. Hidden in a cave deep in the mountains. I feared leaving it exposed might attract scavengers. Luo Yinzhou set down his chopsticks. Tomorrow, once I've rested fully, I'll retrieve it. Then we'll share generously with our neighbors. Luo Jin nodded approvingly. Wise. You're exhausted. Rest today. Tomorrow we'll gather villagers to accompany you. Agreed. It's quite a haul, Luo Yinzhou replied with a quiet smile. After dinner, as dusk settled, he retrieved offerings from the house, a white wheat bun, a small cup of wine, and several strips of meat. Mother, I'm going to the mountain god temple to make an offering. Thank him for our safe return. Walk carefully. And return soon, Chun Tao reminded him. Luo Yinzhou nodded, lifted the offerings, and walked toward the temple. The evening air carried a cool hush. The village path lay still and silent. Only his footsteps echoed softly beneath the gathering stars. At the temple, he placed the offerings gently upon the stone altar and bowed deeply before the statue. Mountain God, I thank you for safeguarding my return and that of the wolves. From now on I shall visit often, to honor you with reverence and gratitude. The wind in the late night was sharp as a knife, creeping into the collar of his clothes. Luo-He adjusted his coarse cloth coat, the kerosene lamp in his hand flickering in the breeze, casting fragmented shadows on the dirt road. He walked to the outside of Luo San's yard and knocked 3 times on the wooden door. Saner, are you awake? Luo-He is looking for you for something. The door creaked open and Luo San came out, rubbing his eyes, his hair a mess. Seeing the lamp in Luo-He's hand, he yawned. Uncle He, what's happened on the mountain at this hour? It's not a problem, it's good news. Luo-He stepped into the yard and lowered his voice, saying, Yinzhou has hidden quite a few game in the mountains. We need to go retrieve them tomorrow, and I want to ask you, your brother, and the villagers for help. Luo San's eyes brightened instantly. All traces of sleepiness vanished as he eagerly nodded. Let's go. Why wouldn't we go? Uncle He, wait for me. I'll wake my brother Luo Chong right now. Turning around, he shouted into the house. Luo Chong, get up. We're going to the mountain to fetch the game. Luo-He walked over to Luo Si's house next door, and just as he knocked on the door, Luo Si came out holding an oil lamp. Brother He, why are you knocking at this hour? Yinzhou has hidden game in the mountains, and we need to bring it back tomorrow. Can you and your 2 boys help? Of course. We will definitely come. Luo Si laughed, unable to contain his joy. I'll wake them up right now. They'll be waiting outside your yard in the morning. Luo-He went door to door, and by the time he returned home, the sky was already lightening, the eastern horizon tinged with a light red. As soon as he pushed open the yard door, he heard a commotion inside. Over 60 young men were crowded in the yard, all from the village, some carrying shoulder poles, others with baskets on their backs. Even the oldest villager, Uncle Luo Air, had come holding a stick for support. Brother He, everyone is here. Are you going to count them? Luo Wu shouted from the front of the crowd. Just as Luo He was about to respond, the door opened with a creak. Luo Yinzhou rubbed his eyes as he came out, followed by Yin, his wolf fur damp with morning dew sticking to him and looking more docile than usual. The other wolves slowly gathered around, some nudging the villagers' pant legs, others lying on the ground, wagging their tails, blending in with the humans. In the corner of the yard, an old hen was startled, flapping its wings and clucking as it hid behind a pile of firewood. Is everyone here? Luo Yinzhou yawned, turned to the black wolf, Xiao He, in the corner of the yard. Then let's go now. He'll ride Xiaohei ahead to scout the way, you all follow Bai-Yin. He knows the route to the cave. With that, he mounted Xiaohei, who snorted loudly, pawing the ground and kicking up some dust. Luo Yinzhou patted Xiaohei's back. Let's go. Xiaohei took off at a run along the mountain path outside the village, quickly becoming just a shadow in the morning mist, gradually receding into the distance. After all, Bai-Yan's front paw was injured, so he couldn't be ridden, but he was still able to lead the way into the mountains. The villagers followed behind the wolf pack, with Bai-Yan leading the way, occasionally looking back to ensure no one fell behind. Luo Hunter leaned over to Luo He and asked quietly, "Brother He, do you think these wolves could mate with my 2 hunting dogs?" Luo He chuckled and patted his arm. "If you're not afraid of being bitten by the wolf pack, then go ahead and try." Luo Hunter awkwardly laughed. Although his hunting dogs were famous in several nearby villages, they really couldn't compare to Luo's wolf pack. After all, he had seen plenty of wolves, but none as handsome as those from the Luo family. Their silver-white fur glimmered coldly like steel tempered with moonlight. Their dark eyes were as deep as cold pools, their jawline sharp, and their ears stood upright like blades. As they trotted with slightly bent front paws, their muscles were taut like drawn bows. It took less than half an hour to reach the cave. Luo Yinzhou halted. Xiaohei looked around to ensure no one was nearby, and then raised his hand to reach into his storage space, first pulling out herbs, piling them at the cave entrance, including Qinghao Chaihu and Yajikao, all still dewy, stacking a total of 10 baskets. Next, he pulled out the game. Wild chickens and ducks flapped their wings as they were set on the ground, their reddish-brown feathers clinging to bits of grass, dozens piled together. Wild rabbits curled up, their ears drooping, while several bamboo rats were placed in a bamboo basket. Finally, he brought out roe deer, a deer, and wild boars. 2 roe deer lay on the ground, their eyes wide open in death, a branch of pine hanging from the deer's antlers, while 3 wild boars lay side by side, covered in wounds, and at the edge a black bear lay, its shiny black fur making it look heavy. When the Luo family members arrived with the wolf pack and saw this pile of game, they were all stunned, unable to speak. Luo San pointed at the wild boar, his voice trembling. "My goodness. So much game. This should last us half a year, right? And there's a bear." Luo Chong leaned over, cautiously poking the bear's fur. "This bear must weigh 300 pounds, right? Our village hasn't seen such a big bear in many years." The crowd erupted, voices overlapping and growing louder. Just as Luo Yinzhou was about to speak, he saw the village head, old Luo, pushing through from the back, his face darkening as he shouted at everyone, "Shut up. What are you making noise for?" The clamor stopped instantly, and everyone turned to look at old Luo. He scanned the group, knocked his cane on the ground, producing a loud thud. "Today's events must not be spoken of outside. If word gets out that our Luo family village has the wolves helping us hunt, if the government comes to collect grain or bandits come to loot, then our entire village will suffer." He paused, his expression becoming severe as he looked over everyone. "Whoever dares to leak a word will not escape my wrath. They'll strike your family from the genealogy and make you find another place to live. Our Luo family village does not tolerate loose lips." The villagers looked at each other, nodding in agreement. "Uncle Luo, don't worry, we will never let it out. This is our Luo family's blessing. We can't let outsiders know. Yes, even if relatives from other villages ask, we won't say a word." Uncle Luo Air gripped his stick, loudly affirming. Only then did old Luo nod in satisfaction, turning to Luo Yinzhou. "He, how should we transport these things back? You say the plan, and we'll all follow your lead. The herbs are light. Each family can carry them in baskets. 1 basket isn't heavy. The wild chickens and ducks can be placed in bamboo baskets. 2 people can carry 1. For the roe deer and deer, find 4 shoulder poles to bind them. 4 people can carry 1. The wild boars and the bear are heavy. It will take 8 people to lift 1. Tie them securely with coarse hemp rope, so they don't fall off halfway." As soon as Luo He finished speaking, the villagers began to move. Luo San and Luo Chong found a thick shoulder pole, tied the roe deer's 4 legs to the pole, each shouldering 1 end. As they stood up, Luo San grimaced. "Wow, this roe deer looks thin, but why is it so heavy?" Luo He, along with Luo Hunter, Luo Wu, and Luo Lu, lifted the deer. Luo He shouted, 1, 2, lift." They all exerted force together to raise the deer. Luo Hunter gasped. "The deer's antlers are really heavy. We need to support it well. Don't let it poke anyone." The toughest job was lifting the black bear. Uncle Luo Air gathered 8 of the strongest men in the village, first tying the bear up with hemp rope like a zongzi, then inserting 2 thick shoulder poles through the rope, and 8 men stood ready around the poles. Old Luo shouted, 1, 2, lift." 8 men exerted their strength together, their faces turning red, finally managing to lift the black bear. Luo Chi gritted his teeth and said, "This bear is heavier than my wife. Let's walk slowly, don't hurt your backs." Luo Yinzhou rode Xiaohei, keeping close to the group, occasionally helping to support the shoulder poles, while Bai-Yin walked ahead, stopping to call out to warn everyone to be careful when they encountered bumpy paths. By the time all the items were transported back to the village, the sun was already high in the sky. As the villagers were about to carry the herbs they received, and the game home, Luo Jin suddenly called out, "Wait a moment. Let's not disperse just yet." He walked over to Luo, he pointing to a slightly smaller wild boar. "Let's not divide this one, let's take it to the ancestral hall, and have the aunties who can cook in the village help us. In the evening we can set up a few tables in the ancestral hall, and have one person from each family come to enjoy a lively meal. This also counts as a celebration for Yan Zhou returning safely, and for our Luo family village having so much game." Luo, he clapped his hands. "All right, Dad. I'll go call the others. Luo Sen, come with me to the ancestral hall to set up the big pot." This was previously discussed with the family. One cannot be too reliant on others, and asking the villagers for help in preparing a meal with a pig is not a big deal. Before long, Aunt Zhang and Sister Li from the village both married into the Luo family and took the Luo surname, but still called by their old names, arrived carrying baskets. Aunt Zhang had ginger and garlic, while Sister Li brought a bottle of soy sauce, and Aunt Wang was carrying a bag of brown rice. They set up a big pot at the entrance of the ancestral hall, chopping wood, starting fires, and scraping pig hair, bustling about in a lively manner. Aunt Zhang squatted by the big pot, holding a scraper to clean the pig hair, while chatting with Sister Li. "Look at this pig, but skin is so thin and the meat so tender. We can braise some red cooked meat tonight and make a pot of meat soup with brown rice. I don't even want to wash my hands." Sister Li nodded with a smile, adding more firewood to the stove. "Indeed, our village hasn't been this lively in years. Let the kids come tonight and let them eat more meat to nourish their bodies. Last time Luo Hua from my family told me he had been craving meat for several days." Luo Yanzhou leaned against the door frame of the ancestral hall, watching the busy Luo family members in the yard, while Bai Yan lay by his feet, gently wagging his tail and occasionally looking up to nudge his hand. As soon as dusk fell, the threshing ground in Luo family village became lively. People from every household had no intention of eating for free. The men carried their wooden tables toward the center of the ground, while the women rushed over with baskets, chatting and laughing. Yanzhou's mother, "I just pickled some sour green beans, perfect for stir-frying with meat." Aunt Li shouted from afar, carrying a jar. Spring Peach hurried over. "Oh, Aunt Li, thank you so much. I still have some dried chili peppers. They are perfect for braised meat." Aunt Wang ran over with a cloth bag, holding a bouncing child in her hand. The child is clamoring to see the wolves. Before long, the center of the threshing ground was piled high with vegetables, bright green greens, fiery red peppers, tangy pickles, and a few families with better circumstances brought their homemade rice wine. Once the jars were opened, the fragrant smell drifted far away. Luo He, along with several strong men, lifted the 200-pound wild boar onto the stone slab. The wild boar had just been cleaned and still had some warmth. Several men rolled up their sleeves, brandishing their gleaming knives, and began to butcher it. "Old Zhang, you handle the legs. They have a lot of meat and are perfect for stewing." Luo He shouted while wiping sweat from his brow. The man called Old Zhang responded, and his knife swooshed down, removing the pig's legs. "Don't worry, I'll make sure it's cut neatly." Beside him, Erju was also quick, his knife flying, as he soon removed the pork ribs. "These ribs are the best for roasting. I'll guard the roasting stove later." The 7 village chefs had already set up their cooking stations with 7 large iron pots lined up, the fire crackling as the oil in the pots heated up, releasing a faint blue smoke. "First, stir-fry the pork belly." Chef Wang grabbed a piece of meat with a good Fatolian ratio, his knife skills quick, the meat slices falling onto the cutting board. Then, with a splash, he tossed it into the pot, instantly creating a sizzling sound, the aroma wafting out. "I'll stew the pig's legs." Li Jinzhu also quickly added the chopped pig leg pieces into the pot to blanch, skimming off the foam, then adding slices of ginger scallions and the dried chili peppers brought by Aunt Wang, pouring in water covering the pot. "This will stew for an hour, guaranteeing it will be tender and flavorful." Nearby, Chef Zhang was busy at the roasting stove, placing the marinated ribs over the fire, brushing them with oil from time to time, the fat dripping onto the fire with a sizzling sound, making the nearby children swallow hard. Before long, a plate of delicious food was freshly prepared. The red braised pork belly glistened with oil, the stewed pig legs exuded a rich aroma, the roasted ribs were golden, and there were stir-fried sour green beans and spicy stir-fried greens filling up the wooden tables. The villagers had long gathered around with large bowls, each stretching their necks in anticipation. Don't rush, so everyone will get their share." Luo He stood in front of the first large pot with a spoon in hand. "A ladle from each large pot, I promise it will be enough." A child raised his bowl, looking up with eagerness. "Grandpa Luo, I want ribs. I want to eat roasted ribs." Luo He smiled, giving his nose a playful poke. "There will be plenty for you. I'll make sure your father loads you up with 2 more pieces." Everyone lined up, each holding a large bowl, sequentially scooping food from the first large pot. In the first pot was stewed pig leg meat, tender and soup thick. Each person received a scoop. In the second pot, was red braised pork belly fragrant with oil. In the third pot were roasted ribs golden and tempting. After going through 7 large pots, everyone's bowls were filled to the brim. "Oh, this is too much," someone exclaimed while holding their bowl, laughing broadly. "This is enough for our family to eat 2 meals. Quick, find a place to sit and eat while it's hot." Spring Peach urged everyone, her eyes filled with joy. "If it's not enough, we'll add more today. We'll make sure you're satisfied." Bai Yin, along with the wolf pack, obediently sat in the corner of the threshing ground. Luo Yinzhou walked over with a large basin of meat and placed it in front of them. "Eat up, this is your victory feast." Bai Yin nudged his hand and began eating heartily while the other wolves joined in, occasionally glancing up at the lively crowd, their eyes no longer fierce, but showing a hint of gentleness. In the threshing ground, everyone surrounded the tables, eating meat and drinking rice wine, their laughter and chatter drifting far away. Before dawn, the dew outside the courtyard had already dampened the stone path. Luo, he carried a bulging cloth bag which contained several bright-colored animal hides and a list of prey written on coarse hemp paper as he met Luo Zhen at the door. "Father, please be careful. The ground is slippery." Luo, he reached out to steady Luo Zhen and reminded him, "Don't concede too quickly when negotiating with the shopkeeper. Our prey was processed just yesterday, especially that deer. Its hide is intact and the meat is still fresh." Luo Zhen tapped his cane on the ground, his voice steady. "I know. I have a sense of the pharmacy's pricing. Bulk is an advantage, but it can also lead to being underbid. If it doesn't work out, I'll consult a few wandering doctors." The two walked towards the town, their feet stepping on the dew. By the time they reached the town, only a few bun shops had opened, and the steam wafting from the steamer filled the air with the aroma of meat, making their stomachs rumble. Upon reaching the street corner, Luo, he headed towards the east street, while Luo Zhen went west, each busy with their tasks. Luo, he arrived first at Wang Yuanwei's house. The doorman glanced at the cloth bag in his hand before entering to report. Before long, he was led into the guest room with intricately carved wooden windows. Wang Yuanwei was sitting in a grand chair holding a cup of hot tea, the steam obscuring half of his face. "Good morning, Wang Yuanwei." Luo, he placed the cloth bag on the table and handed over the list, his fingers stiff with nervousness. "This is the prey for this time, all freshly hunted from the mountains." Wang Yuanwei took the list, squinting as he scanned it, then pointed to the words deer and wild boar. "I'll take these too. However, your pricing seems a bit high. Last time shopkeeper Li bought deer for 2 coins less than your price." Luo, he felt a tightening in his chest and quickly explained, "Wang Yuanwei shopkeeper Li bought from last winter's stock. This is freshly killed live deer. The hide can be tanned into a vest and the meat is tender. If you want it, I'll have my family cut the meat and properly tan the hide, then deliver it to you. Count it as 5 taels for the deer and 3 taels for the wild boar, totaling 8 taels. What do you think?" Wang Yuanwei tapped his fingers on the table, pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, it's settled. Have someone from your village deliver it tomorrow and the accountant will give you cash." After leaving Wang Yuanwei's house, Luo, he went straight to Li Yuanwei's house. Li Yuanwei got straight to the point, pointing at the bamboo rat and roe deer on the list. "I'll take these too. The bamboo rat is for my son to regain his strength and the roe deer is for entertaining guests." Li Yuanwei has a good eye. Luo, he said with a smile, "The bamboo rat is 1 tael per pair and the roe deer is 4 taels, totaling 5 taels too." Li Yuanwei frowned and set down his teacup. "The bamboo rat is too expensive. Oh, last time I bought it for only 1 tael per pair." Luo, he quickly replied, "That was a domesticated one. Mine is wild from the mountains. The meat is firm and has never been fed." "All right, let's do this. 1 tael for the bamboo rat and the roe deer remains at 4 taels, totaling 5 taels 1. How does that sound?" Li Yuanwei waved his hand. All right, bring them all tomorrow." Next, he went to Zhang Yuanwei's house, where the steward came out to greet him. The steward examined the list for a long time and said, 5 pairs of wild chickens, 5 pairs of wild ducks, and I also want a roe deer. However, the roe deer at 4 taels is too expensive. The maximum I can offer is 3 taels 8. Luo, he quickly gestured. "Steward, look, this roe deer weighs 70 or 80 jin, and its hide is intact. 3 taels 8 is really not enough. How about this? I'll throw in 2 more wild chickens for you, counting as 4 taels. How does that sound?" The steward pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, let's do that." Finally, he arrived at Mingware restaurant, where the shopkeeper was busy calculating the accounts. Upon seeing Luo, he smiled and stood up. "You're here. Lately, customers have been craving wild delicacies." Luo, he quickly pulled out the list. "Shopkeeper, look, the remaining black bear, wild chickens, wild rabbits, wild ducks, and a wild boar are all here." The shopkeeper glanced at the list and clapped. "I'll take all of it. However, the black bear is troublesome to process. You priced it at 12 taels, but I need to reduce it by 5 coins, making it 11 taels 5. Luo, he hesitated for a moment, thinking that it would be hard to find another buyer for the remaining prey, and nodded. "All right, but it must be delivered tomorrow, and you need to pay in cash." "Rest assured, I won't shortchange you," the shopkeeper replied with a smile. On the other side, Luo Zhen arrived at the Rinxin pharmacy on the West Street. The shopkeeper was examining the herbs. He brought frowning tightly. You have a large quantity of herbs, but some leaves are yellowed. I can offer you, at most 1 tael 5. Luo Jin grew anxious and leaned forward. Shopkeeper, these were just picked. The yellow leaves got that way during drying, but the medicinal effect is unaffected. Last time I sold, the quality was not as good as this, and I sold it for 1 tael 8. The shopkeeper insisted last time was a smaller quantity. This time I have to reduce the price. At most 1 tael 6, if it's more I won't take it. Luo Jin sighed, and could only nod. Fine, 1 tael 6 it is. He then went to Jishir Pharmacy, where the shopkeeper was even tougher, directly offering 1 tael 3. Luo Jin negotiated with him for half an hour and finally settled for 1 tael 4. With the remaining herbs, he found a few wandering doctors on the street and sold them for a total of 3 taels 5. In the evening, the two met at a tea stall at the town entrance. Chuntao took out an abacus and began calculating Wang Yuan Y 8 taels, Li Yuan Y 5 taels, 1 Zhang Yuan Y 6 taels, Mingware Restaurant 11 taels 5 totaling. 8 plus 5 taels 1 is 13 taels, 1 plus 6 taels is 19 taels, 1 plus 11 taels 5 is 30 taels 6. Luo Jin took a sip of cool tea and smiled. I have 3 taels 5 here, but your calculation seems incorrect. Please recalculate. Chuntao recalculated and smacked her head. Oh, I miscalculated the 11 taels 5 from Mingware Restaurant. It should be 85. 1611. 530. 6. The total for the prey is 30 taels 6, and the herbs are 3 taels 5, which is quite a good harvest. Luo Jin nodded and asked, did Yin Zhou send the wolf pack back to the mountains? They returned yesterday. Luo, he lowered his voice. He's right. An innocent person can be blamed for having valuable possessions. If people find out he can command the wolf pack, it could lead to trouble. The next 2 days, the men from the village busied themselves with Luo-He. Wang Yuanwei sent a cart to pick up the deer and wild boar, while the servants from Li Yuanwei's house carried the bamboo rats and roe deer back. Mingwei Restaurant even sent 3 attendants to load the black bear, wild chickens, and others onto the cart. Wang Shi and Chuntao stayed at home, occasionally checking by the village entrance, fearing something might go wrong. Once everything was delivered, Luo-He returned home with heavy silver coins. He poured the silver onto the table in the main room. The shiny silver coins rolled everywhere, making Chuntao and Wang Shi's eyes widen in astonishment. A total of 30 taels sold. Luo-He wiped his sweat. The prey fetched 26 taels 5, and the herbs 3 taels 5, not a penny less. The room fell silent instantly. Chuntao reached out to touch the silver, then quickly withdrew her hand and quietly asked, Yin Zhou, why did you suddenly decide to go hunting in the mountains and manage to sell everything? Luo Yin Zhou did not explain, but picked out 20 taels from the coins and wrapped them in cloth to tuck into his pocket. This 20 taels I need, keep the rest. Chuntao hesitated, glancing at her in-laws, since the household was still run by the 2 elders. Wang Shi quickly said, take it, you have your own opinions in your dealings, and we are at ease. Chuntao nodded as well, carefully placing the remaining 10 taels into a wooden box at the head of the bed and locking it. This money is reserved for your sister's dowry and some for your grandparents to make new clothes. With the cloth bag containing 20 taels of silver, Luo Yin Zhou ran towards the backyard, his steps light, as the silver inside made a gentle clink sound. Just around the corner, he saw Xiao-He basking in the sun under the old locust tree, its shiny black fur gleaming in the sunlight, and its tail occasionally sweeping the ground. Upon seeing him, Xiao-He immediately perked up, its ears stood up and wagged its tail as it approached, its moist nose nuzzling his palm, making soft, purring sounds like a delightful big dog. No rush, no rush, there's good news. Luo Yin Zhou smiled, patting Xiao-He's sturdy back, feeling the solid muscle beneath its skin. Let's go to the wolf den. Oh, I have some important matters to attend to that concern whether we can have enough to eat every day. Xiao-He seemed to understand, leaning its head against his arm and gently nudging his sleeve with its teeth, not using much force, just being affectionate. Luo Yin Zhou mounted the wolf's back, gently squeezing its belly with his legs. Let's go, run steadily, don't jolt me. Xiao-He let out a low howl and sprang forward, galloping towards the forest. The wind rushed past his ears, carrying the fragrance of leaves and the dampness of grass. Luo Yin Zhou tightly pressed the cloth bag to his chest, filled with anticipation. This 20 taels of silver was meant to buy seeds. With the seeds, he could plant them in the space, ensuring that his family would never worry about having no food in the future, and even save some for famine. As they raced through the woods, the branches swayed backward with a rustling sound. It wasn't until they spotted the familiar low bushes near the wolf den that Luo Yin Zhou patted Xiao-He's neck. Slow down, we're here. Don't startle the little wolves in the den. Xiao-He immediately slowed down, snorted, and stopped steadily under a large oak tree, kindly moving aside to avoid the small stones on the ground. Luo Yin Zhou jumped down, patted its ear, feeling the warmth of its fur. You wait here. I'll be back shortly, and we'll bring you the most delicious jerky. Xiao-He wagged its tail, lying down with its eyes fixed on the wolf den's direction like a diligent guard. As soon as Luo Yinzhou reached the entrance of the den, he heard soft whimpers coming from inside. A few half-grown pups poked their heads out, their round eyes staring at him. Upon recognizing a familiar face, they immediately scampered out, circling his pant legs, rubbing their furry heads against him, while one bold pup climbed up his trousers. At this moment, the lead wolf, Bai Yin, also sauntered out. Its originally sharp gaze softened upon seeing Luo Yinzhou, and it moved a little closer. Luo Yinzhou smiled and patted Bai Yan's head, feeling its soft fur with his fingers. "Old buddy, I'm here to take something. Ooh, wait a moment, and I'll bring you some delicious food." As he spoke, he concentrated, entering the space supermarket. Before his eyes was a supermarket filled with shelves stocked full with rice, flour, oil, salt, seeds, and tools. He headed straight for the vegetable section, reached for a bag of corn seeds, feeling the plump seeds inside. "I need 5 corn seeds." While mumbling, Luo Yinzhou picked out the 5 largest corn seeds from the bag and placed them in a small cloth pouch in his pocket. "Also 5 rice seeds. The soil by the space river is just right for growing rice, so we can eat white rice in the future. Oh, and I'll take a potato seed too. Potatoes are easy to grow, and they can flourish even in dry weather, yielding a high output. Very practical." After leaving the space supermarket, he carried the small pouch filled with seeds and walked towards the farmland across the space river. There was a piece of open land, the dark soil, looking very fertile. Stepping on it sank a little right next to the river for easy watering. It was simply an excellent place for farming. He first placed the seeds on a flat stone, squatted down, and started digging the soil. The black soil was very soft, crumbling easily, and carried a hint of moisture with a faint earthy smell that was not overpowering. "Phew, this land is softer than my home garden, saving a lot of effort." Luo Yinzhou wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the droplets fell onto the soil, instantly absorbed. He marked shallow furrows in the ground, spacing them evenly. Corn and rice need to be planted separately. Corn likes it dry, so it should be planted further from the water. Rice needs to be closer for easy watering, and potatoes need a deep hole to avoid being eaten by bugs. First, he took out the corn seeds, placing them one by one into the furrows, with each seed spaced 2 fist widths apart. Then he gently covered them with the adjacent soil and pressed down with his palm, fearing that the wind might blow the soil away. "Oh, corn, you must grow quickly. When you're ripe, I'll grind you into flour to make corn cakes, and we can also cook corn porridge, delicious." Next are the rice seeds. He specifically dug small pits near the riverbank, placing 1 seed in each pit, then scooping a bit of river water from the bank to slowly pour into the pits, keeping the soil moist. "Rice must grow well. Once you're ripe, we can steam white rice and eat it with meat. That would be truly satisfying." Finally, for the potato seed, he took out a small knife from the space, cutting the potato into 4 pieces, each with a sprout eye. This is crucial for sprouting. Then in the corner of the open space, he dug a deeper hole with his hand, placed the potato pieces in, and covered them with thick soil, pressing it down tightly. Potatoes are the easiest to grow well, and we'll have a lot to eat, whether boiled or roasted. After finishing planting all the seeds, Luo Yinzhou straightened up and patted his sore back, letting out a soft groan. He had squatted for too long, and his back had stiffened. He remembered the wolves in the den, and with a thought summoned a few of the older wolves into the space. Then he pulled out a large handful of shiny jerky from the space warehouse with a bit of oil glistening on it, and the aroma wafted out immediately. He placed the jerky on the ground. "Here for you all. Take your time and eat. Don't rush. There's plenty more." The wolves immediately surrounded it, gnawing at the jerky, the sound of crunching making one salivate. Luo Yinzhou looked at the farmland across the river, pondering, "No, I need to find a couple of wolves to guard it, otherwise rabbits and wild chickens might come over from the other side and dig up the seeds, making the planting worthless." He turned to the older wolves that were eating the jerky and waved his hand. "Old buddies, come over here. I have some work for you." The older wolf with some gray hairs immediately lifted its head, slowly walking over and nudging its head against his hand. "What's up?" Luo Yinzhou pointed to the land across the river and said earnestly, "From now on, you two will guard this spot and prevent rabbits, wild chickens, and deer from ruining the crops. Just chase them away. Don't hurt the little ones. Just scare them off, okay?" The old wolf seemed to understand, let out a low howl, the sound not fierce, but filled with seriousness. Then they lay down on the stones by the river, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, ears perked straight, missing not even the slightest rustle of the wind. Luo Yinzhou nodded in satisfaction and took out some fresh grass from the space, placing it next to them. "Drink river water if you're thirsty, catch rabbits and wild chickens to eat. If you're hungry, no need to hold back. Consider it your reward for guarding." After finishing all this, he finally relaxed, sitting down on a nearby stone to rest. As the wind blew, the grass by the river swayed gently, making a rustling sound. The sunlight shone on the newly turned black soil, warm and comforting, making one feel secure. After resting for about a quarter of an hour, Luo Yinzhou stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and the soil dust fell off with a sage sound. Leaving the space, he walked over to Xiaohei, mounted its back. "Let's go, Xiaohei, we're going home. Tonight, let's ask mother to make us some porridge." 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Upon entering the space, Luo Yinzhou felt a lightness in his steps as he headed straight for the fields on the opposite bank. Just as he turned past the crooked willow tree by the river, the sight before him lit up his eyes, a field of rice taller than himself with golden ears bending the stalks. When the wind blew, it made a rustling sound as if greeting him. The corn stalks were laden with plump ears tightly wrapped in green skins, with hints of gold peeking through the gaps. The leaves in the potato field were lush and vibrant, exuding vitality. When he reached down to brush aside the topsoil, he immediately spotted round, plump potatoes. Finally ready, Luo Yinzhou crouched down, carefully grasping an ear of rice. His fingertips brushed over the full grains, the rough texture pressing against his palm, filling his heart with joy. He pulled out a shiny sickle from the space storage and gently cut through the base of the rice stalk. With a crisp sound, a bunch of rice was securely held in his hand. After harvesting all the rice, he sat on the ridge to thresh. Gripping the rice ears in both hands, he swung them forcefully into the bamboo basket, and the grains fell in with a delightful sound, each one plump. Counting them, he found that 5 ears of rice had yielded 487 grains. He couldn't help but smile widely. So many. Soon our family won't have to worry about rice anymore. Next, let's harvest the corn. He stood on tiptoes, grasped an ear of corn with both hands, and with a quick twist it came off with a snap. Peeling back the layers of green husk, the golden kernels were tightly packed together, still slightly moist, with a delightful sheen that was very pleasing to the eye. Each corn stalk bore 2 ears, and with 5 seeds planted, he harvested a total of 10 ears. Now the family can taste corn. Luo Yinzhou piled the ears of corn next to the bamboo basket, grinning with squinted eyes. Finally, it was time to harvest the potatoes. He took a small shovel and began digging down along the roots of the potato leaves. With one scoop, several round potatoes appeared with a splash. Some were as big as fists, while others were slightly smaller, covered in dark soil, looking solid and firm. After counting, he was surprised to find that he had harvested 21 potatoes. The yield of potatoes is truly high. It's much easier than growing sweet potatoes. Luo Yinzhou placed the potatoes into a bamboo basket and wiped the dirt off with his sleeve, revealing their bright yellow skins. After finishing the harvest, Luo Yinzhou didn't rest. He carefully scattered the 487 grains of rice he had just harvested back into the rice field, ensuring that each seed was spaced evenly, about a fist apart. Grow well, and next time aim for a bigger yield. Next, he turned to the corn. Sitting on the ridge, he stripped the kernels from the corn ears, using his nails to scrape the kernels off swiftly, selecting the plumpest, largest ones to replant in the cornfield, exactly enough for 9 stalks. The corn needs to grow well too. Next time I hope every ear will be bigger. They'll take this one back to let the family taste it fresh. Finally, it was time for the potatoes. He selected 15 medium-sized potatoes with eyes, using a small knife from the space to cut them into small pieces, making sure each piece had an eye. This was crucial for sprouting, and none could be spared. Then replanted them back into the potato field. Potatoes are the easiest to grow, just give them some soil, and they will thrive. Next time we'll definitely harvest more. The remaining 6 he'll take home to fry. They will be delicious. After planting all the seeds, Luo Yinzhou straightened up and patted his sore back, groaning lightly. He had squatted for too long, and his back had stiffened. Looking at the freshly seeded field, he was filled with anticipation. When it's ripe, next time we can expand the fields even more, and after planting 2 or 3 more times, we can achieve food freedom. A breeze swept through, bringing the fresh scent of new soil mixed with the aroma of grass. The sun shone warmly on the fields, making the heart feel cozy. He walked onto the grass on the opposite bank and spotted a wild chicken pecking at seeds. Moving quietly, he approached, reaching out to grasp the wild chicken's wing and swiftly broke its neck. Tonight it would make a perfect meat dish to accompany the corn. Upon exiting from the space, he saw Bai Yin lying under a nearby oak tree, waiting, ears perked up. As soon as he noticed Luo Yinzhou, he stood up, eagerly wagging his tail and nudging his arm with his head. Luo Yinzhou jumped onto the wolf's back. Let's go, Bai Yin, we're heading home to cook. Let's let mother and grandmother taste something new. Upon returning home, he placed the corn, potatoes, and wild chicken on the stone slab in the yard and went to find Chun Tao. Chun Tao was sitting on a small stool in the yard, stitching shoe soles. The sound of the thread weaving was rhythmic, and upon seeing him carrying fresh produce, she quickly put down her needle and thread to come over and ask, "What is this?" "Corn. Potatoes. I've never heard of them. They look quite fresh." Luo Yinzhou smiled. "Mother, these 2 are good things. I'll tell you all about them shortly. Today I'll be cooking for you and grandmother to taste something new." Chun Tao frowned slightly, reaching out to touch the corn. "Can you cook? This looks precious, don't ruin it." Nearby, Wang Shi was drying vegetables under the eaves. Hearing the commotion, she joined in, saying, "Yes, Yinzhou, let your mother cook. You've been out all day, I take a rest." Luo Yinzhou quickly waved his hands, speaking with certainty, "Mother, I can really cook. This corn stew with chicken is the most delicious. The soup it produces is sweet, and the meat is tender. The potatoes sliced and stir-fried are crunchy and perfect for a meal. Just trust me this time. After much persuasion, he finally convinced Chun Tao and Wang Shi, who stood by watching ready to lend a hand if needed. Luo Yanzhou first dealt with the wild chicken. He set up a fire in the yard, boiled a pot of hot water, and soaked the wild chicken in it for a while. The feathers came off easily, and soon it was completely clean. Next, he plucked its innards, cut the chicken into pieces, placed them into a large pot, added cold water, and set it on the fire to blanch. This helps remove the blood foam, ensuring the broth doesn't have a gamey taste. When the water boiled, a layer of blood foam rose to the surface, which he skimmed off cleanly with a spoon, then added several slices of ginger, filled the pot with clear water, covered it with a lid, and boiled it on high heat. The water in the pot bubbled vigorously and soon began to steam. Taking advantage of the time while the chicken was stewing, he prepared the corn. He peeled off the tough outer layers of the corn, leaving only 2 layers of tender husk, cleaned the corn silk, thoroughly washed it in clear water several times, and then cut it into 6 sections, each bearing golden kernels that looked appetizing. When the chicken broth began to boil, producing clouds of steam, he tossed the corn sections into the pot with a splash, covered it, and turned the heat to medium, reminding Chun Tao, "Mother, please keep an eye on the fire. Don't let it be too high or the soup will easily dry out." Next, he prepared the potatoes. He washed the potatoes in clean water without peeling them. He remembered hearing that potatoes taste better with the skin, mainly because he didn't have a peeler. He picked up a knife and cut the potatoes into thin shreds, ensuring they were evenly cut and distinct, then soaked them in clean water, frequently changing the water to remove some starch. This way the stir-fried potato shreds will be crispy and won't stick together. As the chicken soup was nearing completion, the aroma of corn filled the yard, and he began to stir-fry the potato shreds. In another small pot, he poured in some oil. When the oil heated up, he added a few peppercorns and a small handful of Chinese prickly ash. With a sizzling sound, the fragrance wafted out instantly, causing Luo Yanzhou to cover his nose quickly, yet he couldn't help but lean in closer to smell it. He scooped the potato shreds out of the water and drained them, then promptly tossed them into the pot with a splash. With a spatula, he quickly stir-fried them, and the potato shreds sizzled in the pot, changing color rapidly. He sprinkled a bit of salt, stir-fried evenly, and soon a plate of fragrant stir-fried potato shreds was ready, golden and appetizing. "Tao Tao, go call father and grandfather to come home for dinner," Luo Yanzhou shouted toward the house, while serving the stir-fried potato shreds onto the table. Luo Yanzhou was just about to call out when he saw Luo Yanzhou leaning against the doorframe, her eyes fixed on the stew pot of chicken. Upon hearing him, she immediately jumped with excitement, her voice bright. "Got it, brother. I'm going to call father and grandfather now." In no time, he returned carrying a hoe, his pants still covered in dirt. Luo Jin followed him into the yard holding a pipe, and as soon as he entered, he sniffed the air. "What smells so good?" "It smells better than stewed pork." Luo Yanzhou smiled as he lifted the lid off the pot, revealing the golden broth shimmering, with oil corn sections floating in the soup, their colors bright, and the aroma filling the entire yard, even causing the neighbor's dog to bark and approach the door. Although he had only added 1 ear of corn this time, the unique sweet aroma was enough to whet everyone's appetite. Luo Yanzhou leaned closer to the pot, nearly drooling, standing on her tiptoes to peek inside. "Brother, that corn looks delicious. When can we eat it?" "I can't wait." Soon Luo Yanzhou served the stewed wild chicken, corn, and stir-fried potato shreds on the table. Chun Tao and Wang Shi stared at the unfamiliar dishes on the table, momentarily stunned, unsure which to taste first. Luo Yanzhou pointed at the stew, introducing it to them. "Mother, grandmother, father, grandfather, this dish is called corn stew with wild chicken. This corn is sweet and has absorbed the aroma of the chicken broth, tender and chewy with every bite. The wild chicken has been stewed for so long that the meat is tender and falls apart easily. The broth is also flavorful, so please enjoy plenty of it." He then pointed at the stir-fried potato shreds. "This plate is stir-fried potato shreds, sliced thin, cooked crispy, and seasoned with pepper and Chinese prickly ash, giving it a spicy aroma. It goes especially well with porridge or pancakes, making it a perfect side dish." After he finished, he served each person a piece of corn and offered a pair of chopsticks to grandfather and grandmother for the potato shreds. "You two try this first and see if it suits your taste. If it's too bland, I can add a bit of salt." Wang Shi took a bite of the corn, and the sweet flavor spread in her mouth, mingled with the fresh fragrance of the chicken broth. Her eyes lit up, instantly nodding repeatedly. "Oh, this corn is really delicious. Not only is it sweet, but it's also soft. Even my bad teeth can handle it." Luo Jin also tried the potato shreds, finding them crisp and carrying a hint of spiciness from the pepper and Chinese prickly ash. He nodded approvingly. "These potato shreds are delicious, crunchy and perfect for meals. I could eat 2 steamed buns with this dish." He picked up a piece of wild chicken, taking a bite. The meat was tender and not tough at all. "This chicken is also fragrant. It's much better than the usual tough chicken we eat." Luo Jin also tasted it and laughed, saying, Yinzhou really knows how to find good ingredients. These two new things are better than anything else. Luo Yinzhao held her bowl alternating between bites of corn and sips of chicken broth, getting her hands all greasy with corn kernels stuck at the corners of her mouth, mumbling, "Brother, let's make this again next time. It's so delicious." Luo Yinzhou smiled and nodded, "Sure. When we harvest more corn and potatoes next time, I will cook this for you every day." After they had eaten a good amount, Luo Yinzhao asked curiously, "Brother, where did the corn and potatoes come from? I've never seen them before." Luo Yinzhou revealed a mysterious smile, teasing for a moment before finally saying slowly, "These two were grown from the 20 taels of silver I earned from selling the game. I thought our family has always lacked food, so I bought these two easy to grow and high-yield crops." After the meal, Luo Yinzhao continued to circle the table, her eyes glued to the remaining ears of corn, mumbling, "Brother, when can we eat corn again?" Luo Yinzhou smiled, ruffling her hair. "When we harvest the new ones, I'll make it for you. Now go find Xiaohua and the others to play for a while. I need to discuss some matters with father, mother, and grandfather." Luo Yinzhao pouted but obediently picked up a small cloth doll. "Then I'll go. You all talk quickly, and I want to hear stories when I come back." Saying that, she skipped out the door, and soon laughter from her and the other children filled the yard. Once Luo Yinzhao had gone far, Luo Yinzhou finally put away his smile and leaned closer to Luo He, Chun Tao, and Wang Shi, lowering his voice, "Father, mother, grandmother, I need to discuss the yield of the corn and potatoes and where they are planted." The three immediately sat up straight, and Wang Shi glanced at the door to confirm that no one was eavesdropping before whispering, "Go ahead, we're listening." Luo Yinzhou extended his finger, counting. "This time I planted 5 rice seeds and harvested 487 grains, 5 corn seeds yielded 10 ears, 1 potato seed produced 21 potatoes. If I plant more next time, the yield can increase several times." "In what?" Chun Tao's eyes widened in shock. The cloth in her hand clenched tightly. 5 rice grains yielded so much. That's several times higher than the best yields in our village. Luo He frowned as well, forgetting to light his pipe. With such high yields, it's bound to cause a stir if it gets out. Luo Yinzhou nodded and continued, "That's why I didn't dare to plant them in the village. I planted the seeds in the wolf den, letting the wolf pack keep an eye on them. Think about it, if they were planted in the village, what if a child gets curious and digs up a few seeds? Or what if a neighbor destroys the seedlings? We would have worked in vain." Wang Shi nodded, repeatedly patting her chest. "Good thing you thought ahead. Besides you and Yinzhao, no one dares to go to the wolf den, not to mention any outsiders. Last time I heard your grandfather say that Aunt Li from the village wanted to pick wild vegetables near the wolf den, and just as she reached the edge of the forest, she was scared back by the wolf howls." Luo Jin added, "That place is dangerous. Except for Yinzhou, no one can deal with the wolf pack. Planting the seeds there is indeed safe." Luo Yinzhou felt relieved knowing that his family believed his words. He had actually planted them in the space, but the wolf den excuse was the best way to ease their worries. Luo Yinzhou continued, "I'm also trying to avoid trouble. After all, these 2 crops are rare and high-yielding. If the villagers find out, they might come to borrow seeds or ask for methods, and worse, they might come to steal them outright. What if the town's officials or wealthy merchants hear about it? They might come to rob us, and we wouldn't be able to handle that." Chun Tao's face turned pale, gripping Luo Yinzhou's hand. "What should we do? We can't provoke those big shots. Just look at the old Zhang family in the village. They lost their land because they dug up a valuable ginseng in the mountains, and the town's Mr. Lu took a liking to it." Luo He's expression also darkened. "Yinzhou is right, we need to keep this under wraps. We should only know about it ourselves and never mention a word to outsiders. In the future, when we eat corn and potatoes, we must close the doors so that our neighbors don't see us." Wang Shi nodded. "I'll remember. If anyone asks, I'll say Yinzhou found these wild things in the mountains, and there's not much of it, just for a taste. Absolutely no mention of the yield." Luo Yinzhou looked at his family's nervous yet serious expressions and felt somewhat at ease. "Don't worry, with the wolf pack watching, no one can approach the wolf den. As long as we keep our mouths shut, nothing will go wrong. Once we have more crops, we can secretly store some food, and even in a year of famine, we won't have to fear hunger." Luo He patted his shoulder. "Good lad, you think further ahead than us. Let's do as you say. We'll keep it to ourselves and not speak of it to anyone." Chun Tao also relaxed, smiling. "With such a resourceful son, our family will surely have a better future ahead." Just then they heard Luo Yinzhao's voice from outside. "Brother, I'm back. Xiaohua said she has some freshly made malt candy and gave me a piece for you to try." Luo Yinzhou quickly signaled to his family with his eyes, and they immediately put away their serious expressions. Luo Yinzhao ran and handing over a piece of golden malt candy. "Brother, eat this." "What were we talking about just now?" "Were we talking about my corn?" Luo Yinzhou took the malt candy, smiling. "Nothing much, just telling your parents that I'll make you more delicious food next time. Come on, shall we go see Bai Yin?" Luo Yinzhao's eyes lit up. "Yes, I want to play with Bai Yin." Saying this, she tugged at Luo Yan's hand and headed outside, completely unaware of the exchanged glances between the adults. In the house, while Luo Yanzhou was amusing Bai Yin with a blade of grass tickling its nose while Luo Yanzhou clapped with laughter beside him. Suddenly Chun Tao came out of the house, grabbing Luo Yan's arm. "Come inside with me." Her tone held a hint of urgency and lingering anger. Luo Yanzhou was taken aback, dropping the grass in his hand. "Mother, what's wrong?" He walked out of the house, his expression serious, gesturing for him to come in. "Let your sister play by herself for a while, we'll talk inside." Luo Yanzhou blinked, tugging at Luo Yan's clothes. "Brother, what's the matter? Are mother and father going to scold you?" Chun Tao shot her a glare. "Adults are talking, go play with Bai Yin." Luo Yanzhou quickly patted his sister's head. "It's nothing, a mother just wants to ask me something. You be good, and I'll peel some candy for you later." Following his parents into the house, Chun Tao slammed the door shut. He sat down on a chair, picking up his pipe, but not lighting it, staring at Luo Yanzhou in silence. Chun Tao couldn't hold back any longer, pointing at his nose. "You prodigal. That corn and those potatoes are so precious, and you just cooked and ate them." Luo Yanzhou was taken aback, scratching his head. "Mother, how is that prodigal? It's just 1 ear of corn and a few potatoes, right?" "A few potatoes? 1 ear of corn?" Chun Tao raised her voice in urgency, then quickly lowered it. "Did you forget what you said about the yield? Those seeds are so valuable. How much food can they yield? And you just cooked and ate them, isn't that prodigal?" He spoke up, his tone calmer than Chun Tao's, but still dissatisfied. "Yanzhou, your mother is right. That corn and those potatoes are something we've never seen in our lifetimes with such high yields. They should have been saved as seeds to plant more and store away. Why did you eat them first? What if we run out of seeds later?" Luo Yanzhou finally understood, chuckling and waving his hand. "Father, mother, don't worry. I have it all under control. Besides, good things are meant to be eaten. Since I managed to get these seeds the first time, I can certainly get them again. Don't worry, we won't be short on food for the next few months." Knowledge introduction. The earliest mention of the name Zhuyu appears in the Shun Gnomes herbal classic from the late Western Han to early Eastern Han. It has medicinal uses capable of dispelling cold and alleviating pain if consumed during the Double Ninth Festival. It is also used for flavoring and to ward off evil. As autumn harvest approached, the wheat in Luo village had turned a golden yellow, the heavy ears bending the stalks. However, the village elders were not in the mood to rejoice. They sat on small stools under the old locust tree at the village entrance, murmuring about the clouds above. "Look at those clouds, so heavy they could squeeze out water." Old Wang exclaimed, knocking his smoking pipe, his brows furrowed deeply. "It's likely going to rain continuously. We need to harvest the wheat quickly, or it will rot in the fields." Nearby Grandma Li nodded in agreement, her needlework stopped. "That's right. Last year the rain came suddenly, and we lost 1/10 of our wheat. We cannot let that happen again this year." This talk spread like wildfire, and in just a few days everyone in the village was preparing to harvest quickly, fearing the rain. The village head, old Luo, stomped his feet in anxiety, running into the village with a painted copper gong, banging it loudly. "Everyone come out. Listen up. Today we'll harvest the fully ripe wheat first. Don't wait for the rain, there won't be time to cry." As soon as the gongs fell silent, the village became lively. Before dawn, the Luo family was already up. The firelight from the kitchen shone through the window paper, with Chun Tao sticking mixed grain pancakes into a large iron pot, the dough slapping against the sides, soon filling the air with a fragrant mix of wheat and beans. She used a spatula to lift the pancakes, handing them to everyone, and stuffed 2 into Luo Yan's pocket. "Eat on the way, don't stop. When you get to the fields, hurry and harvest." Luo Yanzhou bit into the warm pancake, carrying a brightly polished sickle, one that he had specially commissioned from the blacksmith last year, its edge very sharp. Luo Jin also carried a small bamboo basket. He was not nimble on his feet and couldn't cut the wheat, so he was responsible for picking up the fallen ears, determined not to waste a single grain. As they reached the wheat field at the village's edge, they saw villagers of all ages had already arrived. The men bent down to cut the wheat, the sickles making a swishing sound as the stalks fell to the ground in a continuous stream. The women squatted behind, bundling the wheat, the coarse hemp rope tightening with a snap, mixed with laughter, creating quite a lively scene. "Yan's his father. Your wheat field has the ripest wheat with big plump ears. You must hurry." Aunt Lee, next door, bundling her wheat, looked up and called out loudly, her work not pausing as the hemp rope wrapped around the bundle, twice tightening with a pull. "Luo," he responded, inserting his sickle into the stalks and swiftly cutting a handful, the cut edges neat. "I know. You all hurry too. Don't wait until dark and find you haven't finished. The wind picks up at night." Luo Yanzhou also bent down the sickle close to the ground, cutting a clump of wheat, but being young, he was slower. Unlike his father Luo, he who was young and strong, cutting quickly and neatly, leaving an empty patch in no time. Luo Jin followed behind, his eyes wide open, picking up fallen ears and placing them in the bamboo basket, We cannot waste any out. Every grain of wheat is a mouthful of food. The first day didn't see any rain, but by evening the wind suddenly picked up and the old locust tree at the village entrance rustled ominously, leaves falling all around. He stood in the yard watching the clouds darkening in the sky, no light breaking through the gaps. He slapped his thigh and shouted, "This wind is not right. It's the wind before the rain. It will definitely rain heavily tomorrow. We must rush to harvest. No one should sleep tonight. Harvest as much as we can." The entire field was brightly lit. He was right. Early the next morning, raindrops began to patter on the roof, hitting the tiles and splashing tiny mud dots flowing down the eaves into streams. He sprang up, grabbing the raincoat from the wall and rushing out. "Quick! Everyone get up. Head to the fields to rush the wheat. If it's late, it will be too late." The whole village panicked. Even the toddlers who had just learned to walk were left at home under the watch of the elders, while the others, regardless of gender or age, all ran towards the fields. Those without raincoats wrapped themselves in coarse burlap. Those without sickles used their hands to pull, even if their hands blistered. Luo Yanzhou was bending down to cut wheat, raindrops dripping down his hair and into his eyes as he raised his hand to wipe them away. Just as he was about to continue, he heard a familiar wolf howl from afar. "Whoa! It's Yansis wolf," someone shouted, pausing momentarily with the sickle, but didn't dare stop, feeling a bit more at ease. White Rock appeared, leading dozens of wolves out of the forest, their fur wet from the rain sticking to their bodies, yet they ran swiftly, their paws splashing mud. They ran straight to Luo Yanzhou, White Rock nudging his hand with his head, tail wagging gently, as if asking, "What are we doing?" Luo Yanzhou straightened up, wiped the rain and sweat from his face, and shouted loudly, "White Rock, take your brothers and help carry the harvested wheat bundles to their respective courtyards. Remember, carry the bundles to the door of the house they belong to. Don't mix them up. Aunt Lee's bundles are tied with red string, Uncle Zhang's with blue string. Don't get it wrong." White Rock howled lowly, as if understanding, turned around and called to the other wolves, and the pack immediately dispersed. Some wolves lay by the wheat piles, patiently waiting for people to tie the bundles onto their backs. The villagers had prepared coarse cloth to cushion the wolves' backs to prevent the wheat from scratching them. Others picked up smaller bundles and ran towards the village, stepping steadily without dropping a single stalk. Aunt Lee watched a large wolf carry her wheat bundle tied with red string and quickly pulled out a piece of meat wrapped in oil paper from her pocket, something she had reserved for her child, but without hesitation, she tossed it to the wolf. "Thank you for your hard work. After we finish harvesting, I'll cook you meat, and there'll be plenty." The wolf ate the meat, wagged its tail gently, and turned to run towards Aunt Lee's house, deliberately avoiding the other houses' firewood stacks. For families with less land, like Grandma Wang's family, they had just over 10 acres. The whole family joined in, having harvested a lot before the rain. Now they finished harvesting the wheat in just 2 days. Grandma Wang unloaded the bundles in her yard, hurriedly instructing her son to spread the wheat out to dry and set up a wooden frame in the yard to hang the bundles on to prevent them from getting damp. Turning around, she grabbed her raincoat and ran to Uncle Zhang's house. Brother Zhang, we've come to help you. You have a large field and few people. Let us lend a hand." Uncle Zhang was bent over cutting wheat, unable to straighten up, and upon hearing Grandma Wang's voice, he looked up, his eyes a bit red. "Thank you so much. I have over 20 acres here with only 6 or 7 people in my family. If the rain falls like this and we can't transport the wheat, it will definitely rot in the fields." Grandma Wang waved her hand, grabbing the sickle from the ground and cutting. "What's there to thank for? We're all from the same village. It's only right to help each other. And besides, the wolves are eager to help. They've eaten plenty of our jerky. Hurry and cut. If the wolves come, we'll be able to carry the bundles back." As the rain poured harder, the mud on the ground reached their ankles, each step making a squelching sound, their pants covered in mud. The pants of those cutting wheat were all soaked, clinging tightly to their legs, making them shiver from the cold, but no one complained of fatigue. Luo Yanz's arms were sore from cutting, the sickle slippery from being soaked in sweat and rain. He switched hands, continuing to cut, shouting, "Let's put in more effort. Let's try to cut as much as we can before dark." White Rock occasionally ran over, nudging his leg with his head as if encouraging him or urging him not to stop. With the wolf pack helping, the wheat bundles were transported much faster. What used to take 3 or 4 people to carry back could now be done in one trip by the wolves, making the houses in the village quickly fill up with wheat bundles. Some families, fearing the wheat would get damp, even lit small fires, placing the wet wheat in bamboo sieves to dry, with smoke curling up. Thus they rushed to harvest for 3 days before the rain finally subsided, changing from a heavy downpour to a light drizzle, cool drops falling on their faces. The entire village finally breathed a sigh of relief, gathered in the threshing yard to count the wheat, each face adorned with a smile of gratitude. Aunt Lee carried a cloth bag filled with the freshly weighed wheat, grinning widely. "Thanks to Yansis wolf pack. None of my wheat rotted, and I harvested 2 stones more than last year." If it weren't for the wolves helping to transport, this little wheat of mine would have been at least 20% spoiled. Uncle Zhao, who farmed the most land, chimed in. That's right. I thought I would lose a lot, but it turned out only a few bundles got slightly damp, and after drying they're still edible, much better than I expected. Uncle Luo Air Zhu patted Luo Yenzhou on the shoulder with great force, nearly causing him to stagger. Yenzhou, I must thank you properly. If it weren't for the wolves helping to transport the wheat bundles, and for the villagers helping to harvest, the losses would have tripled. Now we only lost a tenth. That's already quite good. If there's anything your family needs in the future, just let me know. Luo Yenzhou smiled and waved his hand. Uncle Zhu, why thank me? We're all from the same village. Helping each other is only natural, and besides, the wolf pack is happy to help. They've eaten quite a bit of our jerky. Just then White Rock came over with a few wolves, their fur still damp, but they looked very spirited, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Luo Yenzhou. Aunt Li quickly pulled out some jerky from her pocket, offering it to the wolf pack. Here, have something to eat. You've worked hard these past few days. This jerky is specially made for you. It's very tasty. Village head Old Luo stood to the side, watching the wheat piled high in the threshing yard resembling a small mountain, then glanced at the wolves lying aside, eating the jerky, and sighed. Dear villagers, this year we suffered fewer losses thanks to our unity. You helped me, and I helped you, and no one slacked off, and secondly, thanks to Yenzhou and these wolves. Without the wolf pack helping to transport the wheat bundles, I can't imagine how much of our wheat would have rotted. From now on, our Luo village must stick together, supporting each other, so our lives can improve. Everyone nodded in agreement, saying, the village head is right. In the future, when anyone has a problem, we'll all come to help. Yes, we should also thank Yenzhou and the wolf pack. Let's prepare more jerky for the wolves in the future. Just 2 days after the rain had lightened, the weather changed again. Raindrops began to pour down, even heavier than before, without a moment's pause. The village's dirt roads had turned into muddy ponds, with each step sinking to the ankles, and every household had water streaming from their eaves seeping into their homes. Luo Yenzhou stood at the door looking at the distant fields, his brow tightly furrowed. In the low-lying areas, water had already accumulated half a meter deep. If this rain keeps up, something bad might happen, he muttered to himself. Not long after he spoke, bad news arrived in the village. Luo Laosi, who had gone to the town to buy salt, rushed back, tumbling into the threshing yard, shouting, Not good, not good. The dam to the north of the town has burst. The villages up north have all been flooded. This news hit Luo village like a thunderclap. The villagers gathered in the threshing yard, each face looking graver than the last. Aunt Li covered her face and cried, Zhang village to the north, my maternal family is there. What are we going to do? Old Wang squatted on the ground, tapping his smoking pipe and sighing. This rain is too ominous. If the dam can collapse, our village isn't far from the river. We must not suffer the same fate. Luo He's face was so dark it seemed to drip water. He pulled Luo Yenzhou home, walking hurriedly. It's not just about worrying about flooding. Don't you remember the last time the West Dam burst? The officials will definitely conscript laborers to repair the dam, and every household will have to send someone. This reminder made Chuantao's face turn pale. She chased after Luo He, asking, Last time when the West Dam burst, the village forcibly conscripted 30 young men, and you were taken too. You came back looking so thin, and several others were injured. If they conscript again this time, what will we do? Luo Jin sat indoors hearing this. He also sighed. Last time, to keep He from going to the hardest labor team, I took 2 taels of silver from home and negotiated with the clerk in charge of conscription, and only then did he let him go to logistics, just moving stones and handing tools. Even then he came back with blisters on his hands, and some were injured by stones still not fully recovered now. As they spoke, hoofbeats approached the village along with the shouts of government clerks. Villagers of Luo village, listen. By order of the county magistrate, due to the dam burst, laborers are needed to repair the dam. All men aged 15 to 50, at least one from each household, must report to the east of the town within 3 days. Any absence will not be tolerated. As soon as the announcement finished, the village erupted. Some cried, some cursed, but no one dared to resist. Luo He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, saying, I'll go. I'm the only able-bodied man at home. We can't have Yenzhou go, he's still young, and we can't let your grandfather go, his legs are weak. Chuntao grabbed his hand, tears rolling down her cheeks. If you go, how can I feel at ease with Yenzhou and your father at home? When you went last time, I couldn't sleep at night fearing for your safety. Luo Jin trembled as he took a cloth pouch from a wooden box at the head of the bed. Opening it revealed just over a tael of silver. Last time I spent 2 taels, this time I'm not sure if this is enough. He sighed. Chuntao quickly rummaged through their belongings, pulling out 11 taels of silver from under the bed and handing it to Luo Jin. Take this too, a money can make difficult situations easier. Dad, you have experience in this. Don't rush, people are greedy. If I take out so much money at once and someone sees it, our family might get into trouble. Let's keep the money at home, and I'll take it when I come back. Luo he looked at his family busy preparing for him, feeling both sour and warm inside. He patted Chuantao's hand. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. We got through it last time, this time will be no different. Once I finish repairing the dam and return, we'll tidy up the fields and plant more crops. Every household in the village sent someone to the Luo family. This one brought 10 coins, that one brought a few pancakes, counting on He to take care of their men. Early the next morning, He packed his belongings, just one change of clothes, and the pancakes Chuntao made for him. Luo Jin followed He as they left. Luo Yanzhou and Chuntao saw them off at the village entrance, with Chuntao repeatedly reminding, when you get there, don't get into conflicts with anyone, eat well, stay safe, or we'll wait for you to return at home. He nodded without speaking and turned to follow Luo Jin. He walked heavily towards the assembly point in the east of the town, carrying only a simple bundle. Luo Jin, on the other hand, strolled slowly along the dirt road of the town with a cloth bag in hand. Inside were a few silver coins and some copper coins, his eyes scanning around, hoping to find someone familiar to gather information. The rain in the town had not yet stopped. The road was pockmarked and filled with puddles, splattering mud all over his pant legs. Luo Jin approached a familiar grocery store where the shopkeeper was busy calculating accounts behind the counter. Upon seeing him enter, he hurriedly greeted Master Luo. Why are you out on such a rainy day? What do you want to buy? Luo Jin leaned closer to the counter, lowering his voice. Shopkeeper, Li, I want to ask you something. Who is in charge of the dam repair this time? My son here has been conscripted, and I want to know the situation. Shopkeeper Li sighed, putting down his abacus. Don't mention it. The flood in Jinzhou this time was severe, with breaches everywhere. They sent the water department's official Zhou Qi down to conscript laborers from various places for the dam repairs. Our town is all right. We are only repairing the riverbank to the north, so there's no need to go far. Luo Jin breathed a sigh of relief and asked who is managing this matter in the town. The county magistrate is personally overseeing it. Below him, there are the county constable and the county assistant handling the specifics. Shopkeeper Li glanced around, lowering his voice even further. The able men from your Luo family village are under Lin Yu's management. Originally, it was supposed to be handled by Constable Zhang Lin, but Lin Yu asked his sister, who is the wife of County Constable Luo Zhe, to take over the task. Lin Yu. Luo Jin's face turned pale, and he clenched the cloth bag tightly in his hand. Is he the one who has been bullying others in the nearby towns? Indeed. Shopkeeper Li nodded. This person appears cheerful, but he is insidious and vicious, and his methods are quite unsightly. Last time, someone from the neighboring village did not provide him with tribute, and he deliberately sent that person to the most dangerous section of the dam to carry sandbags, nearly getting swept away by the flood. Now that he has taken this job, he's likely to gain quite a bit. Luo Jin's heart sank and his brows furrowed. It seems this time we will have to bleed heavily. I only brought a few silver coins, and it's probably not enough. Indeed. Shopkeeper Li sighed. This person isn't greedy for the pleasures of young masters. He only craves silver and benefits. If you don't give him enough Luo, he will definitely suffer. You should think of a way to gather more, even if you have to let your He do some moving of things at the back. It's better than sending him to the front lines. Luo Jin thanked Shopkeeper Li and walked towards the assembly point, feeling significantly lighter on his feet. Lin Yu is a smiling tiger, but he cannot be offended. However, he is greedy. If he were a strict and unyielding person, it would truly be a headache. It is not the greed that is feared, but the inability to be swayed by hard or soft tactics. At the assembly point, He was standing among a group of able men already soaked by the rain. Luo Jin walked over, pulled him aside, and quietly relayed the information he had gathered. After hearing this, He's expression also darkened. Lin Yu. I've seen this person, his heart is very dark. It seems this time we won't be able to avoid spending money. Indeed, Luo Jin sighed, handing the cloth bag to He, you keep this for now. I will confront this bully. He took the cloth bag, grasping it tightly in his hand, and nodded. Father, if Lin Yu is too greedy, then this money will just be like throwing meat buns to a dog. His safety is more important. Just then a sound of hoofbeats approached from afar, and a man dressed in satin rode over, followed by 2 attendants. The man had a smile on his face, but his eyes were sharp. This was Lin Yu. He quickly pointed at Lin Yu. He's here. You should go over now. Remember to speak softly. Luo Jin took a deep breath and walked towards Lin Yu. The rain continued to fall as he stood in place, watching his father's back, his heart filled with worry. I hope this time it goes smoothly. Luo Jin took out the silver coins and half coins he had hidden in his chest. The silver was loose, wrapped in red paper, while the copper coins were strung together, digging painfully into his palm. He repeatedly squeezed this last bit of family savings, his knuckles turning white, then untied the string of copper coins, letting them scatter in his hand. Looking up, he saw Lin Yu surrounded by 2 attendants striding towards the nearby thatched cottage, his satin clothes glistening in the rain, and he thought to himself, I need to first open the door for him. The 2 thugs at the door wore gray short jackets and had gleaming short blades at their waists. Their faces were rough, and they were glancing sideways at the line of laborers, occasionally kicking those who got too close. Luo Jin approached, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, quietly taking out 50 coins from his pocket, shielding it with his sleeve, and slipped it into the hand of the thug on the left. Brothers, thank you for your hard work on such a rainy day. This small amount of money is for you to buy a cup of hot tea to warm yourselves. The thug weighed the copper coins in his hand, and after a couple of clinks, the flesh on his face relaxed a bit. He looked Luo Jin up and down with squinted eyes. Who are you? What do you want? I am Luo, He's father from Luo family village. Luo Jin bent over, his voice low, like a mosquito. My son here has just been conscripted. He is young and inexperienced. I hope you two can take care of him and allow me to speak with Master Lin. The thug on the right scoffed, spitting into the mud. Want to see Master Lin? Go to the back of the line. Can't you see how many people are waiting? The thug who had taken the money kicked him and waved his hand at Luo Jin. All right, I'll let you know later, but whether it works out depends on your luck. Luo Jin hurriedly nodded and bowed in thanks, but his heart sank. 50 coins just for a notification. If the henchmen were this greedy, how much more would Lin Yu demand? He gritted his teeth and took out another 10 coins from his left pocket, dividing them into two and slipping them over. Please, I beg you two to take care of this. The two thugs accepted the money, their expressions improving slightly. The one on the left leaned against the doorframe and said nothing more. Before long, the thug waved at Luo. Jin, you can go in now. Master Lin is waiting for you inside. Don't talk too much. Luo Jin took a deep breath, lifted the door curtain, and walked into the thatched cottage. A sickly sweet incense wafted inside, overpowering the musty smell from outside. Lin Yu was sitting on a chair with a leg missing, resting on a satin cushion, holding a white porcelain teacup, leisurely blowing on the steam, with tea stains still on the rim of the cup. He glanced at Luo Jin, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were as sharp as ice shards. You are from Luo family village. What do you want from me? Luo Jin quickly bowed, holding the one tael of silver and the remaining copper coins high, his arms trembling. Master Lin, my son here is young and has never done heavy work like carrying sandbags or tamping earth. This time he has come to repair the dam, and I hope you can take care of him. This little token of appreciation is not much, but please accept it. Lin Yu glanced at the silver, did not even lift his hand, but instead put down the teacup, tapping his fingers on the table slowly. Oh, take care? How do you plan to take care of him? Do you want him to avoid carrying sandbags at the front, or do you want him to hide in the back courtyard to stoke the fire? Yes. Luo Jin hurriedly nodded, nearly bowing his head to his chest. If he could go to the back courtyard to move some things or stoke the fire, I would be extremely grateful, and I promise not to trouble the master. My son is quite capable. Lin Yu suddenly scoffed, his voice sharp as if pinching his throat. Moving things. Stoking the fire. Do you know how many people are trying to use connections to get this job? You think one tael of silver will get me to nod my head? Do you think I got this job for free from the county constable? Luo Jin's heart tightened, sweat mixing with rainwater trickled down his forehead. Master, my family is truly in a difficult situation. This one tael of silver is all we have left. Please have mercy and take it easy on us. Difficult. Lin Yu's expression darkened abruptly, and he slammed the table, causing the teacup to tremble. Who isn't in difficulty? All the able men in the county are here to repair the dam, and your family is the only one struggling. Let me tell you, if you want your son to go to the back courtyard, it will cost at least 3 taels of silver. 1 cent less, and he will have to go to the most dangerous section to carry sandbags, and he can forget about resting at night when the water rises. 3 taels. Luo Jin was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground, but fortunately, he managed to hold onto the table leg. Master, my family truly cannot come up with that much. I had to sell my family's grain just to gather 1 tael. Lin Yu coldly laughed and shouted towards the door. Come here. Take Luo-He to the front dam. Let him learn how to carry sandbags properly and experience being swept away by the flood. The thug outside immediately responded. Bang. He opened the door and was about to head out. Luo Jin panicked, scrambling forward, grabbing the hem of Lin Yu's clothing, tears nearly falling. Master. No. I'll give it. Please don't let my son go to the front lines. He gasped for breath and hurriedly said, I'll gather it at home. 3 days. Within 3 days I will definitely bring 3 taels of silver. Please, master, let my son go to the back courtyard. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, pushing Luo Jin's hand away with a finger, wiping it on his clothes as if it were dirty. 3 days. I'll give you 1 day. If I don't see the silver after a day, not only will your son go to the front, but I will also have him carry sandbags down to the river to block the breach. Yes. Luo Jin hurriedly nodded, his face streaked with tears and rain. I will definitely gather it. Absolutely. I won't let the master down. Lin Yu waved his hand as if he were swatting away flies. Get lost. Let your son report to the back courtyard. Don't stand here and be an eyesore. Luo Jin stumbled out of the thatched cottage, the rain still falling icy cold against his face. He walked over to Luo, he first glancing around to see if anyone was paying attention, then pulled Luo-He's arm and lowered his voice, his expression changing from earlier sympathy to a clenched jaw, scolding that Lin Yu is a bastard, greedy and shameless. He opened his mouth to demand 3 taels. If I hadn't acted a bit, that bastard would have likely cleaned us out. Luo, he was taken aback and quickly asked, Father, is that bastard not asking too much? Luo Jin patted his arm, lowering his voice. He is here to take advantage. If he asks for too much, and we can't provide it, he would have come for nothing. I will go back to get it. You stay in the back courtyard and behave, don't cause trouble. Once I bring the silver, everything will be fine. Luo, he nodded. Do you see the wooden door over there? Go in through there. If anyone asks, just say 3 taels. I will head back now. Watching his father's figure disappear into the rain, Luo, he felt a mix of sourness and anger. When Luo Jin ran home panting, the rain had not stopped, and his whole body was covered in mud. Chun Tao hurriedly approached. Father, why are you back so early? How is He doing over there? Luo Jin didn't have time to wipe his face, walking into the house, lowering his voice. Don't mention it. That bastard Lin Yu is demanding 3 taels. Quickly take out 2 taels from the family savings. Chun Tao's face turned pale, and she hurriedly lifted the bedboard, taking out 2 taels from the wooden box. Father, should we bring more? Chun Tao was somewhat worried. 2 taels is enough. That Lin Yu bastard is a glutton who won't spare a bone. If he sees more, he could tear our family apart. Luo Jin took the silver, then grabbed some dried meat from the kitchen. Take this for here. He won't be able to eat well over there. Saying this, he pulled out a tattered garment to change into, patched up and full of holes. Wang Shi frowned. Why wear something so torn? It seems that Lin Yu enjoys seeing others in a pitiful state. The more ragged I look, the more satisfied. He will be saving me from further trouble. Luo Jin tightened his belt and was about to head out when Luo Yinzhou rushed over, holding a sickle. Grandfather, I want to go with you. I will bring the wolf pack. If anything happens, I can help. Luo Jin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, but once we get outside the town, you must take the wolves and hide in the forest. Don't let anyone see you. The two of them walked through the rain towards the town, with Luo Yinzhou letting Bai Yin lead the wolf pack to follow behind, keeping a distance. When they reached the edge of the town, Luo Yinzhou stopped. Grandfather, I will wait for you here. After saying this, Luo Yinzhou took out a bone whistle from his pocket and handed it to his grandfather. Grandfather, if you encounter danger, blow this whistle, and the wolf pack will come to rescue you quickly. Luo Jin nodded in agreement, tightly clutching the silver and dried meat, slowly making his way to the assembly point. The thatched cottage at the assembly point was still lit, and 2 thugs were huddled at the door, trying to avoid the rain. When they saw Luo Jin approaching, they immediately opened their eyes wide. What do you want? Coming here to cause trouble at midnight? Luo Jin quickly took out the dried meat and handed each of them a small piece. Brothers, it's me, Luo, He's father. I came during the day. This is a little something for you two to warm yourselves. The 2 thugs held the dried meat, sniffing its aroma, and immediately grinned like thieves. Now that's more like it. Let me go inform him. While they took a sip of water, the thinner thug quickly walked out, waved at Luo Jin, and then started chewing on the dried meat in his hand. Luo Jin bent down and entered the room. Lin Yu was lying on a chair, dozing off. Hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes and saw Luo Jin, who was dressed in rags, his face pale and trembling all over. Luo Jin had done that on purpose, but he was cursing in his heart. Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile. Have you gathered the silver? Luo Jin quickly took out 3 taels of silver, holding it high with both hands, his voice trembling. I have gathered it, master, please count it. Lin Yu took the silver, weighed it, and then glanced at Luo Jin's tattered clothes, his eyes filled with smug satisfaction. Good for you for being sensible. If you dare to play tricks, your son will be waiting to carry sandbags down to the river. Look at you in such a pitiful state. Managing to gather the silver is not easy. You can leave now. Don't be an eyesore here. Luo Jin hurriedly nodded, bowing as he retreated, but he let out a sigh of relief. At least he was no longer being difficult. Seeing Luo Jin come out, the 2 thugs didn't even lift their heads, continuing to chew on the dried meat in their hands. Luo Jin asked them for directions. He circled around to the back courtyard, where the laborers were all squeezed into the grass shed, sleeping, the sound of snoring shaking the heavens. Luo Jin quickly spotted his son. Luo Jin tiptoed over and nudged Luo. He here, wake up. Rubbing his eyes, Luo, he sat up, and seeing his father, quickly lowered his voice. Father, why are you here? The silver. I gave it. Luo Jin stuffed the dried meat into his hand. Hurry and eat some. Don't let anyone see. Stay well here. I've already arranged everything. Once the dam is repaired, we will go home. Here, make sure to be careful. Luo Jin patted his shoulder, not saying much more, and turned to walk out. Not long after leaving the town, Luo Yinzhou rushed out from the forest, holding the previously patched up garment. Grandfather, quickly change. Don't catch a cold. Luo Jin took the clothes and put them on. Bai Yin quietly followed with the wolf pack, nudging his leg with his head. The grandfather and grandson walked home with the wolf pack. The rain was still falling, but the stone in Luo Jin's heart finally settled. In a place where Luo Jin could not see, Luo Yinzhou turned his hand behind his back. Soon the deputy leader Little Gray led several wolves away from the pack, returning to the forest, standing on the mountain staring at the town. As dawn broke, the open ground to the east of the town was crowded with people. Strong men from all 23 villages in the county had finally gathered, standing in a dark mass, their heads drooping. Each person carried a coarse cloth bundle on their backs. Some contained a change of clothes, while others were wrapped around 2 hard buns, all wearing faces filled with worry. No one spoke. Only the sound of raindrops pattering against the bamboo hats could be heard. Lin Yu rode a horse donned in a royal blue satin coat, holding a riding whip in his hand, followed by 4 thugs, each with a knife tucked into their waist and a brutish look on their faces. He tightened the reins, the whip cracking loudly against the ground, splattering mud. "Stop dawdling. Line up quickly. Those who haven't submitted their goods stand on the left, and those who have stand on the right. Hurry up. Come with me to He Ping Ba. If you're late, my whip won't recognize anyone." The men dared not delay and quickly lined up, trembling. Luo He blended into the crowd, clutching the hem of his clothing, feeling anxious. His father had sent him 3 taels of silver in the middle of the night yesterday, although he was assigned to the back. However, thinking of Lin Ye's treacherous nature, he felt that this sense of security was only temporary. The line slowly moved toward He Ping Ba. The rain continued to fall, and the mud puddles on the ground grew deeper each step, making a squelching sound with his pants already splattered with mud. After walking for almost an hour, seeing the shadow of He Ping Ba in the distance, Luo He's heart skipped a beat and his steps slowed. What once was a neat dam now had holes everywhere. The largest gap was wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, with muddy floodwaters rushing into the dam, shaking its foundation. The soil at the riverbank was soaked and mushy, stepping on it could sink to the calves, and several trees nearby were leaning at odd angles. "Oh my goodness! What happened to the dam?" Wang Er beside him couldn't help but mutter, his eyes wide, almost dropping the bundle in his hands. "Just 2 days ago I heard someone say it was only water overflowing. How did it get destroyed so quickly?" Luo He remained silent, his brow furrowed, his throat tightening. This situation was not about repairing the dam, it was more like risking their lives. As they reached the dam's edge, several overseers came running with whips, their whips still muddy, shouting at the strong men, "What are you all standing around for? Are you blind? Can't you see the dam is leaking? Hurry and carry sandbags. Anyone who dares to slack off will be whipped to crawl." As soon as he finished speaking, a whip cracked pop against the back of a tall, skinny, strong man who cried out in pain, his shirt instantly torn, blood seeping out. He dared not shout in pain, quickly running to the sandbag pile, tears mingling with the rain. "You, and you, go block that small gap over there." An overseer with a bushy beard pointed at Luo He and several strong men, his voice booming like thunder. Just as Luo He was about to take a step, he saw Lin Ye's henchman Ma Lao Er walking over. This man had collected meat jerky from his father yesterday, now picking his teeth and waving his hand at the overseer. "What are you shouting for? These guys are from the backyard. Go move tools, no need to carry sandbags." The bushy-bearded overseer was taken aback, looked at Ma Lao Er, then glanced at Lin Yu riding not far away, and immediately put on a smile. "Oh, I must have been blind. Please don't take offense, they should hurry and move the tools, don't delay anything." Luo He breathed a sigh of relief, sweating on his back, quickly following Ma Lao Er to the back. Luo Erju followed him, leaning close to whisper, "Higu, you are lucky not having to carry sandbags. Look over there, someone just got hit by a sandbag on the leg." Luo He followed his pointing direction and saw a short, stout, strong man carrying a sandbag walking toward the dam. His foot slipped, and the sandbag fell to the ground with a thud, landing directly on his right leg. The strong man rolled on the ground, clutching his leg in pain, his face pale, but the overseer continued to whip his backside. "Useless. Can't even carry a sandbag, what use are you? Get up and get to work, or he'll throw you into the flood to feed the fish." Luo Erju shrank his neck in fear, leaning closer to Luo He. Luo He said nothing, his fists clenched, knuckles turning white. He knew that if his father hadn't slipped him those 3 taels of silver, he would be suffering like that strong man being whipped on the dam. Following Ma Lao Er to the work area, there were piles of shovels, hose, and some hemp ropes used for repairing the dam, all rusty. Ma Lao Er kicked a nearby hoe, shouting at them, "Move these tools to the work shed by the dam, be gentle. Don't break anything, these are all counted, if you lose them you can't afford it." Ma Lao Er pointed to a pile of tools that looked like a small mountain. Luo Erju and the second team, "See those items over there? Hurry and move them over." "Sir, we're on it right away." Luo He and several strong men nodded, quickly bending down to pick up the shovels, which were polished to a shine, clearly having been used for years. Seeing the tools piled up, which were several times more than what Luo Erju and the others had, they didn't dare complain and hurriedly moved the items. After just 2 trips, they heard heart-wrenching screams from the dam. Luo He looked up to see a strong man carrying a sandbag by the dam. The ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, and he fell into the flood with a thud, the sandbag sinking with him. The overseers on the bank just stood watching, and someone even laughed, saying, "Serves him right." Didn't watch where he was going. Soon that strong man was swept away by the flood, leaving no trace behind, only the murky water still splashing. "You over there, come quickly, or we have a few injured here." An overseer called out to the still inexperienced strong man. "Oh my God!" Luo turned pale with fright, the shovel in his hand clattering to the ground, the sound echoing starkly in the rain. He felt his heart tighten, quickly picking up the shovel and handing it to Luo, lowering his voice. "Don't get distracted, hurry, and finish moving. Let's stay away from those overseers, the farther the better." They worked until noon, the rain getting heavier. He and Luo finally completed moving the tools and sat on a pile of grass beside the work shed to catch their breath. He pulled out the jerky from his pocket. This was what his father had given him last night, wrapped in oil paper and still warm. He tore off a small piece and handed it to Luo. "Eat this, it will replenish your strength. We still have work to do this afternoon." Luo took the jerky, bit off a small piece, his eyes reddening, his voice hoarse. "Thank you. If it weren't for your family taking the villagers up the mountain to hunt, life in the village wouldn't be getting better, and there wouldn't be any money for bribes." This time none from Luo village were called up to the dam right away. Though they couldn't sort things out like Luo's family, they at least managed to get some arrangements so they wouldn't have to go to the dangerous spots. He patted his shoulder side. "Don't think too much, just work hard. As long as we survive, we can endure. Once the dam is fixed, we can go home." Just then Lin Yu came over with Ma Lao and several henchmen. He quickly stood up, lowered his head, staring at his shoe tips. He didn't want to attract Lin Yu's attention. Avoiding trouble was better. Lin Yu glanced at him, said nothing, but instructed Ma Lao, "Have them move more tools over tonight. We need to speed up the progress. The county magistrate is coming to inspect tomorrow. Don't let anything go wrong." Ma Lao nodded eagerly. "Understood, sir. I will ensure it's done, and you won't be embarrassed." Watching Lin Yu ride away, the mud splattering from the horse's rear, he finally let out a sigh of relief. His back was already drenched in sweat. Before it was fully light, a strange smell wafted over He Ping Ba, a mix of blood, muddy water, and the strong men's sweat clinging to the damp air, making every breath feel suffocating. He shrank his neck, wrapping his tattered raincoat tighter. Just as he was carrying a bundle of hemp rope toward the work shed, a dull thud echoed from the dam, followed by Overseer He Shung scolding, "Are you blind? Can't even hold onto a sandbag? What use are you, worthless?" He quickly looked up at the dam, seeing a strong man in gray shorts wobbling at the dam's edge, losing grip on the sandbag, tumbling into the flood below. The murky waters wrapped around him, instantly sweeping him 2 zhang away. The man's hands flailed above the surface for a moment before he disappeared. "Help! Throw a board." Luo beside him was anxious, stomping his feet, reaching for a nearby pile of wood. The old strong man zhang beside Luo sighed and pulled him back. "What are you saving? This is the 8th day. 10 have been swept away in the river. Only 3 or 4 survived, and they all ended up with broken arms and legs. The rest have long disappeared downstream, not a trace left to be found." He felt a heavy weight in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he saw 3 strong men carrying a long board running toward the riverbank. But the person who fell in had long since vanished. The board was tossed into the water, only spinning in the flood, failing to catch even a corner of clothing. He Shung stood on the dam, cursing the river as he looked, then turned and raised his whip, shouting at the other strong men, "What are you all standing around for? Can't you see someone is missing? Hurry up and work. If you dawdle, you'll go down to feed the fish too." The strong men were terrified, quickly lowering their heads, hastening their work. He had just placed the hemp rope in the corner of the work shed when Ma Lao's voice boomed. "Luo, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry over to the sandbag pile and pass the sandbags. The dam still needs them." Ma Lao was Lin Yu's most effective henchman, a scar running from the corner of his eye to his mouth, looking intimidating, and he never let go of his whip. He dared not delay, quickly running toward the sandbag pile. Over the past few days, the dam had gradually taken shape. The largest gap had been blocked with sandbags and stones, but small leaks continued to appear, and many people still got hurt daily. Some were hit by stones while carrying sandbags, rolling in pain. Others strained their backs while bending over, groaning. And some were whipped by the overseers for being slow, their backs covered in blood, shirts soaked through. "Higa, look over there. Why has the second team come up too?" Just as he squatted down to lift a sandbag, Wang Li leaned in, whispering and pointing not far away. Wang Li was a young man from a neighboring village, his family better off than most, wearing less patched clothing, and he had previously bribed some silver, as well, like he being assigned to the logistics and not needing to directly carry sandbags on the dam. Luo was leading 5 strong men up the dam, each face showing reluctance, with Luo's back noticeably more bent than usual. From Luo village, though they had previously managed to bribe Lin Yu to secure a relatively easy second team position responsible for organizing the sandbag piles, and not having to face the floods directly, they were now unexpectedly assigned to carry sandbags. Luo-He was puzzled. What's going on? Didn't the second team say they wouldn't have to go up the dam? Why have they been pulled over too? Ma Lao-Er happened to pass by, overhearing their conversation, chuckled, snapping his whip in his palm. What's going on? Isn't it because there are too many injured people and not enough hands? Even if you have connections, you still have to step up. Oh, we can't let the dam that was just repaired collapse again, can we? The county magistrate came to inspect yesterday. If anything goes wrong, Lord Lin will hold us accountable, and no one can bear that. Luo-Er Zhu just happened to walk by, hearing Ma Lao-Er's words with a bitter face, sighed. This money is well spent. This task of organizing sandbags is much easier than carrying them, and the dam isn't as dangerous as it was when we first came. Luo-He patted his shoulder, handing him a sandbag. I've seen several people fall off. Oh, we are only passing sandbags at the dam's edge, not directly blocking those leaks. Didn't you see those blocking the leaks? They're standing by the dam's edge right above the flood. If they lose their footing, they'll fall in too. Luo-Er Zhu took the sandbag and passed it up to the dam, mumbling. That's all we can think. I hope these hard days end sooner. I have a wife and children waiting for me at home. If something happens to me, how will they live? Just as he was speaking, a scream pierced the air. Luo-He looked up to see a strong man fall from the dam, the sandbag crashing to the ground, spilling soil everywhere. The strong man clutched his left arm, groaning on the ground, his face, pale beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. He Sheng rushed over, raising his whip to strike, but Ma Lao-Er happened to pass by and blocked him. Don't hit him, can't you see his arm is broken? Hitting him won't help, or we'll still have to carry him away to rest. It's a waste of effort. He Sheng spat and withdrew his whip, shouting at two nearby strong men. You two carry him to the grass shed nearby. I don't let him block the way here. The two strong men hurried over, carefully lifting the injured one toward the grass shed, the injured man gasping in pain, but too afraid to cry out. On this dam, an overseer's word was law. Oh, anyone who dared to argue would only earn more lashes. When will these days end? Wang Li rubbed his aching arm, whispering to Luo. His sleeves rolled up, showing red marks from where he had been scraped by the edge of a sandbag while passing them. Luo-He looked up at the sky. The heavy rain had turned into a drizzle, the raindrops cool against his face, and the distant sky seemed slightly brighter than before. He pointed at the dam body. It's getting better. Look how solid it's become compared to before, and there are fewer small leaks than in the past 2 days. Once this rain stops, we should be able to finish it. Then we can go home. Wang Li nodded, picking up another sandbag to pass it up to the dam. Let's hope so. My parents are waiting for me at home. My mother isn't well. When I left, she specifically gave me 2 boiled eggs. Now I wonder if she's been eating well at home. Luo-He felt a wave of concern rising within him. Wondering how things were at home, whether Chun Tao remembered to eat on time, if Yan Zhou was taking good care of his parents, and if his father's leg was hurting more because of the rain. Just as he was thinking, Ma Lao-Er's voice came again. Luo-He, Wang Li, and you guys, quit dawdling down there. We need you up on the dam to pass sandbags. Move quickly. Luo-He and Wang Li exchanged glances and hurried up to the dam. Fortunately, Ma Lao-Er still had a bit of conscience. The positions he assigned them were relatively safer in the middle of the dam, with the ground beneath them compacted, unlikely to sink, and there were 2 wooden stakes to hold onto, much safer than the dam's edge. Luo-Er Zhu was also assigned to this side. Seeing Luo-He, he smiled bitterly. Looks like the bribe only got us a slightly safer position. It's impossible to have an easy time here. Luo-He took the empty sandbag passed down from above, handed it to the person next to him to fill with dirt, saying, having a safe place is already good. Oh, look at those people by the dam, right next to the flood. I just saw someone nearly fall off, but someone next to him pulled him back, just in time. Just then they heard the sound of hooves approaching, and Luo-He looked up to see Lin Yu riding this way, followed by 2 attendants. Lin Yu, dressed in new satin clothes, stood out starkly compared to the ragged clothing of the strong men. He reined in his horse, assessed the situation on the dam, and shouted at Ma Lao-Er, get them to move faster. The county magistrate is coming to inspect tomorrow. Aim to finish it the day after. Don't waste time. Ma Lao-Er hurriedly nodded and bowed. Understood, Lord Lin. I will urge them right away. Lin Yu said nothing more, riding his horse to the other end of the dam, passing by the grass shed, without even glancing at the injured strong men, as if they were merely stones by the roadside. Bah! What a piece of work. Luo-Er Zhu spat at Lin Yu's departing figure, muttering angrily. He takes our silver dresses splendidly, but lets us suffer here. Retribution will come. Luo-He quickly tugged at his sleeve. Don't speak carelessly, and be careful not to be overheard. Oh, otherwise you'll end up getting whipped again. Luo-Er Zhu pouted, but remained silent, his work speed increasing. The sun gradually rose overhead, the drizzle still falling, and the strong men finally looked forward to mealtime. The overseers brought over a basket of black hard buns and a large bucket of cold water. The strong men gathered around, each receiving a bun, swallowing it down with the cold water. The buns were dry and hard mixed with sand, and biting into one could hurt the teeth, but no one dared waste it. This was the only proper meal of the day, or if they didn't eat, they wouldn't have the strength to work in the afternoon. He pulled out the cloth bundle from his pocket, which still had a little jerky left. This was what his father had sent last time, and he had been saving it. He divided the jerky into 3 portions, keeping one for himself, handing one to Zhu, and keeping the smallest piece. Take this, eat it with the bun, it will give you some strength. Zhu was taken aback, quickly waving his hand. He no need you keep it for yourself. Take it, He insisted, stuffing the jerky into his hand. When working here, every bite counts, otherwise you won't hold up in the afternoon. We're all from the same village, if we help each other we can get through this. Zhu's eyes turned red as he took the jerky and bit into it. Thank you. When we go back, he'll definitely have my wife cook you a good meal. He smiled, said nothing, and bit into the bun, slowly chewing on it with the jerky. The rain continued to fall, and the sound of water on the dam still echoed, but looking at the jerky in his hand, and listening to the words of those around him, he felt a warmth in his heart. During these bitter days, this mutual support was like a glimmer of light in the darkness, allowing one to endure a little longer. After finishing the buns and resting for barely a moment, Lao Er's whip rose again. No more resting. Get to work. Before dark we must block the remaining small leaks. The strong men hurriedly stood up, brushing the dirt off their hands, and walked to their respective positions. The rain finally stopped. Just as dawn broke, the eastern sky began to show a hint of gray light. He, wrapped in a tattered raincoat, huddled in a pile of grass, dozing off. Suddenly, he heard someone on the dam shouting at the top of their lungs, "The water has receded. The water has receded. Come and take a look." He scrambled up, not bothering to put on his grass shoes that exposed his toes, and ran barefoot towards the dam. His feet sank into the muddy ground that had just dried from the water, chilling him to the bone, but it couldn't stop his pace. When he reached the edge of the dam, his eyes lit up. Previously murky floodwaters that had risen to the waist of the dam had receded significantly, exposing the dark, muddy ground beneath. Look, the dam we built really held back the water. Wang Li ran over with his grass shoes in hand, pointing excitedly at the dam body, his voice trembling slightly. He squinted and took a close look. The completed dam was tall and wide, layers of sandbags piled on top of one another, with stones embedded tightly in the gaps, blocking even the small leaks that used to seep water. He reached out and touched the sandbags on the dam, still slightly damp, feeling their firmness under his fingertips. The stone that had been hanging in his heart for over 10 days finally fell with a thud. After all this time, we finally finished the dam. Don't just stand there. Ma Lauer's voice came from the other side of the dam, the whip in his hand resting on his arm, instead of being raised high, as before, his tone significantly gentler. Let's check one last time. If you find any leaks, patch them up quickly. Don't wait for the water to rise again and cause trouble. The crowd immediately dispersed, lining up along the dam to check carefully. He formed a group, with Wang Li and Zhu walking from the east end of the dam to the west. Zhu held a wooden stick, occasionally poking at the gaps in the dam. Wang Li bent down, watching the ground for signs of water seepage, while he looked up at the top of the dam, afraid of loose sandbags. When they reached the middle of the dam, Zhu suddenly stopped and pointed to a spot, shouting, "Look! It seems there's a bit of seepage here." He hurried over and saw that a thin stream of water was seeping out from the gaps between the sandbags and the dam. Though not much, it was not to be ignored. He quickly shouted to a nearby youth, "Old Zhang, Oldly, come help. There's a leak here." The two immediately ran over, carrying sandbags. He took the sandbags and carefully stuffed them into the gap. Wang Li used a shovel to fill the surrounding soil around the sandbags, and Zhu pressed the sandbags down with a wooden stick. After working hard for a while, the seepage finally stopped. Wang Li clapped the mud off his hands, saying, "This should be fine now. Once the soil dries, it will be even more solid." By the time everyone finished checking, the sun had risen overhead, casting golden rays onto the dam, warming it up. In the distance, the sound of hooves was heard. He looked up and saw Lin Yu riding a chestnut horse, followed by County Lieutenant Zhe and the county magistrate, with several small officials in official attire trailing behind. Zhe reined in his horse, nodding at the dam, his tone tinged with satisfaction. "Not bad, we finally fixed the dam, and it wasn't a waste of all this manpower and resources." Lin Yu quickly dismounted, a smile on his face bending slightly as he said, "It's all thanks to the leadership of the adults. They came to inspect every day, acted decisively, and with the brothers working hard, we managed to finish it so quickly." He stood among the crowd, watching them flatter each other, but he felt no stirring in his heart. His mind was entirely on going home. It had been almost 10 days since he last saw Chun Tao, Yan Tao, and his parents, and he wondered if the wheat at home had gotten wet. Before long, Ma Lauer came over with his whip and cleared his throat, announcing, "Listen up. The dam is finished. The county lieutenant said that tomorrow morning everyone can go home. Tonight make more porridge in the backyard and steam 2 baskets of steamed buns so everyone can rest well tonight. As soon as he said this, the laborers cheered, some clapping and jumping, while others were so excited they shed tears. Luo grabbed Luo, his arm, his voice trembling slightly. He go, "Tomorrow we can go back to the village. I need to hurry back and see my wife and kids. I wonder if the kids miss me." Luo, he nodded with a smile, his eyes slightly moist. "Yes, I want to go back quickly and see how things are at home." That night, the aroma of porridge wafted through the grass shed in the backyard. The laborers gathered around a large iron pot, each holding a coarse porcelain bowl filled with hot porridge along with a steamed bun. Though there was no meat, it was far better than the buns mixed with sand they had before. Everyone squatted on the ground eating while chatting. Wang Li took a bite of the bun and said mumblingly, "The first thing I'll do when I get home is bow to my mother. She must have worried about me every day at home and might have gone to the village entrance to look for me every single day." Luo sipped his porridge, sighing, "I want my wife to make me a bowl of egg noodles. I've only been eating steamed buns for the past 10 days. My mouth is almost tired of them. I need a good supplement." While drinking porridge, he also planned in his heart, "First, he'll help my father massage his legs, then help Chun Tao turn over the wheat in the yard to dry. If Yin Zhou has gone to the mountains, he'll go to the forest to fetch him and tell him not to tire himself too much." After dinner, the laborers lay in the grass shed, but did not fall asleep immediately as before. Some chatted about family matters, others hummed village tunes, while others stared at the moon outside in a daze. He leaned against the pile of grass, gazing at the round moon in the sky, filled with anticipation. Tomorrow he would be able to go home. The next morning before dawn, the grass shed became lively. People fumbled in the dark to pack their bundles, some neatly folded their clothes and stuffed them into cloth bags, while others tucked unfinished steamed buns into their clothes, and some bid farewell to each other. He carried his bundle, which only contained a clean short outfit, and walked over to Wang Li and Luo Erju. "Erju, if we get separated on the way, let's wait under the old locust tree at the entrance of Luo village." Luo Erju nodded, saying, "Sure. We can have a good chat then." Once everyone finished packing, Ma Lauer led the group out of the village. The procession was grand, and the laborers' steps were much lighter than when they came, with some even humming a tune. The sun climbed overhead, warming their backs, and the wind carried a hint of floral fragrance. He squinted ahead and finally saw the old locust tree at the entrance of Luo village. The branches were still adorned with the leftover red ribbons from last year's New Year celebrations, their colors faded, gently swaying in the wind as if greeting him. After working for so many days, the grass shoes on his feet had worn through, exposing his toes, which were sore and muddy. Carrying sandbags had also been exhausting, and now lifting his arms made them ache. After walking for about an hour, upon seeing the bustling figures at the village entrance and hearing familiar village accents, the fatigue in his whole body seemed to be blown away by the wind. "Our village is on the way. You go when we reach Wang family village. I'll bid you farewell then." Wang Li patted Luo on the shoulder, pointing to the road ahead. Luo family village was just behind Wang family village, but there was still some distance to go. When they reached the entrance of Wang family village, Wang Li's parents had already rushed over. His mother grabbed Wang Li's hand and tears streamed down her face. "My son, you're finally back. You've lost so much weight." Wang Li smiled and wiped his mother's tears, saying, "Mother, I'm fine. I've been eating and drinking well." He then turned to Luo and waved. "He will come to Luo family village to find you in a couple of days." He nodded, watching Wang Li being surrounded by his family as he walked into the village before continuing on with the laborers heading to Luo family village. The procession was grand, with over 20 laborers following behind, each carrying a bundle, smiling on their faces, and even the shoulders that had been drooping on the dam were now held high. Upon reaching the entrance of Luo family village, the noise suddenly surged forth. The villagers were gathered under the old locust tree, and when they saw them, they cheered. "It's He and the others who have returned." Wang's voice rang out from the crowd, particularly bright. She pushed her way through the encircling villagers, quickly approaching with a white cloth in hand, the edges of the cloth frayed but neatly folded. Upon seeing Luo, her eyes instantly turned red as she reached for his bundle. "My son, you're finally back. Look how thin you've gotten. Your face has shrunk. Were you not well fed over there? Did the overseer hit you?" Luo quickly hid his luggage behind him, smiling as he said, "Mother, I'm not tired. This bundle only has one change of clothes. It's not heavy. I can carry it myself." "How can it not be heavy?" Wang said, pulling his arm as they walked towards their yard, not forgetting to greet other laborers' families. "Aunt Zhang, your Zhuzi has also returned. Quickly take him home and boil something warm. Uncle Li, you're sure to, is behind, don't worry." As they reached the entrance of the yard, Luo saw a clay pot placed on the stone floor that was passed down from his grandmother, usually saved for special occasions. The pot was filled with mugwort and cypress branches, the green smoke curling up, carrying a faint herbal fragrance that made him feel at ease. Wang pointed at the fire pot. "Quickly step over." I asked old Zhang for mugwort the day before yesterday to ward off bad luck and ensure your safe return. Luo He followed his mother's words and slowly stepped over the fire pot. Wang was beside him, bending over slightly, quietly reciting, "May misfortune leave and good fortune come, my son returns home safely, never to suffer this kind of hardship again, with harmony in the family and wealth flowing in." As soon as he stepped over, two figures dashed out of the house. "Father!" Luo Yinzhou and Luo Yintao shouted, their little legs running fast, almost losing their shoes as they leaped into Luo He's arms. Luo He quickly squatted down, hugging the two children. He felt their softness and weight filled with the scent of milk. Yintao clung to his neck, looking up at him with sparkling eyes full of joy. "Father, why did you take so long to come back? My brother and I waited for you at the village entrance every day, and yesterday we went to look for you 3 times with Grandpa. Grandpa said you would definitely come back today, and he didn't lie to us." Luo Yinzhou tugged at his clothes, lightly touching the stubble on his face, and said quietly, "Father, I saved some candy for you. It was what Mother bought for us at the market last time. I hid it under my pillow. Yintao wanted to steal it, but I didn't let her, saying we should wait for you to come back and eat it together." Luo He felt warmth in his heart, pinching Yintao's face and ruffling Yinzhou's hair. "You all care about your father, later we'll eat together." Yintao nodded, smiling so wide her eyes turned into slits. "Don't stand at the door. Come inside quickly. It's windy outside, don't let the children catch a cold." Wang pulled Luo He towards the house and called out to the kitchen, "Chun Tao? He air has returned. Is the water ready? Hurry and bring it out." Coming. Chun Tao came out of the kitchen carrying a wooden basin, the basin made of rough wood with smooth edges. The water in the basin was steaming, with a few mugwort leaves floating on top of vibrant green. "He go quickly, wash your hands and face to warm up. I boiled this water twice. I just checked the temperature, it's not hot, just right." Luo He took the cloth towel Chun Tao handed him. The towel was new, embroidered with a small peach blossom, something Chun Tao had embroidered before but hadn't used. He wiped his face and hands, the warm water dripping between his fingers onto the ground, splashing little droplets. The fatigue from the past days seemed to dissipate a bit in this warmth, and his arms and legs felt more relaxed. While he was still drying his hands, he heard the voices of other laborers in the yard. "Son, I'm back. Look at the little toy I brought you." It was Luo Erju's voice. He held up a small rabbit made of grass that he had woven while at the dam. His son took the rabbit, beaming, "My dad, your hands are really skillful." Others shouted, "Wife, where's the child? Let him come see his father." Luo He peered over and saw Luo Erju hugging his wife with red eyes, but smiling. The other laborers were also gathered with their families, some talking about the dam, others showing their kids the little items they brought back, filling the yard with laughter. Wang brought a bowl of hot porridge, which was served in a coarse porcelain bowl, still steaming at the edges. In it rested a golden fried egg, the yolk wrapped in the egg, white, looking delicious. "Quickly eat. I specially saved this for you. I was afraid it would cool down, so I kept it warm on the stove without daring to extinguish the fire. Your father went to the village entrance to fetch the other uncles, and will be back soon. He's been thinking about you too." Luo He took the bowl, blew on the steam, and took a sip. The porridge was soft and sticky, melting in his mouth. When he bit into the fried egg, the yolk flowed out, so fragrant. The aroma of rice mixed with egg slid down his throat, warming his heart. He looked up at his mother, busy in the kitchen. She was fixing Yin Tao's hair, while Chun Tao tidied up the bundles, with the two children chattering away around him, his eyes slightly moist. The clamor outside continued, with the village's cooking smoke rising, mixed with the fragrance of food drifting far away. Just as he finished eating, familiar footsteps were heard at the entrance. "Has he returned yet?" Luo Jin's voice carried a hint of urgency. Before he entered, his cane poked through the door first. His leg had gotten damp in the rain these days, and it hurt when he walked too fast, yet he still ran to the village entrance several times. Luo He hurriedly got up to greet him. "Father, I'm back." Luo Jin looked up and saw him, his eyes brightening instantly, as he quickly walked over, patting his arm and then touching his face. "It's good to be back, good to be back. You've lost some weight, but you look okay." As he spoke, he walked into the house, the cane making a tapping sound on the stone floor. Wang brought a cup of water and handed it to him. "Don't just stand there, hurry and rest for a bit. You've probably waited at the village entrance for most of the day today, right?" Luo Jin took the cup, drank a sip, and then said to Luo He, "You don't know, for the past 10 days I've been going to town every other day to gather news. I first went to Li's grocery store, then I sat near the gathering point, just wanted to hear about the situation with the dam repair, fearing you were being mistreated there." Luo He felt a pang in his heart. "Father, your legs aren't good. Why do you keep running to town? It's so far from the village and the roads are slippery in the rain. How can I not run?" Luo Jin sighed, sitting down on a chair and rubbing his knee. "Your mother goes on about it every day, and Yin Zhou and Tao Tao keep asking when their father will come back. If I don't gather news, I can't feel at ease. I heard before that people kept falling into the river at the dam. I couldn't sleep well for several nights, just worried something would happen to you." Wang added from the side, The other day it rained, and your father insisted on going to town. As a result, he slipped on the way back and bruised his knee, but he didn't let me tell you. Luo, he quickly squatted down, rolling up his father's trouser leg. Sure enough, there was a bruise on the knee that hadn't fully healed. He felt both pained and angry. Father, why are you so careless? What if you fell seriously? Luo Jin hurriedly pulled down his trouser leg, waving his hand. It's nothing. Ew, I just fell a bit. It's not serious. Yesterday, I went to town again and happened to meet Ma Lauer's lackey. He said you would be coming back today, so I hurried back to tell your mother. She prepared mugwort overnight and steamed buns, just waiting for you to come back and eat. Yin Tao ran over, hugging Luo Jin's leg. Grandpa, you said Dad would come back today, and I didn't believe it. I didn't expect he really came back. Luo Jin smiled, ruffling Luo Yin Tao's hair. When have I ever lied to you? Your father is the pillar of our family. He will definitely return safely. Luo, he looked at his father's tired yet smiling face and remembered the fire pot prepared by his mother and the hot water boiled by Chun Tao, feeling an overwhelming warmth in his heart. He knew that while he was suffering at the dam, his family was also worrying about him, and this concern was more precious than anything. Father, please don't keep running to town anymore. Luo, he supported his father's shoulder. I returned safely, and I will work hard at home from now on so you and mother won't have to worry. Luo Jin nodded, his eyes full of satisfaction. Good, just being back is good. Tonight I'll have your mother kill a chicken, and we'll have a nice meal to celebrate your safe return. The morning mist wrapped around the forest like a thin veil, and the dew on the pine needles had yet to fall. Bai Yin stood atop a large gray-black rock at the mountain's peak. Its amber eyes squinted into slits as it scanned the endless woods below. This was its territory, stretching from the river in the north to Luo family village in the south, from the cliffs in the west to the Chongling mountain range in the east, covering a vast area of 3,000 square kilometers. It knew the scent of every inch of land like the back of its paw. The wind carried the sharp scent of pine needles, and Bai Yin suddenly wrinkled its nose. A strange wolfish smell mixed with a hint of earthy musk was wafting in, belonging to the Qingshan wolf pack. It immediately lifted its head, a low growl rumbling from its throat like a stone shattering the silence. The wolf pack behind it sprang into action. The adult wolves formed a tight circle, muscles tense, fangs partially bared. The half-grown pups shrank inward, their ears pressed against their backs. Even the oldest limping wolf slowly moved to the outside of the pups, despite its injured hind leg from a trap years ago, still maintaining a defensive stance. This was the rule of Bai Yan's pack, the leader in front, adult wolves protecting the weak and young inside, with clear hierarchy never in disarray. Leader, it's those few from Qingshan. A gray-furred wolf approached, stepping carefully on the gravel, its voice low. It was the pack's second-in-command, Xiao Hui, with a triangular scar missing from its right ear, a reminder from last year's tussle with a black bear over honey. Just 3 of them moving near the oak grove to the west. They haven't crossed the boundary. Bai Yin nodded, its gaze never leaving the rustling bushes. It remembered that the Qingshan wolf pack had a total of 12 wolves with only 4 adults. The leader was a one-eyed wolf. Last winter, when heavy snow sealed the mountains, the one-eyed wolf had led its pack to steal the deer meat they had hidden, only to be bitten on its left front leg by Yin, tearing off a piece of flesh, and after that it never dared to cross the boundary again. They have a herd of deer in their territory along with quite a few wild rabbits. They won't starve and have no reason to pick a fight with us. Bai Yan's voice was hoarse, like it had been ground against stones, carrying the unique authority of a leader. Just keep an eye on them, do not provoke them. As it spoke, a series of soft footsteps could be heard from below the mountain. Bai Yin lowered its head to look down, revealing a familiar figure in the morning mist. It was Luo Yinzhou, leading Yin Tao, each carrying a bundle that wafted the scent of dried meat. The young wolves erupted in excitement, with the most energetic one, Shui Qiu, jumping up, its tail wagging like a rattle drum. Even the timid pups at the back peeked out their heads. The old limping wolf also slowly moved forward, sniffing the air with its nose, and for once there was a glimmer of light in its eyes. According to the rules of other packs, an old wolf like this, unable to walk or hunt, should have been driven out to freeze to death in the snow, but hereunder, Bai Yin could curl up in the warmest corner of the den, receiving daily meat from Luo Yinzhou. Leader, I went to the riverbank for water yesterday and saw the wolves from Heatsong. Xiao He reported what happened yesterday to Bai Yin. Luo Yinzhou squatted down under the giant rock, opened the cloth package, and tossed a shiny piece of dried meat up. Bai Yin jumped down to catch it, the oily fragrance of the meat spreading in its mouth. Yin Tao also tossed a piece that landed right in front of the gray-furred wolf. I noticed the leader He Wen looked particularly long-faced, as if he was not happy. Bai Yin chewed on the dried meat, its mind already racing. The Heatsong wolf pack had 15 wolves, 6 of which were adults, more than the Qingshan pack. The leader He Wen was fierce and always bore blood on its sharp claws, and last year when food was scarce it had even killed an injured adult wolf from its own pack. But the Heatsong territory was by the river, abundant with fish and waterfowl, so there was no need for them to encroach on its territory. They were just there to drink water and didn't come over our side. As long as they don't step over our marks, we don't need to worry. Bai Yin swallowed the dried meat. The gray-furred wolf beside it gnawed on the meat and suddenly glanced back. Look at Qing Shan and He Tsang, none of them are like us. The one-eyed wolf drove away 2 old wolves to the north last year, and it was said they didn't survive through the winter. He Wen was even fiercer, killing a wolf during a hunt last month that had broken its leg. Bai Yin followed its gaze. The old limping wolf was surrounded by the younger wolves with Xueqiu pushing a wild fruit it found in front of it, while the old wolf rubbed its nose against Xueqiu's head, teaching the pups hunting skills. Bai Yin said nothing, only turned its head to look at Luo Yanzhou. The whole pack knew that their current state was entirely thanks to him. During the winter, when food was scarce, he would open up his space to bring out rabbits and wild chickens. If the wolf pups fell ill, the village's veterinarian Zhang would help take a look, as long as they brought some rewards in return once they hunted. Even the old limping wolf was rescued by Luo Yanzhou from a trap years ago and had received herbal treatment from him. Other wolf packs did not have such a safety net, having to rely on culling the old and weak to save food, thus their numbers could never compare to their own. Currently, the wolf pack had 31 adult wolves, 9 half-grown pups, and 13 old wolves. Ow! A sudden wolf howl rang out from afar, sharp and urgent. It was the one-eyed wolf's voice, as if provocatively challenging. Bai Yin immediately stood straight, a loud howl bursting from its throat, shaking the dew from the pine needles. This was a howl declaring territory laden with intimidation. This is my domain, do not come near. The wolves behind also howled in response. The howls of the adult wolves were deep and resonant, carrying for 3 miles. The yelps of the half-grown pups were sharp, yet spirited. Even the old limping wolf raised its head, emitting a low whine, joining in the chorus. Together, the wolf pack's voice, enveloped in the morning mist, overwhelmed the one-eyed wolf's howl. Before long, the one-eyed wolf's voice weakened and gradually faded away. The gray-furred wolf let out a sigh of relief, wagging its tail. He won't dare to come. With so many adult wolves, and you being stronger than him, if it comes to a fight, he won't come out well. Bai Yin lowered its head to lick its paw, cleaning off the gravel. Its gaze swept over its pack. The adult wolves still maintained a defensive stance, ears perked up to catch any sounds. The young pups were gathered around Yin Tao, waiting for her to toss more dried meat. The old limping wolf lay by the stone, basking in the sunlight that had just begun to peek out. This was its pack, with hierarchy, with rules, and with protection, unlike the cold survival struggles of Qing Shan and He Tsang. With Bai Yan's howl, 31 adult wolves quickly gathered, muscles taut. 9 half-grown pups squatted at the back with ears held upright. 13 old wolves lay on the outside of the pups, their eyes sharp. This was the pack of wolves under Luo Yanzhou's control. Bai Yin stood at the forefront, its amber eyes sweeping over each wolf, its voice hoarse yet powerful. Xiao Hui, you take 10 adult wolves to guard the den, gather 5 brothers, and bring along the old ones. Lao Yin Sherdun to watch over the eastern mountain pass. Do not let the wolves from Qingshan come by. The second-in-command, Xiao Hui, stepped forward, the scar on its right ear prominent in the sunlight. It was Bai Yan's strongest aide, having broken a rib fighting a black bear last year, yet still fierce. Rest assured, Bai Yan. As long as the one-eyed wolf dares to come, I will be the first to break its legs. Bai Yan nodded and looked at the nearby adult wolves. Feng Ying Shui, Zhua Taiyi, you all go with Xiao Hui. Feng Ying, with your keen sense of smell, focus on the scents from the north. Lao Yin, while guarding with Xiao Hui, pay extra attention to the pups. Do not let them wander too far. Bai Yin turned to the oldest wolf, Lao Yin, whose fur had turned gray, yet still served as the pack's think tank, and had helped devise hunting strategies last year. Lao Yin slowly raised its head, a low response rumbling from its throat. Got it, Bai Yin, I will keep a close watch on them. After arranging the wolves to guard the den, Bai Yin turned to the remaining 16 adult wolves. The rest of you will patrol the mountains, starting from the western cliffs, then circling to the eastern mountains, the river in the north, and Luo family village in the south, checking our marks. If there are any scents from other wolf packs, take them down. Understood. The adult wolves replied in unison, their voices shaking the nearby grass leaves. One wolf named Yunwen approached, its fur adorned with faint patterns, serving as the pack scout. Leader, I think I caught the scent of the He Tsang wolf pack near the riverbank in the north yesterday. Should we go take a look? Bai Yin nodded. Just right, we will circle around while patrolling the mountains and see if they have crossed the boundary. That hot-headed He Wen should not be allowed to rampage on our territory. At that moment, the most energetic pup, Xueqiu, bounced over its fur. Snow White, the smallest pup in the pack. Bai Yin, leader, can we come along? We want to patrol the mountains too. The old wolf Sherdun immediately stood up and nudged Xueqiu back with its nose. Don't make trouble. You are still young, patrolling is dangerous. Stay in the den and learn from Lao Yin. Xueqiu drooped its ears but remained unconvinced. But I can already catch up to rabbits. Bai Yin couldn't help but lick Xueqiu's head. Once you grow a bit more and can hunt on your own, I will take you along to patrol the mountains. Shueqiu was the child of Bai Yin and the mother wolf Duo named Bai Luo Yinzhou, so Bai Yin was naturally more patient. Shueqiu's mood quickly deflated, but soon it was caught by Luo Yinzhou, and they began to play. Once everything was arranged, Xiao Hui led the guarding wolves toward the back of the den. Feng Ying walked at the front, its nose close to the ground, sniffing for scents. A shui, zhua, followed closely, occasionally looking around. Tai Yi carried a piece of stone in its mouth, reinforcing the markings made around the den. These were signals of the pack's territory. Bai Yin led the patrolling wolves westward. Yunwen walked at the front, its steps light, almost inaudible. Behind it was Shan Beng, larger than the other wolves, serving as the pack's main force. There was also a mother wolf named Shi Yue, whose sense of smell was second only to Feng Ying, responsible for monitoring scents from the sides. After walking for a short while, Yunwen suddenly stopped, lowering its voice. Bai Yin, there's the scent of the He Song wolves in the grass ahead. Bai Yin immediately halted, signaling the pack to prepare a defensive stance. Move slowly, do not startle them. The pack cautiously advanced, soon spotting two He Song wolves in the grass, subordinates of He Wen who were bent over drinking water. This is our territory, let them pass. Bai Yin emitted a low, threatening growl. The two He Song wolves looked up, and upon seeing Bai Yan's pack, immediately retreated, rolling and scrambling away. Shan Beng couldn't help but laugh. They thought we hadn't noticed, ran faster than rabbits. Bai Yin shook its head. Don't be careless. He Wen will definitely send them to scout again. We need to keep a close eye. As the sun rose higher, warming the forest, Bai Yin led the pack as they continued patrolling, checking each marking point they came across, ensuring that if any marks had faded, the nearby wolves would reinforce them. The 16 adult wolves had clear roles, some responsible for sniffing scents, some for tracking footprints, and others for vigilance. This was the rule. Bai Yin had set no room for carelessness during patrols. In the distance at the den, Xiao Hui was training the guarding wolves. Feng Ying taught the pups to smell scents, Shui Zhua taught them to run, and Tai Yi instructed them on how to use their fangs to tear prey. Lao Yin sat nearby, occasionally offering guidance, while the old wolf Shi Dun stood guard at the entrance of the den. Watching the eastern mountain pass, the entire wolf pack had their roles. Lao Yin lay on a warm rock at the mountain top, squinting in the sunlight. The wind carried the scent of rain, and in the distance, Xiao Hui and the others were training the pups. In its murky eyes, memories from years past flashed by. Back when it wasn't so old, following the previous leader through the mountains to survive until the leader fell in battle, which led to the pack fracturing, 3 adult wolves taking their followers and leaving, and the few remaining almost perished through winter. Fortunately, it had met the young and vigorous Bai Yin at that time, joining this wolf pack. Lao Yin still thinking about the old days. Shi Dun walked over and lay down beside it. There was a scar on Shi Dun's hind leg, a remnant from a fight with the He Song wolf pack. Our wolf pack is different now, there won't be any fractures anymore. Lao Yin slowly blinked and emitted a low sound from its throat. I'm just reminiscing back in that pack I was in. It was just entering winter, and when the pack fractured, prey became scarce, and 2 old wolves didn't survive the snowy days, ultimately leaving no bodies to be found. It turned its head to look at Bai Yin and the others returning. The leader was inspecting the territory markings, with Yun, one standing tall, its amber eyes filled with authority. Now with Bai Yin around, and with that kid, Yinzhou, providing support, we have nothing to fear. Shi Dun nodded, glancing at the adult wolves in training. Look at Feng Ying, Shui Zhua, who doesn't respect Bai Yin. Last winter, when Shui Zhua broke its leg while hunting under previous rules, it should have been driven away, but Bai Yin let it stay in the den to recover, and Yinzhou sent herbs. Now Shui Zhua was still one of the pack's main forces. Just then Feng Ying ran back from the east, its nose carrying a strange scent. Uncle Lao, Yin, Uncle Shi Dun, I just caught the scent of the Qingshan wolf pack at the eastern mountain pass, half a mile from our marks. They haven't crossed the boundary. Lao Yin raised its head and asked, is it the one-eyed wolf scent? Yes, and those 2 adult wolves with it. Feng Ying wagged its tail. I see they don't dare to approach. Our marks are very clear. They know this is our territory. Shi Dun grunted. So what if they come? We have 31 adult wolves now, or do we fear their 12? Moreover, if it comes to a fight with the likes of the one-eyed wolf, the old and weak would just be driven away. How long could they hold on? Last winter, the Qingshan wolf pack didn't survive and tried to steal our prey, only to be chased away by Bai Yin. Feng Ying nodded, understanding deep down. If any wolf truly sought to break away from the pack, away from Bai Yin and Yinzhou's support, they would face the same fate as the Qingshan and He Song wolf packs. Last year, an adult wolf named Yi Feng, feeling overconfident, defied Bai Yan's orders and secretly took 2 young wolves to leave. Yet within a month, it was robbed of prey by He Wen from the He Song pack, and the 2 young wolves were injured. Ultimately, Yi Feng had no choice but to return, seeking Bai Yan's refuge. I still remember when Yi Feng returned, it was nothing but skin and bones. Feng Ying recalled this and couldn't help but shake its head. It said outside, even catching a rabbit was difficult, plus having to guard against other wolf packs encroaching. Unlike here, where we share the prey, and the old and injured have someone to care for them. Lao Yin chuckled, glancing at Shuizhua, who was playing with the pups. Shuizhua used to be like Ye Feng, thinking it could outrun everyone, not wanting to follow orders. After breaking its leg, it learned the value of the pack. Now it guarded the north, making even the He Song wolves wary. At that moment, Bai Yin and the others returned from their patrol of the west with Yun Wen following behind, carrying a rabbit in its mouth. Lao Yin, sure done, we just chased away 2 wolves from the He Song near the southern stream. They didn't dare to cross the boundary. Bai Yin sat down next to the warm rock for a rest. While patrolling, I heard Shan Bong talking to Shiwei, worried about wolves wanting to split from the pack, but we really have nothing to fear. It looked at all the adult wolves, its voice clear. Our pack's current state is not due to any one wolf, but relies on everyone hunting together, protecting one another, and the help of Yin Zhou. If they were to break away, the old would have no one to care for them, the injured would receive no treatment, and they would have to compete for territory with Qing Shan and He Song, who would want to live that kind of life. Shan Bong immediately stood up and said loudly, I wouldn't leave. Here there's food, companionship, and I can protect the pups. Oh, what's there to go out for? Shiyu nodded. Yeah, when I gave birth to the pups last year, if Uncle Lao Yin hadn't helped keep watch, and if Yin Zhou hadn't brought dried meat, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I wouldn't be like those foolish wolves freezing and starving outside. Lao Yin looked at the scene before it, feeling reassured. It knew that as long as Bai Yin was there, and as long as Yin Zhou recognized this pack, there wouldn't be any fractures. Those wolves who once harbored such thoughts looked at the old wolves driven away from the Qing Shan pack, and the injured ones killed from the He Song pack, and they understood that staying here was the best choice. After all, no one knows what tomorrow holds, or what accidents may come, but they knew that here, if the sky falls, there would be someone tall to bear it. No wolf will not grow old, no wolf will not be injured, no wolf is a fool. Stay vigilant. With the heavy rain these past few days, those 2 wolf packs likely haven't found food, and might come looking for trouble. Check the eastern mountain range. After several consecutive days of heavy rain, the clouds hung low in the sky. The soil became sticky from the soaking, and stepping on it would trap one's paws. Many pine branches had been washed away, lying haphazardly across the path, some still dangling with murky water weeds. Bai Yin stood on a large rock in front of the wolf den, with amber eyes fixed on the distance. The once clear stream had turned into a muddy torrent, crashing against the stones on the bank, and even the usual hunting ground was now half a meter deep in water. It frowned, its tail tightly tucked between its legs, a sign of Bai Yin's anxiety. Leader, we still haven't found any prey today. Shan Bong walked back with its head down, unable to shake off the mud clinging to its paws, its stomach growling with hunger, the sound lacking its usual resonance. All the prey in the forest has disappeared. The adult wolves around also lacked energy. Shuizhao lay on the damp grass, weakly licking the mud off its paws. Its originally snow-white fur was now stained with mud, appearing grayish, and its eyes were filled with irritation. Yun Wen kept sniffing the air, its nose almost touching the ground, but the wind carried only the stench of rainwater and the moldy scent of decaying leaves, with not a hint of prey scent. Lao Yin lay at the entrance of the wolf den, staring at the empty mountains, worry filling its murky eyes. Just then a distant sound of footsteps mixed with the rustle of fabric reached its ears. Bai Yan's ears perked up, and it looked up. There was Luo Yin Zhou, dressed in a raincoat, pants rolled up to his knees, mud on his grass shoes, carrying a scoop in his hand, with a bouncy little black following behind. The little wolf cubs immediately perked up. Shuiqiu was the first to rush over its snow-white fur, leaving a trail of small paw prints in the mud circling around Luo Yin Zhou's legs, its tail wagging like a rattle, and it let out a soft whining sound. The other wolf cubs followed suit, surrounding Luo Yin Zhou. So chubby I can barely hold it. Luo Yin Zhou squatted down and grabbed Shuiqiu to embrace. Seeing Luo Yin Zhou's arrival, the wolf pack quickly gathered around. They had caught nothing for several days, relying entirely on Luo Yin Zhou's charity. A faint glimmer flashed, and suddenly several hundred plump wild rabbits appeared in the clearing, some still not reacting, hopping as if to escape, only to be surrounded by the wolf pack. They furiously bit and killed each rabbit, and soon the den was filled with rabbit corpses. Only then did the wolf pack settle down, watching the motionless rabbits. Bai Yin took 2 steps forward. Its amber eyes swept over the pile of rabbits, and it sniffed gently, first catching the scent of the rabbits, then observing the size of each rabbit, quickly selecting the sturdiest ones. This was the pack's rule: the leader chooses the prey first, both as a symbol of status and to ensure the leader has enough strength to lead the pack. Bai Yin picked up a rabbit, not rushing to eat, but walked to the stone beside the entrance of the den and sat down, slowly tearing into the rabbit meat. Its movements were steady, each bite precise, ensuring no meat was wasted nor blood splattered everywhere. The adult wolves stood still, not daring to move, until Bai Yin took the first bite. Then Xiao Hui led the adults forward. As the deputy leader Xiao Hui selected next, choosing a few medium-sized gray rabbits and sitting next to Bai Yin with them. According to the rules, the deputy leader must eat near the leader to respond to any emergencies. Shan Bengyu and Shi Yu form a team, pick 2 fat ones and later bring them to Lao Yin and the lame one. Xiao Hui called to Shan Beng in the distance while tearing into the rabbit meat. Shan Beng, being large and strong, always helped take care of the old wolf during the distribution of prey. Shi Yu, being meticulous, could always pick the tenderest meat suitable for the old wolf who had trouble chewing. Shan Beng responded and approached Shi Yu. Shan Beng used its paws to hold down several fat rabbits and passed them to Shi Yu. It also picked a few for itself, carrying them in its mouth and turning to walk towards Lao Yin and the lame one. Shi Yu then carefully tore at the rabbit meat, taking the tenderest parts and placing them on a clean leaf. Yun Wen and Feng Ying also selected their prey. They did not wander elsewhere, but sat near the boundary. Being the scouts of the pack, they had to keep an eye on the outside movements while eating, fearing another pack might suddenly invade. Shui Zhao picked a long-legged rabbit and ran over to the little cubs, but instead of eating immediately, it placed the rabbit on the ground, waiting for the cubs to finish choosing. Once the adult wolves had chosen their prey, Bai Yin raised its chin, signaling that it was time for the cubs and the old wolves to eat. The little cubs immediately erupted in excitement. Shueqiu ran the fastest, diving into the pile of rabbits, grabbing a white rabbit and turning to flee, fearing it would be snatched away by the other cubs. The other cubs rushed in, as well, some tugging on the rabbit's ears, others biting its legs, creating a joyful commotion. One of the smallest cubs failed to grab any prey and whined pitifully. Shui Zhao, seeing this, quickly tore a half from its long-legged rabbit and placed it in front of the little cub, gently licking its head. The old wolves moved slowly. Lao Yin, using its foreleg like a cane, walked to the pile of rabbits and chose a smaller one. Its teeth were not good, and it could not chew on larger rabbits. The lame one, with Lao Yan's aid, walked to the tender meat left by Shi Yu and lowered its head to nibble. The other old wolves also chose suitable rabbits, sitting at the entrance of the den, basking in the sun while slowly eating. Bai Yin, your rules are quite strict, Luo Yanzhou said with a smile as he watched from the side. It's always you who picks first, then the adult wolves, and finally the cubs and old wolves, not chaotic at all. Bai Yin looked up at Luo Yanzhou, emitting a low rumbling sound from its throat as if in response. It understood that these rules must not be broken. The leader must have enough strength to protect the pack. The adult wolves are the main force for hunting and guarding, needing to be well fed for energy. The cubs are the future of the pack, and the old wolves are the wisdom, requiring good care. At this moment, Shan Beng ran over, carrying a piece of rabbit meat in its mouth. Bai Yin, Lao Yin, and the lame one have eaten, and I've saved you the tenderest piece. Saying this, it placed the rabbit meat in front of Bai Yin. Bai Yin nodded, lowered its head, and took a bite. The meat was very tender and easy to chew. In the distance, the little cubs had already finished eating. Shueqiu was lying on the ground, licking the blood off its paws, its eyes filled with satisfaction. Lao Yin also finished eating, squinting in the sun, occasionally looking up to check the boundary for safety. Bai Yin looked at the scene before it, feeling reassured. A pack with rules could live steadily. With the prey provided by Luo Yanzhou, every wolf could be well fed. It picked up the remaining rabbit meat, walked to Luo Yanzhou's feet, and gently placed it in front of him as if sharing with him. Luo Yanzhou smiled and patted its head. I want eat you, eat it yourself. Eat more so you have the strength to protect the pack. Bai Yin nudged his hand, emitting a low rumbling sound from its throat as if to express gratitude. It felt secure. Having Luo Yanzhou support meant that even if food ran out outside, its pack would not go hungry, unlike other wolf packs that fought desperately for a meal. In contrast, the days for the Qingshan wolf pack were quite tough. Du Yin stood on a barren hillside, the wind ruffling its mane, its stomach growling, barely able to stand steady. The adult wolves behind it had also lost weight, their ribs protruding, and 2 young wolves lay on the ground, lacking the strength even to lift their heads, their eyes half closed, clearly on the verge of collapse. Leader, should we try going to Bai Yan's territory? A nearby skinny wolf approached, its voice hoarse, its tongue constantly licking its cracked lips, eyes filled with longing. I circled around their boundary yesterday and smelled a strong scent of rabbits. There must be quite a few prey there. Du Yin hesitated, its left foreleg still ached faintly. Last winter, when it tried to steal Bai Yan's deer meat, Bai Yan had bitten its leg, almost severing its tendons, and it hurt whenever it ran fast, even now. But when it turned to look at the starving young wolves behind it and the empty territory, it finally gritted its teeth. Let's go. Let's check the boundary. If there aren't many dens, we'll steal a few prey back. If they have more wolves, we'll just run. We can't let the young wolves starve to death. At the same time, the Heatsong wolf pack's He Wen was also plotting. It stood by the river, watching the murky water flow by, filled with frustration. The fish in the river had been washed away, and the water birds on the shore had vanished. Its pack had not eaten for 2 days, and one old wolf had already been devoured yesterday. Leader, I just wandered to the west, and smelled the scent of prey over by Yin. It seems to be rabbits. A mature wolf named Jian Air came over, its ears perked straight. I also saw Shui Zhao drinking water by the river. Its fur looked very shiny, clearly whelped, unlike us whose fur is almost falling out. He Wen's eyes narrowed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing within her. It scratched the ground with its claws, leaving deep marks. Let's go. Let's check it out. If Bai Yin knows better, it will share half of the prey with us. If it dares not to, we'll fight them. With 15 of us, are we afraid of them? At worst, we'll fight it out. The next morning, the rain finally lessened, turning into a light drizzle. Bai Yin took Yun Wen and Shan Bong to patrol the mountain. As they reached the oak grove on the west side, they heard Feng Ying's howl, a warning signal, urgent and loud, echoing through the entire forest. Not good, something's wrong. Bai Yan's heart tightened, and it immediately turned to run back to the den with Yun Wen and Shan Bong quickening their steps, their paws splashing mud with each step. In the distance, under the oak tree at the boundary of the den, Du Yan stood with 3 adult wolves, their eyes fixed on the remaining rabbits in the den, emitting a low rumbling sound from their throats, as if ready to charge. Feng Ying stood at the forefront, its fur bristling, fangs bared, while the adult wolves behind it assumed aggressive stances, focusing intently on Du Yan and its pack. Du Yan dared to cross the boundary and try. Bai Yin rushed over, standing beside Feng Ying, emitting a low, threatening growl, its voice filled with authority, while Yun Wen and Shan Bong bared their teeth, eyes filled with hostility. Du Yan looked at the surrounding wolves, taking a step back, its claws scratching the ground, yet it was still unwilling to back down, its voice tinged with pleading. Bai Yin, we are all wolves, we see each other often. You have so many rabbits over there, what's wrong with sharing a few? Look at my young wolves, they are on the verge of starvation. If we don't get food soon, they won't last. Why should we give you anything? Shan Bong stepped forward, its fangs more pronounced, its voice loud. Last winter you led the wolves to steal our deer meat, injuring Shui Zhao's leg. Have you forgotten? Now you come asking for food? No way. Just then footsteps approached from the side. Bai Yin turned to see He Wen arriving with 4 adult wolves standing on the other side, eyeing the den greedily. Bai Yin, either share half of the prey with us, or we'll fight. He Wen's voice was rough and harsh. Don't think we fear you just because you have more wolves. If a real fight breaks out, none of us will fare well. Bai Yin said nothing but raised its head and let out a loud howl into the sky. The howl was long and powerful, echoing through the woods, a signal to gather its companions. Soon Xiao Hui arrived with the adult wolves guarding the den. 31 adult wolves quickly formed a circle tightly surrounding Du Yan and He Wen's wolves. Each wolf bared its teeth, eyes filled with hostility, and the atmosphere became tense. Du Yan and He Wen exchanged glances, both realizing the other's fear. Bai Yan's pack was strong and numerous, each wolf shiny and full of spirit, while theirs was thin and weak. In a real fight, they would certainly not fare well, and perhaps even lose a few wolves. We're leaving. Du Yan gritted its teeth, glaring fiercely at Bai Yin, retreating, with its wolves glancing back at the rabbits in the den. He Wen dared not linger, and hurriedly led its wolves away. Watching them flee, Shan Bong couldn't help but snort. They still want to steal our prey, truly overestimating themselves. They should look at their own sorry state. Challenging us would just be delivering vegetables. Bai Yin shook its head, its expression still serious. They will definitely come back. During this period, everyone should keep an eye on the boundary. Feng Ying, you have a keen sense of smell. Patrol the boundary more often. As Shui Zhao, you run fast. If you see them coming, hurry back to report and prevent them from having a chance. Understood. Feng Ying and Shui Zhao responded in unison, their voices full of determination. The next day, as Luo Yinzhou arrived at the wolf den, he saw Bai Yin and the others gathered there, some licking their fur, some playing with the cubs, all looking very spirited. It seems you all had quite the adventure today. I will leave you some extra rabbits to prevent any trouble tomorrow, Luo Yinzhou said with a smile, opening his space to release several hundred rabbits. Bai Yin walked over, rubbing against his hand, eyes filled with gratitude. The wolf pack understood. Having Luo Yinzhou's assistance and the unity of the entire pack meant that even if Du Yan and He Wen tried to test them multiple times, they would not be able to steal anything from them. Their pack would live steadily in this forest. Wolf King Bai Yin was also nearing old age. The future Wolf King must not only have the capability, but also gain Luo Yinzhou's approval to take the title. Thanks to the support of Xing Xing, Bu Shishun, and Lu Lian Tang Yuan, the companionship of the big brothers in Dao Nan, and everyone's guidance. As the morning mist began to clear, Lao Yin led 6 wolves out of their den. According to Bai Yan's arrangement, they were to patrol the eastern border today to see if the one-eyed wolf and the black-striped wolf had come back. Lao Yin walked in front, limping slightly, yet keeping his ears perked up, attentively listening to the sounds around him. Lao Yin, slow down, we are not in a hurry. Qing Hui, who had just matured last year, approached him, speaking softly. Bai Yin had intentionally assigned him to learn from Lao Yin. Lao Yin nodded, sniffing the air. Be careful. Yesterday Feng Ying said there was a scent of the Qingshan wolf pack in the east. Don't be careless. Just as the wolves reached the oak grove, suddenly a dozen wolves sprang out from the nearby bushes. It was the one-eyed wolf from Qingshan and the black-striped wolf from Heatsong. They had actually teamed up. Not good. It's a trap. Lao Yin shouted immediately, and the 6 wolves quickly formed a circle protecting Lao Yin in the center. Although Lao Yin was old, he was the brains of the pack and could not be allowed to come to harm. The one-eyed wolf stood at the front, its scarred left foreleg glaring in the sunlight, grinning and baring its fangs. Lao Yin, you won't escape today. If you're sensible, let us pass, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. The black-striped wolf stepped forward, scratching the ground with its claws, eyes filled with ferocity. Stop wasting time with them. We're here to seize prey, let's deal with them first. As soon as the words were spoken, the dozen wolves charged forward. Qing Hui was the first to engage, biting into a lean wolf from Qingshan. Qing Hui's claws raked across the lean wolf's back, leaving several bloody trails. The lean wolf retaliated fiercely, biting Qing Hui's ear, causing him to yelp in pain. Though Lao Yan's legs were bad, he didn't sit idle. He bit onto the tail of a wolf from Heatsong and yanked hard, causing that wolf to turn around in pain, and Lao Yan seized the opportunity to shove it away. However, outnumbered Lao Yan's side had only 7 wolves, 1 old wolf and 2 that had just matured, lacking in combat experience, and soon they found themselves at a disadvantage. A wolf named Mo Jian was caught by the black-striped wolf around the neck on the verge of losing consciousness. Lao Yan rushed over, head-butting the black-striped wolf in the belly, causing it to release its grip, and Mo Jian managed to get back up, blood already trickling down its neck. This won't do. At this rate, we will all be wiped out. Lao Yan thought anxiously. Suddenly noticing an opening nearby, he shouted to Mo Jian. Mo Jian, run quickly. Go inform Bai Yan. Have him bring the wolves for support. Mo Jian hesitated, about to refuse, when Lao Yan shouted again, don't dawdle. If you wait too long, it will be too late. We need a wolf to go report. The one-eyed wolf and the black-striped wolf exchanged glances upon seeing Mo Jian about to run, deliberately slowing their attack speed. The black-striped wolf even pretended to chase, but stopped after Mo Jian had run a distance. Lao Yan felt a sudden chill, a bad premonition washed over him. Stop pretending. Lao Yan fixed his gaze on the one-eyed and black-striped wolves, his voice hoarse. You let Mo Jian go on purpose to lure Bai Yan here, didn't you? The one-eyed wolf grinned, revealing its bloody fangs. Lao Yan, you're quite clever, but it's too late. By the time Bai Yan arrives with the wolves, we will raid your den and take all your prey. The black-striped wolf laughed along. We've been starving for so long, today we'll finally feast. As for you, as long as you don't get in our way, we won't kill you. After all, killing wolves means a blood feud with Bai Yan. We just want to seize the prey. With that, the dozen wolves charged again, this time with more ferocity. Qing Hui was bitten on the leg and could barely stand. One wolf lost a piece of its ear, blood streaming down. Lao Yan's old wound on his hind leg was reopened, causing him to gasp in pain. Before long, all 7 wolves were down on the ground, severely injured, but no wolf had died. The one-eyed and black-striped wolves weren't trying to kill them, only to delay time. We've fallen for their trick. Lao Yan lay on the ground, watching the direction where Mo Jian had run, filled with regret. The leader will definitely come for support, but by then the den will be empty. Meanwhile, Mo Jian was sprinting towards the den with all its might, blood still flowing from its neck, stumbling as it ran. Upon reaching the vicinity of the den, he saw Bai Yan leading a dozen wolves preparing to patrol the mountains. Leader, it's bad. Lao Yan and the others were ambushed in the oak grove to the east. It's the one-eyed and black-striped wolves. They've teamed up. Mo Jian rushed to Bai Yan, panting heavily, his voice trembling. Bai Yan's heart tightened immediately. He shouted, Xiao Hui, you take 5 wolves to guard the den and watch the prey. The rest follow me. We'll go support Lao Yan. Xiao Hui responded immediately, don't worry. I'll keep a close watch on the den. Bai Yan said no more, leading over 20 wolves in the direction Mo Jian had come from, moving swiftly, their paws splashing mud as they ran. After severely injuring Lao Yan and the others, the one-eyed and black-striped wolves rushed back towards the den. They had deliberately taken a longer route, yet they ran fast and soon reached the entrance of the den. Sensing something was off in the air, Xiao Hui had long been prepared with 5 wolves stationed at the entrance of the den, while the wolf cubs were already driven deep inside. Xiao Hui stood at the front, its scarred right ear glaring in the sunlight, eyes full of vigilance. One-eyed, black-striped, you dare come near and try. The black-striped wolf grinned. Xiao Hui, don't hold on too tight. Bai Yan has taken the wolves to support Lao Yan. You've only 5 wolves here, you can't possibly defeat us. If you're sensible, just hand over the prey, and we won't harm you. The one-eyed wolf chimed in. We just want to take the prey, not kill any wolves. As long as you step aside, we'll take the prey and leave. Xiao Hui said nothing, simply shouted to the wolves behind him, hold fast. Wait for Bai Yan to return. Even if we die, we cannot let them take the prey. If they displayed any sign of weakness now, they would truly be defeated, and the entrance to the den was narrow, so they might not necessarily lose. With that, Xiao Hui lunged forward, biting the black-striped wolf's front leg. The black-striped wolf yelped in pain, shaking its leg violently and throwing Xiao Hui far away. Xiao Hui got back up, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth, but charged forward again. The prey in the den was the pack's life. They could not lose it. The other 5 wolves followed suit, engaging the one-eyed and black-striped wolves. A female wolf named Shuang Hua bit down hard on the ear of a Qingshan wolf, tearing it off with a fierce tug. But just as she released her grip, one of Yizong's wolves seized her hind leg, causing her to yelp in pain. Xiao Hui and the black-striped wolf fought fiercely. The black-striped wolf's claws raked across Xiao Hui's back, leaving deep gashes. Xiao Hui refused to back down, biting into the black-striped wolf's neck. Although it didn't sever it drew quite a bit of blood. The 5 wolves fought desperately against the dozen. Though they were all injured, they didn't let the foe get any closer to the cave. Xiao Hui had only one thought in mind: hold on, they must hold out until the leader returns. Meanwhile, Bai Yan arrived at the oak grove, immediately spotting Lao Yan and the others lying on the ground severely injured. Lao Yan, how are you? Bai Yan rushed over, squatting next to Lao Yan. Lao Yan opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. Leader, don't worry about us. The one-eyed and black-striped wolves, they went to raid the den. This is to lure the snake out of its hole. Bai Yan felt a surge of urgency in his heart and immediately shouted to the 2 wolves beside him, you 2 stay behind and take care of Uncle Lao Yan, and the others treat their wounds. The rest follow me. Back to the den. With that, Bai Yan led over 20 wolves back towards the den faster than they had come, the wind howling past their ears, filled with anxiety. Xiao Hui had only 5 wolves, and they surely couldn't hold out for long. When Bai Yan reached the den, he saw Xiao Hui lying on the ground, covered in blood, still gripping the black-striped wolf's leg. Shuang Hua had been injured on her hind leg, but continued to scratch at the enemy wolf with her front paws. The other wolves were also severely wounded, but none retreated. One-eyed, black-striped, you're asking for death. Bai Yan roared, charging forward with over 20 wolves. The one-eyed and black-striped wolves were startled at the sight of Bai Yan returning. They had initially thought they could finish grabbing the prey before Bai Yan arrived, not expecting Xiao Hui and the others to hold out for so long. Retreat! Quick retreat! The one-eyed wolf shouted, preparing to lead the wolves away. But Bai Yan would not let them escape. The 20-plus wolves immediately surrounded the one-eyed and black-striped wolves, and a bloody battle began. Bai Yan was the first to charge at the black-striped wolf, biting down hard on its neck. The black-striped wolf yelped in pain, but struggled fiercely, unable to break free. Bai Yan bit down harder, the taste of blood flooding his mouth. The strength of the black-striped wolf diminished, and it finally collapsed to the ground, left only gasping for air. Xiao Hui got back up and charged towards the one-eyed wolf alongside Qing Hui. The one-eyed wolf, already injured, couldn't withstand the 2 wolves, and was soon bitten on the hind leg, yelping in pain. The other wolves engaged fiercely, and though Bai Yan's wolves had run a considerable distance, they remained valiant. They hated the one-eyed and black-striped wolves for their treachery, even more so for injuring their companions. Before long, the one-eyed and black-striped wolves were battered and beaten. One wolf attempted to flee, but was caught by Shui Zhua, who bit down on its tail, while another wolf was pinned down by Shan Bong, unable to move. Both the one-eyed and black-striped wolves were severely injured, lying on the ground with no strength to rise. Don't kill us. We won't dare again. The one-eyed wolf pleaded, its voice hoarse. The black-striped wolf followed suit. We didn't kill your kin. No, we don't want that. Please don't kill us. The black-striped wolf lay on the ground, blood gushing from its neck, still pleading Bai Yan. Please, spare us. We won't dare come to seize prey again. The one-eyed wolf whimpered, as well, its left foreleg mangled by Xiao Hui, unable to stand. Yes, we'll give you everything, just don't kill us. Bai Yan stood before them, his amber eyes devoid of warmth. He recalled the injuries on Lao Yan's hind leg, the deep gashes on Xiao Hui's back, the bloodstains on Mo Dian's neck. These were all brought about by the 2 wolves before him. How could he possibly spare them? Moreover, as Luo Yanzhou often said, never hesitate in a situation. Decisiveness is what makes one elegant. Decisions must be genuine, completely unencumbered. It's too late. Bai Yan's voice was hoarse, carrying a chilling coldness. You've injured my companions and sought to take our prey. Today none of you shall leave. With that, Bai Yan lunged at the black-striped wolf, biting down hard on its throat and tearing viciously. The black-striped wolf didn't even have time to scream before it breathed its last. The one-eyed wolf was terrified, struggling to crawl away, but was pinned down by Shan Bang's paw. Trying to escape, Shan Bang bared its teeth, biting into the one-eyed wolf's back, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. The one-eyed wolf rolled on the ground in agony, its wails echoing through the forest. The other wolves didn't remain idle. Shui Zhua chased down a fleeing lean wolf, claws digging into its belly. Yun when bit down on a Heatsung wolf's ear, yanking it fiercely, causing that wolf to gasp for air. Qing Hui stuck by Lao Yan, helping to deal with any stragglers. Though Lao Yan's legs were injured, he still clung to a wolf's tail. Let's go all out. Since we're doomed anyway. The remaining few wolves from Heatsong, seeing no chance of survival, suddenly turned reedied and lunged at Bai Yan's pack. One wolf even recklessly charged at Bai Yan, intending to take them down together. Bai Yan had anticipated this, sidestepping and delivering a powerful blow to its head. That wolf crashed to the ground and never got back up. This bloody battle didn't last long. The wolves from both the Qingshan and Heatsong packs fell to the ground lifeless. Both packs had been completely wiped out. Bai Yan shook off the blood from his mouth, lifting his gaze towards the distant Xiaohe. Xiaohe, familiar with Luo Yinzhou, ran faster than anyone else, its scenting abilities keen. Xiaohe, quickly go to Luo village, find Luo Yinzhou. Have him come help with the aftermath and bring some herbs. Xiaohe straightened up, immediately nodding vigorously. Got it, leader. I'm on it. With that, it dashed towards Luo village, paws splashing through the mud. After dealing with the corpses on the ground, Bai Yan looked at the wolf bodies in front of him. The one-eyed and black-striped wolves must have hidden wolf cubs. Let's follow their scent and bring the cubs back. We cannot leave future troubles. No weeds grow back, spring winds blow, they live again. The pack responded in unison, their voices filled with vigor. Though they had just fought, everyone was exhausted, yet not a single complaint was heard. Only by retrieving the wolf cubs could they completely resolve this trouble. Bai Yan led the pack, following the scent left by the one-eyed and black-striped wolves towards the east. Yunwen walked in front, its sense of smell the sharpest, occasionally stopping to sniff the air and adjusting direction. Bai Yan, over here. The scent leads towards the oak grove. Bai Yan nodded and quickened his pace. As they passed through the oak grove, they came across a cave. The entrance was concealed by branches, making it very hidden, and the scent was faintly masked. If one didn't look closely, they would have missed it. This should be the place. Bai Yan signaled everyone to slow down and approach the cave quietly. As Bai Yan and the pack drew near to the den where the Qingshan wolves hid their cubs, they heard a low growl of woo-woo from inside. The guarding mother wolf. The mother wolf had a brownish coat, was not particularly large, yet she was shielding several wolf cubs behind her. Her back arched, straight fangs bared, eyes filled with vigilance, behaving like a prickly hedgehog. Step aside, we don't want to harm the cubs. Bai Yan took a step forward, his voice calm, yet authoritative. However, the mother wolf wouldn't budge, instead taking a couple of steps forward, baring her teeth at Bai Yan. Don't come closer. These are our cubs. You killed our leader and still want to take the cubs. No way. Shan Bong couldn't hold back any longer, stepping forward, its size dwarfing the mother wolf, letting out a menacing growl. If you're sensible, step aside quickly. Otherwise, we'll deal with you too. Yet the mother wolf still refused to back down, glancing at the trembling cubs behind her, her eyes filled with determination. Stop wasting time with her. Xiao Hui approached and said to the mother wolf, if you don't step aside, we won't be polite. We just want to take the cubs back. It's better than starving here with you. The mother wolf still wouldn't budge, even lunging at Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui had anticipated this, sidestepping and delivering a hard blow to the mother wolf's back. The mother wolf yelped in pain, crashing to the ground, but sprang back up, immediately lunging at Xiao Hui once more. Bai Yan frowned, feeling this approach was not right. He suddenly charged forward, biting the mother wolf's neck, but not with force, simply pinning her down. Stop resisting. Otherwise, go find your king. The mother wolf struggled a few times, realizing she could not break free, and glanced back at the trembling cubs, the fierce light in her eyes gradually fading. I won't cause trouble again. Her voice was tinged with tears, slowly relaxing her body. Please don't harm the cubs. We will submit. Bai Yan released her grip and stepped back. We won't harm the cubs. From now on, you will live with us, and we won't let you go hungry. The mother wolf slowly got up, moving to her cubs, nuzzling each one as if to comfort them. The wolf cubs gathered around, some licking the mother wolf's paws, others hiding beneath her belly. All right, take the cubs away. Bai Yan instructed the pack. The adult wolves immediately sprang into action. Xiao Hui picked up the smallest cub, gently placing it in her embrace. Shuezhua carefully gathered 2 cubs to her side, slowly making their way out. Yunwen and Shanbong each picked up a cub, their movements gentle, as if afraid to break a precious treasure. The mother wolf followed behind, watching as the cubs were carried away, her worry gradually lessening. The mother wolf realized that following Bai Yan's pack was perhaps the best choice. At least the cubs would not go hungry, unlike before when they had to worry daily about their survival. As the sun began to set, several women sewing shoe soles gathered under the old locust tree at the entrance of Luo village, when suddenly a hurried sound of footsteps approached. It was Xiao Hui, its fur soaked in blood, the once shiny black coat now matted and tangled, blood streaked at the corner of its mouth, charging frantically towards the village, making urgent woo-woo sounds. Oh no! Why is this wolf covered in blood? Aunt Zhang dropped her needlework in shock, and the other women quickly stepped back, their eyes filled with panic. But Xiao Hui paid them no mind, barreling straight towards Luo.He's yard, crashing into the wooden door with a loud bang, causing it to creak. Luo Yinzhou was helping Chun Tao dry wheat when he heard the noise and hurried out. Upon seeing Xiao Hei's state, his heart tightened instantly. Xiao Hei, what happened? Did something happen to Bai Yin and the others? Xiao Hei rushed over, bumping its head against Luo Yinzhou's leg, its tail tucked between its legs, letting out intermittent howls, occasionally shaking its head in the direction of the mountains. Something must have happened in the mountains. Luo Yinzhou turned and ran towards Dr. Zhang's house, yelling, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, hurry, grab your medical kit. There's trouble with the wolves in the mountains. Dr. Zhang, who was grinding herbs in the yard, heard the shout and quickly grabbed his medical kit, rushing out. What happened? Xiao Hei is covered in blood. It's likely that Bai Yin and the others got into a fight with another wolf pack. Luo Yinzhou spoke rapidly, his eyes filled with urgency. The men of the village heard the commotion and gathered around. Luo Laosi, carrying a hoe, ran over. Yinzhou, what's going on? Did the wolves in the mountains run into trouble? Yes. Xiao Hei is covered in blood. Bai Yin and the others must have gotten into a fight with another wolf pack. We need to help. Luo Yinzhou replied, quickly running back to his yard, soon emerging with a machete. Upon hearing this, the men immediately dispersed to grab their tools. Some wielded hoes, some carried machetes, and some even slung bows and arrows over their shoulders. Before long, over 30 men had gathered at the village entrance, each with a determined look in their eyes. Let's not waste time. Quickly follow Xiao Hei into the mountains. Luo Yinzhou shouted, leading the way after Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei ran ahead, its pace quick, frequently looking back to ensure everyone was keeping up. The men followed closely behind, not daring to slow down. Bai Yan's pack had helped the village many times. Now that the pack was in trouble, they certainly couldn't ignore it. Dr. Zhang with the medical kit stayed in the middle of the line, muttering as they walked, hopefully they aren't too badly hurt. I have hemostatic herbs and bandages in this kit. They should come in handy. Luo Laosi, carrying the hoe, walked alongside Luo Yinzhou. Yinzhou, don't worry, with so many of us, even if we encounter another wolf pack, we can help Bai Yin drive them away. Luo Yinzhou nodded, but he was still anxious. Xiao Hei was covered in blood, indicating the battle must have been fierce. He worried about how Bai Yin and the others had fared. The mountain winds carried a faint scent of blood, deepening Luo Yinzhou's worries. This smell was much stronger than the usual scent from hunting, indicating that many wolves had likely been injured. Everyone speed up. Luo Yinzhou shouted, quickening his pace. The men followed suit, hastening their speed. The sound of their machetes and hoes clashing against the stones echoed loudly in the forest. After about half an hour, Xiao Hei's howls echoed ahead. They had reached the vicinity of the den. Luo Yinzhou's heart raced as he dashed forward, spotting several wolf corpses lying at the entrance to the den, along with many injured wolves gasping for breath on the ground. As Luo Yinzhou and the villagers approached the den, they heard a threatening woo-woo from inside. The newly allied mother wolf was guarding several cubs behind her, her back arched straight, fur bristling, fangs bared, eyes fixed on the approaching crowd, filled with vigilance. The wolf cubs gathered around their short legs, standing straight. Though small, they mimicked their mother by baring their teeth and letting out small, low growls, looking fierce yet pitiful. Don't be agitated, we're here to help. Luo Yinzhou quickly stopped and waved his hand, speaking softly. But the mother wolf didn't listen, taking a step forward, her low growl becoming louder, as if she would pounce if anyone got closer. The villagers all halted, some gripping their machetes tightly, but they didn't dare move. They knew these were Bai Yan's wolves and didn't want to offend them, yet the fierce stance of the mother wolf made them uneasy. Dr. Zhang, holding the medical kit, stood at the back, not daring to step forward for fear of getting injured. Just then Bai Yin approached. Bai Yin glanced at the mother wolf and then at the wary wolf cubs, frowning. Be quiet. Bai Yan's voice was hoarse, carrying an undeniable authority, but the mother wolf seemed not to hear, still growling at the crowd. Bai Yin didn't waste any more words. He suddenly raised his right paw and slapped the mother wolf's side face. With a loud smack, the mother wolf stumbled sideways, a bit of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Bai Yin to strike, her eyes filled with shock. They are friends, not foes. Bai Yin stepped closer to the mother wolf, his amber eyes glinting coldly. Luo Yinzhou is the king of the wolf pack, and the villagers will not harm you. If you dare to act fierce again, don't blame me for being impolite. The mother wolf looked at Bai Yan's stern face, then glanced at the crowd. She finally realized that these humans were not there to harm them, but to help. If they had come to hunt, arrows would have been the first to arrive. The fierce light in her eyes gradually faded, returning to clarity. The mother wolf lowered her head, nuzzling Bai Yan's paw, as if to apologize. I'm sorry. I thought they were here to harm the cubs. Make sure to see clearly before you act. Don't lose your temper recklessly. Bai Yan's tone softened. With me here, no one dares to harm you. The nearby wolf cubs noticed the mother wolf had calmed down and began to lower their guard. Some even approached Luo Yinzhou, curiously sniffing his hands. Luo Yinzhou smiled, squatting down, grabbing one of the cubs and starting to pet it. They are a bit thin, just bones. Dr. Zhang hurried over, speaking to Bai Yin. I'll treat the injured wolves first, you take me to see them. Bai Yin nodded, but didn't take them inside, instead calling out the injured wolves. Dr. Zhang rushed over, squatting beside the injured wolves, opening his medical kit, taking out herbs and bandages, and starting to treat their wounds. The villagers gathered around, some helping to hold the injured wolves, some passing herbs to Dr. Zhang, while others vigilantly scanned the surroundings, guarding against other wolf packs. Luo Laosi looked at the wolf corpses on the ground, frowning. These aren't from Bai Yan's pack. They look somewhat like the He Song and Qingshan wolf packs. Bai Yan nodded. Bai Yan nuzzled Dr. Zhang's hand, letting out a low woo-woo sound, as if to thank him. As the sun set, the forest gradually quieted down. Dr. Zhang finished bandaging the last injured wolf, wiping the sweat from his forehead. All done. If they are well cared for, these injured wolves will follow us down the mountain for a few days. The men all sighed in relief, preparing to return to the village with their implements. The injured wolves followed the humans down the mountain. For a time, there were only about 20 wolves remaining in the den, all of them lightly injured or uninjured. As for the corpses of the He Song and Qingshan wolves, they had all been taken down the mountain by the villagers. The wolf pelts would be brought to Luo-Jia village, and the meat could be collected by the wolf pack tomorrow. As the moon climbed over the mountain, Luo family village was quiet, with only the occasional bark of a dog breaking the silence. As Luo Yan's consciousness entered the space, the number of rabbits in the space quickly diminished. Surrounded by dozens of plump rabbits, each weighing about 4 pounds, they were specifically chosen by him from the space. Shiny fur and substantial meat. Little Black squatted nearby, its tail gently swaying, still carrying a faint scent of blood. Little Black, be gentle when you deliver them later, don't wake the villagers. Luo Yinzhou patted Little Black's head and handed over a rabbit. Just place it at the stone steps at the door, set it down, and leave. The sooner you finish delivering, the sooner you can sleep. Little Black took the rabbit, nodded lightly, and stepped softly, floating out of the yard like a shadow. Luo Yinzhou picked up another rabbit. Considering Uncle Zhang cannot receive a rabbit, he should send a deer instead. During the day, Uncle Zhang had spent most of the time in the mountains helping with the wolf pack's injuries, applying herbs and bandages. A deer would be enough to express his gratitude and serve as the wolf pack's medical fee. First, he watched Little Black's route for delivering the rabbits. It carried the rabbit along the village path, and as it passed Aunt Lee's house, it heard a child's sleep talk coming from inside, making its steps even lighter. After placing the rabbit on the stone steps at the door, it gently nudged it with its nose to arrange it neatly before turning to walk to the next house. Arriving at Luo Erza's house with the gate closed, Little Black squeezed through the crack, set the rabbit at the door of the main room, and quietly retreated, not making a sound, even on the hinges. Before long, at the doorsteps of most families in the village, there was a rabbit with a broken neck. Its blood had already dried clean, so it wouldn't stain the entrance. Meanwhile, Little Black dragged the deer, following behind Luo Yinzhou as they headed towards Veterinarian Zhang's house. This deer was brought after Luo Yinzhou sent Little Black into the space, and under Luo Yan's control, Little Black easily bit through the deer's neck. Arriving at Veterinarian Zhang's door, he gently knocked. Uncle Zhang, are you home? The lights inside quickly lit up, and Veterinarian Zhang, dressed in his outer garment, opened the door. Upon seeing Little Black behind Luo Yinzhou, he was startled. Yinzhou, what are you doing bringing a deer so late? Uncle Zhang, you worked hard during the day helping the wolf pack with their injuries in the mountains. This deer is a special delivery from Bai Yin to you, both as a thank you and as the medical fee for the wolf pack. Luo Yinzhou placed the deer at the door, smiling as he said, you can keep it for yourself or take it to town tomorrow to sell. Veterinarian Zhang quickly waved his hand, that won't do. I only exchanged some herbs for the wolves, there's no need for something so valuable. Hurry up and take it back. Uncle Zhang, please just accept it. Luo Yinzhou pressed down on his hand. The wolf pack of Bai Yin remembers your kindness. You helped them, and they should show their appreciation. Otherwise, if I need to bother you again, next time I won't have the heart to ask. Just as he was speaking, Little Black released its hold on the deer, squatting beside him, gently wooing at Veterinarian Zhang and pawing at his pants, indicating the deer. Veterinarian Zhang looked at Little Black and then at the deer on the ground, sighed. All right then, I will accept it. If the wolf pack has any more problems, feel free to come find me. I have plenty of herbs ready. I'll thank you, Uncle Zhang. Luo Yinzhou smiled broadly, his eyes squinting with joy, and unconsciously patted Little Black beside him, glancing into the house with a hint of hope in his tone. By the way, Uncle Zhang, can I go in to see the injured wolves? I've been thinking about them since coming back from the mountains. I can't rest easy without taking a look. Of course. Come with me, Veterinarian Zhang said as he turned and walked into the inner room, not forgetting to pick up the oil lamp from the table. It's dark at night and needs to be lit to walk safely. The wick crackled as it jumped a couple of times, casting a dim yellow light that elongated both their shadows, swaying against the earthen wall. Luo Yinzhou hurriedly followed, and Little Black stepped lightly behind, its ears perked up straight, clearly also concerned about its companions. As soon as they entered the inner room, a faint herbal scent wafted over, mixed with the smell of dry grass, which was not unpleasant. Luo Yinzhou immediately spotted a pile of dry grass on the ground. Little Gray lay in the middle, its entire back wrapped in thick cloth strips, the white cloth circling around, leaving only its round head and 4 short legs exposed, making it look like a zongzi tightly bound. Nearby wolves lay down, some with their front legs wrapped in cloth, others with green herbal ointment applied to their necks, gently tied with strips of cloth. Upon hearing the noise, they slowly raised their heads, and upon seeing Luo Yinzhou and Little Black, their vigilance gradually faded, with their tails lightly sweeping over the dry grass. How are they doing? Luo Yinzhou quickly walked over, crouching beside Little Gray, carefully extending his hand to gently stroke its head. Little Gray's fur was still a bit stiff, not as lively as usual. It merely raised its head and let out a low wooing sound in greeting, its tail wagging gently, but not too forcefully. Any pull on its back would cause pain. Veterinarian Zhang walked over, placed the oil lamp on a nearby low stool, and handed Luo Yinzhou a bowl of cool water. Rest assured, they are recovering better than I expected. When I brought them back yesterday, Little Gray didn't even have the strength to lift its head. Last night, I fed the meat porridge, and it managed to eat nearly half a bowl. This back injury looks severe, but it hasn't damaged the bones. The skin is just a bit torn. I applied hemostatic herbs and wrapped it in cloth to prevent infection. In about 10 days to half a month, it can be unwrapped. The other few wolves are even less affected. They're all superficial injuries, and after applying herbs for a few days, they will be able to jump around again. Luo Yinzhou took the water, took a sip, and finally felt a weight lift from his heart. He then checked on the other wolves one by one, seeing that their breathing was steady and their eyes were much brighter than yesterday. Some even came over to nuzzle his hand, completely reassured. That's good. With you here, I can rest easy. I was worried they wouldn't pull through yesterday, but now I see it was all unnecessary. It's all minor issues, Veterinarian Zhang chuckled, waving his hand. I've treated livestock for so many years, I can handle this level of injury without a problem. You shouldn't stay here too long. It's almost the middle of the night, and you've been busy since yesterday. You must be exhausted. Go home and rest. You need to come back tomorrow. Luo Yinzhou nodded, patting Little Gray's head again softly, saying, you all take good care of your injuries. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. After saying that, he stood up. He bid farewell to Veterinarian Zhang. Uncle Zhang, we'll take our leave now. You should also rest early. I'll take care. Veterinarian Zhang accompanied them to the door, watching the silhouettes of the 3 of them gradually disappear into the night before closing the door. Luo Yinzhou walked home with Little Black. As the night wind blew, his fatigue surged back and his steps slowed. Little Black was not as lively as usual, quietly following beside him, occasionally looking up at the moon. Upon returning home, Luo Yinzhou didn't even bother to light the lamp. He washed his face in the dark and lay down on the bed, pulling the quilt over him. In no time, the sound of breathing filled the room. Little Black also jumped onto the pile of dry grass at the bed's edge, curled up, and soon began to gently snore. After a full day of busy work, it could finally rest properly. At dawn, Aunt Lee, wrapped in her garment, went to open the door, and just as she pulled back the latch, her foot kicked something soft. She looked down and immediately exclaimed, ah. It was a plump rabbit, its neck already broken with shiny fur, looking like it weighed several pounds. Husband, come out and take a look. There's a rabbit at our doorstep. Aunt Lee's loud voice woke Uncle Lee from inside the house. Uncle Lee rubbed his eyes and came out, staring at the rabbit in confusion. What's going on? Where did this rabbit come from? As the two were puzzled, they heard Uncle Luo Erza's loud voice from next door. Hey, Aunt Lee, your house has a rabbit too. There's one at the door of my living room. Aunt Lee peeked out to see Uncle Luo Erzu holding up a rabbit and shouting at her, his face beaming with joy. Before long, the doors of most families in the village creaked open and the sounds of surprise echoed through the village alley. At each doorstep there lay an identical plump rabbit. What's going on? Who's so generous to deliver rabbits to every household? Who could it be? But I haven't heard of anyone returning from a hunt. Look at this rabbit. With its neck broken, it looks like it was done by wolves. The villagers surrounded the rabbits, discussing animatedly. Some had already begun considering cooking rabbit meat for lunch, while others pondered if they could pickle it to eat slowly. Just then, Veterinarian Zhang came out from his home with a medical box. Seeing the lively scene, he couldn't help but smile. Everyone stopped guessing. These rabbits were delivered by Yan's wolf pack. Veterinarian Zhang took a couple of steps into the crowd, his voice clear. Yesterday, when we went to the mountains to help the wolf pack, we brought down several severely injured wolves. This is the wolf pack's way of repaying everyone for helping us. As soon as he said this, the village erupted in excitement. Uncle Luo Erzu slapped his thigh and laughed. I knew it. Yan's wolf pack truly knows how to be grateful. If I had known, I would have helped carry a few more wolves yesterday. This rabbit is enough for my family to eat for 2 meals. Aunt Lee also laughed, unable to close her mouth right. Let's stew rabbit meat for lunch and satisfy the kids' cravings. This meat looks delicious. Grandma Wang leaned on her cane and walked over, looking at the rabbits at the door and the chickens nearby, her eyes slightly red. This wolf pack has a kind heart. They still remember this old woman. The men of the village also huddled together laughing and discussing if the wolf pack has any issues in the future we should still go help. Look at this reward, it's more substantial than anything. Exactly. Having meat to eat is better than anything. Stewing rabbit meat for lunch, paired with some wine, will be delightful. Before long, smoke began to rise in the village. Some families were preparing the rabbits while others had already started cooking meat, and the aroma gradually spread through the village. Children gathered around the stove chanting, "When can we eat rabbit meat?" while the adults sat at the door chatting and laughing as they prepared vegetables. The entire Luo family village was immersed in the joy of having meat to eat. In the kitchen, the firewood crackled and the fresh aroma of rabbit meat wafted out of the yard, attracting the children to circle around the stove. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, a group of people gathered to chat, their benches arranged haphazardly. Some were smoking old pipes while others were making shoe saws. The topic kept coming back to the fat rabbit at the door this morning. Speaking of Bayan's wolf pack, they truly are sensible. They know we helped carry the wolves yesterday and returned the favor so generously. Luo Erz's wife kept threading her needle, her face breaking into smiles. "Let's stew rabbit meat at noon and put in some wild vegetables we dug from the field. My two boys will be able to swallow their tongues." Exactly. Aunt Lee chimed in, still holding the freshly prepared vegetables in her hand. "When my tiger sees a rabbit, he jumps higher than the rabbit. He's still guarding the kitchen door, asking every little while, 'Mom, is the meat ready yet?' He's just so greedy." Just as they were chatting, veterinarian Zhang's wife, Wang Suihua, walked over with a bamboo basket. She wore a dark blue cloth shirt, her back straight, and as she walked, the basket swayed with flour cloth, sometimes slipping down to reveal half a piece of meat. In that moment, she looked like a blooming peacock, nearly shouting, "I have something good." Old Lu, squatting under the tree, smoking a pipe, quickly noticed and opened his mouth first. "Where are you going? What treasures do you have in that basket, so tightly covered?" Wang Suihua deliberately paused, her steps moved a little closer to the crowd, then slowly reached out and lifted the flour cloth aside, revealing a whole deer leg. The deer skin had been thoroughly cleaned, the meat firm and looking robust. She raised her voice a little higher. "It's nothing precious. It's just a return gift from the wolf pack to my old Zhang for treating their injuries. It's to thank him for treating the wolves and offsetting the cost of herbs. This deer leg my husband asked me to send to the in-laws for the elders to try something fresh." As soon as she said this, everyone's gaze instantly fixated on the deer leg, even the smokers paused. Luo Erz's wife dropped the needle and thread in shock, hurriedly picking it up. "My goodness. Is this a deer? A whole deer? This is far more valuable than rabbits. Our rabbits are enough for 2 meals, but your deer could last us until the new year." Exactly. Someone leaned in closer, cautiously touching the deer leg, their fingertips gathering some grease. "Deer meat is nourishing. Ooh, I heard the big shots in the city love eating it. It can also be cut into strips and dried into jerky, lasting much longer than rabbit meat. Just steaming a bowl with rice is sufficient." Seeing everyone's reaction, Wang Quihua's smile widened, nudging the basket further onto the stone table to let everyone see better. "My old Zhang worked until midnight yesterday before resting. He was busy applying herbs to the wolves and wrapping them. He used up most of the hemostatic herbs, all of which he collected himself from the mountains, and even made several pastes for treating bone injuries. In the latter half of the night, I heard some noise at the courtyard gate, and when I opened the door, Little Black was dragging a whole deer with Luo Yanzhou beside him, saying it was specially sent by Yin to ensure my old Zhang wouldn't work for nothing. That's right. This deer should go to old Zhang." Aunt Lee nodded immediately, her tone resolute. "Yesterday those wolves were severely injured, some were nearly broken-legged. It was all thanks to old Zhang, who cleaned their wounds and applied medicine little by little. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have the skills. Are herbs free? Does taking care of them not require energy? This deer is what he deserves." "That's exactly right." Just then Luo Erju returned from the field carrying a hoe. As he joined in old Zhang, makes a living from his medical skills. "We should be content with our rabbits. He puts in more effort than we do and deserves good things. What's there to be jealous of? Moreover, with old Zhang's excellent medical skills, fewer wolves get injured and our village stays safe. Otherwise, if there are fewer wolves in the mountains, wouldn't wild boars and weasels come to wreak havoc on the crops?" The crowd chimed in, each agreeing with one another. No one felt it was unfair. Everyone knew veterinarian Zhang's skill. Whenever any livestock in the village fell ill, he would come without hesitation. If hunters from the mountains were injured and needed help, he would treat them as well, charging what they could afford or nothing at all. He was polite and sincere, pouring his heart into his work, and his genuine care warmed everyone's hearts. Yesterday, he had busied himself beside the wolf den without even taking a sip of hot water. This deer was truly earned through his skills and hard work. Wang Suihua listened to everyone and felt sweet as honey in her heart, yet she feigned modesty. "It's also thanks to everyone's help, otherwise old Zhang wouldn't be able to manage alone. I won't chat with you any longer. I need to hurry and deliver the deer leg. If I'm late, it will cool down on the way." At noon, I also need to make some deer soup for old Zhang to replenish his strength. As she spoke, she slung the basket over her shoulder and briskly walked towards the village exit, her figure radiating cheerfulness. The chatter under the old locust tree continued, the topic shifting from the deer leg back to the rabbit meat, with some suggesting braising and others advocating for clear stews. As dawn began to break, a hint of light appeared on the eastern mountain, and the city gate of Jincheng creaked open. The rusty hinge let out a grating noise reminiscent of old bones groaning as the gatekeeper old Zhang rubbed his eyes and yawned, his hand barely striking the gong twice. Dong, dong. Before the third strike could land, a shadow shot in from the mist outside the city. It was a lad of about 17 or 18, dressed in faded coarse short clothes, riding a tall steed. Dew and mud clung to the horse's mane, and as its hooves struck the muddy entrance, the splashed muck smeared halfway up the horse's legs. The lad leaned over the horse's back, gripping the reins tightly, his knuckles turning white, while his other hand cupped around his mouth, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Lily of the Valley Merchant Guild, arriving in Jincheng in 5 days." His voice was sharp and urgent, like a stone splashing into the morning stillness, startling even the birds in the distant woods into flight. Old Zhang's young caught in his throat, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist, and the gong in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, rolling away far. He staggered forward a couple of steps, reaching out to grasp the horse's reins, his rough hand trembling slightly from the effort. "Kid, say that again." What Lily of the Valley Merchant Guild?" The lad pulled the reins tight, the horse still panting heavily, its nostrils flaring with white mist mingled with morning fog. His chest heaved violently, sweat trickling down his cheeks and dripping onto the horse's neck, forming small wet spots. He wiped his sweat and shouted again, "Absolutely true. The post station in the city just received a dispatch. The merchant convoy from the Lily of the Valley Guild will definitely arrive at the west gate of Jincheng in 5 days. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang the butcher, who was setting up his stall by the city gate, was hanging half a pig onto a hook, his greasy hands just steadying the meat, when his bone knife clanged loudly against the wooden cutting board, startling the ginger slices and green onions on the counter. He lifted his apron smeared with pig fat, wiped his hands hastily, and in 2 quick steps was at the horse's side, his voice booming louder than the lad's. "Are you talking about that Lily of the Valley Merchant Guild from the capital? The one that comes only once every 7 years, bringing fine salt and cotton cloth?" The lad nodded emphatically, freeing a hand to pat a blue cloth bag on the saddle, part of an official document still protruding from the corner. "No mistake about it. I ran over from the post station. The document is still in the bag. It's the Lily of the Valley Merchant Guild, the one that exchanges for animal skins and collects herbs." Wang the butcher stared at him for a while, then suddenly turned and dashed down the street. He rushed so fast that he nearly knocked over a nearby breakfast stall, shouting as he ran, "The Lily of the Valley Merchant Guild is coming, arriving in Jincheng in 5 days. They can exchange for salt. They can exchange for cotton cloth." His voice carried the morning chill, weaving through the still damp stone roads and spreading the news like ripples on a lake. As for Jinju, the roads here are truly difficult to traverse. During dry spells, dust rises, choking the throat with each step. When it rains, it's worse, as the mud can cover the ankles, making shoes stick to the ground and come off. So the people of Jinju prefer to wear the oldest straw sandals when they go out, not caring if they get lost. When outsiders mention Jinju, they usually frown. "Oh, that poor remote place." They are not wrong. The entire city has only 4 main streets circling around the walls of Jincheng, with most houses made of mud bricks and thatched roofs, and during strong winds one can see straw flying. The most respectable places in the city are the post station and the barracks. The post station is made of blue bricks, while the barracks have wooden fences, yet even so the hinges of the post station still creak with rust, and the barracks fences bear the scars left by beast tides. In the year 245 of the Tianyuan era, the capital finally remembered this poor region, sending 10,000 soldiers claiming they would be stationed in Jincheng to help defend against the beast tide. When the news reached Jinju, the common folk rushed to the city gate, hoping these soldiers would bring some stability to their lives. But who would have thought that it took 2 months for these 10,000 soldiers to arrive, only to find that they could barely muster 7,000 at the city gate? You wonder why 3,000 were missing. The thought alone is heart-wrenching. These soldiers were transferred from Jinju Ningzhu and Qingzhou, with the closest being Jinju, which still required crossing 3 major mountains and traversing 2 large rivers. The first month was manageable as they traveled on official roads, though it was a dirt path. At least it allowed for carts and horses. But once past the Jinju border, the roads became unrecognizable, full of mud pits where a cartwheel would sink in and require 7 or 8 men to lift it out. During hot weather, the sun baked the ground until it smoked, and the soldiers, laden with armor and carrying long spears, sweated profusely with every step. Some soldiers suffered heat stroke and collapsed by the roadside. Others had blisters on their feet that burst, mixing with mud and causing them to wince in pain, yet they had to keep going. It was even harder in the mountains. The trees in the forest grew so thick that not even sunlight could penetrate. The ground was littered with dead branches and fallen leaves, soft to step on, hiding who knows what beneath. Soldiers often fell into snake holes without noticing, bitten on the leg, and were dead within half a day. Nighttime was even more dangerous. They could only find a relatively flat spot to set up tents, but as soon as they lay down they would hear the howling of wolves and the roaring of bears in the forest. On one occasion, a herd of wild boars invaded the camp, overturning several tents and injuring more than 10 soldiers. The soldiers brandished torches to drive them away, struggling half the night before finally chasing the wild boars off, but the injured soldiers, due to lack of medical supplies, ultimately could not be saved. There were also those who died from illness. The water in the mountains was unclean. Some soldiers parched drank from a creek and were violently ill that same day, suffering from vomiting and diarrhea, their bodies burning with fever. There were only 2 medical officers in the ranks, and they had brought too few herbs, not nearly enough. Watching their brothers fall one by one, the remaining soldiers felt anxious, uncertain if they would survive to reach Jinju. After great difficulty, they finally arrived at the gates of Jincheng, each soldier looking gaunt and worn, covered in mud, some with tears in their armor, exposing the clothing underneath. They looked up at the city walls of Jincheng, built of mud bricks, not high and quite uneven. Looking further out, all that could be seen were the dark, dense forests stretching endlessly. An old soldier sighed, "This place, it's hard to defend." He was not wrong. Though 7,000 soldiers were stationed in Jincheng, Jinju was far too vast for major cities, separated by hundreds of miles with dense forests in between and countless villages scattered in the mountains. When the beast tide came, sometimes it was the villages to the east that suffered, sometimes it was those to the west that were attacked. As the soldiers rushed east, trouble would arise in the west, making it impossible to cover every front. Last winter, the Li family village to the west of the city fell victim to a beast tide, with a dozen wild wolves storming into the village, damaging several houses and injuring 5 people. The villagers sent word to Jincheng, and by the time the soldiers arrived, the wild wolves had long since vanished, leaving only chaos behind. One soldier spoke to the commanding general. "General, shouldn't we send some men to guard each village?" "No," the general shook his head. "We were assigned here to guard Jincheng." The soldiers were left with no choice but to protect Jincheng, helplessly watching the surrounding villages suffer. The common folk understood too. It was not that the soldiers did not want to help, but rather that the place was too remote and vast, and there were too few soldiers to manage. Yet occasionally someone would recall the soldiers who came to Jinju in the year 245 of the Tianyuan era, remembering their 2-month journey and the heartbreaking loss of 3,000 men unable to help. But life in Jinju is indeed tough. However, Jinju also has treasures unlike any other. Forests full of resources. The forests hide livelihoods and paths to survival. In winter, they hunt snow foxes and black bears. A single complete pelt can provide warmth for the winter. In spring, they gather honeysuckle and dandelions. Drying them can earn a bit of coarse salt. In autumn, they dig ginseng and lingji. If fortune smiles, they can exchange for bags of fine grain. The people of Jinju rely on these forests for their livelihood. Men venture into the mountains with bows and arrows during their leisure time, while women do what they can at home. Life is tough, yet they have not lost hope. Among this hope, the heaviest piece is the Lily of the Valley Merchant Guild. The Lily of the Valley Merchant Guild comes from the capital, one of the 5 major merchant guilds, and is quite precious. The people of Jinju wait for it more eagerly than the new year, because it comes only once every 7 years. Why 7 years? The distance is too great. It takes 3 months to travel from the capital to Jinju, and the merchant convoy carrying goods must cross rivers and mountains while fending off wild beasts, making the cost of a trip very high. Each time they need to hire 1,000 men, and the convoy stretches for several miles. But the Lily of the Valley Merchant Guild insists on coming, for the animal skins and herbs from Jinju are genuinely authentic. Fox skins are rare in the capital and can fetch a high price. For the people of Jinju, the Lily of the Valley Merchant Guild is not merely there to do business, but to deliver life-saving supplies. Smaller merchant convoys come frequently, but they are either missing things or inflate their prices. A good wolf pelt might not even be worth half a bag of salt. A single lingji may only be exchanged for a few crude porcelain bowls. But the Lily of the Valley Merchant Guild is different, bringing fine salt, cotton cloth, iron pots, and hunting knives with clear prices posted on wooden boards. A snow fox pelt for 3 pieces of cloth and 2 pounds of salt, a 10-year-old ginseng for a knife, and half a bag of white flour. The exchanges are straightforward with no exorbitant prices. The last time the Lily of the Valley Merchant Guild came was in the year 247 of the Tianyuan era. At that time, the people of Jincheng were packed like sardines, with old Zhang from the west side of the city bringing his 10-year-old grandson to queue up before dawn. He traded a black bear pelt for an iron pot, 3 pounds of salt, 2 knives, and several bags of grain. On the way home, his grandson clutched the iron pot tightly, not letting go. That pot is still on the stove in old Zhang's home, its bottom blackened, yet sturdy, releasing a tantalizing aroma when stewing meat. As dawn began to break, old hunter Ye Ming from the east end of the village carried his well-polished hunting knife toward the grain drying ground, his voice loud enough to wake half the village. Those not afraid of death, follow me. While the Lily of the Valley Merchant Guild hasn't arrived, let's head into the mountains for some good pelts. We can buy candy for our wives and children with the money we earn. No sooner had he spoken than over a dozen young men rushed over. Juzi, gripping an axe, his arm muscles taut, pounded his chest and shouted, "Uncle Ming, count me in. I'm young and strong enough to handle it. Even if I run into a wild boar, I can wrestle with it." "And me?" Young Gooden squeezed and clutching a freshly sharpened machete, his hands slick with sweat. "I want to catch a few more pelts to exchange for cotton cloth for my mother. My mother's cloth shirt is covered in patches." Ye Ming squinted at the crowd, waved his hand. "All right. Go home and grab some provisions and bring some snake-repellent herbs. Meet under the old locust tree at the village entrance in half an hour. Remember, only pick the soft ones. If you encounter a bear, we'll go around it. Don't confront it directly." While the men clamored to head into the mountains, the wives in the village were not idle either. Aunt Lee rummaged through her own yard, pulling out rabbit skins hidden under the bed, laying them on the stone slabs, and wiping them with a damp cloth, not letting a single stray hair go. "If my husband can catch another fox pelt, he can get our child a new cotton coat. Last year that coat was half a size too short." The child's neck was freezing. Chun Tao was also tidying up in the yard, but the more she tidied, the more her brow furrowed. There were just too many skins at Luo Yinzhou's house. In the main room, the 8 immortals table was piled high with fox skins, wolf skins stacked on the bench, and several thick bear skins hung from the beams, one atop another, forming a small mountain. In the yard, it was even more exaggerated, with deer skins drying on the racks and rabbit skins piled against the wall, taking up half the yard. When the wind blew, the hairs on the skins swayed gently, making one dizzy. Chun Tao crouched in front of the rabbit skin pile, reaching out to touch the topmost skin, sighing, "What are we going to do? With so many skins, how can we take them to Jinsheng? We can't just carry them along the mountain paths, can we?" Luo Yinzhou had just returned from feeding Little Black, still holding some unfinished jerky. Seeing his mother worried, he squatted down and smiled, saying, "Mother, don't worry. If we really can't take them all, let's just take the best ones first, hide the rest, and exchange them next time the Merchant Guild comes." "Next time." Chun Tao stood up, dusting off her hands, her tone filled with helplessness. "Who knows if we'll have to wait 7 or 8 more years for the next time? Have you forgotten? Ever since your father was spotted by the wolf pack, while skinning in these 5 years, whenever the wolves have hunted, they've brought the skins to our house. Some wolves have even learned to skin like your father, though some do it clumsily and leave meat on. They can still be cleaned up for use. Don't we have plenty of skins?" Just then Luo He returned from outside, holding a freshly dried deer skin that still carried a bit of warmth from the sun. He spread the deer skin on the 8 immortals table, smiling, "I just found this on the drying rack. A look at its quality. Smooth and shiny. The Merchant Guild will definitely offer a good price." Chun Tao walked over, touching the deer skin, her fingertips gliding over the smooth fur. "The quality is good, but we already have plenty of skins at home. If we keep piling them up like this, we'll soon have a skin shop. By then, not only will we not be able to take them to Jinsheng, but we won't even have a place to store them." Inside, Luo Jin and Wang Shi listened, laughing uncontrollably. Wang Shi, sewing shoe soles, laughed and said, "The more the better. This is our Luo family's fortune. When we exchange goods, let's make a flower-patterned shirt for Yin Tao and get a new hat for Yinzhou. Isn't that right?" Luo Jin nodded in agreement, taking a puff from his pipe. "It wasn't easy to save up a good skin before, but now it's great. We have so many skins we can't keep track of them, and if others find out, they'll surely be envious." Luo Yinzhou looked at the room full of skins and couldn't help but smile. "Mother, it's actually quite good. With so many skins, once we get to Jinsheng, we can exchange for plenty of salt cloth, make thick cotton coats for Grandpa and Grandma, get you and Father some fine grain, and make Yin Tao a new dress. How wonderful." Luo He sat down on a bench, took a sip from a coarse porcelain bowl of tea. "Last time, Aunt Zhang told me that their salt was almost finished, and they're just hoping this time they can trade for some salt." Chun Tao thought for a moment and nodded. "Now that you mention it, that's true. Let's pick some good skins like fox skins, bear skins, and deer skins. Those that can fetch a good price, and take them first. As for the ordinary rabbit skins and bamboo rat skins, let's just take those without rips or holes, and we'll store the rest in the cellar to use later for making clothes or shoe pads for the villagers." Luo Yinzhou immediately nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and began selecting the skins. "Mother, I'll help you. I know which fox skin is the best." Little Black also came over, circling the pile of skins, nudging a shiny wolf skin with his nose, wagging his tail gently, as if to say, "This one's good, this one can be exchanged for jerky." Chun Tao looked at Little Black, smiling. "Little Black, are you helping to choose too? Once we exchange goods, I'll buy you a big bag of jerky, so you can eat to your heart's content." Little Black seemed to understand, wagging his tail like a rattle drum, and gently licked Chun Tao's hand. "This is the one-eyed wolf, my beloved companion, my brother. He deserves extra treats. On the fifth day, the sun had just climbed over the mountain, its golden rays illuminating the dirt road at the west gate of the city, making the dewy grass blades glisten, and even the water in the muddy puddles shimmered. However, at this moment, no one had the leisure to admire the scenery. Outside the west gate, the open space was packed full, bustling with more excitement than a large market during the new year. Elders leaned on their canes, being assisted by their children and grandchildren as they shuffled forward, occasionally tiptoeing to look towards the west. Little ones were perched on their parents' shoulders, clutching freshly bought candied figures, swinging their legs in excitement. Men carried neatly stacked animal skins which still bore a faint herbal scent, specially smoked to prevent moisture. Women clutched various medicinal herbs, hoping to exchange them for softer fabric. Old Man Lu, selling candied figures, maneuvered through the crowd with his pole, the bamboo rack filled with brightly colored candied figures of rabbits, tigers, and smiling children. He called out continuously, "Candied figures! Candied figures! The sour sweet hawthorn, the fragrant sesame. Kids, take your candied figures first. You'll need the energy to shout when the merchant caravan arrives." A little girl with horn braids tugged at her mother's dress, tilting her face up to shout, "Mom, I want a rabbit candied figure. When the caravan comes, I want to hold up my rabbit to see." Her mother smiled and pulled out 2 copper coins, handing them to Old Man Lu. Bye. Once your father exchanges for the soft fabric, I'll make you a new dress with flowers on it, even prettier than the candied figure." Old Man Lu swiftly took down the rabbit candied figure and handed it over with a bamboo stick, but his eyes couldn't help but glance towards the west. He was also eager for the caravan to arrive to trade for some salt, as their supply at home had run out, and he wanted to exchange for a piece of blue cloth to make a new apron for his wife. It felt like an ancient place of exile, which explained why some items were ridiculously overpriced. "They're coming. Look to the west." Suddenly, someone shouted from the back of the crowd, their voice booming like thunder. The originally noisy crowd instantly fell silent, and then erupted into a cheer. Even the little ones perched on shoulders joined in shouting, "The caravan is here! The caravan is here!" Everyone turned their gaze towards the west, and Old Man Lu forgot to hand over the candied figures. In the distance on the dirt road, a large red flag first appeared, fluttering in the wind with a loud rustle, emblazoned with the golden characters, "Lily Valley Merchant Association," shining brightly in the sunlight, visible from afar. Following that, a grand procession of carriages slowly approached. Dozens of horse-drawn carriages lined up in a long row, resembling a black dragon, the wheels thundering against the dirt road, causing the small stones by the roadside to dance. Each carriage was covered with canvas bulging with goods inside, hinting at the fine fabrics, iron pots, and salt items rarely seen in everyday life. 2 guards sat atop each carriage, while 4 burly men walked alongside. In front of the carriages were a dozen guards riding tall horses. They wore black, tight-fitting attire with shiny steel blades at their waists, bows and arrows hanging by their saddles, and half of a dagger peeking from their boots. The guards stood tall, their sharp gazes sweeping over the crowd, their lips pressed tightly together, exuding an air that made them seem formidable. Even the barking dogs by the roadside shrank back against the walls. "My goodness, this caravan is quite impressive. It's even grander than the last time when the officials came to inspect." A woman in rough cloth clothing exclaimed quietly, clutching her husband's arm, her eyes wide. The man beside her nodded, gripping the animal skin tighter, his knuckles turning white. "The capital's Merchant Association only comes once every 7 years. How could it not be grand? Just look at those horses. They're taller than the strongest ox in our village." As the caravan drew nearer, the crowd instinctively stepped back, clearing a wide path for the procession. The wheels of the carriages creaked and groaned, the wooden axles producing faint sounds, until they came to a stop with a sigh on the open ground outside the west gate. The guards jumped off their horses in a flash, their movements as swift as a gust of wind, landing with hardly any dust raised. They formed several teams, with one group stationed beside the carriages, hands resting on their blades, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. One team patrolled the open space back and forth, their footsteps heavy and steady. Another team assisted the servants in setting up tents. The servants were equally industrious. Some carried thick wooden frames, others pulled large canvases, while some hammered nails, the sound ringing out. The canvases flapped loudly in the wind, the sounds of wooden frames clashing mingling with the discussions of the crowd, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of firecrackers during the new year. Before long, the curtain of the foremost carriage was lifted, and a young gentleman dressed in light blue satin stepped down. He appeared to be in his 20s, his skin as fair as freshly milled rice flour, with no beard, his lips still bearing a hint of youthful blush. He waved a folding fan adorned with orchids, the flowers appearing just bloomed, his hair pinned up with a translucent jade hairpin, and 2 maidservants in blue long gowns followed behind him. In the crowd, someone whispered, "This must be the consul of the Merchant Association. He looks so young, even 2 years younger than my son." I heard from the staff at the inn that he is the second son of the Lily Valley Merchant Association's owner named Su Wenxuan. He is here specifically to oversee business in Jinzhou and is said to be quite the businessman in the capital. Su Wenxuan. That's a nice name as refined as the clothes he wears. Su Wenxuan seemed not to hear the murmurs, standing in the open space, gently fanning himself the wind, carrying a faint scent of orchids. His gaze swept over the surrounding crowd. There were hunters bearing animal skins, their faces weathered by the elements. There were old men carrying herbs, their baskets ropes worn white. There were also women holding children, their clothes stained with milk. Each person's eyes sparkled with anticipation, like farmers eager for a harvest. Su Wenxuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a gentle smile as he turned to his left attendant and said, "Shall Lizzie pass the word down once the tents are set up? First, erect the stalls for collecting skins and herbs, and write the price list clearly on red paper, letting someone read it out loud." The young attendant hurriedly bowed and replied, "Yes, young master. I will take care of it right away." After saying this, he turned and ran towards the servants, shouting as he went, "Hurry up and set up the tents." The young master said to set up the stalls for skins and herbs. First, write the price list on red paper and make the letters large. Su Wenxuan then turned to his right attendant and said, "Wang Lin, go tell the head of the guard team to keep a close eye on our goods." Wang Lin also bowed and replied, "Yes, young master, I will go." In the crowd, Zhou Laosan, bearing 2 wolf skins, leaned close to his wife and whispered, "This Su young master seems quite amiable, unlike the little merchant caravan last time where the shopkeeper had a long face and loved to haggle." "That's right, it's better this way, we can exchange goods more smoothly without having to haggle and waste our breath." Su Wenxuan fanned himself again, glancing towards the crowd before suddenly addressing everyone. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and bright, like mountain spring water flowing over stones, reaching every ear. "Dear villagers, thank you all for coming early to wait for us. The tents and stalls will take a little while longer to set up. In 2 days, we will officially begin trading. At that time, everyone can bring their goods, and the prices will be clearly stated on the price list with someone informing everyone of the costs." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, even more lively than when they saw the caravan earlier. "Thank you, Su young master. With your words, we can rest easy. In 2 days, we will definitely come and bring the best skins from our homes. Su young master is truly kind." Su Wenxuan smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to say something more, he heard a distant sound of galloping hooves. Looking up, he saw a group of soldiers clad in silver armor approaching, their armor gleaming in the sunlight. Leading them was a burly general, his dark face framed by a bushy beard exuding authority. Following the general were several officials in formal attire alongside 2 stout men in silk fabric hurrying towards them, carrying items in their hands. Someone in the crowd shouted, "It's Lord Li and General Wei. Those 2 are shopkeeper Wang and exchequer Zhang." Indeed, as the group approached the Jin city, Lord Li, Ye Ming, dressed in dark blue official garb and wearing a black cap, stepped forward and smiled at Su Wenxuan, saying, "Su young master, you must have had a hard journey. I am Li Ye Ming, the Lord of Jin City. Hearing that you arrived today, I specially brought along the townsfolk to welcome you. I hope the journey was not too arduous." Su Wenxuan quickly put away his fan, clasping his hands and salute, his demeanor humble. "Lord Li, you are too kind. It's truly an honor to have you and the others come personally to greet me. I had guards accompanying me on the road, so it wasn't too difficult, but I did keep everyone waiting for a long time." General Wei stepped forward as well, his voice so loud it could shake the ground, making the grass tremble. "Su young master, I am Wei Lin, stationed in Jin City. Rest assured, during this time the safety of the caravan and the order of trade will be my responsibility. I won't let anyone disrupt your affairs." Just as Su Wenxuan was about to express his gratitude, a man in red silk pushed his way over. He was shopkeeper Wang, the biggest fabric merchant in Jin City, holding a brocade box embroidered with peonies, his face beaming with smiles. "Su young master, I am Wang Sanfu, owner of a small fabric shop. I've heard that the fabrics from the Lily Valley Merchant Association are the best in the capital, soft yet durable. Today meeting you is truly a stroke of luck. This contains 2 rolls of shoe brocade that I've saved, not worth much, but please take them for now. Tonight I've prepared a simple banquet at the Drunken Immortal Tower, and I wish to invite you to discuss the fabrics and learn a bit about the business in the capital." Su Wenxuan glanced at the brocade box, the peony embroidery so lifelike that he knew the shoe brocade inside was not cheap. He smiled and waved his hand. "Shopkeeper Wang, you are too kind. I cannot accept gifts, as the association has rules against taking things from the villagers. As for the banquet, I am new here and have many matters to attend to. I fear I will have to disappoint your kind offer." Shopkeeper Wang wanted to say more when another man in deep blue silk approached. He was Zhang Qishan, a merchant dealing in herbs, holding an oiled paper bag containing herbs tied with a red string. "Su young master, I am Zhang Qishan, engaged in the herb trade. You know that the herbs from Jinzhou are the best gathered from deep mountains and very potent. Tonight I've prepared wine at the Wangjiang Pavilion and would like to discuss herb procurement with you. Please do come for a visit and let's talk about the advantages of Jinzhou herbs. Lord Li also chimed in. Su Young Master, both shopkeeper Wang and exchequer Zhang are long-established businesses in Jin City known for their integrity. After your long journey, it would be good to have a simple meal and rest. We can discuss matters while dining, saving you from making another trip to the government office. General Wei nodded along, his tone softening. Yes, Su Young Master, I'll accompany you as well. We can also talk about guard arrangements, where to increase personnel and where to patrol, so I can relay it down. Su Wenxuan looked at their eager expressions, nearly bursting into a smile. He felt it would be impolite to refuse any longer. After a moment of thought, he replied, since everyone is being so kind, I will graciously accept your invitation. However, let's keep the banquet simple with just some home-cooked dishes. Mainly, I wish to discuss trade matters with everyone and learn about the situation in Jin City to facilitate our dealings. As soon as he finished speaking, both shopkeeper Wang and exchequer Zhang beamed, their faces lighting up. Shopkeeper Wang quickly said, no extravagance, no extravagance. Just a few simple home-cooked dishes and a pot of light wine. Exchequer Zhang followed up, yes. Let's keep it simple, mainly to chat with you and hear your insights. Lord Li patted Su Wenxuan on the shoulder with a smile, his official hat tilting slightly. That's the spirit. Come, Su Young Master, we've prepared a residence for you in the city, right beside the inn, very quiet. Oh, let's go rest for a bit and wash up before heading to the banquet tonight. Su Wenxuan nodded, turning to Xiao Lizi and saying, you're in charge of setting up the tents and stalls here. Be sure to write the price list, clearly specifying how much each item can be exchanged for and how much will be collected. Oh, don't get it wrong. If anyone inquires, just patiently explain to them. If there are any issues, let them come find me at my residence at any time. Xiao Lizi bowed and replied, Young Master, don't worry, I will ensure everything is taken care of. I won't let you worry. Su Wenxuan followed Lord Li and General Wei into the city while shopkeeper Wang and exchequer Zhang continued chatting alongside. The discussions in the crowd hadn't quieted down, growing even more lively than before. Look at how polite shopkeeper Wang and exchequer Zhang are to Su Young Master. It's as if they've met a god of wealth. Of course, the Lily Valley Merchant Association is a major merchant group from the capital. Maintaining a good relationship with Su Young Master will benefit them greatly in the future, whether it's importing fabrics or collecting herbs. They'll surely have an easier time doing business. We don't care about those big merchants' affairs as long as we can trade well in 2 days, get the kids a new outfit, and live a little better. Before long, the onlookers began to disperse slowly. Some walked home, their steps light, humming a tune. Others lingered in the open space, peeking at the servants setting up tents, asking what time trading would begin in 2 days. Still others squatted by the roadside, calculating how much salt and fabric they could exchange for their family's skins. Old Man Lu also carried his candied figure, pulled back the bamboo rack, now half empty. He clutched the copper coins he had just earned, feeling heavy in his hand, and hummed a little tune. Having sold quite a few candied figures, he was in high spirits. In the open space, the servants were still busy setting up tents, the canvas flapping loudly in the wind. The guards and soldiers patrolled back and forth, their steps steady and heavy. Sunlight poured over the large red flag of the Lily Valley Merchant Association, dazzling to the eyes. The way the servants set up the tents was remarkably practiced. The sun had just risen high 2 days later, its golden rays cascading down upon the camp of the Lily of the Valley Trading Company, making the tent canvas shine. However, at that moment, no one cared about basking in the sun. The camp was already crowded to the brim, filled with a sea of people, their voices, footsteps, and the cries of children mingling together, creating a cacophony that could lift the tent roof. Make way. Excuse me. Don't crush my beast's skin. Don't push so hard. I've got a baby in my arms. No rush, no rush. Everyone can exchange. Just form a line. Various shouts echoed and intertwined in the crowd. Even the wind carried an air of excitement. At the entrance of the camp, a group of armored soldiers stood in a line, their blades gleaming brightly under the sun, dazzling to the eyes. Holding long spears, their tips glinted coldly. As they stood there, the originally boisterous crowd immediately quieted down, slowly forming a line as people nudged and pushed. In the queue, there was a young man wearing short attire in his 20s, clutching a wolf skin, impatient with the slow pace of the line, his feet incessantly shuffling forward. He spotted a gap ahead and, taking advantage of the distraction of those beside him, suddenly stepped forward. After just 2 steps, a soldier beside him shot him a glare. The soldier had thick brows and large eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixating on the young man. Step back. Can't you see we're in line? The young man stiffened his neck, mumbling, so what if we're in line? What's the rush? It's not like we're not allowed to exchange. Yet his feet were still inching forward, showing no intention of stepping back. The soldier was hot-tempered. Seeing him act up, he stepped forward and kicked the young man's calf, not holding back. You want to line up, then line up properly. If you keep fidgeting, don't blame me for being rude." The young man yelped in pain, nearly jumping up. He rolled up his sleeves about to reason with the soldier when the soldier swiftly thrust his spear forward, its tip pressing against his throat, the icy sensation creeping down his neck. The young man immediately backed down, waving his hands repeatedly. "No, no, no. They'll line up properly. I won't fidget anymore." Saying this, he hurriedly stepped back to his original position, not daring to raise his head. People around watched with amusement, some quietly laughing. "Serves you right for trying to cut in line." After teaching a few troublemakers a lesson, the order in the queue improved significantly, and no one dared to push forward anymore. On the tall platform at the entrance of the camp, two burly men stood, both staff of the Lily-of-the-Valley Trading Company, their voices booming enough to carry 3 miles. They took turns shouting, their voices vibrating in the ears of the crowd. The man on the left had a dark complexion and was in charge of collecting furs, his neck veins bulging as he shouted, "Those with furs head to the east tent. Bear skins, fox skins, wolf skins, deer skins, all are accepted. High prices for good quality. Less for those with holes, don't complain later. No cub skins accepted. Don't waste a trip." After shouting, he grabbed a coarse porcelain bowl and gulped down half a bowl of cold tea, wiped his mouth, and continued shouting. The man on the right was responsible for the herbs, his voice even louder, waving a small flag, while shouting, "Those with herbs go to the west. For old doctors are on duty, ginseng, lingji, we want all herbs. Dried ones fetch a high price, moist ones get a low price. Fresh herbs are also accepted, but must be weighed. Don't crowd, come one by one, everyone can exchange for money." Among the crowd, few could read, relying entirely on these two men to direct them. Once the crowd understood, they moved in the corresponding directions. Some carrying beast skins headed east, some with herbs went west, while others, clutching what they believed to be treasures, stood still, contemplating, wanting to see the market before deciding what to exchange. Old Zhang, over 60 years old, with most of his hair turned white, was carrying a cloth bag wrapped around a fox skin, moving leisurely. Hearing the shouts from the platform, he shuffled towards the east, muttering to the person next to him, "This fox skin was caught last winter after being frozen for half a night in the mountains. The snow was waist deep, and I waited in a tree hole for 3 hours to get this fox. Feel it, the fur is thick and smooth, not a single hole. Surely I can exchange for a good amount of money." The person beside him leaned over to feel it, smiling and saying, "Old John, your skin is indeed good. You can exchange for several taels of silver. If I can exchange for 2 taels, I'll be satisfied. I want to trade for a piece of fine cloth for my wife, and buy 2 pounds of salt with the rest for household supplies." On the other side, a somewhat puffy woman was holding a bamboo basket filled with dried honeysuckle, bright yellow and looking delightful. She followed the crowd heading west, remembering to turn back and remind her husband, "You wait here. I'm going to exchange for money. Later we'll go to the big tent to exchange for salt. We're almost out of salt at home. The food has no flavor. By the way, if you see our child, tell him not to run around. Be careful not to get crushed." Her husband nodded. "Got it, you go quickly and come back. They'll keep an eye on the child here." In the east tent, collecting furs, 2 large lanterns hung, illuminating even on overcast days. 2 staff members were busy, not lifting their heads, one responsible for inspecting the furs, the other for handing out money with a small scale, scissors, and ledger on the table. The staff member inspecting the furs wore a blue short outfit, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his muscular arms. He took the fur that the customer handed over, first feeling the thickness of the fur, then flipping it over to check for holes, even lightly scratching it with his fingernail to judge its quality. "This wolf skin is quite good, dense fur, no damage, no holes. I'll give you 2 taels of silver." The staff member said this while noting it down in the ledger, then shouted to the other staff member, 2 taels of silver. The staff member responsible for handing out money quickly pulled out silver from the pouch, weighed it with the small scale, confirming it was enough before handing it over, specifically saying, "You can count it exactly, 2 taels, no fake ingots mixed in. If you feel the scale is inaccurate, we can weigh it again. Don't say we cheated you later." The customer took the silver, weighed it, and laughed, saying, "No need to weigh. I trust the reputation of the Lily-of-the-Valley Trading Company." After finishing, he tucked the silver away, cheerfully heading towards the central large tent, wanting to exchange for some fine cloth to take home. Before long, a hunter came in carrying a bear skin. This hunter was in his 30s with a scar on his face, looking quite fierce. He slammed the bear skin down on the table, panting, saying, "Buddy, take a look at my bear skin. How much can you give me?" The staff member hurried over, feeling the bear skin, flipping it over to inspect closely, frowning as he said, "Uncle, your bear skin has a hole in its back, and it's not small. Oh, I have to reduce the price by half a tael. It'll give you 5 taels. Is that all right?" The hunter leaned over to take a look, sighed. "Alas, there's nothing I can do. I got scratched by its claw during the last fight with the bear and didn't notice it tore. All right, getting this much is worth it. Oh, it's better than having it pile up at home." The staff member nodded, quickly weighing out 5 taels of silver and handing it over. "Here you go. If you want to exchange for anything else, go to the central large tent. There are fine cloths and metal tools, all good stuff. The hunter took the silver, tucked it into his coat. Got it, I want to exchange for a new knife. My old knife is too dull and inconvenient for hunting. The west tent collecting herbs was even livelier than the east, with 4 old doctors sitting behind tables equipped with small scales, herb grinders, magnifying glasses, and several herbal books. Each old doctor had many people gathered around them, some handing over herbs, some asking for prices, while others wanted the old doctors to help check if what they had picked was genuine medicinal material. An old man trembled as he handed over a ginseng root carefully wrapped in cloth, afraid it would get damaged. The old doctor picked it up, first examining the roots, then pinching the body of the ginseng with his fingernail, sniffing its aroma, followed by weighing it, smiling as he said, "Old brother, this ginseng is 10 years old with complete roots, not many broken ones, and the body is plump of excellent quality. I'll give you 5 taels of silver." The old man's eyes lit up upon hearing this, taking the silver with both hands and tucking it into his coat, even patting it down, afraid the money would run away. "That's enough. This money is enough to buy my wife a piece of fine cloth she's been nagging about for half a year, and to get some medicine for her chronic leg pain, and the rest could be used to pay my grandson's school fees, so he can learn a few characters." People around looked at him with envy, someone saying, "Your luck is really good being able to find such good ginseng." The old man smiled, saying, "I found it in the deep mountains last spring. I specifically marked the spot and waited until I heard the Lily of the Valley Trading Company was coming before digging it up." Nearby, a woman handed over a basket of lingji, reddish-brown and looking fresh. The old doctor picked one up, sniffed it, and examined it with a magnifying glass, saying, "You picked this lingji in the deep mountains, didn't you? It has a good smell, no fake ones mixed, and I'll give you 3 taels of silver." The woman nodded excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. Yes. My husband went into the mountains last month and stayed for half a month to gather this much. Every day he had to watch out for wild beasts. It wasn't easy." The old doctor nodded. "It is indeed not easy. The mountains of Jinzhou are perilous. To find such fine lingji is commendable." Those who exchanged for silver mostly squeezed into the central large tent. It was the place where Su Wenxuan presided, the tent larger than the others, with a sign reading Lily of the Valley Trading Company hanging at the entrance, filled with fabrics, metal tools, salt, and silk, all desirable items not typically seen by the people. Inside the large tent, Su Wenxuan sat in a grand chair, dressed in a moon-white satin robe, gently fanning himself with a folding fan, occasionally speaking to the attendant beside him, his gaze sweeping over the villagers coming in to exchange items. A woman holding silver came to exchange for cloth, standing in front of the piles of fabric, unable to make a choice after a long look. She pointed at a light blue piece of fine cloth, asking the attendant beside her, "Young man, is this cloth soft? My child has delicate skin and cannot wear rough cloth. I want to get him some fabric." The attendant hurriedly walked over, took the cloth, and handed it over. "Madam, feel this. It's fine cloth from the capital, very soft like water, perfect for making clothes for your child. You can feel it and try it. If it's not good, come find me again." The woman felt it, and indeed it was soft, nodding in satisfaction. "All right, I'll take this piece, and give me 2 pounds of salt. We're running out of salt at home. The dishes have no flavor, and my child doesn't want to eat." The attendant hurriedly measured the fabric with a ruler, weighed out 2 pounds of fine salt, wrapped it up, and handed it over. "Madam, here you go. The cloth is 1 yard, the salt is 2 pounds, a total of 2 taels, and 7 when you can just pay 2 taels." The woman handed over the silver, accepting the cloth and salt, smiling as she said, "Thank you, young man. Your items are so good, much better than those small merchant teams." Su Wenxuan, hearing this, smiled and said, "Madam, you're too kind. We conduct business to satisfy the villagers, otherwise who would come to exchange next time?" The woman paused, then realized she was speaking to the young master of the trading company, quickly saying, "You're right, young Master Su. I'll come again next time." Inside the large tent, many were still exchanging items. Some exchanged for iron pots, some for sickles, while others traded for silk, intending to make dowries for their daughters. Everyone wore smiles, holding on to their exchanged items, reluctant to let go. The camp's servants were also busy running around, heads dripping with sweat. Some servants carried water, offering it to the staff collecting furs and herbs. "Brothers, take a sip of water and rest for a bit. Don't wear yourselves out." Some helped to sort the herbs, categorizing the collected herbs into burlap sacks, while also writing clearly on the sacks what type of herbs they were and how many pounds. Some had to deliver newly arrived goods to the large tent, panting as they carried the fabrics, sweat streaming down their cheeks with no time to wipe it away. A young servant, exhausted from running, leaned against the tent pole to wipe his sweat, mumbling, "This is even more tiring than farming at home. My legs are about to break. But I can't afford to make a mistake. If I give out less silver or hand over the wrong goods, the young master will scold me, and I might even get my wages docked, which would be a huge loss." The servant beside him patted his shoulder. "Stop complaining and get back to work. Once we finish, the young master will definitely reward us with money, and we can exchange for something good to take home. The young servant perked up at this. Right, a reward. I want to exchange for fine cloth for my mother, so she can make a new dress. Saying this, he ran off with the fabrics towards the large tent. The guards were also busy dressed in black attire, carrying bows and arrows and knives at their waists, patrolling near the piles of goods. They occasionally glanced at the surrounding crowd to prevent theft, and helped maintain order, ensuring the villagers didn't push each other. A 5- or 6-year-old child dressed in patched clothing curiously stared at the iron pots on the cart, wanting to reach out and touch them. The guard quickly stepped forward and scolded, "Little one, don't touch, tell your father to buy it." The child, frightened, withdrew his hand, wide-eyed, looking at the guard, and pointed at the iron pot, saying to his parents beside him, "Dad, I want that. Our pot has a leak, and it leaks water when boiling." His parents smiled and nodded, patting the child's head. "All right, we'll exchange it later. Once we do, we can use the new pot to boil water, and we can even make you boiled eggs." The child jumped for joy. "Great. I want to eat boiled eggs." When the sun reached its zenith, the camp was still packed with people. Even the gaps in the tents were filled. Some exchanged for new iron pots, carrying them on their shoulders and humming a tune. Others exchanged for fine cloth, carefully cradling it in their arms, afraid it would get dust on it. There were also those who exchanged for fine salt wrapped in cloth, occasionally taking it out to feel it, as if they were carrying a treasure. An old man exchanged for a new sickle, inspecting it closely, swinging it a bit, while saying to the person next to him, "This sickle is much sharper than my old one. This year's autumn harvest will surely be less laborious, no more spending half a day to finish an acre." The person next to him enviously said, "I also want to exchange for one. Once I get my silver, I'll come right away. My sickle is so dull it can't even cut grass anymore." The old man chuckled, "Hurry up and exchange. If you're late, there might not be any left." Su Wenxuan sat in the large tent, occasionally glancing outside, seeing the villagers smiling and happy, a smile also gracing his lips. A servant came in to report, "Young master, the furs and herbs collected this morning have filled an entire tent. There are over 100 furs and more than 200 pounds of herbs. The goods have also sold partially, over 50 pieces of fine cloth and more than 30 iron pots. As should we let the staff take a break before continuing? They are all sweating profusely." Su Wenxuan shook his head, smiling. "No need to rest. They are waiting to exchange goods. If they take a break, they will have to wait, affecting our profits. Tell the staff not to rush, to take their time, and to be careful. Oh, don't worry about losing out, and don't undercount good goods. When we return to the capital, everyone will be generously rewarded, and they can take what they like for themselves." The attendant bowed in response, "Yes, young master. I'll go tell the staff right away." That day the camp's hustle and bustle never ceased. From the moment the sun rose until it was nearly setting, the crowd slowly dispersed. The last villager to finish exchanging items, carrying an iron pot, walked home with a light step, chatting excitedly with companions about what he exchanged, his face full of satisfaction. The servants were exhausted, sprawled on the ground, some even lying on piles of grass, too tired to speak. Some were still massaging each other's shoulders to relieve fatigue. The guards were still counting the goods, meticulously checking line by line against the ledger. Su Wenxuan stood at the entrance of the large tent, watching the gradually dispersing crowd in the distance, along with those carrying or holding the exchanged items, a subtle smile on his lips. It seemed they had gained, but in reality, he definitely had his own profits. Only those villagers who exchanged items were still on their way home, murmuring, "This trip was worth it, exchanging for so many good things. Next time the Lily of the Valley Trading Company comes, I'll come to exchange again." The moon hung over the city of Jinzhou, its silver light casting down upon the camp of the Lily of the Valley Trading Company. The daytime clamor had long dissipated, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling the tents and the soft movements of the servants as they carefully moved items. Su Wenxuan did not return to the residence in the city, but sat in the large tent, an oil lamp on the table, the dim yellow light stretching his shadow long. Just as he took a sip of hot tea, Xiao Li rushed in, holding the ledger, followed by 2 staff members responsible for counting the goods, hurrying in. "Young master, today's harvest has been counted. Please take a look." Xiao Li handed the ledger over, his tone carrying a hint of exhaustion, yet laced with excitement. Su Wenxuan took the ledger, not hurrying to flip through it, first asking the attendant beside him, "Have the furs and herbs been sorted? How much loss is there?" The attendant responsible for the furs quickly replied, reporting to the young master, 426 furs have all been categorized by type. Fox skins, bear skins, deer skins, wolf skins are all separately placed, and the damaged ones have also been marked out. There are over 430 pounds of herbs, all verified by the old doctors, with 7 ginseng roots over 10 years old, and more than 20 lingji, all preserved excellently, without a hint of moisture. Su Wenxuan nodded, his fingers lightly tapping the ledger. "Tell me the specific numbers, including the expenses in silver and goods." Xiao Li opened the ledger, reading clearly, "Today the expenditure for collecting furs was 487 taels, and for collecting herbs with 654 taels, we sold 56 pieces of fine cloth, 34 iron pots, 120 pounds of salt, 21 sickles, along with some needles, threads, and silk. Additionally, Manager Wang and Steward Zhang sent 2 jars of fine wine in the evening, saying it was to help the young master relieve fatigue. Hearing Xiao Li's words, Su Wenxuan didn't show too much joy, instead asking, "Did anyone who came to exchange today say anything special? Like any opinions on our prices or goods?" Xiao Li paused, quickly recalling, "I didn't hear any complaints. Oh, everyone praised our fair prices and good quality goods. An old hunter said our price for bear skins is 2 coins higher than it was 7 years ago. Here, let's say 1 coin equals 100 when another woman said our fine cloth is softer than that of small merchant teams." Su Wenxuan's lips curled slightly, pointing at the ledger. "That's how it should be. The people of Jinzhou are sincere. If you give them a bit of profit, they'll remember you tenfold. Today's damaged furs, I let you reduce the price. There weren't many disputes, right?" The attendant responsible for the furs nodded immediately. "Exactly. There was a hunter whose wolf skin had a small tear. According to the rules, it should have been reduced by 3 coins, but you said to reduce it by only 2 coins. That hunter was extremely grateful, saying that next time he has good furs, he'll definitely give them to our trading company first." Su Wenxuan put down the ledger, taking a sip of tea. This place of Jinzhou, while seeming remote, is actually a treasure land. The furs and herbs from the mountains are scarce in the capital, yet the people of Jinzhou lack fine cloth and metal tools which we can provide. Today I intentionally lowered the prices, for one, to make them feel we are sincere, and for the future. Next time we come, they will reserve their best goods for us rather than sell them to those small merchant teams. Xiao Li suddenly understood. "So, young master, you want to maintain a long-term relationship with the people of Jinzhou, but we only come once every 7 years. 7 years is too long." Su Wenxuan interrupted, his eyes brightening. "Today, while dining with Lord Li and General Wei mentioned that there has been an influx of beast tides in Jinzhou these past 2 years. Hunters have gathered numerous good furs, but have no place to sell them. Farmers like Old Chun, who gather good herbs, also can't make money from them. If we shorten the interval to 3 years, or even 2 years, we can collect scarce goods more frequently and make the people of Jinzhou rely on us. That's how we can do long-term business." He paused, flipping to the last page of the ledger. "Also, for the wine that Manager Wang sent today, go and return the favor tomorrow. Just say I appreciate his kindness, and next time I come to Jinzhou, I'll definitely visit his fabric shop. As for Steward Zhang, send 2 boxes of pastries from the capital and mention I've noted his inquiries about herb purchases." Xiao Li quickly jotted this down. "Rest assured, young master, I'll take care of it first thing tomorrow." "But why are you so attentive to them?" "They are just local merchants." "Local merchants are key." Su Wenxuan smiled. "Lord Li is a government official, General Wei is a military officer, and Manager Wang and Steward Zhang are merchants. If we can hold these 3 powers together, our business in Jinzhou will be stable. Manager Wang's fabric shop can help us distribute goods. Steward Zhang's herb shop can help us collect herbs. If any issues arise, Lord Li and General Wei can provide support. Relationships are not built in a day, they must be nurtured gradually." At this moment, the attendant responsible for herbs suddenly interjected. "Young master, the 7 ginseng roots collected today are all top-quality goods. If transported to the capital, they could sell for double the price. And those Lingji, the nobles in the palace, love this." Su Wenxuan nodded. "These goods need to be loaded separately. Send a few capable guards to keep watch and make sure nothing goes wrong on the way. As for the capital, I've arranged for everything before we set out. This batch we bring back will surely fetch a good price." He pointed again at the expenditure column in the ledger. "Today's sold iron pots and sickles were our lowest cost goods, yet they are what the people of Jinzhou need most. Next time, let's bring more farming tools and some children's literacy books. Did you see that old man today? He wanted to pay his grandson's school fees right after exchanging for silver. The people of Jinzhou lack not only material goods, but also hope. If we give them hope, they will draw closer to us." Xiao Li listened, increasingly admiring. "Young master, you think so far ahead. Who I used to only think about collecting and selling goods, never realizing there were so many intricacies involved." Su Wenxuan closed the ledger, rubbing his temples. Doing business is not just about accounting, it's about understanding people and planning for the long term. Jinzhou is not just a temporary stop, it's a territory we want to operate in for the long haul. Today, ensuring these people are satisfied, tomorrow securing local connections, the day after opening channels to the capital. This is how we can stabilize and expand our business. He glanced outside. The moon was shining brighter. "All right, you all are tired too. Go rest for now. Tomorrow, let the staff repair the damaged furs and dry out the herbs again. We can't afford mistakes." Xiao Li and the staff bowed in response. "Yes, young master." Once everyone left, Su Wenxuan picked up the ledger again, flipping through it one more time under the light of the oil lamp. His finger paused on the line, reading feedback from Jinzhou villagers. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Today's harvest was plentiful, and more importantly, he had gained the trust of the Jinzhou people, laying the foundation for long-term business. The night wind slipped through the tent seams, causing the oil lamp to flicker, yet Su Wenxuan felt no chill. This trip to Jinzhou was worth much more than he had anticipated. It was only the first day, yet so many items had been exchanged, and many more were still on the way. Su Wenxuan could not help but feel excited. Once back in the capital, this would surely result in a bountiful profit. In the future, the reputation of the Lily of the Valley Trading Company in Jinzhou would shine in the hearts of every Jinzhou resident, just like this moon. On the third day, the sun had just dried the dew, and the golden light spilled onto the dirt road at the entrance of Jin City, as more than 20 people from Luo family village finally trudged along the dusty path. Luo, he walked at the front, balancing 2 bamboo baskets on his shoulders filled with coarse cloth and wrapped beast hides. In total, he carried 13 wolf hides, 2 bear hides, 2 fox hides, 26 deer hides, and some rabbit hides. He walked steadily, the bamboo baskets not swaying at all. Sweat dripped down his cheeks from his forehead, falling to the dirt path, instantly disappearing. Behind him, Luo Yenzhou, only 7 years old, struggled under a burden taller than him, stuffed with beast hides, panting heavily, with red marks on his shoulders from the weight. He looked up at the city gate of Jin City, his eyes wide with amazement. The walls, built of blue bricks, towered 3 times higher than the tallest adobe house in the village, and soldiers in armor patrolled the city tower, their armor gleaming under the sun. This was Luo Yan's first visit to Jin City, and it was much like he had imagined. "Dad, this main city is so grand," he exclaimed quietly, his voice filled with wonder. Luo, he grunted in response, his gaze not relaxing. "Don't just look around to hold onto the burden tightly. There are many people in the city, don't lose anything." Beside them, Uncle Luo-san leaned on a jujube, with cane, walking slowly. He coughed a couple of times, tapping the ground with the cane, making a thud sound. "What good is grandeur? If it weren't for trading for some salt and ironware, who would want to come to this place? Usually when we come to Jin City, we are either forced to repair the city walls or guard the mountain pass. When can we just stroll around? Last time I came, I was made to carry stones for 3 days, barely had enough to eat, and lost 2 pounds by the time I got back." Uncle Luo C in the group nodded in agreement. His wife Zhang Shi clutched a cloth bag filled with small silver coins for exchanging the children's clothes, gripping it tightly. "That's right. Our village is 2 days' journey away. We have to watch out for snakes and insects on the road. If it weren't for the salt running low at home and the children's clothes being too short, exposing their ankles, I wouldn't endure this hardship." Luo, he stopped to wipe his sweat and said solemnly, enough complaining, "Let's find the campsite of the Linglan Chamber of Commerce first." When we entered the city just now, I asked the soldier at the gate. They said it's in the open space outside the west gate. "Let's hurry, we can't delay. If we're late, we might not get in line." Everyone quickly followed as they headed towards the west gate. As they got closer to the campsite, the crowd grew larger. Some carried beast skins, others carried herbs, some held coarse cloth, and children wandered about with sugar figurines, laughter filling the air. Luo Yenzhou was jostled and stumbled, nearly dropping his burden. Luo, he quickly reached out to steady him. "Be careful. Pull the burden closer, don't let it get torn." Luo Yenzhou hurriedly held the burden closer to his chest, replying softly, "Got it, Dad." After a struggle, they finally reached the open space outside the west gate, and the sight before them left everyone dumbfounded. The line stretched like a long snake, winding from the entrance of the Linglan Chamber of Commerce all the way to the large locust tree by the roadside, densely packed with people, at least several hundred. Zhang Shi couldn't help but exclaim quietly, "My goodness, why are there so many people? We've rushed for 2 days, walking by day and resting in a shabby temple at night, and still arrived late." Luo, he frowned, tiptoeing to see ahead, only able to see the backs of heads. He sighed, "There's no way around it. We can only line up. Let's find the end of the line, protect our things, and wait slowly. Yenzhou, stay right behind me. Don't lose your way." Luo Yenzhou promptly nodded and fell in line at the back. The sun slowly rose overhead, making people dizzy, and the air was thick with the smell of sweat and dust. Luo, he unscrewed the cap from the gourd at his waist and held it to Luo Yan's lips. "Drink some water. First, we can't afford heat stroke." Luo Yenzhou took a couple of sips and then passed the gourd to Uncle Luo-san. Beside him, "Uncle San, you should drink some too." An old man next to the line carrying herbs approached them, noticing they looked unfamiliar. "Which village are you from? You don't seem to be from around Jin City." "We're from Luo family village, 2 days' journey from here." Luo, he replied, pointing to the beast hides in the bamboo basket. "We've come specifically to trade for some goods. Our hoe is cracked, making farming difficult. The clothes of the people at home are too short, and I want to exchange for some fine cloth to make new ones for the children." The old man sighed and shook his head. "You all came late. I've been in line since the sun came up, and I've only moved forward a few steps. The goods from the Linglan Chamber of Commerce are good and fairly priced. How can there not be many people coming to trade? I see your group, but it seems you won't be able to trade today." Luo, his heart sank, yet he forced a smile. "It's fine. Well, just wait in line. We will get there eventually." Perhaps it will go faster later. But the line moved slower than expected. From time to time, someone would finish trading and emerge from the campsite with smiles, muttering, "This chamber of commerce is straightforward." Some would tell the people in line they are meticulous in checking the hides inside. First, they feel the fur, then check for any holes. It takes a whole incense sticks time for one person, no need to rush. The sun slowly dipped from overhead to the west, the sky darkening gradually. Lanterns were hung at the campsite entrance, the orange light spilling over the crowd, illuminating the faces of the people from Luo family village. He looked ahead. There were still a dozen people in front of them at the campsite entrance. Just then a soldier at the entrance suddenly shouted, "Dear folks, today's trading is over. The master has been busy all day and is too tired to continue checking. It's easy to make mistakes when he's exhausted. Those who want to trade, come back tomorrow. Our Chamber of Commerce will be here for a while. Come early tomorrow and you'll surely be able to trade." These words fell like a cold bucket of water, making the hearts of everyone from Luo family village feel anxious. He quickly pushed forward a couple of steps, cupping his hands toward the soldier, his voice tinged with urgency. "Sir, please make an exception. We are from Luo family village and it took us 2 days to arrive. There are only these few people in front of us. Please have the master endure a bit longer to check. We will be out of your way as soon as we finish trading." The soldier shook his head, his tone softening slightly. "It's not that I won't make an exception, it's truly not possible. The master inside has been busy since morning, hasn't had a proper meal, and can barely keep his eyes open. If he makes mistakes, you will suffer, and our Chamber of Commerce won't benefit either. Moreover, we still need to sort out the furs and herbs collected today. The workers are exhausted. Don't worry, come early tomorrow, and you'll be at the front. You will definitely be able to trade." He wanted to plead further, but Uncle Luo-san tugged at his arm, whispering, "Forget it, Hiwa. They are just following the rules. It's useless to plead further. We don't want to offend anyone." The other villagers also hung their heads, and Uncle Luo-san muttered quietly, "Had I known there would be so many people, we should have set out a day earlier, and we wouldn't be in this position now." He sighed, leading everyone to walk toward the nearby open space. They piled their cloth bags and bamboo baskets in the center, forming a circle. Men sat outside to shield against the night wind, while women sat inside to keep warmer. He pulled out a few pieces of coarse cloth from the bamboo basket and walked over to wrap them around Luo Yenjo. "It's chilly at night, and the wind is strong. Don't get cold. You're still young. If you catch a cold, your mother will worry when you get back." Luo Yenjo tightened the cloth around him and nodded, "Thank you, Dad." He leaned against the bamboo basket filled with beast hides, gazing at the lantern at the campsite entrance, pondering, "Tomorrow, we must line up before dawn no matter what to ensure we can trade our goods. There's only half a bag of fine salt left at home, and we can't afford to be generous with it. When cooking, Yan's his sister's clothes are getting so short they will expose her arms. We can't delay any longer." Beside him, Uncle Luo-san pulled out a cloth bag containing 2 hard buns, breaking one in half, and handing it to Luo. "He eat something to fill your stomach. You need the energy to wait in line tomorrow. We from Luo family village are not afraid of waiting. We are just afraid of having no hope. The goods from the Linglan Chamber of Commerce are good and fairly priced. Waiting 2 days is worth it." He took the bun, took a bite, and it was so dry that it scratched his throat. He washed it down with water from the gourd, nodding. "Uncle San is right. As long as we can trade our goods, waiting 2 days is nothing." The night wind blew through, carrying a hint of chill, and the noise from the campsite gradually faded, leaving only the distant barking of dogs and the sound of the wind blowing the tents. People from Luo family village huddled together, some already asleep, their heads bobbing. Others were still murmuring softly about what they wanted to trade for tomorrow. "I want to exchange for a new sickle. I need to exchange for 2 pounds of salt. I want to get some flour cloth for the children." The moon hung high above Jin City, its clear light spilling over the Linglan Chamber of Commerce's campsite. The daytime clamor had long dissipated. The canvas tents rustled in the night wind, and the occasional distant barking of dogs made the night feel even quieter. Luo Yenjo leaned against the cloth bag filled with beast hides, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. After walking for 2 days, his shoe soles were sore, his body dusty and itchy, and he desperately needed to relieve himself. He gently nudged He beside him, who was snoring soundly deep in sleep. He quietly got up, tiptoeing towards the woods beside the campsite. Just a few steps out, he saw a person in a moon-white satin robe pacing in the open space in the middle of the campsite. The person held a plain folding fan, and even with the cool night wind, maintained an air of composure, followed by a servant carrying a bright lantern that illuminated the surrounding grass clearly. Luo Yenjo recognized him. He had seen this person from a distance while waiting in line during the day, and overheard the old man nearby saying that this was Su Wenxuan, the second young master of the Linglan Chamber of Commerce. He quickly shrank back behind a tree, pressing his back against the cool trunk, hoping to wait until Su Wenxuan passed before coming out. But before he could steady himself, Su Wenxuan suddenly turned his head, his gaze landing right on him, and smiled while speaking. "Little one behind the tree, come out, I see you." Luo Yan's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't panic. Having seen many types of people in his past life, and having fought his way through village life for years, he had developed a bit of calm. He walked out quickly, not clutching his clothes, lowering his head, but not losing his composure. Greetings, young Master Su. Su Wenxuan was taken aback. He didn't expect the little boy to remain calm and show some manners. He approached and squatted down, meeting Luo Yan's gaze, stopping the fan in his hand. You're here to trade, right? Why are you still outside the campsite at night? Didn't you find a place to stay? I'm from Luo family village. I couldn't get in line during the day as there were too many people from the village, and staying at an inn is too expensive, so I'm just here for the night. Luo Yanzhou answered, clearly sneaking a glance at Su Wenxuan. This person wore fine fabric and his hands were clean, indicating he had been raised in a warm environment, yet he showed no arrogance. His left hand was likely hiding a weapon inside his sleeve. Su Wenxuan was amused by the boy's mature demeanor, pointing to the fan in his hand. Do you know what this is? Children in the city love to grab and play with it. It's a folding fan. It can provide a breeze in summer and serve as a decorative item in winter. Luo Yanzhou didn't answer like an ordinary child, just saying it's a fan for cooling, but added the bones of your fan must be carved from some precious wood. It has a fragrant smell. Upon hearing this, Su Wenxuan was completely surprised. His fan bones were made from sandalwood. He put away his smile and became serious. Then tell me, what does our Linglan Chamber of Commerce seek by coming to Jinzhou? Without hesitation, Luo Yanzhou replied, we seek the furs and herbs of Jinzhou with profit as the goal. He raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. Jinzhou has many mountains, and the hunter's furs are rare in the capital, while the herbs collected by farmers are also in high demand in city pharmacies. However, the locals in Jinzhou are in a remote location lacking goods. These are all benefits the Chamber of Commerce can bring. Su Wenxuan stepped back 2 paces in shock, worried he might scare him. How do you understand all this at such a young age? Did an adult from your village teach you? No one taught me. I figured it out myself. Luo Yan's tone was firm. Last year, a small merchant team came to our village to collect furs, offering only 1 tael of silver for a good fox fur. The villagers were furious and preferred to keep it at home rather than sell it. But your Chamber of Commerce is different. During the day, I heard an uncle in line saying that you offer a price for bear skins that is 2 coins higher than 7 years ago. You understand the concept of steady profit, while small merchant teams only know about one-time transactions. The phrase steady profit coming from the mouth of a small child struck Su Wenxuan like a thunderbolt in his heart. He quickly asked, what do you think our Chamber of Commerce should do to ensure we can come to Jinzhou more frequently rather than just once every 7 years to make the villagers more willing to trade with us? Luo Yanzhou scratched his head, thoughts flashing through his mind of modern terms like supply chain and agent points, which he converted into simple language. First, don't let the villagers suffer losses. If the fur has small holes, don't depress the price too much. It's normal for a beast to scratch it while hunting. If you allow a small profit, it will leave a lasting impression on people. Second, don't make the villagers run too far. Villages in Jinzhou are far from Jin City, some taking 3 days to walk. If you set up a few collection points in major towns, allowing villagers to deliver their goods there instead of having to go to Jin City or send people to the villages to collect goods door to door, it would surely increase the volume of goods. Third, find reliable people to help. For instance, in every village the leading figures could be tested. You could have them verify the villagers' furs before sending them to the town, giving them a little something each month as a bonus. They would surely be willing to help, saving you the trouble of sending people to run around the villages. Su Wenxuan's heart raced. What this child said was precisely the thoughts he had been pondering for days, but couldn't articulate clearly. He excitedly grabbed Luo Yan's arm, then quickly let go, afraid of hurting him. What else do you think can be traded for money in Jinzhou besides furs and herbs? There are plenty. Luo Yan's eyes sparkled even more. The wild fruit trees in the mountains, wild jujubes, and wild hawthorns that bear fruit in autumn can be dried and sold to the capital. Being part of the Chamber of Commerce, you know the purchasing power of women. If the goods are good and the marketing is done, well, even ordinary items can sell for high prices. Su Wenxuan stood up, pacing back and forth for a couple of steps, then squatted down again, staring at Luo Yanzhou. Little one, what is your name? Did you really come up with all these ideas by yourself? My name is Luo Yanzhou, and I am 7 years old. So what if I believe it, and what if I don't? Regardless of your belief, you are already in the game, aren't you? Su Wenxuan looked at Luo Yanzhou, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. This child not only understood the ways of commerce, but also understood human nature. More importantly, he remained composed and spoke logically, surpassing many adults. Suddenly, he laughed heartily, ruffling Luo Yan's hair with a serious tone. Yanzhou, you are a prodigy. Come with your father tomorrow to trade. Once you're done, come find me in the main tent. Luo Yan's eyes brightened, but he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked, young Master Su, I am sharing this with you simply to help the villagers trade more easily, not to cause trouble for the village. Su Wenxuan was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Don't worry, I will only look for you tomorrow. With so many ideas, would you like to come along with me to the capital? Just then, they heard He calling from a distance. Yinzhou. Where did you run off to? Come back. Yinzhou quickly replied, Dad. I'm over here. He turned to Su Wenxuan and gave a slight bow. Young master Su, I must head back. We will discuss this further tomorrow. Go on. Su Wenxuan nodded. Remember to find me tomorrow. I will be waiting for you in the main tent. Su Wenxuan took off the jade pendant from his waist and handed it directly to Yinzhou. You can bring this pendant with you tomorrow. You won't need to wait in line. Yinzhou nodded, taking the jade pendant, and turned to run back, his steps light and unhurried. After a few steps, he looked back and waved. Su Wenxuan stood there watching Yan's retreating figure, forgetting to wave his fan. The servant beside him holding the lantern couldn't help but comment, Young master, you just gave away your precious jade pendant. That pendant is worth a tale of gold. Aren't you afraid he might run off with it tomorrow? Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Su Wenxuan looked down at his empty waist and then turned his gaze towards the direction Yinzhou had run. A smile crept across his lips as he gently waved the fan in his hand. What is a tale of gold? If I can truly capture this child's thoughts, the benefits he can bring to the Chamber of Commerce will far exceed 100 or 1,000 tales of gold. The servant scratched his head, still not quite understanding, but he is just a 7-year-old child. If he runs off with the pendant tomorrow or loses it, then he won't. Su Wenxuan interrupted him, his tone assured. Didn't you see? When he spoke to me, his eyes were bright, but not greedy. He didn't ask, what benefits can you give me? A child like him who holds on to principles would never run off with a jade pendant. He took a few steps forward, the lantern's light spilling on the ground, casting a long shadow. Besides, even if he does lose the jade pendant, what difference does it make? It's just a matter of one tale of gold. The servant pondered for a moment, slowly nodding. You are right, young master. My perspective was too narrow. It's not that your perspective is narrow, it's that this child is extraordinary. Su Wenxuan paused and turned to look at the tent where the furs were stored. Think about it. He can mention setting up collection points and finding village representatives. He can even think of wild dried fruits and bamboo weaving as business ideas. These concepts are things our group hasn't even considered or mentioned. What Jinzhou lacks is not resources, but people who can see resources. This child is someone who can see the resources. He paused, then added, by giving him this jade pendant, it's not just to spare him from waiting in line tomorrow, it's also to give him a trust. To let him know that I, Su Wenxuan, trust him and the Linglan Chamber of Commerce trusts him. In the future, if he wants to help the village or has new ideas, he can come find me with this jade pendant, and I will make it convenient for him. The servant finally understood, smiling. So young master is planning to take Yinzhou as our informant in Jinzhou. Not an informant, but a partner. Su Wenxuan corrected him. If Jinzhou wants to develop, it can't rely solely on our Chamber of Commerce. It must depend on the people of Jinzhou themselves. Yinzhou is a Jinzhou native. He understands the mountains and the people here. With his help, we can control the entire Jinzhou trade rather than simply waiting for a barter every 7 years. The night wind blew again, lifting Su Wenxuan's clothes as he looked up at the moon, his eyes filled with anticipation. Tomorrow, I want to hear what else this child has to say. The servant followed his gaze to the moon, feeling warmth in his heart. Having been with Su Wenxuan for so long, this was the first time he saw him so invested in a 7-year-old child. It was clear that Yinzhou must have some abilities to earn the young master's regard. The two wandered around the campsite, checking the storage of herbs and furs, confirming there were no issues, before slowly making their way to the main tent. Along the way, Su Wenxuan frequently recalled how Yinzhou looked when he mentioned steady profit, and a smile remained on his lips. Meanwhile, Yinzhou returned to the place where the people from Luo family village were resting. As soon as he squeezed in, he was caught by He, where did you run off to just now? Don't you know it's not safe at night? Yinzhou quickly pulled out the jade pendant from his pocket, holding it in front of Luo. His eyes, Dad, look. This is from young Master Su. Tomorrow we can trade with this and skip the line. He looked down and saw that the pendant was made of white jade with the character Su engraved on it. It felt cool and smooth to the touch, clearly not a cheap item. He was taken aback. Young Master Su, the second young master of the Linglan Chamber of Commerce. Why would he give you something so valuable? Yinzhou briefly explained his conversation with Su Wenxuan, not daring to mention too much about his business ideas. He simply said, young Master Su asked me about the village's situation and I told him. He said I was smart and gave me this pendant so we wouldn't have to wait in line tomorrow. He looked at the pendant, then at Yinzhou, feeling both astonished and delighted. What incredible luck. With this pendant we can trade early tomorrow and get back to the village sooner. You keep the pendant safe, don't lose it, it's a precious item. Yinzhou quickly tucked the pendant into his clothes, wrapping it in cloth and pressing it tightly against his chest. I know we'll take good care of it. Uncle Luo-san also leaned in to look, smiling. Yinzhou is a clever boy. Our Luo family village has finally caught a bit of good fortune. We must thank young Master Su properly after trading tomorrow. Luo Yinzhou did not respond, but pondered that whether he could board the grand ship of Linglan Chamber of Commerce depended on the next day. As dawn broke, wisps of smoke began to rise from the open space outside the west gate of Jin City. Although the sky was still dark, the villagers wrapped in patched clothing and carrying animal skins and herbs struggled to make their way to the camp of the Bellflower Trading Association. Some were nibbling on dry steamed buns as they walked. A woman held her baby and carried a bamboo basket filled with herbs, urging the people ahead, hurry up. If we're late, we'll have to wait until noon. However, the group from Luo family village walked at a much slower pace compared to others. Luo, he carried a bamboo basket, and although he was at the front of the Luo family village line, he deliberately slowed his steps. Luo Yinzhou walked beside him, his little hands tucked into his clothing, tightly gripping the jade pendant. His fingers rubbed the pendant, repeatedly feeling its slight chill, yet his face showed no hint of impatience. Father, don't rush. Your shoes are almost worn out. Luo Yinzhou tugged at Luo He's sleeve with a smile, saying, the jade pendant given by young Master Su must be useful. We don't have to squeeze in with them. Luo He looked down at his tattered straw sandals and sighed, knowing he would have to replace them when he got back. He sighed again, but couldn't help glancing towards the camp entrance. That may be true, but the pendant is a personal item of young Master Su. The soldiers might not recognize it. Can it really let us go in directly? We wouldn't want to be laughed at by the villagers if the soldiers don't recognize it. Nearby, Uncle Luo Sen leaned on his cane, coughed twice, and tapped the ground with the tip of his cane, making a thud sound. Yes, the nobles in the city have many concerns. What if we misunderstand, and here let you in as bring everyone in? What then? Luo Yinzhou did not argue further, only lifted his gaze to the lightening sky, and said, we'll know when we get there. Young Master Su spoke with bright eyes yesterday. He doesn't seem like someone who would deceive us. As they spoke, the group arrived at the camp entrance. Indeed, 2 armored soldiers were blocking the line. One was maintaining order, while the other reminded the villagers to hold their belongings tightly so they don't get damaged, preventing the line from moving like a long snake. Just as Luo He was about to step forward, he was stopped by the soldier on the left, who raised a hand back in line. Can't you see everyone is waiting? Cutting in line is not allowed. Luo Yinzhou quickly took out the jade pendant from his pocket, holding it with both hands and presenting it, his voice clear. Officer, this is the jade pendant given to me by young Master Su Wenxuan. He said holding this will allow us to enter directly without waiting in line. The soldier looked down, noticing that the pendant was made of mutton fat jade engraved with the character Su with golden flecks embedded in the patterns. It felt cool and smooth to the touch and looked far more valuable than his military pay for half a year. He was taken aback and quickly turned to shout, team leader Li, come over and take a look. A guard dressed in black rushed over, took the pendant, and examined it closely 3 times. His expression immediately changed. This was the pendant young Master Su wore every day, and he had seen it many times since he started serving as a guard. Young brother, and all the villagers, please come in. The guard quickly stepped aside with great respect, even reaching out to help Luo He adjust his bamboo basket. I will send someone to inform the young master right away. Please follow me. The tent for collecting furs has just opened, and we can verify the goods. Luo He and Uncle Luo Sen were both dumbfounded, and Uncle Luo Sen quietly tugged at Luo Yinzhou's sleeve, asking, is this jade pendant really that effective? If I had known yesterday, I would have had you talk to young Master Su a bit longer. Luo Yinzhou remained calm and said to the guard, please take my father and the others to verify the furs first. I need to find young Master Su in the main tent as he promised to meet me. The guard nodded, no problem. Young Master Li the steward is waiting at the front of the main tent. I will take you there right away. He handed the jade pendant back to Luo Yinzhou and called over a worker dressed in a short blue outfit. You take these villagers to the eastern tent and tell worker Wang that you are from young Master Su's side. Be careful during the verification of the furs and don't let them lower the price. The worker replied, all right, and led Luo He and the others toward the east. Luo He turned back after taking a few steps and reminded Yinzhou, don't be nervous when talking to young Master Su. We are farmers, just speak your mind. Luo Yinzhou nodded and followed the guard towards the main tent in the center of the camp. On the way, they saw many servants bustling about, some carrying cloth to the main tent, others bringing hot water in copper basins for the workers, and a little servant running by with a ledger, nearly bumping into him and quickly apologizing, sorry. Young brother, are you all right? Outside the main tent, young Master Li was standing on the steps, counting on an abacus with a rapid clicking sound. Seeing the guard lead Luo Yinzhou over, he quickly put down the abacus and came forward. With a big smile, he said, young brother Luo, we meet again. The young master specifically instructed that you can go in directly without announcement. Luo Yinzhou followed young Master Li into the main tent. As he lifted the curtain, he was greeted by a faint scent of sandalwood. Inside the tent, a small copper stove burned, releasing thin wisps of smoke that smelled much better than the mugwort at the village chief's home. In the center of the tent was a wooden table covered with a sky-blue satin tablecloth on which lay several bound ledgers, a wolf hair brush, and a white porcelain teacup, with steam still rising from the tea inside. Sitting behind the table was Su Wenxuan, dressed in a light purple satin robe, with several lily of the valley embroidered on the cuffs. Upon seeing Luo Yinzhou enter, he immediately stood up. He personally walked over and took his hand, saying, "Yinzhou, you finally made it. Please sit." Young Li poured Yinzhou a cup of hot ginger tea. "It's chilly in the morning, don't let him catch cold." Luo Yinzhou sat down casually on a nearby wooden stool, placing the jade pendant on the table. "Young master, Su, here's the jade pendant back. Thank you for letting us rest in the open space yesterday, without rushing us away." However, Su Wenxuan pushed the jade pendant back, his fingertips lingering on it. "Keep this jade pendant. The next time you come to Jin City, whether it's to exchange goods or to find me, you can enter directly with it, without having to squeeze in line like everyone else." Luo Yinzhou was taken aback for a moment, wanting to refuse, but Su Wenxuan picked up the folding fan on the table and gently waved it. "Don't refuse just yet, let's discuss business first. Yesterday, you mentioned wanting to set up a collection point in the big town of Jinzhou so that the villagers wouldn't have to travel so far. But have you thought it through? Setting up a collection point requires renting a place and hiring someone to oversee it. In winter, you also need to burn coal to prevent dampness. All of this costs money. What if a collection point only receives a dozen furs in a month? The profit wouldn't even cover the rent. What then?" This question was indeed practical. It was something Su Wenxuan had pondered for half the night while flipping through the ledgers. He wanted to see if the boy only understood ideas but not living expenses. Luo Yinzhou picked up the ginger tea just delivered by young Master Li, took a sip to warm his throat, and then said, "Young Master Su, I think the collection point shouldn't just collect furs. For example, Qingxi Town, the closest to our village, has 3 cloth shops, 2 apothecaries, and a general store. The collection point could sell small items like fine salt needles and threads, and small hose. When villagers come to deliver furs, they could conveniently buy 2 pounds of salt or a needle without having to make an extra trip. This way the collection point can both collect furs and sell goods, ensuring enough profit to cover the rent." Su Wenxuan's eyes brightened as he leaned forward. "But what if the general store in Qingxi Town doesn't want to cooperate, thinking we are stealing their business, and comes to cause trouble? What then?" "We can collaborate with them." Luo Yinzhou set down his teacup, gesturing on the table. "For example, we could say to manager Wang of the general store, you help sell our salt, and we'll give you 2 coins for every pound sold." He would definitely agree. This way he won't have to go to Jin City to stock up and can earn a little extra. Moreover, when villagers come to buy salt, they might also purchase other items, which means he would profit even more. Su Wenxuan nodded, then posed an even trickier question. "There are bandits in the Black Wind Mountain to the west of Jinzhou. Last month, they robbed a small merchant convoy of furs. What if our collection point receives dozens of precious animal skins and gets targeted by bandits? We can't possibly send a dozen guards to every collection point, can we? That would be too costly." Luo Yinzhou frowned, gently tapping his knee with his fingers. Everything he had seen about village defense from the television in his past life suddenly resurfaced. He thought for a moment and said, "I think we can ask the hunters in the town to help guard it. For instance, there are more than 20 hunters in Qingxi Town. We tell them each hunter takes turns guarding the collection point at night, and we will give you 5 pounds of grain for the month." They would definitely agree. They already know how to shoot arrows and set traps, and bandits would fear them. Besides, half of the furs collected at the point belong to them, so they would also be afraid of being robbed. Su Wenxuan nodded repeatedly, forgetting to wave the fan in his hand. But what if it rains continuously for half a month and the hunters can't hunt, unable to deliver furs? What if the collection point has no goods to collect? We can have them dry fruits. Luo Yinzhou's eyes lit up. There are many jujube trees on the back mountain of our village, and the jujubes are sweet and large in autumn. Dried fruit can last for half a year. There are also hawthorns and persimmons that can be dried. We can tell the hunters, for every pound of dried fruit, we will give you 3 coins. They would have nothing to do at home during rainy days, so it would be a good opportunity for them to dry fruits and earn some money, while the collection point can also receive new stock to sell to the ladies in the capital as dried fruits." Su Wenxuan couldn't help but laugh, then asked, "But how do we make the capital's people willing to buy the dried fruits? They haven't tasted Jinzhou's wild dried fruits, and they might think mountain products are unclean and hesitate to try." Luo Yinzhou thought for a moment and said, "We can send some to a big store in the capital for them to taste first. We send 10 pounds of dried jujubes, telling the shopkeeper, let the customers try for free. If it sells, well, we will give you a 30 cut. If customers enjoy the sweetness, they will buy them. If the shopkeeper makes money, he will cooperate with us long term. We can also wrap the dried fruits in red paper, labeling them as Jinzhou wild jujubes. The special name will appeal to city folks who enjoy unique local products." "You clever child, you have so many ideas." Su Wenxuan laughed, then suddenly shifted the tone of the conversation, becoming a bit serious. "Yinzhou, what do you think would be the biggest challenge for our Bellflower Trading Association if we want to do business in Jinzhou for 10 or 20 years? Luo Yinzhou fell silent for a moment, lightly rubbing the edge of his teacup with his fingers before slowly saying, I believe the biggest challenge lies in trust. For example, if we pay 2 taels of silver for furs this year and suddenly drop to 1 tael and 5 coins next year, the villagers will say the trading association has changed its heart. If we mix sand into the fine salt, the women will tell their neighbors, don't go to the trading association for salt, they're not reliable. Even if we set up more collection points or deliver more dried fruits in the future, the villagers won't come back. He looked at Su Wenxuan with earnest eyes. Often the collapse of trust happens over something seemingly insignificant. The behavior of the people below reflects the trading association's face and forms the public's perception of it. Upon hearing this, Su Wenxuan was completely convinced. He stood up, walked to the edge of the tent, lifted the curtain, and pointed to the busy villagers outside, saying to Luo Yinzhou, look at those hunters carrying furs. If our trading association loses their trust, we would lose the roots of Jinzhou, and no amount of silver could bring it back. He turned and took a brocade box from the drawer, opened it, and handed it to Luo Yinzhou. Inside were 2 pounds of nougat wrapped in green oil paper, emitting a sweet aroma. Beside it were 10 taels of silver wrapped in red cloth, heavy in his hands. This nougat comes from the capital. Take it back to sweeten your family's mouths. Su Wenxuan pushed the brocade box into his hands. This 10 taels of silver is for you. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Luo Yinzhou quickly waved his hands. Young Master Su, I can accept the candy, but I can't take the money. I'm telling you this not for money, but because I feel you would make a great friend. You must take this money. Su Wenxuan pressed down on his hand, his tone firm. Those who are capable deserve it. I believe you are worth my investment, that's why I am giving you this. If you don't accept it, it's like not giving me face and not acknowledging our friendship. Luo Yinzhou thought for a moment, finding the reasoning sound, and hugged the brocade box to his chest. Then, I thank young Master Su. Call me Su Gu. Su Gu. Su Wenxuan nodded with a smile. Tell your father that if he is willing to help the trading association collect furs and keep track of the numbers in Luo Family Village, he can be the agent for Luo Family Village, and I will pay him 100 coins as a reward every month. I'm not sure how to write agent here, so I just left it as is. Luo Yan's eyes lit up. Really? This kind of thing is a piece of cake for the villagers. My father will definitely agree. Of course it's true. As soon as Su Wenxuan finished speaking, a voice from the entrance of the tent called out, young Master Luo, he and the others have finished verifying the furs and want to come thank you. Su Wenxuan said to Luo Yinzhou, let's go out and take a look. As the two stepped out of the main tent, they saw Luo He and Uncle Luo Sen standing at the bottom of the steps with Luo He holding a cloth bag filled with silver. Their faces were beaming with joy. Uncle Luo San was holding 2 pounds of salt, bringing it up to his nose to smell it. This salt is really fine, much better than the coarse salt bought from those salt merchants. Luo He saw Su Wenxuan and quickly stepped forward, clasping his hands in a somewhat awkward yet sincere gesture. Young Master Su, thank you for your care. Our wolf skin was verified at 2 taels of silver, 5 coins more than what the last small merchant convoy offered. Su Wenxuan smiled and said, you're too polite. It's your furs that are good and worth this price. By the way, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. In a couple of days, I will visit Luo Family Village and may stay at your home for a couple of days. I hope you don't mind. Luo He was taken aback for a moment, then quickly tucked the cloth bag into his arms excitedly, saying, young Master Su, please do come. We'll go up the mountain to hunt deer and treat you well. Luo Yinzhou, holding the brocade box, watched the way Su Wenxuan and Luo He spoke, touched the jade pendant in his pocket, and sniffed the sweet aroma of the nougat in the brocade box, feeling that this trip to Jin City would change the entire Jinzhou forever. Knowing this was Su Wenxuan's attempt to win him over, Luo Yinzhou did not refuse. After all, having the support of the Bellflower Trading Association was beneficial for him. As for whether there would be risks, at present there was none. Every endeavor carries risks. If one is overly cautious, it's better to just work in the fields every day. Most importantly, it was about whether he could obtain the money to buy a gun from the Bellflower Trading Association. Thinking of this, Luo Yinzhou couldn't help but touch his hands in his space. There were 20 wolves led by Yin, which was Luo Yan's backup plan. After all, selling 2 mini animal skins could easily attract attention, while his acquaintance with Su Wenxuan was merely coincidental. Su Wenxuan originally wanted to keep Luo He and the others at the camp for a warm meal. He immediately instructed the kitchen to simmer chicken soup and asked the staff to bake some white flatbreads. However, as soon as Luo He entered the tent, he waved his hand with urgency on his face, saying, young Master Su, really no need to trouble yourself. We need to traverse some mountain paths before dark, otherwise if we walk in the dark at night and accidentally step wrong and fall, it will only delay things. Luo Yinzhou nodded in agreement, his small hands clutching the brocade box in his arms, from which the sweet scent of the candy could be smelled even through the cloth. Young Master Su, thank you for your kindness. It will be hard to travel once it's dark and snakes and beasts are quite active at night, plus our family is waiting for us to return. Seeing their eagerness to return, Su Wenxuan did not insist on keeping them. He turned around and called for Xiao Lizzie, asking him to bring 2 bags of white steamed buns from the kitchen and dug out a package of dried meat wrapped in oil paper from the cupboard. He stuffed it into He's basket, saying, "Since you can't stay for a meal, you must take these provisions. These buns are made from freshly milled white flour, softer than the cornbread you brought, and they taste much better than your cornbread." He then walked over to Luo Yinzhou and patted his head, saying, "Yinzhou, if you have any thoughts in the future or find something good, remember to think of me. If there's anything, bring the jade pendant to Jincheng to find me. If you can't come, your father can send a message, and I will have someone come to the village to pick you up." Luo Yinzhou quickly took out the jade pendant from his pocket to look at it, then carefully tucked it back, bowing slightly. "To Su Wenshuan, I remember. Goodbye, young Master Su. Next time I come to Jincheng, I'll take you to have a look around." As the group exited the Linglan Trading Company's camp, the sun had already tilted to the west, casting golden light on the dirt road and stretching their shadows long. Luo, he walked at the front with a bamboo basket on his shoulder, the rope leaving a red mark on his skin that had not faded. He deliberately straightened his back. On the left side of the basket were the exchanged fabrics, and on the right were 3 pounds of fine salt weighing heavily at the bottom of the basket, making a creak sound as he walked, which was more reassuring than anything else. However, his walking posture was slightly awkward. Luo Yinzhou followed closely behind with the brocade box given by Su Wenshuan, occasionally reaching out to touch it. The candy inside pressed against his palm, and the sweet scent wafted into his nose. He couldn't help but think of his sister Yantao. She would definitely bounce around and snatch the candy to eat. While eating, she would close her eyes blissfully and slowly enjoy the treat. "Dad, slow down a bit or I can't keep up." Luo Yinzhou saw Luo He's pace quickening and hurriedly called out. Luo He turned back, smiled, but did not slow down, saying, "If we get home early, your mother can rest easy sooner. We've been out for 4 or 5 days. The family must be worried." Uncle Luo, who was part of the group, leaned on a cane and walked slowly at the back, muttering, "It's good to be young. Walking this fast feels effortless. My old legs can only take a couple of steps before needing a rest. If I walk any slower, we won't even be able to leave Jincheng before it gets dark. It took us 3 whole days to come here. Now that we're going back, we're walking faster and without carrying so many heavy animal skins. In just a day and a half, we can already see the old locust tree at the entrance of Luo family village." The sky was already dark, the moon hiding behind the clouds, revealing only a faint light. The branches of the old locust tree spread across the sky like a black net, with only a few yellow oil lamps illuminating the windows of several households, twinkling like stars, creating a particularly warm feeling. Finally here, Uncle Luo stopped, leaning on his cane, and let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. "If we walk a bit more, my old legs will give out. When I get back, I need your Aunt San to make me a bowl of ginger soup to dispel the cold." Luo, he also stopped, looking toward the village. "Don't make a noise, you let's sneak in. Most of the people in the village have gone to Jincheng with us, and the remaining old, weak, and women must have gone to sleep long ago. Let's not wake them." The group walked quietly toward the village, the stones on the dirt road scraping against their straw sandals, yet no one complained. As they reached the threshing ground in the middle of the village, a few barks sounded from the west. Big Yellow, the dog from Uncle's family, usually barks at strangers, but only wagged its tail and barked twice at them before being scolded by Uncle Wang inside. "Stop barking. It's the villagers returning. It's chilly at night. Don't disturb the neighbors' sleep." Luo He's family had an old jujube tree planted in their yard, its branches stretching over the wall, providing shade in summer and fruit in autumn. As they reached the yard gate, they heard Yantao's voice from inside, tinged with a whiny tone. "Mother, why hasn't my brother returned yet? Is he forgetting to bring me candy? I dreamed yesterday that he brought me a big piece of candy, and it was so sweet." Finally back, Luo He couldn't help but laugh, pushing open the yard gate. The wooden hinges creaked like an old bell. The oil lamp inside immediately brightened, and Chun Tao's voice followed. "Is brother He back?" The curtain at the door was lifted, and Chun Tao came out holding a rough porcelain bowl half filled with coarse rice porridge. When she saw Luo He and Luo Yinzhou, her eyes turned red, and the bowl in her hands trembled slightly. "You finally came back. Come in quickly, the porridge is still warm. You must be starving from your journey." Luo Yinzhou ran in first, still holding the brocade box, when Yantao burst out from inside, her short legs running quickly and suddenly hugging his leg. "Brother, you're back. Did you bring me candy? I've been waiting for you for days." I brought it. Luo Yinzhou hurriedly squatted down, carefully opening the brocade box. Inside, the candy wrapped in green oil paper glimmered under the oil lamp. He took out the largest piece and handed it to Yantao. "This candy is from the capital. It's much sweeter than the malt candy sold in town. Try it, but don't bite too hard. Be careful not to stick your teeth." Yantao took the candy, her small hands slowly peeling the oil paper, her fingertips getting sticky with sugar residue, and she didn't forget to lick them. Taking a small bite, her eyes immediately brightened, and she bounced over to Chun Tao's side. Mother, the candy brother gave me is so sweet. It's sweeter than any candy I've ever eaten. You must try it." Yan Tao held the candy high trying to bring it to her mother's mouth, but her short stature made it look a bit amusing. Wang Shi also came out from inside holding a needle and thread with a thread still threaded through the needle clearly in the middle of mending Yan Tao's clothes. Seeing Luo-He, she quickly put down the needle and thread, hurrying over to touch Luo-He's arm. Did you exchange for goods? How much did you sell the hides for? Were you treated unfairly in Jincheng? Did you encounter bandits? Luo-He laughed at the questions, but didn't answer immediately. He first walked into the yard and looked around at the neighboring houses. Aunt Li's house to the left had already turned off the lights, while Uncle Zhang's house on the right still had a bit of light seeping out, but he didn't hear any movement. He quickly closed the yard gate tightly and bolted it before running back inside, lowering his voice and saying, "Mother Chun, Tao, don't make a fuss. I have something good to show you." As he spoke, he untied the coarse cloth belt around his waist. Out of caution, he had sewn the silver into the inner layer of his pants close to his skin and had not dared to turn over while sleeping, fearing it would be stolen. As soon as the cloth belt was untied, he pulled out a blue cloth pouch from the inner layer, its corners worn and frayed, sewn by Chun Tao the previous year. "What's inside?" Chun Tao leaned in curiously, and Yan Tao, forgetting about the candy, opened her wide eyes to watch. Luo-He took a deep breath and slowly opened the cloth pouch. Silver coins tumbled out with a clink, some whole ingots, and some broken pieces glistening white under the oil lamp, illuminating the room a bit. After counting, there were 6 whole ingots of silver, each weighing 10 taels, along with 7 taels of broken silver, totaling 67 taels. Wang Shi dropped the needle and thread in her hand, and the spool rolled to Yan Tao's feet, but she didn't notice. Chun Tao was also stunned, almost dropping the coarse porcelain bowl in her hands, spilling a little porridge out. Yan Tao squatted down to pick up the spool, holding the broken silver up to the oil lamp, curiously asking, "Mother, what is this shiny thing? Can we eat it? Is it as sweet as candy?" This question made Luo-He laugh, but as he laughed, his eyes turned red. At this moment, the curtain of the inner room moved, and Luo Jin walked out leaning on a cane, holding a pipe, the ember in the bowl long extinguished. He originally had a frown as if he had something on his mind, but upon seeing the silver on the ground, his hands immediately trembled, and the pipe almost fell from his grip. Well, how much silver is this? Please don't tell me this is the money from selling the animal skins. Dad, what are you talking about? Luo-He hurriedly gathered the silver together, his voice trembling, yet filled with uncontrollable excitement. "This is the profit from exchanging the hides. We sold 3 bear skins for 20 taels, and those deer skins and wolf skins added up to 67 taels in total. Look, these few pieces of fine cloth. Please trouble Mother and Chun Tao to make some clothes for those who don't have any before the new year. And there's 3 pounds of salt, no sand, mixed in, enough for our family to use for half a year." Wang Shi walked over, gently touching the silver, her fingertips trembling, and tears immediately streamed down her face. Dropping onto the silver, she exclaimed, "I've never seen so much silver in my life. In the past, our whole family saved frugally, and we couldn't even save 2 taels in a year, but this trip to Jincheng actually earned us 67 taels. Oh my heavens, if this were a dream, I'd wake up smiling." Chun Tao also wiped her eyes and smiled, saying, "With this silver, we can buy some medicine for Dad's cough. Last time Dr. Wang said that if we could buy some good medicinal herbs, Dad's cough would improve. We can also buy Yan Tao a new pair of cloth shoes so she doesn't have to wear those old ones that expose her toes anymore, and I want to get Mother a piece of floral fabric to make a new dress so she can look stylish for once." Luo-He nodded earnestly and divided the silver into 3 portions, wrapping one in blue cloth and handing it to Wang Shi. "Mother, keep these 30 taels and hide them in the wooden box under the bed. Oh, don't let outsiders know. If anything urgent comes up at home, like someone getting sick, we can use it." Then he took 10 taels of silver and handed it to Chun Tao. "Chun Tao, take this 10 taels and go to town tomorrow to buy medicine for Dad, and also buy Yan Tao a new pair of shoes. The remaining money can be used to buy some coarse cloth so we won't have to freeze in the winter." Finally, the remaining 27 taels he directly handed to Luo Yanzhou. "This 27 taels is for you, Yanzhou. Although I don't know what you'll do with this money, I believe in you." After finishing the candy, Yan Tao ran over and grabbed Luo Yanzhou's hand. "Brother, is young Master Su a good person? Is he good looking? Can I go to Jincheng with you next time? I want to eat candy again, and I want to see if the city gate of Jincheng is taller than the mud walls of the village." Luo Yanzhou smiled, patting her head and pouring out the remaining candy from the brocade box, sharing half with her. "Young Master Su is a good person, fair-skinned and polite. Next time we go to Jincheng, I'll take you along, not only to let you eat candy, but also to see the city tower, which is 3 times taller than the mud walls of the village with armored soldiers on top." At this moment, Wang Shi remembered the porridge still warming in the pot, quickly wiping her tears and turning to the kitchen. "I was too busy looking at the silver and forgot that you haven't eaten yet. There's coarse rice porridge warming in the pot along with the leftover cornbread from yesterday. I'll fry some pickled vegetables. You must be starving from your journey." Chun Tao also stood up, wanting to help with the fire, but Wang Shi stopped her. "You sit and rest to let me go." You've been taking care of Yantao at home these days, and looking after the old man, you must be worn out. Shortly after, Wang Shi brought out the porridge. The coarse porcelain bowl was filled with steaming porridge along with a plate of pickled vegetables sprinkled with some vegetable leaves. Though simple, it radiated the warmth of home. The family sat around the small table, Yantao holding the bowl and sipping the porridge in small bites, not forgetting to tell Luo Jin, "Grandpa, this porridge is so sweet, sweeter than what I had yesterday." Luo Jin smiled, using his chopsticks to give Yantao a piece of pickled vegetables from his bowl. "Drink slowly, don't burn yourself. Tomorrow let your mother make you some rice porridge to nourish your body." The lights in Luo He's home were still on, while Uncle Wang's house at the west end of the village had already become lively. Uncle Wang was carrying half a basket of herbs to Jincheng, and when he returned, his bamboo basket was filled with fabric and salt. As soon as he entered, he placed the cloth bundle on the table, his voice trembling. "Wife, come out and see. We've exchanged for silver." Aunt Wang was busy around the stove holding a fire stick. Hearing the shout, she hurriedly ran out. "Really exchanged for it? How much? Did anyone cheat you?" Uncle Wang untied the cloth bundle, revealing 3 taels of silver and several pieces of broken silver shining under the oil lamp. 3 taels. That's 5 coins more than what the last small caravan offered. Young Master Su is a straightforward person. He didn't lower the price when checking the herbs, and even gave me an extra tael of salt. Aunt Wang reached out to touch the silver, looking at the cloth, tears streaming down her face. "This is great. The autumn tax is settled now. Oh, we won't have to borrow from the loan sharks anymore. I can also get some fabric for the child to make a new dress." The lights in Aunt Lee's house next door also came on. Uncle Lee was a hunter, and this time he sold 2 fox skins in Jincheng, earning 4 taels of silver. As soon as he handed the silver to Aunt Lee, she covered her mouth and laughed. "I told you going with brother, he was the right choice. Last year when you went to town alone, you only got 3 taels and 2 coins for 2 fox skins." Uncle Lee also laughed, opening the salt bag, grabbing a handful of salt to look at. "Look at this salt, it's so fine. No sand mixed in her, just a little bit will make the dish salty. From now on we won't have to eat salt mixed with sand anymore." One by one the lights in the village were lit up, turning the originally quiet village lively, yet no one spoke loudly, fearing to wake the neighbors. They only laughed softly in their homes, with the occasional joyous shouts from children quickly muffled by adults. On the morning 5 days later, Luo, he was chopping firewood in the yard when he suddenly heard a rhythmic knocking sound at the gate, neither too heavy nor too light, displaying a sense of propriety. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over in confusion. People in the village were generally familiar with each other, and it was common to call out at the door instead of knocking. As he pulled open the door latch, Luo, he was taken aback. Outside the gate stood a young man in a blue robe dressed in fine silk embroidered with subtle patterns of lilies at the collar and cuffs. It was Su Wenxuan. Behind him were 4 black-clad guards, each wielding long swords and standing tall. Xiao Li was beside them holding a redwood food box, and upon seeing Luo, he quickly greeted him with a smile. "Brother Luo, it's good to see you." What was even more eye-catching were the 6 fine steeds at the entrance, their coats glossy and adorned with copper fittings on the saddles, clearly not something an ordinary family could afford. As the guards dismounted, they promptly formed a line behind Su Wenxuan, quietly scanning the yard with vigilant eyes, showing no sign of relaxation. Su Wenxuan spoke first, his tone gentle as he slightly cupped his hands. "Brother Luo, I hope my sudden visit isn't too much of an imposition." Luo, he finally came to his senses and quickly stepped aside to make way, his hands trembling slightly. "Not at all. Please come in, young Master Su. I thought you were just being polite when you mentioned coming over. I didn't expect you to actually come. Please come sit inside." He called into the house as he spoke. "Father, Mother, Chun Tao, come out. We have a distinguished guest." Wang and Chun Tao were sewing inside when they heard the call and hurriedly came out. Upon seeing Su Wenxuan and his entourage, they were stunned. Su Wenxuan's attire and demeanor were completely different from the village's farmers, unmistakably that of a noble. Wang quickly wiped her hands on her cloth and smiled, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guest. Please come in. It's a bit messy inside. I hope you don't mind." Just as Su Wenxuan was about to step inside, the fine steeds suddenly became restless at the entrance, pawing the ground and whinnying, refusing to enter the yard despite the guards' efforts to pull the reins, instead backing away persistently. Luo, he didn't explain. He couldn't just say that the wild goats from the mountain often came down to scrounge food and sometimes lounged in the yard to sunbathe. The horses were sensitive to smells and likely detected the scent of the wolf pack, which made them anxious. He quickly tried to smooth things over. "Perhaps it's the smell of chicken droppings in our yard that the horses dislike. How about we have 2 guards stay at the door to watch the horses while young Master Su and Xiao Li come in first? The inside is clean and we have hot water ready." Su Wenxuan nodded with a smile. "That works. Let them wait at the door. Shall we bring the food box inside too? It contains some delicacies from the capital for Brother Luo to try." With 2 guards remaining at the door to tend to the horses, Su Wenxuan led the other 2 guards and Xiao Li into the yard. The yard had several bundles of freshly chopped firewood and in a corner stood a bamboo basket filled with wildflowers picked by Yin Tao, while some cured meat hung in the corner exuding a rustic charm. "It's a simple countryside place, please don't mind the simplicity, young Master Su Luo," he said, leading Su Wenxuan toward the house, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But Su Wenxuan shook his head with a smile. "What's simple about it? The yard is clean and tidy with a lovely homely atmosphere. It's far more comfortable than the grand houses in the city. Last time in Jin City, Yin Zhou mentioned that you have an old jujube tree at home. Where is it?" "It's in the corner of the yard." Luo, he pointed toward the old jujube tree in the corner. "It provides shade in the summer, and in autumn, we can harvest the jujubes. Yin Tao loves jujube cake. My mother makes quite a lot every autumn." As they spoke, they entered the house, where there was a square table and 4 long benches. On the wall hung Luo Jin's hunting bow and arrows from his youth, along with Yin Tao's crookedly drawn figures. Luo Jin heard the commotion and came out from the inner room, holding a smoking pipe. Upon seeing Su Wenxuan, he quickly put down the pipe and cupped his hands. "Young master, Su, your visit graces my humble abode." Su Wenxuan hurriedly rose to return the gesture. "You're too kind, old master. It's I who intrudes." After everyone sat down, Wang quickly brought in hot water, using the best coarse porcelain bowl at home, placing a piece of rock candy at the bottom. "Young master, Su, the mountain water is sweet. Please try it with a bit of rock candy to quench your thirst." Su Wenxuan picked up the bowl, took a sip, and smiled. "Indeed sweet, much better than the well water in the city," with a hint of coolness. "By the way, where's Yin Zhou? I haven't seen him." Luo, he smacked his thigh as he remembered. Yin Zhou mentioned early this morning that he was taking Yin Tao to the river to catch fish, claiming he wanted to treat us to a better meal, but they still haven't returned." "No need to rush," Su Wenxuan quickly stopped him. "I didn't come with any urgent matters. I just wanted to come by for a visit and to have a private chat with Yin Zhou." Though he said that, Su Wenxuan appeared distracted while chatting with Luo-He and Luo-Jin, often glancing toward the door, and he hardly took a sip from the cup of tea in his hand. Luo-He noticed and understood. Young Master Su was waiting for Yin Zhou. It seemed that they had discussed something important during their last meeting in Jin City that still weighed on Su Wenxuan's mind. Just then a voice called from outside the gate. "Mother, I'm back. I caught a lot of fish today. We can have fish soup for dinner." Immediately after, Yin Tao's cheerful voice rang out. "Mother, brother caught a big fish. It's longer than my arm." Upon hearing the voices, Su Wenxuan's eyes lit up as he stood up and walked toward the door. Luo, he quickly stood up as well. That must be Yin Zhou returning. As he reached the door, he saw Luo, Yin Zhou carrying a wooden basin filled with several fish, the largest easily weighing 2 pounds, its tail still thrashing. Yin Tao followed beside him, holding a small net bag filled with shrimp, bouncing with excitement. Both of them were covered in mud, and Luo Yin Tao's pants were soaked halfway up, clearly having played wildly by the river. "Brother, look, we have a guest at home." Yin Tao spotted Su Wenxuan first and shouted, pointing at him. Luo Yin Zhou looked up, and upon seeing Su Wenxuan, immediately lost the smile that had been on his face. He quickly set the wooden basin down, wiped the mud from his face with his sleeve, and with a serious expression imitated the adults by cupping his hands to Su Wenxuan. "Young master, Su, what brings you here?" Su Wenxuan looked at his little adult demeanor and remembered how he had looked carrying the wooden basin covered in mud, and couldn't help but laugh. "I came to see you and to discuss some matters. So just back from the river. It looks like you had a good catch." Luo Yin Zhou wanted to maintain his serious demeanor, but upon seeing Su Wenxuan's amused face, he deflated, shoulders slumping as he sat down weakly on the steps. "Don't mention it. I accidentally slipped and fell while catching fish, and my pants got all wet. If I hadn't brought something back, I would have definitely been scolded." At that moment, Chun Tao came out of the kitchen holding a rag, and upon seeing Luo Yin Zhou covered in mud, immediately frowned. "Yin Zhou, look at you. You're a mess. Get up, don't sit on the steps and dirty the place." Saying this, she grabbed Luo Yin Zhou by the ear and pulled him up. "Go wash yourself properly. Young Master Su is here, and you have the audacity to appear like this." Luo Yin Zhou grimaced in pain, but didn't forget to jest. "Mother, there are guests here. Have some consideration, it's quite embarrassing. Young Master Su, please stay a while and try my mother's cooking. I guarantee you'll remember it fondly. It's so delicious, it could make you swallow your tongue." Luo, he hearing this, couldn't help but roll up his sleeves and prepare to discipline Luo Yin Zhou. "You rascal. Looking like a mud monkey and still daring to show off." Su Wenxuan quickly stopped Luo, he with a smile. "Brother Luo, there's no need to be angry. Yin Zhou is right. It's perfect timing to sample sister-in-law's cooking and see if it's as fragrant as Yin Zhou says." Only then did Luo. He put his hand down, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I apologize for my son's behavior. He's been spoiled by us and speaks without thinking." Su Wenxuan shook his head. "I actually think Yin Zhou is quite good this way, straightforward and lovable, unlike the kids in the city who learn to be slick and dull at such a young age." As he spoke, Su Wenxuan sat with Luo-He and Luo-Jin engaged in conversation. This time he was no longer distracted, but listened attentively as Luo Jin recounted old stories from the village, inquiring about where local hunters usually hunted and which herbs were best harvested in which season. Luo Jin noticed that Su Wenxuan was listening earnestly, and he became more animated as he spoke, sharing anecdotes from his youth as a hunter, and then discussing the changes in the village over the past few years, and once he opened up he couldn't stop. Su Wenxuan, sipping water, looked at the old jujube trees, leaves swaying outside, and smiled, asking Luo, "He brother Luo, last time Yanzhou mentioned wild jujubes and hawthorns in the mountains. Oh, I wonder what other valuable things are in these woods." "Oh, there's plenty." Luo, he set down his bowl, gesturing on the table, his eyes sparkling. "Just this spring, once the insects awaken, the wild gastrodia will start to sprout. That stuff is precious. When you dig it out, you have to use a bamboo basket and avoid touching the roots, or else it won't fetch a good price. Last year, I found a clump in the black pine forest weighing a full 5 pounds and sold it at the pharmacy in town for 3 taels of silver. Gastrodia. Isn't that a good remedy for headaches?" Su Wenxuan leaned in to listen intently. "Exactly." Luo, he slapped his thigh. "The rich in the city love to stew gastrodia with chicken for headaches. And then there's spring mushrooms. As soon as the spring rain falls, the ground under the pine trees is covered in white tender ones. If you pick them in the morning, you can sell them by noon. They're incredibly fresh. Last year, Aunt Lee picked a basket full, but before she could deliver them to town, the peddler snatched them up on the way, paying 1 copper for each. It was more profitable than selling eggs." Yin Tao, listening nearby, suddenly chimed in, "I also helped Dad pick azaleas. They're red and beautiful. Dad said they can be brewed into tea and sold." Luo, he chuckled and patted her head. "This girl has a good memory. Dried azaleas are collected by pharmacies for cough remedies, and 1 tael can sell for 50 coins. But you must pick them while they're just blooming. The ones that have wilted are worthless." Su Wenxuan nodded. "What about summer? Are there wild fruits in the mountains during summer? Summer brings even more good things." Luo, he started counting on his fingers. "The wild apricots will ripen, and when dried they can be preserved for half a year. The peddlers from the capital love to collect them. There are also wild grapes, which are purple and glistening. Yanzhou somehow managed to ferment some into wine, which is soft and slightly bitter to drink, but for us country folk, having something to drink is already a blessing." Luo Yanzhou, having finished washing up, ran out in fresh clothes to join in on the conversation. "And scorpions. In the summer nights, if you take a torch to shine into the crevices of the stones, the scorpions will freeze in the light. You can catch them with bamboo tongs and dry them to treat rheumatism. 1 tael can sell for 80 coins. Last year I caught half a pound and bought plenty of malt candy." Su Wenxuan laughed. "I didn't expect scorpions to be so valuable. What about autumn? Shouldn't the harvest be coming in then? Are there still good things in the mountains?" "Autumn is the best time." Luo, he raised his voice a bit. "The mountain walnuts will ripen, and when you crack their shells, the kernels can sell for 100 coins per pound. And there are chestnuts, boiled. They're sweet and sticky, and the pastry shop in town collects them to make chestnut cakes, selling for 10 coins per pound. Last year our village harvested several loads of chestnuts and exchanged them for 5 taels of silver, enough to cover the autumn taxes. And wild honey," Luo Yanzhou added. "In autumn the bees collect chrysanthemum honey, and the harvested honeycomb is golden and sweeter than white sugar, selling for 150 coins per tael." Luo Jin leisurely supplemented, "There are also good things in winter. After it snows, deer become easy to spot, leaving tracks in the snow. Follow the tracks and you're sure to catch one. Deer meat is edible, and the hides can be made into coats. 1 deer hide can sell for 2 taels of silver. Also, winter bamboo shoots dug out from the snow can be delivered to taverns and sell for 80 coins per tael, even more expensive than meat." As they spoke, Wang and Chun Tao were bustling in the kitchen. Chun Tao was responsible for washing and chopping vegetables, while Wang was in charge of frying. Chun Tao had even killed a rabbit. A tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen, the spicy scent of stir-fried rabbit meat, the freshness of deer meat, and the fragrance of eggs mixed together, making one drool. Yin Tao leaned at the kitchen door, staring intently at the dishes in the pot, occasionally asking, "Mother, when can we eat? I'm so hungry." Luo Yanzhou, enjoying their lively conversation, also crowded around the kitchen door, helping out by passing bowls and chopsticks, and sneakily pinching a piece of stir-fried rabbit meat to eat, having just chewed a couple of bites. He was slapped on the hand by Chun Tao. "No manners. The guest hasn't eaten yet, and you're already starting." Luo Yanzhou stuck out his tongue and quickly swallowed the rabbit meat. It was just so delicious. "I couldn't resist." Su Wenxuan and Luo, he also caught the aroma in the room, and Su Wenxuan smiled. "Sister-in-law's cooking is truly exceptional. Ooh, just smelling it makes me hungry. When I was in the capital, I ate dishes made by top chefs, but none were as fragrant as this homely cooking." Luo, he felt a bit embarrassed. "It's just simple meals. Oh, I hope young Master Su doesn't find them lacking. The village usually has poor conditions, and we only get to eat meat during festivals. This time, thanks to young Master Su, we can let you taste our village's dishes." Although he said this, Luo, he couldn't help but internally criticize lacking. I don't know where my son got the spices, but he's practically spoiled our family's palate as long as it's a dish it really is delicious to the point of shaking my head. After waiting for about half an hour, Chun Tao finally brought out the dishes young master Su father brother, it's time to eat. The square table was soon filled with dishes, a plate of stir-fried rabbit meat glistening with oil and sprinkled with scallions, a plate of thinly sliced deer meat mixed with soy sauce, a plate of golden stir-fried eggs exuding fragrance, and a plate of mixed wild vegetables green and refreshing. The sun hung low in the sky after the meal, resembling a melted gold ingot, soft and warm against the mountaintop. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting specks of light, like scattered gold, onto the ground, creating a starry pattern that felt warm underfoot. Su Wenxuan set down the water bowl, rubbing his fingers along the rough rim, and looked at Luo Yinzhou. Yinzhou, come walk with me into the mountains. Let's see what the Wanshan is truly like. Luo Yan's his heart skipped a beat, almost spilling the stir-fried beans he was holding, but he managed to maintain a casual demeanor. He stuffed the beans into the pocket of his coarse cloth garb and replied, sure, but the mountain paths are tough to walk, filled with stones and old tree roots. Young Master Su, your shoes are precious, so stay close to me and watch your step. The two exited the courtyard, and Su Wenxuan turned back to the 4 guards in black attire, instructing, you all wait at the foot of the mountain, no need to follow. Little Li will stay behind to look after the horses while I talk with Yinzhou. Upon hearing this, Luo Yinzhou walked ahead in silence. The guards responded in unison, bowing slightly yes, while Little Li hurriedly handed over the water pouch hanging from the saddle. Young master, take this. There won't be any water to find in the mountains if you get thirsty. This water was boiled just this morning and is still warm. As they stepped into the forest, the fresh scent of grass and trees filled the air, mingling with the bitter fragrance of pine needles and the subtle aroma of wild chrysanthemums, the dampness in the air refreshing against their faces. Occasionally squirrels dashed across the branches, their bushy tails trailing behind, clawing at the pine cones. With a thud, one dropped into a pile of fallen leaves, disappearing into a tree hole in the blink of an eye. Luo Yinzhou walked ahead, stepping on the thick layer of fallen leaves that crunched beneath his feet. He glanced back at Su Wenxuan from time to time, noticing him touching the rough bark of an old locust tree, and then squatting down to observe mushrooms growing on the ground. Every now and then he would steal a glance at Luo Yinzhou. Finally, unable to hold back, Luo Yinzhou stopped, gripping a freshly snapped willow branch, its leaves still fluttering. Young master, Su, I have something I want to ask you. Go ahead. Su Wenxuan also halted, brushing off the fallen leaves from the sleeve of his light purple robe, his fingertips still stained with a bit of pine needle green, flicking the needles away with a gentle demeanor. We've only met twice, so why do you trust me so much? You even gave me a jade pendant, allowing me direct access to the merchant camp without being stopped by guards. You also let my father handle the collection of funds, entrusting him with such a significant matter. You even seem willing to listen to my strange ideas. Luo Yinzhou fixed his gaze on Su Wenxuan, his tone probing, while unconsciously poking the ground with the willow branch, creating a small hole in the fallen leaves. I'm just a boy from the mountains. My father is a farmer, only hunting in the mountains during his free time. My mother is an ordinary woman, skilled only in sewing and weaving bamboo baskets. I have no great abilities. What do you want from me? Su Wenxuan chuckled at this, finding a clean stone slab nearby to sit on, still warm from the sun. He patted the space beside him. You are quite straightforward, saying what you mean without beating around the bush. Since you asked, I won't hide it from you. Let me tell you something first. I'm not just any ordinary merchant's son, and the Linglong Merchant Association isn't just any merchant group. Luo Yan's his heart tightened, the willow branch in his hand, pausing as he fell silent. While he had suspicions in his mind, he still preferred Su Wenxuan to say it directly. Sitting next to the stone slab, he felt the warmth beneath him as he placed the willow branch on his lap, waiting for Su Wenxuan to continue. My surname is Su, and the current emperor also has the surname Su. Su Wenxuan lowered his voice slightly, yet his gaze remained open and honest without any concealment. My grandfather is the emperor's uncle, who helped the emperor suppress a rebellion and once guarded the Ye Ming Pass, dealing with southern bandits. Later, when peace was restored, the emperor bestowed upon him the title of Jinggan Wang and granted him a fief in Qingzhou, which my grandfather declined. At that time, the people were suffering, and the 4 major merchant associations were profiting excessively. My grandfather disdained such people and established the Linglong Merchant Association to serve the royal family. Our Su family is a legitimate branch of the royal family, while the Linglong Merchant Association is directly controlled by the royal family, responsible only to the imperial household. Others have no qualification to intervene. Luo Yinzhou was taken aback, the willow branch slipping from his hand with a thud. Having traversed this world for 7 years, growing from an ignorant infant to a 7-year-old, he only knew that the current emperor's surname was Su, having heard a few tales from the local scholar. He had heard that the mansions of the princes were larger than the town's city god temple, but never expected Su Wenxuan to be of royal descent. No wonder Su Wenxuan always carried an air of distinction, speaking and acting with calmness, even his smile exuding steadiness. Young master as gentle as jade. Luo Yanzhou regained his composure, quickly picking up the willow branch and gripping it tightly, his fingertips rubbing against it. So, does that mean all the profits your merchant association earns must be handed over to the national treasury? Yes and no. Su Wenxuan nodded, then shook his head, picking up a stone and lightly scratching it on the stone slab, drawing a shallow line. According to Imperial Regulations, 70 of the annual profits of a royal merchant must be submitted to the national treasury for military maintenance, river repairs, official salaries, and disaster relief. Last year's flood in the south was funded by our Linglan Merchant Association's contributions. However, the remaining 30 is at the Merchant Association's discretion. Part of it is used to expand business and pay the staff, while the other part is the remuneration for our branch. My grandfather, my father, and my brothers all rely on this 30 for our livelihood. He paused, looking up at the branches overhead. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating his face. Moreover, you know about salt and iron, right? These two are essential for the people's daily lives and represent industries with enormous profits. The court has regulations allowing only royal merchants to operate in these trades, and countless traders have been executed for selling salt illegally. There are not just 1,000, but a few hundred. For instance, coarse salt sells for 21 a pound in the mountains, while we only pay 5 when at the salt fields. Just from salt and iron, we can earn hundreds of thousands of taels of silver each year. Luo Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Hundreds of thousands of taels, he thought 67 taels was a lot, surely hundreds of thousands would pile up like a mountain. He realized how little he had seen. When would he ever witness such wealth without flinching? Su Wenxuan continued, but who would ever complain about having too much money? Jinzhou sits at the border where furs, medicinal herbs, and mountain goods are abundant like wild honey and roe deer skins, all highly sought after by the wealthy in the city. People here can only carry their goods and trek 2 or 3 days to Jin City to sell them, often being undercut by small merchants. A good fox skin sells for only 1 tael, but if taken to the capital, it could fetch at least 5 taels. The court sent me here to have the Linglan Merchant Association open up business routes in Jinzhou to transport the region's treasures and earn more money. Luo Yanzhou frowned, gripping the willow branch even tighter, the twig bending under his grasp. Is earning so much money just to support the national treasury and maintain the border troops? Yes. Su Wenxuan's expression grew solemn, his tone serious, devoid of the warmth he previously exhibited. You may not have seen the barbarian incursions. Riding tall horses, wielding curved blades, they storm into villages, stealing food and livestock, killing men and abducting women. Last winter, there was a raid outside the Yanmen Pass, and 73 villages were destroyed with no survivors. The General Qin Chuan led 800 elite cavalry to take revenge, but unfortunately, they were pushed back by the barbarian reinforcements within 30 miles. The border troops must guard the passes to prevent the barbarians from entering, but maintaining an army requires money. Buying war horses, crafting weapons, paying soldiers, each aspect demands funds. A significant portion of the profits from the Linglan Merchant Association is allocated to military expenses. In a way, we are the driving force of war, but we are also protecting the common folk at the borders, including your Luo family village, your parents, and your sister. Moreover, I've received news that a new war is on the horizon. The barbarians have gathered many people at the border and are likely to invade after the new year. This urgency to develop Jinzhou is precisely why we need to earn more money before the fighting begins, or else we won't even be able to support the troops. Luo Yanzhou fell silent. Having watched many historical dramas before crossing over, he understood the difficulties of ancient border life and the critical importance of military funding for a nation. Without money, how could soldiers even have enough food to eat, let alone fight? As long as the soldiers didn't mutiny, that would be fortunate. No wonder Su Wenxuan was so eager to develop the Jinzhou trade routes. It turned out there was this deeper reason. Are there other royal merchants in the capital, such as merchant associations controlled by other princes? Luo Yanzhou asked again, subconsciously peeling the bark off the willow branch, leaving bits of bark scattered on his leg. No, only the Linglan Merchant Association is directly controlled by the royal family. Su Wenxuan spoke with a hint of helplessness, the scratches on the stone slab deepening further from his grip. There are 5 major merchant associations in the capital. Besides Linglan, the other 4 are controlled by powerful families, such as the Wang Lu and Qi families, all backed by influential clans, some even having connections to officials wielding considerable power. Seeing how much profit the Linglan Merchant Association makes, they deliberately oppose us stealing business and lowering prices. Whatever our prices are, they always set theirs just a bit higher, trying to force us out and monopolize the market, weakening the royal finances so that the court becomes dependent on them. Thus, the Linglan Merchant Association must not only be profitable, but also compete against those aristocratic merchant associations. We need to find new trade routes and new ways to earn money to win in this struggle, to provide sufficient military funding for the court, and to secure our interests within the court. My 7 brothers, and my elder brother fights against those powerful families in the capital, while I must open up trade routes in Jinzhou. The other brothers are in different prefectures seeking trade routes. Only then did Luo Yanzhou fully comprehend Su Wenxuan's predicament and understand why he was so interested in his ideas, those unique thoughts. Although he wasn't as talented as others, he had one distinct advantage: he was a modern person. Having lived a full life, his thinking wasn't as rigid as theirs, and he was a participant in an economic boom, experiencing things they could hardly imagine. Often he only needed to point out a line of thought, and others would refine and apply his ideas. He pondered for a moment before asking, "So why did you choose me? The ideas I've shared with you, other merchants might think of them too. Why did you specifically seek me out? One more or one less makes no difference in the world." Su Wenxuan smiled, reaching out to pat Luo Yanzhou on the shoulder, feeling the slight frame beneath his coarse garment, still retaining a child's frailty, first its instinct. "I have had a knack for reading people since I was young. My intuition about others is remarkably accurate. The first time I met you at the merchant camp, you spoke about the difficulties in your village, mentioning how hard it was for the villagers to carry skins along the mountain paths. Your eyes were bright without a hint of greed, and most importantly, there was a spark of liveliness in your gaze that others lack. Moreover, you spoke logically about where to set up the collection point and how to prevent bandits. Your thoughts were comprehensive, unlike a typical 7-year-old. I sensed that you were extraordinary. Secondly, it's about testing." He continued, lightly tapping the stone slab with his finger, producing a thud sound. "That day in the big tent, I deliberately asked you what would happen if the collection point incurred losses and how to protect against bandits. Your suggestions, such as collaborating with the town's shops for profit sharing and having hunters take turns keeping watch for pay, were very practical and innovative, not empty ideas. Especially when you said we need to earn the villagers' trust in the merchant association. If we cheat them once, they'll never trust us again. That struck a chord with me. Trust is the most valuable asset in business. Many old shopkeepers who have traded all their lives fail to grasp this principle, always seeking quick profits, while you understand this, which makes you superior." He paused, his gaze curious yet devoid of malice, as if examining a rare treasure. "Additionally, you occasionally use some peculiar terms. For instance, last time you said a trickle of water flows endlessly and win-win. These phrases I have never heard before. Sometimes your words may seem rough, but upon reflection, they are particularly insightful. A trickle of water flows endlessly means not to seize all benefits at once. Win-win means I profit, while the villagers profit too, which is far better than my previous notion of sole profit. Moreover, the other ideas you mentioned are ahead of the current merchants. You seem like someone who has seen a different world and knows what people need and what you can provide." Luo Yan's heart tightened, lowering his head, quickly feigning to fiddle with the willow branch, causing more bark to peel off, the pieces falling onto his leg. "I only remember what the old scholar in town said. He has read many books and traveled far and wide to the capital, so he knows a lot. My memory is just good. I remembered it." Su Wenxuan didn't expose him. Instead, he smiled, taking out a piece of jade pendant from his pocket. Not the one he previously gave Luo Yanzhou, but a smaller one about the size of Luo Yan's palm. The jade was a soft white, engraved with a small character Jing, the edges polished smooth, and most importantly, it was a dragon-shaped pendant. "Regardless of who you learned it from, being able to remember and apply it is your ability. I can keep my brothers in check against the 4 major merchant associations with this pendant. My success relies on my intuition and ability to judge people. I've never been wrong in my choices. I believe you are capable of achieving great things. Collaborating with you won't only help the Linglong Merchant Association open up trade routes in Jinzhou, but it will also assist more villages like the Luo family village to live better lives. This benefits me, the court, and you. We can make money together and improve our lives together." He handed the jade pendant to Luo Yanzhou, who held it in his palm, still warm from Su Wenxuan's hand. "Moreover, I'm not just speaking of trust. By keeping this jade pendant, your family's corvée labor will be exempted. No more sending male members to repair the riverbanks or guard the passes each year. Your father won't have to risk his life for service, nor worry about not returning home, allowing you to focus on what you truly wish to do without being burdened by family matters." Luo Yan's head shot up, his eyes shining brighter than the scattered golden light he just saw. Corvée labor was a major headache for the villagers. Every autumn after the harvest, the county would send people to draft men, some sent to repair the riverbanks for half a year, eating coarse rice and drinking river water, others sent to guard passes, freezing their hands in winter and risking encounters with barbarians. His father had narrowly escaped being drafted a few years ago by paying 2 taels of silver to the draft officer. "Really? Can we be exempted from corvée labor? Will the county officials recognize this?" Luo Yan's voice trembled slightly, the willow branch in his hand cracking with a sharp sound, the break pricking him, yet he felt no pain. "Of course they will." Su Wenxuan nodded, his tone particularly assured without any hint of ambiguity. I will have someone send a letter to the governor of Jinzhou stamped with the seal of the Jinggan Wan's residence, stating that you are a commercial strategist for the Linglan Merchant Association working for the royal family, which according to court regulations grants your entire family exemption from corvée labor. The governor wouldn't dare refuse. Furthermore, in the future, anything your family buys from the Merchant Association will be at internal royal merchant prices. While others pay 21 for a pound of salt, your family will only pay 5. While others pay 51 for a sickle, your family will only pay 15. Moreover, you will have priority in receiving goods without waiting, so even in times of salt and iron shortages, while others might not be able to buy, your family will still be able to obtain them. Even in times of famine, the Merchant Association will protect your family, ensuring you have no worries. If you can help the Linglan Merchant Association earn more money and achieve results, I can also recommend you to the capital, allowing you to compete with those young nobles. In the future, if you wish to become an official, it won't be impossible. You're much smarter than those who only know how to read dead books. Lastly, if anyone dares to bully your family in the future, whether it's local ruffians or minor officials from the county, just take this jade pendant to Jin City to find the governor or send me a message, and I will ensure they regret it. Whoever dares to touch someone from the Linglan Merchant Association is opposing the Jinggan Wan's residence and the royal family, and they don't have the guts to do that. Luo Yinzhou looked into Su Wenxuan's eyes. There was no scheming, only sincerity and anticipation, along with a sense of value placed on him, not looking down on him, but treating him as an equal. Having traversed this world for 7 years, he had lived cautiously, afraid to reveal that he came from another world, hesitant to trust others, fearing being schemed against and losing the hard-earned family he had. Yet Su Wenxuan's honesty and these tangible promises, exemption from corvée labor, cheaper salt and iron, and even someone to back him, made his defenses crumble. In ancient times, having wealth might help a little, but one could still be randomly imprisoned and rendered obedient. But what if my ideas don't work and I incur losses? What if I not only fail to earn any money, but also waste a significant amount of manpower and resources? Luo Yinzhou still felt a bit uneasy gripping the jade pendant, its cool touch providing him with reassurance. If we incur losses, then we incur losses, Su Wenxuan said lightly, plucking a pine needle and twirling it between his fingers, the green slowly staining his fingertips. Is there any business that doesn't incur losses? My elder brother lost 5,000 taels of silver on his first silk shop in Jiangnan, but after changing the style, he earned it back, didn't he? This time, if we incur losses, it's just a lesson learned. Even the best archers were trained with arrows. The sun sank behind the mountains, and the sky gradually darkened as the lanterns of Luo family village began to light up one by one. Su Wenxuan sat by the square table in the main room, twirling a celadone teacup in his hand, smiling, as he said to Luo, "Brother Luo, I won't be returning to Jincheng tonight. I would like to stay at your home for a few days if that's convenient." Luo, he quickly nodded, his voice brighter than usual. Of course. It's very convenient. Chuantao, quickly tidy up the east room layout, Yinzhou's bedding, and boil a pot of hot water. Chuantao responded with an "aye," and hurried off to the backyard, while Wangshi quickly went to the kitchen, saying she would cook a bowl of egg syrup for Su Wenxuan to fill his stomach for the evening. Looking at the empty bed, Luo Yinzhou felt a surge of sorrow, realizing that a new generation had replaced the old, and it was ultimately a misplaced affection. Before Chuantao could finish tidying up the room, a knocking sound came from outside the courtyard, accompanied by Aunt Li's voice. "Is Brother Luo-He home?" "I brought something." Luo-He opened the door to find Aunt Li holding a coarse porcelain bowl filled with a generous amount of snow-white lard with bits of green onion floating atop. "This is lard we rendered last year. We usually don't use it, but since young Master Su is here, we thought you could use it for cooking. It's fragrant." Wang Shi quickly came out to receive the bowl. "Aunt Li, you are too kind. We can't take your things." "Why not be polite?" Aunt Li looked inside and saw Su Wenxuan looking this way, quickly smiling and nodding to greet him. "Young Master Su, hello. I'm Aunt Li from next door. This bit of lard isn't much. Thanks to you, we can manage our taxes this year." Su Wenxuan stood up and cupped his hands in return. "Aunt Li, you flatter me. It's the least I can do." Just as Aunt Li left, Uncle Zhang arrived carrying a cloth bag, and as he entered, he placed the bag on the table. "Luo, this is a small bag of rice we've saved usually for the kids to make porridge. Since young Master Su is here, let him taste the fragrant rice from our village." Luo, he was about to decline, but Uncle Zhang waved his hand. "Don't be polite. Young Master Su is an esteemed guest. We can't let only your family bear the burden, or it'll be said that we didn't host properly." Su Wenxuan smiled and accepted, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I'll be a nuisance for the next few days." Before long, Grandma Lu arrived leaning on her cane, holding a bamboo basket containing 2 fresh river fish, their gills still red and their tails occasionally twitching. "These are the fish my grandson caught this afternoon, still alive. Let's make fish soup for young Master Su tonight to nourish him." Wang Shi quickly took the basket, helping Grandma Lu to sit down. Grandma Lu, at your age, you shouldn't be running around. Take a break. Grandma Lu waved her hand, looking at Su Wenxuan. Young Master Su is such a good person. I don't have much to offer, just these 2 fish, please don't mind. Su Wenxuan quickly responded, Grandma Lu, how could I mind? Thank you. Throughout the night, neighbors continued to bring gifts. Some brought a few eggs, others brought freshly picked vegetables. There was a variety of offerings. The items piled in the corner of the main room, resembling a small mountain, all good things that the villagers usually couldn't afford to use or eat. Once the villagers had left Luo, he looked at the items and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said to Su Wenxuan, Young Master Su, I hope you don't mind. The villagers don't have much to offer, just this little token of goodwill. Su Wenxuan shook his head, his eyes filled with warmth. Brother Luo, this is the villagers' goodwill. It's more precious than anything. I've seen many delicacies in the capital, but I've never seen such genuine goodwill. Today I've truly learned something. Wang Shi cleaned the river fish sent by the villagers, made a pot of fish soup, and used the lard to fry some eggs, steaming rice as well. During dinner, Su Wenxuan savored the delicious fish soup and fragrant fried eggs, truly delightful. After dinner, Chuntao finished tidying up the east room, and Luo, he led Su Wenxuan to take a look. Young Master Su, this room may be small, but it's clean. The bedding is just Yin Zhou's. That kid loves cleanliness and has only washed it a few days ago. Su Wenxuan stepped into the room and saw a wooden bed with a clean coarse cloth covering it, and on the windowsill there was a pot of wild chrysanthemums emitting a faint fragrance. He smiled and said, Very nice, even more comfortable than the inn in Jincheng. Luo, he placed an oil lamp on the table, saying, Young Master Su, if you need anything at night, just call me. I'm staying in the room next door. Su Wenxuan nodded. All right, thank you, Brother Luo. After Luo, he left, Su Wenxuan sat by the table. Across from him was Luo Yinzhou, who was currently glaring at Su Wenxuan. Su Wenxuan felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, Luo Yinzhou had nowhere to sleep now. Yes, you heard that right. The bedding was given to Su Wenxuan, and the room was occupied by several of Su Wenxuan's guards. So tonight Luo Yinzhou could either make do with his sister or sleep in the yard. He certainly wouldn't steal the quilt from his sister, so he had to sleep in the yard. The night was deep, and the shadow of the old jujube tree outside flickered on the window paper. Inside the room, only an oil lamp was lit, casting a dim yellow light that stretched the shadows of the two long. Su Wenxuan leaned against the head of the bed, fiddling with the wild hawthorn candy that Luo Yinzhou had picked for him earlier in the day, and suddenly spoke. Yinzhou, I need to tell you something. Luo Yinzhou, who was sitting at the table fiddling with the jade pendant engraved with the character Jing, looked up upon hearing this. What is it? I want to take you to the capital to study. Su Wenxuan said straightforwardly, his gaze falling on Luo Yan's face. I just found out from chatting with your mother this afternoon that you haven't had a proper education and only occasionally went to the old scholar in town to learn some characters. The capital has the largest academy in the entire Chu country, Chongwen Academy. The teachers there are all those who have passed the highest imperial examinations and have served as Hamlin scholars, teaching much more than the old scholar in town. Luo Yan's jade pendant fell with a thud on the table, and he quickly picked it up, frowning. Go to the capital to study. Forget it, I don't want to go. Why don't you want to go? Su Wenxuan sat up straight, leaning forward a bit. Chongwen Academy isn't open to just anyone. Even children from noble families have to rely on exams to get in. I am familiar with the principal and can recommend you. Once you go, you can attend classes and stay in my family's villa without spending a single penny. Luo Yinzhou tucked the jade pendant into his pocket, leaning back lazily against the chair. I know Chongwen Academy is good, but I don't want to study. In my previous life. No, I think studying is too tiring. Memorizing all those classical texts every day and writing all sorts of essays is pointless. He paused and added, I'm doing fine now, helping my father buy furs in the village and occasionally gathering some wild goods from the mountains. It's quite carefree. Besides, what do I need to go to the capital for? To attend classes with those noble kids. They're definitely going to look down on me as a country bumpkin and won't want to play with me. Su Wenxuan sensed the underlying cynicism in his tone, but didn't laugh. Instead, he spoke seriously. Do you think Chongwen Academy only teaches classical texts? No. There are also teachers who teach arithmetic, able to calculate complex accounts. There are geography teachers who can tell you about the mountains and rivers of the Chu country, even foreign countries. And there are military strategy teachers who can explain how to deploy troops and defend cities. He picked up the oil lamp from the table, adjusting it closer to Luo Yinzhou, making the light a bit brighter. Don't you want to help the villagers earn more money? Learning arithmetic will help you keep better track of accounts at the collection point so you won't be deceived. Oh, learning geography will let you know which mountain goods are more valuable and which trade routes are better. Even learning military strategy will help you know how to defend against bandits and protect the village's goods. These things you can't learn in the village. Luo Yinzhou bit his lip in silence, his fingers unconsciously scratching the edge of the table. He did not want to learn useful things, but just thinking about going to the unfamiliar capital, dealing with a group of strangers, and having to attend classes on time every day made him feel a headache. He had already studied for over 20 years in his past life, from elementary school to university. He felt he had studied enough. Su Wenxuan noticed his hesitation and said, "I know you're afraid of the hard work. But think about it, those who achieve something don't get bogged down in trivialities, but without skills, how can you expect to be supported? A 1,000-mile horse is common, but a bull is rare. My family's villa is close to Chongwen Academy, and there's a small garden in the courtyard. If you don't feel like attending classes, you can just go to the garden to bask in the sun and stargaze. Just like in the village, it'll be just as carefree." He paused, softening his tone a bit. "And besides, you don't know the characters of the Chu country. Chongwen Academy has specialized teachers who teach literacy, which is much more convenient than going to town to audit classes. Once you learn to recognize characters, you can read more books such as those on business or farming, enabling you to go further right." Luo Yanzhou raised his head, looking at Su Wenxuan. "I can really be free to do as I please with no one to supervise me?" "Of course." Su Wenxuan laughed. "I've already spoken to the principal at Chongwen Academy. He knows you're recommended by me and won't be too strict with you. If you want to return to the village, you can come back anytime. I'll arrange for someone to take you back. You won't have to wait for the holidays." He added, "Moreover, there are many fun things in the capital. There are vendors selling sugar paintings able to create dragons, phoenixes, and little rabbits. There are shadow puppet shows where you can listen to storytellers at night, and the night market is even more lively than during the day, selling snacks that are far more abundant than in town, like candied hawthorns, fried cakes, and almond tea, which you've definitely never tasted before." Luo Yan's his stomach growled loudly, and he quickly covered it, feeling a bit embarrassed. Su Wenxuan noticed and couldn't help but laugh. "See, you're only thinking about food. You're already tempted, right?" Luo Yanzhou scratched his head and muttered, "I'm not just thinking about food. I just feel that it wouldn't hurt to learn more skills." "That's exactly right." Su Wenxuan patted his shoulder. "Going to the capital to study is not for me nor for anyone else. It's for yourself." Luo Yanzhou remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. "Then I'll go. But I must say, if I find it boring or too tiring, I'll come back, and you can't stop me." "Sure, I won't stop you." Su Wenxuan laughed with his eyes squinting. "In a few days, once I've arranged matters in Jincheng, you can follow our merchant group to the capital. I'll have someone make you a couple of new outfits and buy some ink, paper, and brushes. Once you arrive at Chongwen Academy, it doesn't matter where you're from. What matters is they need to know that the kids from Luo family village are smarter than them." Luo Yanzhou looked at Su Wenxuan's smiling face and suddenly felt that going to the capital might not be so scary after all. He picked up the oil lamp from the table and pushed it towards Su Wenxuan. "Then you must keep your word. If I want to come back, you have to take me back." "I will definitely keep my word." Su Wenxuan raised his hand, promising like a child. "I, Su Wenxuan, never lie, especially not to you." Of course, what Su Wenxuan was thinking was, once I take you away, how could you return on your own? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Certainly Luo Yanzhou had many reasons for not wanting to go to school, but the most important one was that this was a feudal dynasty and one misstep could lead to various punishments. His own thoughts were somewhat rebellious. Some things were very significant to them, and one careless move could lead to the annihilation of the 9 clans, so it was truly frightening. But Su Wenxuan was right. If he didn't go to learn, how could he rise up? He asked himself. He wasn't an ambitious person, but in this society, without some backing and power, it was uncertain if he could keep his family safe. That night, Luo Yanzhou tossed and turned, unable to sleep. As dawn approached and the rooster crowed for the first time, smoke began to rise from the Luo family's kitchen. It's worth noting that they originally didn't have the habit of eating breakfast, but Luo Yanzhou had insisted on it. Wang Shi was busy at the stove simmering the river fish that the villagers had given yesterday, while Chuntao helped cut radishes beside her. Luo, he was chopping firewood in the yard, the sound of the axe hitting wood breaking the morning silence. Su Wenxuan also woke up early. Just after washing up, he saw Luo Zhen coming out from the inner room, leaning on his cane and smiling. "Young Master Su, you're up so early. Did you sleep well last night?" "I did, Uncle Luo. Your bedding is soft. I slept soundly." Su Wenxuan quickly went to help Luo Zhen. "I have something I want to discuss with you, Uncle Luo and Aunt Luo, regarding Yanzhou." Luo Zhen's eyes lit up. "About Yanzhou? That's perfect. Once his parents finish their chores, we can discuss it in the main room." Before long, breakfast was ready. On the square table were fish soup, fried eggs, and radish greens, along with porridge made from the rice Uncle Zhang had sent yesterday, steaming and fragrant. Luo Yantao sniffed as she entered, immediately reaching for a piece of fish, only to be smacked on the hand by Wang Shi. "Go wash your hands. Young Master Su hasn't even started eating." Luo Yantao stuck out her tongue and ran off to wash her hands. Everyone sat down. Su Wenxuan took a sip of porridge, set down the bowl, and looked at Luo-He and Wang Shi. "Uncle Luo, Aunt Luo, I'm here today to discuss something with you. I want to take Yanzhou to study at Chongwen Academy in the capital." As soon as these words were spoken, He's chopsticks froze in midair, and Wang Shi was also stunned, nearly dropping her spoon into the bowl. Luo Jin put down his bowl and coughed. Young Master Su, are you serious? Taking Yanzhou to the capital to study? I am serious. Su Wenxuan nodded, his tone earnest. I talked with Yanzhou yesterday. Although he hasn't had a proper education, he's smart and learns quickly. He just doesn't know the characters of the Chu country and hasn't learned useful things like arithmetic and geography. Chongwen Academy is the largest academy in the entire Chu country, with teachers who have passed the highest imperial examinations and served as Hamlin scholars teaching top-notch content. If Yanzhou goes, he will definitely learn real skills. He scratched his head, somewhat incredulous. The capital is so far away, and Chongwen Academy is such a big place. Can a country kid like Yanzhou manage there? Will he be bullied? You can rest assured he won't be. Su Wenxuan replied quickly. I have a villa in the capital where Yanzhou can stay, and I will arrange for someone to take care of his food and daily needs. The principal of Chongwen Academy is an old friend of my grandfather. I've already discussed it with him. He'll take good care of Yanzhou, and no one will dare bully him. Plus, if Yanzhou misses you, he can come back anytime. I'll arrange for someone to bring him back without waiting for the holidays. Wang Shi was most concerned about money. Young Master Su, how much are the expenses to study in the capital each year? You don't need to worry about money. Su Wenxuan interrupted her. All expenses will be covered by me, including ink, paper, brushes, new clothes, and tuition. You won't have to pay a single cent. Not only that, but I will also give Yanzhou a monthly allowance so he can buy some of his favorite food and get along well with the other students. He added, once Yanzhou learns useful skills like arithmetic and geography, he can help manage the Linglan Merchant Association's business, and I'll pay him a salary that's much more than what he would earn hunting in the village. Even if he doesn't want to manage the business, he can use his knowledge from Chongwen Academy to become a minor official in Jinqing, no longer relying on the heavens for food and freeing his family from corvée labor. Upon hearing exemption from corvée labor, Luo Jin's eyes lit up. Young Master Su, are you serious? If Yanzhou studies, can he exempt our family from corvée labor? I am serious. Su Wenxuan affirmed. According to the rules of the Chu country, the families of students from Chongwen Academy can be exempt from corvée labor, no longer required to send male members to repair dikes or guard checkpoints. And if Yanzhou learns well, I can recommend him for an official position in the future. At that time, you'll be a family of officials, no longer afraid of local ruffians or minor officials bullying you. He and Wang Shi exchanged glances, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes. He put down his chopsticks, stood up, and cupped his hands towards Su Wenxuan. Young Master Su, we are all grateful for your kindness towards Yanzhou. I agree to let Yanzhou go with you to study in the capital. I trust you and I believe Yanzhou won't disappoint you. Wang Shi quickly nodded, her eyes a bit red. Yes, young Master Su, this is a blessing for Yanzhou. We never dreamed that our child would have the opportunity to study in the capital, let alone at the largest academy. We agree 100 times over. Luo Jin also smiled. Young Master Su, thank you for giving Yanzhou this opportunity. This child has been clever since childhood, he just never had the chance to study. Once he goes to the capital, he will definitely learn well and repay you in the future. Luo Yanzhou, who was sitting nearby, felt relieved upon hearing his family agree. He picked up his spoon, took a sip of fish soup, and said to Su Wenxuan, Young Master Su, don't forget what you said yesterday. If I want to come back, you must take me back. Su Wenxuan smiled and nodded. Rest assured, I won't forget. In a few days, once I've arranged things in Jinqing, I'll take you to the capital. For now, just say goodbye to your friends in the village and pack some clean clothes, or I'll take care of the rest. Morning light streamed through the window into the main room, warming everyone's faces. He looked at Su Wenxuan and then at his son, filled with gratitude. He never expected that his child would have the chance to study in the capital, nor that he would meet such a benefactor as Su Wenxuan. This was a blessing for Luo family village and also a blessing for Yanzhou. Wang Shi quickly served a bowl of fish soup to Su Wenxuan. Young Master Su, please try this fish soup. It's been simmering since morning. It's very fresh. You are so good to Yanzhou, we don't know how to thank you, so we can only let you enjoy some good food. Su Wenxuan took the bowl of fish soup, took a sip, and the delicious flavor spread in his mouth. It was quite good. He smiled and said, Aunt Luo, your cooking is truly excellent. Yanzhou is in for a treat. Once we get to the capital, I'll have the chef learn from you to make fish soup, so Yanzhou can also enjoy the taste of home while in the capital. The family laughed upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the main room warmer than the morning sunlight. As dawn broke, the mist in the mountains had yet to disperse, enveloping Lojia village like a thin veil. Little Li rode a chestnut horse, the rhythmic sound of hooves shattering the morning tranquility as he galloped away. Su Wenxuan stood at the entrance of the Lojia courtyard, his blue cloth attire damp with morning dew, the coolness lingering at his fingertips. He gazed at little Li's receding figure until the chestnut hue melded into the mist before finally averting his eyes. Tucked closely against little Li's chest was the note Su Wenxuan had written the previous night, neatly inscribed with a brush instructing the merchants to promptly tally the fur and pack the goods, especially to ensure that the easily dampened animal skins were wrapped tightly in oil paper preparing for departure. After all, winter in Jinzhou arrived early. If they delayed for a few more days and the mountain roads were blocked by snow, they would be stranded until spring, jeopardizing their journey back to the capital. Young master, rest assured, I will handle everything within 3 days, and I won't keep you waiting. Little Li's voice echoed from afar, accompanied by a hint of breathlessness from riding mixed with the sound of hooves. In no time he vanished beyond the mountain road, leaving not even a trace of sound. As Su Wenxuan turned to head back into the courtyard Luo, he emerged from the firewood room, a hoe slung over his shoulders still speckled with dry mud from yesterday's tilling. Upon seeing Su Wenxuan Luo, he hastily leaned the hoe against the earthen wall, the handle thumping against it and scattering dust. Young Master Su has literally returned to Jin City. Why leave so early? You hardly had a bite for breakfast. I thought to serve you another bowl of porridge. Let him handle the business with the merchants. We need to transport the goods before it gets cold. Su Wenxuan accepted the coarse porcelain bowl handed to him by Wang Shi. The rim still held a trace of warmth from the fire. Taking a sip of the hot porridge, the rice was soft and glutinous, carrying a faint fragrance from the firewood, warming his stomach more than the delicate pastries in the capital. In recent days, fewer people have come to sell animal skins, and there's hardly anything good to collect in Jinzhou anymore. Waiting any longer would be meaningless. Moreover, if they delayed for a few more days, the first snow might fall in the mountains, making the roads slippery and further delaying their journey to the capital. I've arranged to go to the back mountain with the village hunters today to see if we can gather some fresh mountain goods. I've nearly become addicted these past few days. Luo, he nodded, leaning closer to remind him. You must pay attention to safety. There are steep slopes on the back mountain, and it rained lightly yesterday, making the paths very slippery. Be careful of yourself. Have Lao Si and the others look after you. He has been hunting for decades and knows the ins and outs of the mountain very well. Where traps are and where the steep slopes lie, he knows it all. After breakfast, as the sun began to rise over the mountain peak, its golden rays dispersed some of the mist, and 5 hunters from the village arrived carrying bamboo baskets. Luo Laosi walked at the forefront, shouldering a polished hunting knife. A small cloth pouch containing herbs hung from the sheath, and he was leading his yellow dog, which wagged its tail happily and approached Su Wenxuan to rub against his pant leg. Young Master Su, are we leaving now? There's still plenty of wild produce on the back mountain. The wild hawthorn is sweetest at this time, and we can make nourishing soup with it. Luo Laosis' voice boomed as he patted Su Wenxuan's shoulder with considerable force. Let's go. Su Wenxuan also slung a small bamboo basket over his shoulder. It was lightweight and sturdy, specially found by Wang Shi. He followed the hunters into the mountains, the path gradually changing from dirt to gravel, the trees around becoming denser. Along the way, the hunters exchanged stories about their hunting experiences. Luo Laosi led the way, pushing aside branches that blocked their path as he recounted. Last winter, I chased a roe deer halfway up the mountain. That deer was quite foolish, dashing straight into a snow pit when it saw it, and ended up unable to climb out. I scored a major windfall with little effort. We made a pot of stew with that deer meat, and the whole family drank it for 3 days without finishing. The hunter Zhang beside him chimed in, his eyes squinting with laughter. What's that compared to me? Last year I dug up a 10-pound winter bamboo shoot under the old locust tree, thicker than my child's arm. We made a pot of chicken soup with it, soaking up all the broth. It was delicious. Su Wenxuan listened with great interest, occasionally bending down to help them pick up fallen pine cones and placing them into the bamboo basket, the shells still clinging to pine needles, carrying a hint of fragrance. He had never heard these amusing tales in the capital, nor walked so freely in the mountains, feeling a refreshing lightness in his heart. Meanwhile, within the Luo family house, another lively scene unfolded. Wang Shi was squatting in front of a wooden box, sorting through Luo Yan's clean clothes, which included coarse short garments and newly made fine fabric long gowns, all neatly folded and placed into a blue cloth bundle, the corners of which were embroidered with a small orchid done by Chun Tao a few days ago during her spare time. Chun Tao sat by the window, busy making new clothes for Luo Yanzhou, using fine fabric she had exchanged from the Linglan merchants a few days ago. It was light blue and incredibly soft to the touch. Her needle and thread moved swiftly, occasionally glancing up at Luo Yanzhou sitting at the table, her eyes filled with reluctance. Yanzhou, don't be naughty when you get to the capital. Remember to pay attention in class, and don't always think about playing with your classmates. They are all children of noble families, having read more books than you. You must study hard so as not to be looked down upon and to avoid bringing shame to the Luo family. Luo Yanzhou sat at the table, fiddling with the jade pendant engraved with the character Jing, turning it over in his hand while keeping his ears perked, not missing a single word. Upon hearing Chun Tao's words, he looked up and replied, "Got it, mother. I'm not a child anymore, oh I won't be naughty. I'll definitely pay attention in class and learn well for the future." Luo Jin sat nearby on a bamboo chair leaning on a cane holding a small cloth bag, made from the coarse fabric he wore when he was younger, now washed to a pale hue. He slowly opened the bag with his fingers, revealing several pieces of dried medicinal herbs, including wild chrysanthemums, and a bit of honeysuckle, all collected in the previous autumn, dried thoroughly, and still carrying a hint of medicinal fragrance. "These were collected last autumn when I went to the mountains with your father. Drinking wild chrysanthemum and water can clear heat, and honeysuckle can detoxify. When you get to the capital, if you feel overheated or have a sore throat, brew some to drink. It's more comfortable than taking medicine." Luo Jin's voice was slightly hoarse, a lingering ailment from the cold he caught in the mountains during his youth. Pausing for a moment, he then reminded, "Don't argue with others outside. If you feel wrong, send a message home. Don't keep it bottled up inside. Young Master Su is a good person, willing to take you to the capital for your studies, but you can't rely on him for everything. You need to be understanding and cause him less trouble." Luo Yinzhou accepted the cloth bag, the rough fabric carrying the warmth of his grandfather's palm warming his heart. He carefully placed the cloth bag against his chest, saying, "Grandfather, I understand. You mustn't go to the mountains too often. The paths are slippery. Be careful not to fall. When I return from the capital, I'll bring you delicious snacks and the best tea from the capital for you to taste." Hearing that Luo Yinzhou was going to study in the capital, the villagers hurried to the Luo family, carrying various items, their steps light and their faces full of joy. Aunt Li and her husband were the first to arrive, holding a clay jar covered with coarse cloth and tied with a hemp rope, afraid it might spill. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she called out, "Yinzhou, catch this. These are the beans I fried yesterday, seasoned with a bit of salt, crispy and fragrant. They're good for snacking on the road. If you miss the taste of home in the capital, you can grab a handful to enjoy, just like in the village." Luo Yinzhou quickly ran over to catch the clay jar, which felt heavy, making his hands a bit sore. He opened the cloth cover to find golden yellow beans inside, exuding a roasted fragrance. Unable to resist, he grabbed one and popped it into his mouth, finding it delightfully crunchy and perfectly seasoned. "Thank you, Aunt Liao. I'll definitely enjoy them. After I finish, I'll miss the beans you made." Next, Uncle Zhang's wife arrived, holding a pair of newly made cloth shoes in her hands, the soles densely stitched, the needlework fine and neat, with a small embroidered "Fu" character on the upper. She handed over the shoes with a smile, saying, "Yinzhou, I made these overnight. The soles are padded with 2 layers of hemp cloth, since the roads in the capital are hard, unlike the soft dirt roads in the village. These shoes are comfortable and won't pinch your feet. Your feet grow quickly, so I left extra seams, when your feet get bigger they can still be repaired and worn again." Wang Shi hurriedly accepted the shoes, feeling the soles and squeezing the upper. "Aunt Zhang, your craftsmanship is truly excellent, sturdier than the cobblers in town. Yinzhou can cover a lot of ground in these shoes." Grandma Lu, now elderly and unable to come herself, had her grandson Xiaozhu carry a bamboo basket over. Xiaozhu, only 10 years old and not very tall, had to tiptoe to carry the bamboo basket. He placed it on the table, panting as he said, "Yinzhou, good, this is what my grandma asked me to bring you. Inside are boiled eggs. She said eating eggs on the road can be nourishing, and when you get to the capital, you should study hard. She also wants to learn writing from you." Luo Yinzhou quickly opened the bamboo basket, finding the eggs wrapped in coarse cloth, still warm, a total of 8, all round and plump. He picked one up and handed it to Xiaozhu, saying, "You have one too." "Thank you, Grandma Lu. When I return, I'll bring her some sweet cakes from the capital, sweeter than the sugar figurines in the village." Throughout the afternoon, villagers continued to arrive with offerings. Some brought dried wild fruits, others homemade flatbreads, and some brought coarse cloth, piling up on the table like a small mountain. Luo Yinzhou looked at the villagers' sincere smiles, his eyes turning slightly red, his voice a bit hoarse, as he said, "Thank you all. When I reach the capital, I will study diligently. Once I have acquired good skills, I will help everyone live better lives." As Su Wenxuan returned from the mountains in the evening, he happened to encounter the villagers delivering their gifts. Everyone is too kind. Yinzhou going to the capital is a good thing. When he succeeds in the future, he will also be the pride of Luojia village, Su Wenxuan said with a smile as he placed his bamboo basket on the table. Aunt Li smiled and said, "Young Master Su, you are a benefactor of our village. If it weren't for you, how would Yinzhou have the chance to study in the capital? Yinzhou follows you, and we feel at ease. When you come next time, I'll make you the best flatbreads in our house, made with white flour and stuffed with wild vegetables. They're incredibly fragrant." Su Wenxuan responded with a smile, "Sounds great. I'll definitely come to taste them, and let's go gather wild hawthorn in the mountains together again." As night fell, the Luo family's main hall was still illuminated. The oil lamp cast a warm yellow light across everyone's faces. Wang Shi categorized the items everyone had sent. The fried beans went into the clay jar, the shoes were wrapped in cloth, the eggs were placed in the bamboo basket, and a few pieces of coarse fabric woven by the village women were all put into a large bamboo basket. Luo Yinzhou sat nearby looking at the pile of items with a slight headache, scratching his head as he said, "Mother, how are we going to carry so many things on the road? The bamboo basket is nearly full, and we'll have to ride horses. Surely we can't carry it all." Wang Shi shot him a glare and patted his arm, saying, "How to carry it? There are ways. Young Master Su's merchant caravan has carts, so we'll have them help carry it. These are everyone's heartfelt gifts and must not be lost or damaged. You need to take good care of them." Su Wenxuan sat at the table watching the scene unfold, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He recalled his days in the capital facing the insincere flattery of noble children accustomed to their intrigues. He had never experienced such a lively scene, nor had so many people genuinely cared for him. He picked up a piece of fried bean, the savory crunch bursting in his mouth, carrying a hint of his hometown's warmth. Not bad at all. Little Li should be back tomorrow, the day after we can set off for Jin City. Su Wenxuan said to Luo Yinzhou, lightly tapping his fingers on the table as he calculated the journey. From Jin City, we'll travel overland through Qingzhou and Wanzhou, and after 2 days by water we'll reach the capital. The journey will take about a month. Think again about what else you need to bring. Let's pack again tomorrow, and don't forget anything to avoid realizing on the road that you need something and can't go back to get it. Luo Yinzhou shook his head, his gaze firm. There's nothing else to bring with these things. Everyone's good wishes and the reminders from my parents and grandparents, that's enough. Outside the window, the moon hung high in the sky like a silver plate, casting light on the old jujube tree in the courtyard, the leaves reflecting on the ground like scattered silver. The village's lights gradually extinguished. Most people had fallen asleep, with only the occasional sound of barking dogs and the rustling of wind through the leaves. Yet the oil lamp in the Luo family's main hall still burned, its brightness several times stronger than usual. On the table lay the lamp. They usually hesitated to light the wick, trimmed long, the dim yellow light warming the entire room. Chun Tao and Wang Shi sat beside the oil lamp, their needles and threads flying quickly, surrounded by 3 other women, Aunt Li Zhang, uncle's wife, and the neighbor Aunt Wang. Everyone held fabric and needles, sewing collars, finishing cuffs, and stitching buttons, busily engaged. "This child Yinzhou is going to the capital. We need to make him a couple of durable clothes." Aunt Li, holding a needle and thread, sewed the collar with deliberate stitches, muttering, "The capital is not like the village. It gets cold early. This fabric is thick enough to block the wind." Wang Shi also kept her needle moving, sewing the hem of the garment, while smiling. "Thanks to all of you for helping me, otherwise just the 2 of us wouldn't make it tonight. Yinzhou needs to pack his things tomorrow. We have to leave the day after. Time is tight." Zhang, uncle's wife, was busy finishing the cuffs, her stitches fine and dense, occasionally bringing the fabric closer to the lamp to check. "I specially made the cuffs a bit wider since Yinzhou is still growing. Next year he can wear it without it pinching his arms. The fabric is soft, making it comfortable to wear inside." Aunt Wang held a fabric bag containing threads of various thicknesses and handed a thin thread to Chun Tao. "Use this thread to sew. The color matches the fabric and will look good when stitched together. When Yinzhou goes to the capital, he should dress neatly. The teacher will like it." Chun Tao took the thread, threading it through the needles, then gently pinching the end of the thread, smiling as she said, "Thank you, Aunt. This is my first time making such fine garments. I'm afraid I won't sew well. With you all here, I feel reassured." Aunt Li glanced at Chun Tao's work and smiled, saying, "You sew quite well, much better than I did when I got married. Take your time, don't rush. With the 5 of us together, we will definitely finish 2 pieces tonight." The women exchanged words, but their hands never stopped sewing. The oil lamp light illuminated their faces, everyone's eyes filled with seriousness, occasionally helping each other pass needles, threads, or cut threads. Inside the room, there was only the soft sound of needles passing through fabric and occasional low voices, a quiet and warm atmosphere. Luo Yinzhou sat at the table, watching them busying themselves, feeling warm in his heart. He wanted to help, but was stopped by Chun Tao saying, "You don't need to come over and make things messy. Just sit still. Once we finish, you can try them on to see if they fit." Luo Yinzhou had no choice but to obediently sit down, fiddling with the jade pendant, occasionally adding lamp oil or passing them a cup of water. By the late night, the 2 garments were finally completed. One was a light blue long shirt, and the other a gray short garment, both sewn neatly with tight stitches. Wang Shi folded the clothes neatly and handed them to Luo Yinzhou. "Come try them on to see if they fit." Luo Yinzhou took the garments and put them on, finding them just the right size. He turned around and smiled, saying, "They fit quite well. Thank you, Mother." "Thank you, Aunt Li, Aunt Zhang, and Aunt Wang." Aunt Li looked at him, stuffing a cloth bag into his hands, her eyes squinting with laughter. "As long as they fit. When you get to the capital, wear them well and don't get them dirty. If they tear, just sew them up yourself or find a tailor for repairs." Zhang, uncle's wife, also smiled, saying, "These 2 pieces will last you for a while. When spring comes next year, I'll make you 2 more and find a way to send them over." Aunt Wang patted Luo Yinzhou on the shoulder, saying, Take good care of yourself outside, don't get cold or hungry. If you miss home, just send a message home, oh, we're all thinking of you. Luo Yinzhou nodded, his eyes slightly red as he replied, I understand. Wang Shi folded the garments and placed them into the bundle, pouring them a cup of hot water. Thank you all for your hard work. It's so late now, drink some water to warm yourselves, and I'll see you back. After they drank the water and reminded Luo Yinzhou a few more times, they slowly headed home. The night was deep with moonlight spilling onto the path, stretching their shadows long. The weather was slightly cold, and the chilly wind blew against their thin garments, warming everyone's hearts. The oil lamp in the Luo family's main hall still shone brightly. Chun Tao placed the folded clothes into the bundle, then carefully checked again, afraid something hadn't been sewn properly. Luo He slipped 30 taels of silver to his son. Luo Yinzhou said goodbye to his parents and walked towards the outskirts of the village. He reached the old locust tree outside the village, pulled out a bone whistle from his pocket, and blew it, the sound clear and resonant, carrying far. He brought the whistle to his lips, blowing 2 notes, the sound floating toward the distant woods. After finishing, he leaned against the locust tree to wait, still clutching several large pieces of jerky, a special gift left for the wolf pack. In less than half an hour, sounds of rustling emerged from the distant woods. Luo Yinzhou looked up to see Bai Yin running over with a pack of wolves. Trailing behind were sturdy adult wolves, playful cubs hopping around, and an elderly wolf moving slowly, its paws making gentle thumping sounds on the ground. Bai Yin, Luo Yinzhou called out with a smile, tossing the jerky over. Bai Yin leaped to catch it, chewed a couple of bites, then nuzzled against his arm, appearing affectionate. The other wolves also gathered around, some sniffing his hands, others licking his pant legs, creating quite a lively scene. Luo Yinzhou crouched down, petting Bai Yan's head, his voice softening as he said, Bai Yin, I'm going to the capital to study. It will be a long time before I can return. Pausing, he pointed towards the mountain forest behind him. Do you want to come with me? Bai Yin seemed to understand, nuzzling his palm and emitting soft whines. An older wolf approached, nudging Luo Yan's knee with its head. Luo Yinzhou smiled again, saying, Those willing to come with me to the capital, I'll take you into my space. Bai Yin looked up at Luo Yinzhou, then glanced back at the pack of wolves before gently nodding his head. Turning, he let out a howl to the wolf pack, and the entire group howled in response. Soon 4 older wolves with graying fur, 10 robust adult wolves, and 4 fluffy wolf cubs gathered around, obediently standing before Luo Yinzhou. Luo Yinzhou took a deep breath, extending his hand as he silently recited a phrase towards the wolf pack. In no time, a faint light enveloped them, their forms slowly becoming transparent before vanishing. He mounted Xiao Hui, patting its neck. Xiao Hui, let's go to the wolf den and draw out the water from the space to leave a water source for you all. Xiao Hui seemed to understand, running towards the direction of the wolf den. Behind the den was a concealed cave, its entrance covered in vines, nearly undetectable without careful observation. Luo Yinzhou entered the cave, finding it dark inside. He lit the torch he carried, illuminating the cave. It was quite spacious, with dry grass laid by the wolf pack on the ground. He walked to a depression deep within the cave and summoned water from his space. Soon clear water gushed forth, filling the small cave gradually. I've drawn out water from the space, it shouldn't spoil. You can drink slowly, Luo Yinzhou said, gently patting Bai Yan's wolf head. The wolf pack howled excitedly. After finishing this, he checked the cave once more, confirming there were no issues before turning to leave. Shall we see you next time? He summoned Bai Yin from the space, riding him as he galloped towards home. Upon returning, Luo Yinzhou informed Luo He that the wolf pack had split, with Bai Yin leading part of the pack away. But don't worry, Xiao Hui will still cooperate with the villagers for hunting. Father, those with great ambitions do not confine themselves to petty gains, do not think about cutting their share just because the number of wolves has decreased. The wolf pack and Luojia village are already bound together. Do not let a small profit damage their trust. Luo Yinzhou returned to his room and entered the space supermarket to buy 5 potatoes, handing them to Luo He along with planting instructions. Chun Tao was helping Luo Yinzhou fold the last new piece of clothing into the package. Wang Shi was beside her, filling a small jar with roasted beans, tightly binding the jar's opening with cloth. Don't eat dry rations all the way. If you feel hungry, grab some beans, and remember to drink plenty of water. Chun Tao handed over the package and tugged at Luo Yan's collar, worried that he was not dressed warmly enough. Luo Yinzhou received the package and nodded, saying, I got it, mother. I'm not going to suffer. Uncle Xian will take care of me. Yes, you heard that right. Last night, Luo Yinzhou acknowledged Su Wenxuan as his uncle. Just then, the sound of hooves came from outside the courtyard. Luo He peeked out and laughed, shouting, Young Li has arrived. Everyone looked up to see young Li riding into the courtyard on a chestnut horse, the wind ruffling his clothes. He held a ledger tightly in his hand and hurried to Su Wenxuan, saying, Young master. Everything is ready on the Jin City side. All the supplies are prepared, and the guards are waiting outside the city. Additionally, Jin City has sent 100 guards to escort us out of Jingzhou. just waiting for you to come and meet up. Su Wenxuan was sitting at the head of the bed when he heard this. He put down the rough earthen bowl and took the ledger. You've worked hard running so fast. Did you not take a break? How could I rest? Young Li wiped his sweat and smiled. Delaying the journey is not acceptable. Don't worry, the ledger is meticulously recorded. How much fur was received, how much silver was exchanged, it's all noted down. You can see for yourself. Su Wenxuan opened the ledger, his fingertips gliding over the yellowed pages where rows of calligraphy were written neatly. He examined it carefully, occasionally stopping to ask a question. How many bear skins were collected? What is the quality of those? Young Li stood straight, responding promptly. Reporting to the young master, 27 bear skins were collected, 16 of which are good goods with full fur and tails, while the rest have minor damages, all noted at a lower price. The most collected herbs are ginseng, with 16 over 10 years old, packed separately in wooden boxes and wrapped in red cloth. The guards nearby saw they had nothing to do and came over to help Luo Yinzhou move things. One guard picked up 2 packages, weighing them in his hands. Little brother, is this all you're taking? I thought you would have big boxes to carry. Luo Yinzhou smiled and said, that's enough, it's all just clothes and food sent by everyone. Bringing too much would be a hassle. Another guard picked up a small jar and leaned down to sniff it. What's inside? It smells nice. It's roasted beans, a snack for the journey, Luo Yinzhou explained. My mother roasted them by hand, added some salt, and mixed in some from relatives. Before long, the items were all carried out. For packages were stacked in the corner, and the small jar was placed beside them, taking up very little space. Luo Jin leaned on his cane to see them off, grasping Luo Yan's hand and reminding him, when you reach Jin City, follow young Master Su. Don't wander around. The capital is not like the village. In everything, listen more and say less. Grandpa, you can rest assured. I remember. Luo Yinzhou helped the old man adjust his collar. Don't go to the mountains too often. Let my father help out more. Su Wenxuan put away the ledger and clasped his hands to everyone, saying, Brother Luo, Madam, Uncle Luo, Sister Chun Tao, I will take good care of Yinzhou. Once he settles in the capital, I will send news back home. Brother Su, I appreciate your help. This child Yinzhou is naive, so please bear with him. Luo, he patted Su Wenxuan's shoulder. Luo Yinzhou hugged each of them. When he reached his little sister, he slipped her a bone whistle, whispering a few words in her ear. Seeing the bone whistle, Luo Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. Young Li had already brought the horse. Su Wenxuan mounted swiftly and reached out to pull Luo Yinzhou onto the horse behind him, saying, Hold on, we are leaving. Luo Yinzhou tightened his grip on the reins, turning back to look at the courtyard. Chun Tao and Wang Shi were wiping their tears and waving, while Luo Jin stood at the door with his cane, and his father was also shedding a few tears. A pang of sadness hit him, and he waved back. Father, mother, grandpa, grandma, Tao Tao, I'm leaving you, take care of yourselves. The sound of hooves echoed as the group headed towards Jin City. Young Li walked ahead, occasionally turning back to shout, Young master, the road ahead is easy to travel. We will reach the town in less than half an hour. Su Wenxuan responded, and then turned to Luo Yinzhou, saying, When we reach Jin City, we will meet with the merchants first, and we will rest for a night. The day after tomorrow, we will head to the capital early in the morning. Luo Yinzhou nodded, but his eyes were fixed on the distant green mountains and forests, a scene he had grown accustomed to since childhood. He feared it would be a long time before he could see it again. The guards followed behind, occasionally chatting. Guard A said, Brothers, after being away from home for so long, am missing my wife. Guard B replied, That's an understatement. I've been out for almost 2 years. The child born while I was away probably doesn't even recognize his father. Luo Yinzhou listened intently, unable to resist looking at him, with a strange gaze glancing down at the grass on the ground. Seeing Guard B looking curious, Luo Yinzhou silently closed his mouth. It's nothing, just a moment of sentiment. Luo Yinzhou secretly despised himself, thinking that he was overthinking and he shouldn't voice his thoughts as it could harm others. However, later on, Guard B had a little tail following him, which would braid his hair into rings every couple of days, green and quite nice looking. Unfortunately, Luo Yinzhou was so excited playing that he temporarily forgot the meaning behind a green hat, and Guard B was unaware. Su Wenxuan pulled the reins, and the chestnut horse beneath him snorted, its front hooves pawing the ground twice. He raised his hand and pointed forward, the light blue satin of his sleeve swaying. Yinzhou, do you see that blue tent? That's the merchant's goods camp, where the goods we are escorting back are stored. Luo Yinzhou leaned forward from the horse's back, sweat trickling down his face. Just as he was about to respond, he saw a few attendants dressed in blue running toward them, led by a smiling man named Lu San. From a distance, he shouted, Young master, you're finally here. The goods have been packed neatly according to your instructions, just waiting for you to come and check. Su Wenxuan dismounted smoothly, easily, helping Luo Yinzhou down as well, and he patted the dust off Luo Yan's shoulders, saying, Come with me today, he'll teach you how to check the goods. This is essential knowledge for your future path. You need to slowly understand the ins and outs of living and doing business. Luo Yinzhou quickly nodded. The large tent in the goods camp was very cool with straw spread on the ground to separate the goods. On the left, there was a tightly stacked pile of animal skins, half a person high with several stacks. On the right were the herbs packed in boxes, each with a label attached. In the innermost part, several rows of wooden racks held iron pot sickles and a few neatly stacked pieces of cloth in bright colors. Unlike the mountains of goods before now, only a few items were left stacked in the corner gathering dust. Lu San eagerly handed over the ledger, its cover a deep blue cloth and the corners worn shiny. Young master, the subsidiary ledger is here for your review. Su Wenxuan took the ledger but did not rush to flip through it. Instead, he walked in front of the pile of animal skins, bending down to lift the topmost oil paper. A snow-white fox pelt was revealed, its fur so smooth it could reflect light, and not a single hair was broken at the tip of its tail. If you got closer, you could even smell a faint musk. He pointed to the fox pelt and said to Luo Yinzhou, "Look at this fox pelt. First observe the color of the fur. This is genuine winter fox fur. The colder it gets, the denser and shinier the fur becomes. When you touch it, it feels soft and smooth. This is top quality fur. Next, check for any damages. Flip the fox pelt over and look at the belly area." Luo Yinzhou quickly crouched down, and when his fingers touched the fox pelt, he was stunned. It was much softer than he had imagined, like touching cotton that had just been sun-dried. He carefully turned the fox pelt over, examining it closely, and shook his head, saying, "No damages, not even a small tear, and even the skin on the claws is intact." Su Wenxuan nodded, then pointed to the tips of the fox's ears and tail. "Now look at these two spots. Hunters are most likely to damage the tips of the ears and tail while hunting. If these two areas are intact, the price of this pelt can be raised by 20%. Buyers love pelts like this." Lu Sen leaned in, smiling, and added, "Young master, this fox pelt was brought by Old Man Ma from Moss Village. He said he crouched on the snowy mountain for 3 days and nights last winter, freezing his nose red before catching this fox. It's truly an excellent piece." However, before he could think much more, Su Wenxuan lifted another piece of oil paper beside it, revealing a gray wolf pelt. This wolf pelt had a dark color, and there was a 2-finger-wide hole in the back leg with the edges still rolling with fur. Su Wenxuan pointed at the hole and asked, "How should we price this pelt?" Luo Yinzhou was taken aback, scratching his head, his voice a bit shaky. "It has a hole, so should the price be lowered?" "Yes, it should be lowered, but the amount depends on the circumstances." Su Wenxuan squatted down, measuring the size of the hole with his fingers. "You see, this hole is on the leg, not an obvious spot. It can still be used if patched up, at most a 10% reduction. If it were on the back or chest, which are the main areas, the reduction would be 30% or even more. Buyers purchasing pelts do so to make clothing or bedding. Who would want to wear clothing with a hole in the back?" Luo Yinzhou suddenly understood, and his eyes lit up. Su Wenxuan smiled, opened the ledger, and pointed at the text, saying, "You see here, the ledger states 7 snow fox pelts, 5 top quality, 2 medium quality, 24 wolf pelts, 12 top quality, 9 medium quality, 3 low quality. Do you know how to distinguish between top, medium, and low quality?" Luo Yinzhou shook his head, his eyes wide open, waiting for Su Wenxuan to continue. Su Wenxuan patiently explained, "Like the intact fox pelt we just saw, bright fur and dense hair means it's top quality. If the fur is a bit dark but undamaged, it can be considered medium quality. If it's damaged and sparse, then it's low quality. When recording, you must be clear, or when you return to the capital and reconcile with the account office, if the physical goods do not match the ledger, it can easily lead to trouble with missing goods or extra money and no way to account for it." As he spoke, he handed the ledger to Luo Yinzhou. "Try counting these fox pelts and see if the numbers match with the ledger. When counting, take your time moving them one by one. Don't mess up the fur. These pelts have just been cleaned, and if the fur is disturbed, it won't show well, and the quality will drop, making it hard to sell at a good price." Luo Yinzhou took the ledger, took a deep breath, squatted in front of the pile of pelts, and began to count. He imitated Su Wenxuan's method, pinching the edge of the oil paper and gently lifting it. For each pelt he counted, he made a small circle in the ledger, afraid of making a mistake. However, just as he reached the 5th pelt, the oil paper suddenly slipped, and he couldn't hold on. The fox pelt almost slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. "Be careful, don't rush," Su Wenxuan exclaimed, quickly reaching out to support the fox pelt and helping him wrap the oil paper back up. "Look, when lifting the oil paper, keep your fingers tight on the edge. Don't pull with brute force. These pelts may look sturdy, but their hairs are brittle. Pulling too hard can easily cause shedding, turning them into defective goods." Luo Yan's face turned slightly red as he said softly, "I was too hasty. I will be more careful next time." Young Li couldn't help but laugh, shaking the whip in his hand. "Young master, you're doing fine. The first time I helped young master check goods, I accidentally brushed off a patch of fur from a bear pelt. Young master frowned at me, scolded me, saying I was clumsy, almost ruining a good item. With young Li's words, the tension eased a bit, and Luo Yan's mouth curled up slightly as he slowly adjusted his pace, counting carefully one by one. He finally finished counting the fox pelts, 7 pelts, just as in the ledger, not a single one less. Su Wenxuan nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Not bad, you didn't miscount. Now go count the herbs and see if you can distinguish between ginseng and lingji. The herbs were piled on the other side with labels on the burlap sacks reading ginseng, lingji, and honeysuckle written neatly in ink. Su Wenxuan walked to the box containing the ginseng, untied the red string, removed the red cloth, and reached in to pull out a ginseng root. This ginseng had long and dense roots, still with some brown soil stains on it, and the ginseng body looked plump and lively. He handed the ginseng to Luo Yanzhou, saying, "Smell this fragrance, and take a closer look at the stuff on the roots." Luo Yanzhou took the ginseng, first bringing it to his nose to smell. It had a faint herbal fragrance that was not overpowering, but rather pleasant. He squinted to examine the roots, which had many small bumps. Su Wenxuan explained from the side, "These bumps are called pearl dots. The more pearl dots on the roots, the older and more effective this ginseng is. Now look at the body of the ginseng. If it is plump and there are no small holes caused by insects, it's top-grade ginseng. If the body is shriveled and has wormholes, then it's of lower quality." He then pulled out a smaller ginseng root from the box, pointing at the small holes on its body. "Look at this ginseng. There are so many small holes here it might even have insect eggs inside. This kind of ginseng can only be considered medium quality, and the price should be cut by half when collected." Then he added, "There's also a kind of ginseng that looks big and plump, but has been soaked in syrup, or it feels sticky to the touch and has a sweet smell. That kind is fake and should never be collected, as it would result in a loss." Luo Yanzhou listened attentively and even reached out to touch the ginseng with wormholes, feeling a prick on his fingertip. He suddenly remembered the wild chrysanthemums and honeysuckles his grandfather packed in the cloth bag for him and raised his head to ask, "Young Master Su, can those wild chrysanthemums and honeysuckles my grandfather gave me also be evaluated this way?" "Of course they can." Su Wenxuan smiled, reaching into a nearby burlap bag to grab a handful of honeysuckle and handing it to him for inspection. "Look at these honeysuckles. Their color is light yellow, and they have a fresh fragrance, which means they are good. If they are black or dark in color and smell musty, then they are damp and spoiled, which would reduce their efficacy by half, or even make them unusable. The ones your grandfather gave you look thoroughly dried and are definitely good quality." After Luo Yanzhou counted the herbs, confirming that there were 37 ginseng roots, 12 pounds of lingji, and 30 pounds of honeysuckle, all matching the ledger, Su Wenxuan then took the ledger and double-checked with the physical goods. He examined carefully, occasionally looking up to ask Lu San, "This medium-quality wolf pelt is listed as having a 3-inch hole in the hind leg, which matches the physical item. This 10-year-old ginseng has intact roots, which is correct." Lu San nodded repeatedly, bending lower. "Young master, rest assured. I've checked it all 3 times, even counting the knots on the boxes. I wouldn't dare make a mistake, otherwise how could I report back to you?" After checking all the goods, Su Wenxuan handed the ledger to young Li for safekeeping and turned to Luo Yanzhou, saying, "What I've taught you today is just the basics of checking goods. In the future, you will also need to learn how to inspect fabrics. Coarse cloth, fine cloth, silk, different weaves have widely varying prices. You must also learn to assess the quality of ironware, whether the iron pots are thick or the sickles sharp. There are subtleties to it. You will even need to learn accounting. Your mind is sharp and your ideas are more innovative than most, but you must solidify these foundations, otherwise no matter how good your ideas are, they won't materialize, and it would be like speaking of military strategy without actual troops." Luo Yanzhou nodded, feeling a sudden clarity in his mind. He used to think that with his ability to command wolves and possess space, he could achieve anything. But reality had harshly slapped him in the face, as his family had to serve labor and repair the damn things he had no power to change. It was impossible for him to foolishly call forth a pack of wolves to slaughter the overseers. Even if he did that, how many times could he succeed? He didn't want Bai Yin and the others to be surrounded by the army. He said earnestly, "Uncle Xian, I will study hard. Please teach me more in the future, no matter how troublesome it may be. I'm not afraid." Su Wenxuan smiled, patting him on the shoulder. "The force neither too light nor too heavy. Good as long as you are willing to learn. I am willing to teach. Let's go. Once we finish checking, we will head to Drunken Immortal Tower. Lord Li and General Wei are still waiting for us, as they want to send us off. Additionally, I want you to experience it." The second floor of Drunken Immortal Tower was spacious and high, with carved window frames open wide. As the wind blew, the floral fragrance wafted into the room. The redwood round table shone brightly, with a vase in the center, holding 2 freshly picked flowering crabapple branches with their pink and white petals still glistening with dew. Beside it, a purple copper stove burned sandalwood incense, with smoke curling delicately, mixed with the distant aroma of dishes warming people's hearts. Lord Li was wearing a dark blue official robe sitting at the table and stroking his beard with a smile, while General Wei had his clothes unbuttoned, playing with a wine jug in hand. The two had just been chatting about the fun they had hunting last year when they saw Su Wenxuan lift the curtain to enter quickly standing up together. Lord Li stepped forward a couple of steps. Young Master Su, you have finally arrived. I've warmed this rice wine twice fearing it would cool and lose its flavor. General Wei laughed heartily. The dishes are all ready, just waiting for you two. If you take any longer, I might start eating first. Su Wenxuan stepped aside to let Luo Yinzhou enter first, following behind, casually patting Luo Yinzhou on the back as he whispered, "Don't be anxious, just follow me." Luo Yinzhou nodded, unable to help but glance at the silver chopsticks and jade plates on the table, as well as the landscape paintings hanging on the walls, silently sighing. This drunken immortal tower is truly impressive. As soon as they sat down, Lord Li poured a cup of wine for Su Wenxuan. The amber-colored rice wine swirled in the cup, its fragrance penetrating into his nose. Su Wenxuan raised the cup, but did not drink first, pointing to Luo Yinzhou beside him. "Lord Li and General Wei, this is Luo Yinzhou, a child from Luo village. This child is clever, but he hasn't seen much of the world. I will take him to study in the capital, and in Jin City, I will trouble both of you to take care of him." Luo Yinzhou quickly stood up, cupping his hands in front of him in a bow, his voice bright. "I've met Lord Li and General Wei." Lord Li squinted and examined him. Seeing that although he was dressed in coarse cloth, he stood straight, and his eyes were bright, he couldn't help but nod. "Good boy. You look spirited. After you go to the capital to study, you will surely achieve great things in the future." General Wei was more direct, reaching out to pat Luo Yanzhi's arm with considerable strength. "Stop, standing, sit down. Eating is important. This stewed wild rabbit I specifically asked the shopkeeper to stew for an extra half hour, it's very tender." The waiter brought in a dish. The stewed wild rabbit in the green porcelain bowl was steaming with oil floating on the soup's surface, sprinkled with bright green scallions. Su Wenxuan first placed a piece of rabbit leg meat onto Luo Yanzhi's plate, then turned to Lord Li, his tone softening. "Speaking of which, most of the furs collected this time were sent by the hunters from Luo village. In winter, they crouched in the mountains for half a night, their hands frozen and swollen, just to bring back those good pelts. Their prices are fair, and they never cheat. In the future, when they come to Jin City to sell goods, I hope Lord Li can pay attention and not let those unscrupulous traders bully them and lower their prices." Lord Li just picked up a piece of food when he heard this and put down his chopsticks, raising his wine cup to clink with Su Wenxuan's. "Young master, your words speak to my heart. I know the people of Luo village, they are all honest. Last year when my wife wanted to make a fox fur coat, she bought the fur from them. It was soft and warm. In the future, when they come, I will have the guards at the city gate send word, and I will speak to the merchants in the market to ensure no one dares to lower their prices." Su Wenxuan smiled, raising his glass to clink with the two. "With your words, I can rest assured. There is one more thing, Yanzhi's father Luo, he is the sole laborer in the family, and with Yinzhou going to the capital, only the elderly and women will be left at home. I have already sent someone to the prefecture with a letter requesting a favor to exempt the Luo family from labor duties. This way, during the spring plowing and autumn harvest, they will have a lighter burden." Lord Li was taken aback for a moment, then slammed his hand on the table. "Young master, your consideration is thorough. Rest assured, once the letter arrives, I will personally ensure it is recorded and no official will go to his home demanding labor duties. If anyone dares to go, I will be the first to reject it." General Wei nodded. "That's right. Though labor duty is a matter of course, we must also consider their difficulties. Young master, you have helped the Luo family relieve a great burden. Otherwise, during spring plowing, it would be just 2 women and an old man. How could they manage the work in the fields?" Luo Yinzhou, sitting nearby, heard the words exempt from labor duty, and his eyes brightened instantly. Being exempt meant he wouldn't have to worry about home. He quickly raised his teacup at the table, walked up to the two. "Thank you, Uncle Xian. Thank you, Lord Li. Thank you, General Wei." Su Wenxuan reached out to pull him back to his seat, smiling. "There's no need to be so polite. You can express your thanks after you finish your studies." Lord Li also placed a piece of roasted deer meat on Luo Yanzhi's plate. "Young master, you're thoughtful. If you face any difficulties in the capital, just send a letter. Although I can't reach the capital, I can still find a way to help you out." General Wei leaned in, lowering his voice. "I have an old subordinate who is currently serving in the capital's garrison, overseeing the southern city. If you encounter any trouble with local ruffians in the capital, just report my name, Wei Hu, and mention old subordinate from Jin City. He will surely help you out. When you are out and about, having an extra backing is always better than bearing it all alone." Wei Hu handed Luo Yinzhou a red wooden token with an ugly tiger head carved on it. Luo Yinzhou hurriedly accepted it, memorizing the words Wei Hu, an old subordinate from Jin City. These words and promises were all laid out by Su Wenxuan for him, to ensure the family can live in peace, allowing him to focus on serving the merchant association. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes, the atmosphere in the elegant room became increasingly warm. Wei, who was telling Luo Yinzhou stories from the capital. Good boy. If you meet the garrison in the capital, just say you know me, Wei Hu, and they will definitely not dare to neglect you. Back in my day in the capital, even officials below the 4th rank would nod and greet me when passing by. Lord Li couldn't help but interrupt, saying, young master, if you encounter any difficulties in the capital, just send a letter. Don't listen to old Weiss boasting. I can still help you find some proper connections. General Wei was unhappy. When did I boast? Back in my day in the capital. Before he could finish, Lord Li interrupted with a smile. I know, you were the most impressive in the capital back then. Quickly eat, the deer meat is getting cold. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes, the atmosphere in the elegant room became warmer. General Wei was still intermittently recounting his impressive stories from the capital, talking about drinking with generals and helping locals out. Luo Yinzhou was almost knocked off balance by Wei Hu's pats. Su Wenxuan watched the scene before him, secretly relieved. Regardless of how much truth there was in General Wei's words, at least the intention of looking out for him was genuine. With Lord Li and General Wei's protection, Luo village's people would face less trouble, and Luo Yinzhou could go to the capital without worries. This trip to Jin City was quite fulfilling. After all, this Wei, who is currently the highest-ranking general in Jinzhou, only accepting assignments from the capital, so it wasn't an exaggeration. As the banquet dispersed, the sun slanted to the west, and the scent of food still lingered on the streets of Jin City. Su Wenxuan supported the slightly tipsy General Wei as they walked out, with General Wei still reminiscing about his past experiences in the capital, while Lord Li was smiling and smoothing things over. Luo Yinzhou followed behind, holding the oil paper bag given to him by Lord Li, which contained freshly baked sesame cakes that were still warm. We'll set off early tomorrow. I'll come with old Wei to see you off. Lord Li stood at the entrance of Drunken Immortal Tower, patting Su Wenxuan's arm. Be careful on the road. If you encounter any troubles, have someone send a letter to Jin City. General Wei straightened up, saying loudly, yes. Anyone who dares to block the path of Linglong Merchant Association is disrespecting me, Wei Hu. Su Wenxuan smiled and replied, thank you both. See you tomorrow. By the time they returned to the Merchant Association's residence, it was already dark. The tent was lit with oil lamps, and Lu San was directing the assistants to load the goods onto the carts, categorizing ironware and fabrics securely tied with thick ropes. Su Wenxuan walked over to inspect everything, reminding them, don't let the rain get on it. Check everything again before we set off tomorrow. Lu San nodded. Young master, rest assured. Everything is arranged, and the assistants will take turns guarding it tonight. Luo Yinzhou sat in his small tent, taking out the items given to him by the villagers: Aunt Li's roasted beans, Uncle Jean's wife's cloth shoes, Grandma Liu's eggs, and a sesame cake from Lord Li. He carefully packed these items into the package, feeling warm inside. Having so many people caring for him on this journey was truly wonderful. Su Wenxuan walked in holding a thick cloak. It will be windy on the road tomorrow. Take this with you. If it gets cold, just wear it. Luo Yinzhou took the cloak, feeling the fabric, which was both soft and thick. Thank you, Uncle Xian. Get some rest early. We need to hit the road early tomorrow, Su Wenxuan said before turning to leave the tent. Before dawn, the camp was already bustling. The assistants were busy harnessing the carts, the guards were checking bows and swords, and Lu San was making the final count of the goods. 100 elite soldiers were already on high alert. When Luo Yinzhou rubbed his eyes and got up, Su Wenxuan had already finished washing up and was standing by the cart waiting for him. Quickly eat something so you have strength for the journey. Su Wenxuan handed over a sesame cake. This is from Lord Li, it's still warm. Luo Yinzhou took the cake, took a bite, and the sesame flavor spread in his mouth. He nodded while eating. Delicious. Just as he finished eating the cake, the sound of hooves came from afar. Luo Yinzhou looked up to see Lord Li riding a horse, followed by General Wei and a few men dressed in short garments. Lu San whispered that they were local toughs in Jin City, usually managing the market's order and having some connections with the Merchant Association. Young Master Su, we've come to see you off. Lord Li dismounted, carrying a cloth bag. Inside are some herbal medicines for pest control. They will be useful on the road. General Wei also handed over a dagger engraved with patterns on its sheath. Yinzhou, take this. If you encounter wild beasts on the road, it can at least help you defend yourself. This was a good item I used back in the day. Luo Yinzhou quickly accepted the dagger, holding it with both hands. Thank you, General Wei. The local toughs also stepped forward, with the leader, a dark-faced man, smiling as he said, Young Master Su, if the Linglong Merchant Association needs any help when coming to Jin City in the future, just say the word. We've already informed the branch along the way, and we'll look after your carts. Su Wenxuan clasped his hands together. Thank you all, it means a lot. The eastern sky gradually lightened, the morning glow spilling over the carts, coating them in golden light. Su Wenxuan mounted his horse and said to everyone, It's getting late. we should set off. Lord Li nodded, take care on the road. General Wei waved his hand, take care on the road. The cart slowly started moving and Luo Yinzhou sat in the cart lifting the curtain to look back. Lord Li, General Wei, and those local toughs stood in place waving their figures gradually shrinking. Su Wenxuan sitting outside the cart turned back to Luo Yinzhou and smiled, we're off to the capital. Luo Yinzhou nodded letting the curtain fall silently thinking Jin City, goodbye, capital here I come. The caravan's horse-drawn carriage traveled along the official road for 4 days and the scenery gradually changed, from the farmlands and forests around Jincheng to the rolling silhouettes of distant mountains. On the morning of the 5th day the mountain terrain suddenly became steep and a narrow canyon lay across the road, known as the Jinxia, at the exit of Jinzhou. Luo Yinzhou lifted the curtain of the carriage to look outside, gasping in surprise. The rocky cliffs on both sides of the canyon were bare and dark-looking, as if they could fall at any moment. The wind whistled through the canyon, with a hoarse sound tightening one's heart. This is the Jinxia, reputed to be the #1 gorge in the world, and it's the only path from Jinzhou to the capital. Su Wenxuan reined in his horse and explained to Luo Yinzhou beside him, it looks perilous, but the real danger lies in the bandit dens hidden in the mountains. Xiao Lizi leaned in closer, lowering his voice, young master, I specifically inquired before. There are several bandit dens hidden around this canyon. Most are small dens with about 20 people surviving by robbing travelers for a little money. The most formidable is the He with 47 men armed with bows and knives. Luo Yinzhou tightened his grip on the dagger given by General Wei and quietly asked, will they rob us directly? Su Wenxuan nodded, these people are cunning and they want kill everyone. As long as you pay the toll they will let you pass. If you don't pay or pay too little you won't have peace for the next few days. They know the terrain well and can lead you astray in the mountains and even stealthily steal your goods, making them much more troublesome than bandits in other areas. Just then the guard in front suddenly reined in his horse and shouted towards the canyon, are you people from the Linglan Merchants Association? Soon 2 men dressed in short garments stepped out from the canyon, their faces scarred by knives holding wooden clubs. One of the scarred men spoke up, you must be young Master Su, right? According to the old rules it's 50 taels of silver or 10 medium-sized fox pelts. If you pay you can pass. Xiao Lizi quietly told Su Wenxuan, young master, this was the price last time. The rules set by He are followed by other smaller dens. Su Wenxuan did not agree immediately, but looked at the scarred man. Has General Wei not come to clear them out recently? The scarred man sneered, General Wei. Every time he comes we hide. We know the mountain paths better than he does. How many small fry can he catch? Once he leaves we still do as we please. Xiao Lizi's temper flared upon hearing this, but he was stopped by Su Wenxuan's gaze. Su Wenxuan pulled out the silver and handed it to the scarred man. 50 taels, count it clearly. Tell your men not to follow us. We need to hurry on our journey. The scarred man accepted the silver weighted in his hand and grinned, young Master Su is straightforward. Rest assured we only collect the toll once and the road ahead will be quiet for you. After saying this he shouted into the canyon and soon several bandits hiding behind the rocks retreated. The carriage moved again, slowly entering the Jinxia. Luo Yinzhou still felt somewhat anxious, glancing back to see that the bandits had not followed before finally relaxing. Su Wenxuan noticed his tension and said with a smile, don't be afraid. These people are only after money and won't harm lives. As long as you follow the rules there will be no issue. Once we pass the Jinxia the road ahead will be much easier. Xiao Lizi also added, I heard that General Wei organized a crackdown not long ago bringing many soldiers, but the leader of He is very cunning and hid in the deep mountains beforehand, catching only a few small bandits, and not long after they returned. The terrain here is too complicated, it's hard to clear them out completely. Luo Yinzhou nodded and looked at the cliffs on both sides. Such a perilous place, it's no wonder the bandits could hide here. The Jinxia is vast, generally even on horseback it takes 2 days to traverse. The road is winding and steep and one careless move could lead to a bottomless abyss, which is why entering Jinzhou is such a laborious task. However, once one exits the Jinxia it takes less than an hour to leave the boundaries of Jinzhou and reach the flat expanse of Qingzhou. As for why the people of Jinzhou do not come out to live in Qingzhou, while it is indeed flat here, it is also a battleground with heavy taxes and forced labor. Luo Yinzhou sighed, lifting the curtain to look at the Jinxia fading into the distance, silently noting this place in his heart. Deep within the Jinxia lies the He hidden amidst dense pine forests. The entrance to the den is made of thick round logs entwined with thorny vines blending seamlessly with the surrounding rocks, making it nearly indiscernible from a distance. At this moment the den was devoid of the usual languor, with a dozen bandits gathered in front of a mud hut for a meeting. Some squatted on the ground smoking while others leaned against wooden pillars sharpening their knives, their eyes glancing towards the door of the hut. Second-in-command Deng Peng had gone to scout for news and had been away for quite some time, finally returning. With a creak, the door of the hut was pushed open. Deng Peng, wrapped in a gray cloth cloak and with dust on his face, hurried in. As soon as he entered, the chief, Qin Mian, who was sitting in the main seat, straightened up. Qin Mian was in his 50s with a scar running from his forehead to his chin, looking fierce, yet he often frowned while pondering matters, making him known in the den as a steady person. "How is it? What news did you find?" Qin Mian's voice was somewhat hoarse, and he tapped the corner of the table with the smoke pipe in his hand. The surrounding bandits gathered closer. Even those squatting on the ground smoking stood up, their eyes fixed on Deng Peng. Deng Peng first picked up a rough ceramic bowl from the table, gulped down half a bowl of water, wiped his mouth, and then spoke. "It's the caravan of the Linglan Merchants Association. The leader is called Su Wenxuan, and I've heard he has a very strong background. He's a royal merchant." "Royal merchant?" Qin Mian's brows furrowed even tighter, and the smoke pipe in his hand paused in midair. "Royal merchants are no easy targets. We used to only dare to rob small caravans, but this royal merchant—" "Chief, please don't worry too much." Deng Peng interrupted him, pulling out a small cloth bag from his pocket. He opened it to reveal several dried ginseng roots. "Take a look at this." I followed closely behind the caravan and saw them loading goods onto the carriages. Just the ginseng alone filled several boxes, along with bear skins and fox pelts piled up like a small hill. I even inquired with the owner of the pharmacy down the mountain. Just those medicinal materials and pelts are worth at least 10,000 taels of silver." "What? 10,000 taels?" Old Fourth Injia, who was squatting in the corner, jumped up. He was just over 20, the most impatient among them, holding a machete with a handle that was worn white. "That's a sum we couldn't rob in 10 years. Chief, we have to go for this. We can't spend our lives hiding in this mountain, constantly fearing government crackdowns, can we?" The surrounding bandits erupted in excitement, some pounding their thighs and shouting, "Let's do it," while others furrowed their brows in hesitation. "But that's a royal merchant. If we provoke the court and they send an army to crack down with our numbers, we wouldn't even fill a gap in their teeth." Qin Mian tapped the table, and the room fell silent instantly. He stared at Deng Peng and slowly spoke. "Second, tell me truthfully, how many guards does that caravan have? Are there any tough characters?" Deng Peng nodded, his face darkening a little. "There are quite a few guards. I counted, and there are at least 100 elite soldiers in armor, plus the merchant's own guards and servants, adding up to about 200 people. The weapons they carry look refined, unlike those small caravans from before where the guards only had a few broken sticks." 200 people. Qin Mian stroked the stubble on his chin, his brows furrowing as if he could crush a fly. "Our den has only 47 men in total. Even combined with other small dens, we might not be able to fight them. Besides, the royal merchant's background is too strong. If we really rob them, the consequences would be dire." "Chief, you're just being too conservative." In Jia stomped his foot anxiously, the machete in his hand clattering against the ground. "The bold thrive while the timid die. That's 10,000 taels. With this money, we can either change places to live in luxury or hire soldiers. Even if the government comes to crack down, we would have the confidence." Qin Mian remained silent, merely drawing on his smoke pipe, and amidst the swirling smoke, no one could see his expression. Deng Peng stood beside him, his fingers gently tapping the table, his eyes darting around as if pondering something. The room fell silent again, with Jia occasionally sighing and the bandits whispering among themselves. At that moment, the door of the mud hut was pushed open again, and Third-in-Command Lin Ping rushed in with several bandits. Lin Ping's face was smeared with dirt, his clothes torn in several places, and he was holding a broken bow. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Chief, second-in-command. I watched the caravan at the entrance of the Jinxiao with a few brothers, but we have a clear understanding of their situation." Qin Mian hurriedly gestured for him to sit down. "Take your time, don't rush." Lin Ping took a breath, drank some water, and then said, "The caravan has 27 carriages, each tightly bound with thick ropes, and they look very heavy. The guards are split into 2 teams, one leading the way to scout, and the other following behind the carriages, each armed with long knives and their hands resting on their sword hilts. However, behind the Jinxia is a narrow path that can only accommodate 1 carriage. If we set an ambush there and block the front and back, they won't be able to escape." "Exactly." Deng Peng's eyes lit up as he suddenly slammed the table. "I was just thinking that relying solely on ourselves won't work. We need to ally with a few other dens. The Qingfeng Zhai to the east has 30 men, the Luoma Zhai to the west has 25, and with the addition of the Hailing Zhai to the south, we can gather over 100 people. We know the terrain well, and no matter how good their caravan is, they won't be able to maneuver in the narrow path. With a good plan, it's not impossible to take down the caravan." In Jia became even more excited, waving his machete. "Yes. Let's unite with the other dens. We'll promise them benefits and give them 30% of the loot. They will surely agree. If they refuse, we can say, if we succeed..."